Chapter 1. Kobe's Choice. June 28, 2006. Madison Square Garden, New York. The NBA draft is about to commence. This year's draft is being broadcast live by ESPN to 202 countries and regions worldwide. Although the draft is typically accompanied by much fanfare, this year is widely regarded as a lackluster one. With few promising prospects, as a result, the attention surrounding it is notably subdued. However, no one anticipated that merely an hour later, this draft would unexpectedly unveil a shocking piece of news that would capture the attention of the entire globe. This startling revelation came from the Los Angeles Lakers. When NBA Commissioner David Stern opened the draft envelope bearing the Lakers insignia and read its contents, his gaze momentarily faltered before he announced, the Los Angeles Lakers select, with the 26th pick in the first round, point guard Lu Yusheng for the University of Florida. In an instant, the drowsy media and audience were jolted to attention. They exchanged bewildered glances, seeking information about this Asian player whose name they had never even heard before. To their astonishment, this individual was not even present at the draft. My goodness, the Lakers have actually used their first-round pick on an Asian player. That's not the most astonishing part. What's truly shocking is that he is a point guard. Has the Lakers management lost their minds? The NBA's long-standing attitude towards Asian players is well known. Although the successful entries of Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming into the NBA have somewhat altered perceptions, there remains a significant reluctance to trust Asian players in the point guard position. In terms of speed, explosiveness, and technical prowess, African-American players possess a considerable innate advantage in this role. Historically, no Asian player has ever achieved success at this position, nor has any reached the level of a competent backup. Never. The live broadcast immediately shifted its focus to the Lakers management team, who appeared equally bewildered. General manager Mitch Kupchak feigned composure, but internally, he was in a state of turmoil. He had anticipated this reaction from the audience, that he himself was reluctant to select this Asian player named Lu Yusheng, but he found himself with no other options. This predicament traces back to an unexpected phone call he received shortly before the draft began. Just 5 minutes prior to the commencement of the draft, Kupchak had been engaged in a relaxed conversation with the management team and coaching staff. The Lakers had a less than favorable draft position, holding the 26th pick in the first round, and with this being a weak draft year, they had no expectation of securing a standout rookie. The team was in need of a point guard. They figured they could simply choose any remaining prospect at that position. That moment, Kupchak's phone suddenly rang, that he discovered it was the team's star player, Kobe Bryant, calling. Hello, Kobe. What position are we picking in the draft? Kobe had a tendency to get straight to the point, rarely indulging in pleasantries. However, Kupchak had long since grown accustomed to this. The position isn't great. We are at 26. Kobe replied, buddy, use that pick to select someone for me. This was peculiar. Kobe had never shown interest in or interfered with the team's operations, especially regarding the draft. Firstly, he had never paid much attention to such matters. Secondly, as a traditional powerhouse, owner Jerry Buss had long established a strict rule that no player was to meddle in the team's affairs. This was a firm regulation set by the elder Buss since he took the helm of the Lakers, one that even legends like Wilt Chamberlain and Magic Johnson dared not breach during their playing days. After so many years with the Lakers, Kobe certainly understood this well. Yet this time, for reasons unknown to Kupchak, he had crossed that line. Nonetheless, Kupchak patiently inquired, who do you want to select? University of Florida, freshman, Lu Yusheng. Who? Kupchak was taken aback. At first, he thought he had misheard. He had never even heard of this unfamiliar name. Kobe repeated it once more. Kupchak activated the coaching staff, who hurriedly searched through a pile of rookie information to find the details on Lu Yusheng. An Asian player? Yes, that's right. Kupchak was even more astonished. The team's star player, breaking protocol for the first time, daring to interfere with the team's operations, was requesting him to select an Asian player? This was truly baffling. Hey, Kobe, it's not that I don't respect you, but isn't it a bit too risky to use a first-round pick on an Asian point guard? Could we consider using a second-round pick instead? Kupchak said, feeling somewhat troubled. A second-round pick won't work. He'll be snatched up, Kobe asserted confidently. Noticing Kupchak's hesitation, Kobe asked, buddy, do you trust me? Of course. Do you trust my judgment? Just like I said at the beginning of the season, that Smush Parker wasn't a right fit. Of course. Kupchak felt a bit embarrassed when they signed Smush Parker the previous season. Kobe had indeed voiced his concerns, yet he and the other coaches had high hopes for the physically gifted point guard. However, the season had proven them wrong. Smush Parker's performance was nothing short of disastrous, especially in the playoff series against the Suns, where he could almost be described as a liability. Kobe continued, since you've taken on a role of general manager, I haven't made any requests of you or the team. Have I? That is indeed true. Then that's settled. I await your good news. After speaking with Kobe, he abruptly ended the call. Kuchek found himself at a loss for words. He had meticulously crafted a perfect refusal in his mind, yet Kobe had not afforded him the opportunity to articulate it. A barrage of logically coherent and interlinked inquiries left him utterly defenseless. This insufferable sense of pressure, Kuchek felt compelled to scrutinize Lu Yusheng's profile closely. Name: Lu Yusheng. Age: 18. Height: 192 centimeters. Wingspan: 211 centimeters. Standing reach: 272 centimeters. Running reach: 359 centimeters. Vertical leap: 80 centimeters. His static attributes are decent. However, upon reviewing Lu Yusheng's freshman league statistics, his expression darkened instantly. Average points: 5.2. Assists: 2.3. Steals: 1.2. Rebounds: 3.8. This was exceedingly mediocre. He simply could not fathom why Kobe, risking a breach of the team's red line, was so insistent on selecting such an ordinary player with yellow skin. What could possibly be the rationale behind this? Chapter 2. System brother, are you joking with me? Kuchek was in a state of turmoil. Kobe, oh Kobe, are you presenting me with a conundrum? Had the player you wished to select been of darker complexion, even a gorilla, I would not have been so troubled. In any case, no one expected to unearth a gem from such a low draft position in a weak draft year. Even if he were to choose a total dud, owner Bus would never cast blame upon him. However, selecting a player of Asian descent, particularly a point guard, carried an entirely different weight. This would undoubtedly incite a tremendous media uproar, should Lu Yusheng fail to deliver. With such statistics, he was bound to falter. Then, he would find himself as the target of public scorn. Last season, after the Lakers were eliminated by the Suns despite a 31 lead in the playoffs, the media and fans had already been clamoring against him and management. They accused them of failing to provide Kobe with suitable teammates, thus squandering his prime. Now, choosing such a useless rookie would only compound the criticism, allowing fans' vitriol to drown him, jeopardizing his position. Yet, Kobe was undeniably the marquee player for the Lakers. His rare request was not unreasonable. If Kuchek disregarded him, it could ignite Kobe's desire to leave the team. He was acutely aware that after Shaquille O'Neal's departure, the fiercely competitive Kobe was eager to prove that he could lead the team to victory without a dominant big man. However, the last 2 years had seen little in the way of impactful acquisitions or maneuvers, leaving Kobe to bear the burden alone. If this situation were to provoke him, the blame would fall squarely on Kuchek as the general manager. Caught in a dilemma, after much deliberation, Kuchek made a phone call, passing the ball to team owner Jerry Buss. He had no desire to bear such a burden himself. When he received the call, Mr. Buss was on his yacht, enjoying a fishing trip with several business associates. In his youth, Jerry Buss was brimming with ambition, fueled by his passion for basketball. He wagered all his wealth to acquire the Los Angeles Lakers. Through relentless effort, he secured the legendary Magic Johnson in the 1980s, ushering the illustrious Showtime era as the new millennium approached. He astutely brought in the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and drafted Kobe Bryant, culminating in a remarkable 3 consecutive championships. His lifetime of toil transformed the Lakers into a genuine NBA powerhouse. However, following such monumental success, Mr. Buss gradually lost the fervor he once had for his endeavors. With age, he felt it was time to savor life and relinquish the relentless pursuit of victory. He had no desire to lavish extravagant sums to assemble a championship-contending roster. The Lakers had already claimed sufficient titles. Otherwise, given Kobe's extraordinary performance in recent years, had he been paired with a few competent allies, the team would surely not have settled for anything less than greatness. Nowadays, he seldom involved himself in team affairs, entrusting the management to his son and daughter while allowing general manager Mitch Kupchak to exercise authority. Unless a matter of significant importance arose, he preferred not to be disturbed. Upon hearing Kupchak's plea, Mr. Buss furrowed his brow, fully aware of the predicament his general manager faced. Mr. Buss, I really shouldn't trouble you with such trivial matters, but Kobe insists on selecting an Asian point guard, and the risks are quite substantial. You know how uncertain the prospects are for an Asian point guard, Kupchak explained. After a moment of deliberation, Mr. Buss replied, then let him have his way. After all, it's not a particularly valuable pick. He can choose whomever he wishes. Kupchak exhaled in relief. Understood. Wait a moment, Mr. Buss interjected, his expression turning serious. Inform Kobe that this should not become a precedent. Kupchak was taken aback. I understand, Mr. Buss. Meanwhile, Lu Yusheng awoke to find himself at the epicenter of a media storm. His name appeared in nearly every sports news outlet. His phone was inundated with countless unread messages and missed calls. Had he not silenced his phone before sleeping, it would have surely erupted In a state of bewilderment, he grappled with the shocking news. The Lakers had indeed selected him, and with a first-round pick no less. Astonishingly, this decision was spearheaded by none other than Kobe Bryant himself. What on earth was happening? Although Kobe was among his idols, Lu Yusheng had never met him. The young man was engulfed in questions. He had only traversed into the life of Lu Yusheng, a Chinese-American, 3 months prior. This individual hailed from a southern city in China and, at the tender age of 10, relocated to America with his fiercely proud mother after his father's infidelity led to their marriage's dissolution. Upon arriving in the United States, misfortune befell them. Lu Yusheng's mother lost all her savings to a fraudulent investment and subsequently lost her job, leaving her to work menial jobs in supermarkets and various places to support her son in this foreign land. The mother and son relied on each other, enduring the hardships of life. Lu Yusheng possessed considerable physical talent and harbored a passion for basketball. He aspired to enter the NBA and transform their destinies through the sport. With his commendable athletic ability and relentless effort, he was accepted into the University of Florida after graduating high school. His choice of the University of Florida stemmed from its historically low basketball performance. The institution had never won an NCAA championship and seldom reached the final. Thus, Lu Yusheng believed he would have ample opportunity for playing time and valuable experience. However, fate had other plans. After years of obscurity, the University of Florida unexpectedly acquired a group of exceptionally talented players during Lu Yusheng's year, including talents like Talon Green, Noah, Brewer, and Horford, the latter 3 of whom would later shine in the NBA. In competing against such extraordinary individuals, Lu Yusheng felt overshadowed, resulting in minimal playing time and disappointing statistics. As the NCAA's March Madness approached, head coach Donovan drastically reduced the team's rotation to 8 players, further diminishing Lu Yusheng's opportunities. Each day, he found himself in solitude, watching his teammates advance through the tournament and set new records for the school. Without playing time, there were no chances to showcase his abilities, and without statistics, he could not attract the attention of NBA scouts. This led him to gradually lose confidence in basketball and the motivation to pursue his dreams. On a rainy night, he swallowed sleeping pills, choosing to end his life. It was at this moment that Lu Yusheng transcended into the host's body. According to the first rule of the world of transmigration, all travelers are equal and entitled to the advantages bestowed by the system. Yet, Lu Yusheng's situation was somewhat peculiar, as the system had yet to arrive. If there were indeed a transmigration court, Lu Yusheng would have filed a lawsuit long ago. The system finally made its delayed appearance on the afternoon of April 3rd, coincidentally the day of the NCAA finals between the University of Florida and UCLA. At that moment, Lu Yusheng was in his room washing up. Ding! A crisp and mechanical voice echoed in Lu Yusheng's mind. The NBA Legend competition system is now activated. What the hell? Lu Yusheng cursed inwardly. You arrived far too late. Brother, there's only one game left. The finals are about to conclude. With my current performance, getting on the court is already a struggle, let alone competing for a legendary status. Ding! Detection indicates that the host possesses the potential and ambition to compete for NBA Legend. The system will periodically bestow upon the host random star signature skill upgrade packages. Ding! The first star signature skill upgrade package blind box has been released. Would you like to open it? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the John Stockton Essence upgrade package, featuring the bounce pass. Lu Yusheng, what the? Of course, Lu Yusheng is well aware of Stockton, the all-time assists leader in NBA history, a record that remains unbroken to this day. But why does the so-called star signature skill upgrade package only contain the bounce pass skill? Moreover, is the bounce pass really that difficult? Isn't this a fundamental skill for those just beginning to learn basketball? Come on, system. Not only did you arrive late, but you also bestowed upon me such a lackluster golden finger? What is this? Lu Yusheng continued to ponder over this peculiar system. As he regained his senses, he realized that time had slipped away. The match was about to commence. Although he was merely a backup point guard, and it was unlikely that he would have the opportunity to play today, tardiness was a matter of attitude, and he would surely face the coach's ire. Upon arriving at the venue, he discovered that the game had indeed begun. The NCAA Finals garnered a fervor in the United States that rivaled that of the NBA Finals. The arena was filled to capacity, with a cacophony of voices rising and falling like waves. Lu Yusheng changed his clothes and planned to sneak over to the substitute bench. However, assistant coach Smith, with keen eyes, reprimanded him in front of everyone. Lu Yusheng, acutely aware of his shortcomings, refrained from retorting. After joining the school team, he had long since grown accustomed to such dynamics. The coaches exhibited a marked bias in their treatment of players. For instance, The team's primary point guard, Lin Green, frequently arrived late, yet the coaches never uttered a word of reprimand. Similarly, the center, Noah, had a penchant for nightlife and often absented himself from training without justification, yet no coach seemed inclined to address his behavior. Lu Yusheng is allowed to be tardy a maximum of 3 times a year, yet each occurrence subjects him to relentless criticism. Alas, such is the plight of a key player. This year marks a pivotal moment for the University of Florida, as it stands the greatest chance of claiming the NCAA championship since its establishment. Who would dare to offend these esteemed gentlemen? On the court, the University of Florida sailed through the first half, maintaining a lead. Although the score gap was modest, their momentum utterly overwhelmed UCLA. Upon observing the situation, Lu Yusheng felt increasingly despondent. There was little hope of him taking the court in the second half. Lin Green, known for his remarkable stamina, often played the entirety of the match, which explained why Lu Yusheng, as his substitute, had seen so little playing time. Unexpectedly, the tides turned in the second half when the team's point guard, Lin Green, twisted his ankle while contesting a rebound and fell to the ground. The injury was quite severe, necessitating his removal from the game on a stretcher. Consequently, the position of point guard was left vacant. Lu Yusheng was filled with excitement. His opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 3. The Dignity of the Substitute. Lu Yusheng believed his opportunity had arrived and eagerly stood up. However, to his surprise, head coach Billy Donovan cast a glance at him before shifting his focus to his teammate Martin. Martin, you go. Lu Yusheng, I had anticipated an opportunity to take the court, yet to my surprise, Coach Donovan remained somewhat skeptical of my abilities. Naturally, I comprehend the significance of this match. It holds great importance for the school and the coach alike. Indeed, it seems that the more pivotal the game, the less the coach is inclined to place his trust in a point guard of Asian descent. Lu Yusheng could only sit back on the bench in silence, feeling a sense of awkwardness. The game continued. The University of Florida served. Martin, a robust substitute in the second position, exhibited raw skills, particularly in ball handling, which proved to be rather alarming. The opposing team had evidently done their homework and was well aware of this flaw. From the moment Martin received the ball, he was subjected to close, pressing defense from the opposing point guard. For a moment, Martin struggled with ball control, relying solely on his physical strength to shield the ball. Indeed, as he barely managed to advance the ball past half-court, the opponent's guard, Alfred, seized the opportunity and snatched the ball away. The ensuing fast break left no time for any defensive response. Alfred effortlessly scored with a layup, adding 2 points. The University of Florida served again, gritting his teeth. Martin resolved not to be robbed again. He opted for a back-to-the-basket dribble, turning his back to Alfred as he struggled to push forward. However, while this method of ball handling provided safety against one-on-one defense, it posed a significant issue, being turned away. He found it exceedingly difficult to detect any impending double team from the side. The UCLA players, fully aware of Martin's clumsy dribbling, swiftly moved to provide support. The coach and teammates on the sidelines shouted warnings at Martin to be cautious of the steal. Upon hearing this, he instinctively turned to check on Alfred. And in that very instant, the ball was intercepted by Alan Aflalo, who had come in to assist. Another effortless 2 points. UCLA defended once more and scored a 3-pointer on their offensive turn. The score swiftly leveled at 50-50. The UCLA players, having endured pressure for an entire half, suddenly sensed the sweet aroma of victory, their spirits soaring. Their coach roared passionately from the sidelines, urging, "Come on, guys." Just like that, they are now struggling even to advance past half-court. Victory belongs to you boys. The cheers from the UCLA supporters grew noticeably louder. At last, head coach Donovan could no longer remain seated and made his way directly to Lu Yusheng. A timeout was called, and a substitution was made. Lu Yusheng, prepare to enter the game. Lu Yusheng hastily rose to his feet. He could scarcely believe that after languishing on the bench for nearly an entire season, he had been granted the opportunity to play in the most crucial match of all, the finals. His mission was simple: safely carry the ball across half-court and pass it to a teammate. That's all you need to do, Coach Donovan admonished. Still harboring doubts about his capabilities, reluctantly, he accepted the straightforward task, thinking to himself, "Never mind, just watch me. I will shatter your preconceived notions with a performance worthy of 66. Chapter 4. The initial trial of the system, the match continued. The University of Florida prepared to serve. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng advanced towards the front court. Noticing the substitution of an Asian point guard, UCLA's guard Alfred's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately approached to apply pressure. Their coach even shouted loudly, urging them to steal the ball, insisting that he shouldn't cross half-court. Undaunted by Alfred's aggressive pursuit, Lu Yusheng remained composed, relying on the ball-handling skills he had diligently honed. Unlike Martin, who had faltered under pressure, Lu Yusheng was not prone to such mishaps. Moreover, Alfred's reckless gambit revealed vulnerabilities in his defense. Indeed, as Alfred lunged for another steal, Lu Yusheng seized the moment, executing a deft change of direction that left Alfred behind. He swiftly crossed half-court, only to be met by the oncoming forward, who attempted to provide assistance. Lu Yusheng feigned a slowdown, performing a deceptive passing motion, prompting the defender to instinctively retreat. Seizing the opportunity as the defender shifted his weight back, Lu Yusheng accelerated with precision, cleanly bypassing him and driving straight to the three-point line. Observing this, the center inside promptly abandoned his own mark to offer defensive support. Lu Yusheng, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and passed the ball to the unguarded Noah inside. Noah executed a powerful dunk, letting out a roar. 52-50. The score was reversed. The bench and the stands erupted in a chorus of cheers. A satisfied expression graced Coach Donovan's face. However, it quickly shifted from sunny to overcast. For in the subsequent 2 offensive possessions, Lu Yusheng did not make a single pass. Indeed, not a single one. This fellow, after bringing the ball past half-court, took it upon himself to do everything. A sudden stop jump shot, followed by a dribble drive to the basket. Lu Yusheng acted with intention. He sought to observe the transformations the system would bestow upon his physique. However, to his dismay, it appeared that neither his physical prowess nor his basketball skills had experienced any enhancement from the system. The speed of Stockton, his reliable mid-range shooting, his three-point accuracy, and his court vision seemed to have eluded Lu Yusheng entirely. His attempts at sudden jump shots resulted in clanks off the rim, and his drives to the basket were thwarted by blocks. He found himself in utter despair. This system, it seemed, was utterly futile. As a new offensive round commenced, Noah stepped forward to set a screen for him. At that moment, Lu Yusheng was engulfed in disappointment, devoid of any desire to attack. Following the screen, his instinct was to pass the ball to Noah. Yet, just as Lu Yusheng prepared to deliver the pass, the defenders, guarding both him and Noah, had already anticipated his intentions, preemptively obstructing the passing lane to Noah. The route for the pass was nearly entirely sealed off. With his previous experience, he knew that such a pass was no longer feasible and would undoubtedly be intercepted. In that fleeting instant, however, Lu Yusheng suddenly sensed something amiss. In Lu Yusheng's eyes, he suddenly discerned an exceedingly peculiar trajectory. It was a jagged line, with its inflection point resting upon the ground. If the ball were to strike this pivotal point, it seemed plausible that it could traverse between 2 defenders. Such a pass was something he had never dared to envision before. A bounce pass that evades a single defender is already impressive, but to simultaneously navigate through 2 defenders who are anticipating your pass is, in essence, a feat deemed nearly impossible. Yet, this time was different. This time, he could actually perceive such an extraordinary passing route. Perhaps this is what the system refers to as the coveted star signature upgrade package. Lu Yusheng swiftly made a decision in his mind. He resolved to give it a try. Snap. Lu Yusheng exerted his utmost effort to strike the ball at that pivotal point. The sphere swiftly traversed past the first defender. Upon landing, it rebounded, following the predetermined trajectory, darting towards Noah. The astonishment among all present was palpable. None anticipated that, under such circumstances, Lu Yusheng would opt to pass. The precision of the ball's placement and the peculiarity of its arc were truly remarkable. However, to everyone's dismay, the ball did not bypass the second defender. Just as it was about to slip past, it was intercepted. The curvature was correct, yet the force proved inadequate. The ball's trajectory did not align with the path envisioned by Lu Yusheng. Assistant Coach Smith was infuriated, exclaiming, "Lu Yusheng, what on earth are you doing? Can you really make such a pass over 2 defenders as a point guard?" Lu Yusheng, disregarding all distractions, exerted himself to defend. Fortunately, on this occasion, he swiftly retreated in defense, successfully neutralizing the opponent's fast break. During the second screen and roll, he once again faced 2 defenders. Lu Yusheng astutely perceived a more bizarre zigzag. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his right wrist. A ground pass emerged, tracing an uncanny line. This time, it was remarkable. The ball instantaneously traversed 2 defenders. However, it did not merely bypass the defenders, it even passed through a teammate. A whistle echoed, signaling that the ball had gone out of bounds. Assistant Smith was infuriated, stamping his feet. "Donovan, We must replace this fool immediately. I have no idea what he is doing. Yet, Donovan remained considerably composed. He waved his hand dismissively. He has just entered the game, still finding his rhythm. Let him have another attempt. At the very least, the young man is full of energy and his defense is commendable. Although he has faltered in these two plays, he has been proactive in recovering, preventing any points from being lost. At this moment, Donovan's mind replayed Lu Yusheng's two passes. Although both had resulted in errors, they were undeniably imaginative. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such creativity in passes on the NCAA court. He gazed thoughtfully at the Asian youth, who was diligently working to retreat on defense. As for Lu Yusheng, despite his two failed passes, a sense of joy blossomed within him. He had finally grasped the system's intent. It bestowed upon him the vision and technique for Stockton-style ground passes, yet it did not grant proficiency. Mastery of this skill would require dedicated practice to become familiar and adept. As the game progressed, Lu Yusheng played with adherence to the fundamentals, refraining from deliberately practicing the Stockton-style ground pass. He simply adhered to his usual rhythm, breaking through when necessary and passing when warranted. As the match entered its final phase, both teams heightened their defensive intensity. Fast breaks were abandoned, and all offenses transformed into a battle of positions, making scoring increasingly arduous, leading to a stalemate. Time slipped away, second by second. At this juncture, whoever first shattered the scoring drought would seize the advantage. Both teams positioned themselves across the half-court. Noah once again moved up to set a screen for Lu Yusheng, quickly rolling down after the pick. The same scene unfolded, with two defenders still standing in between. The jagged line before Lu Yusheng grew increasingly distinct. With a decisive motion, he raised his right hand and once more sent the ball along that very line. Chapter 5. Is he not merely a substitute? In the fleeting moment when Lu Yusheng released the ball, two defenders swiftly lunged to intercept. To their astonishment, they both missed. The ball executed an inexplicable zigzag bounce across the ground, deftly slipping past the two defenders and landing smoothly in Noah's hands. A look of disbelief spread across the faces of everyone present. Even Noah himself was taken aback that the ball had reached him. Before him stood an unguarded space. After a brief hesitation, he sprang up and executed a thunderous dunk. Well passed, Lu. Noah passionately pointed at Lu Yusheng. The entire arena erupted in a fervent chorus of cheers and applause. It was clear to all that the accolades were directed at Noah's spectacular dunk, but even more so, they celebrated Lu Yusheng's brilliant bounce pass. What a remarkable pass, Lu. As he transitioned back on defense, Donovan approached him, applauding enthusiastically. Lu Yusheng remained remarkably composed, for he alone understood that the previous pass had been a stroke of luck. The delivery had not precisely aligned with the trajectory he envisioned. The defender's fingertips were almost brushing the basketball, just an inch off, and it could have been intercepted. Clearly, he needed to devote himself to rigorous practice. The moment he could consistently deliver passes that perfectly coincided with the line he envisioned, he would have mastered this technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Stockton bounce pass skill has been upgraded to level 3. In the subsequent moments, Lu Yusheng executed 2 flawless assists, shattering the deadlock on the court and igniting the fervor of the University of Florida supporters. The momentum shifted back in their favor. They afforded UCLA no further opportunities. Surging forward to secure victory, the University of Florida clinched its inaugural NCAA championship. All the players embraced their coach in celebration, their efforts and sacrifices finally rewarded. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of both players and coaches. Coach Donovan looked at Lu Yusheng with a complex expression. In the final moments, the young man had managed to deliver such imaginative bounce passes consecutively. Had he perhaps underestimated him? If only he had provided more opportunities. It seemed that this lad could rival the likes of Talon Horton-Tucker. Of course, there would still be opportunities, as he was merely a freshman. Next year, he would surely be back on the team, and it would be time to nurture his talent. Lu, thank you. I truly mean it. Your final contributions helped us secure this championship. Everything feels so sweet, like the delightful lotus root powder on a dessert. Thank you. Thank you. Coach Donovan embraced Lu Yusheng. Yet, Lu Yusheng remained extraordinarily calm, even as his teammates wept and embraced the coach. The team's journey had been fraught with challenges, and winning the championship was indeed exhilarating. However, this achievement held little personal significance for him. At most, he had merely added a perfect footnote to the story, nothing more. Trust me, Lu. Next year, I will keep my promise and grant you more playing time. Lu Yusheng merely smiled politely, uttering not a word. Promises made in the throes of extreme emotion are often not to be trusted. As soon as he entered, his mother, Lu Yusheng, enveloped him in a warm embrace. "My dear, congratulations. Your hard work has not been in vain. You have finally claimed the championship. Well done." As Lu Yusheng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Lin Shui and her parents standing behind his mother. Lin Shui, a childhood friend of Lu Yusheng, was strikingly beautiful, with a tall and elegant figure. Her family, also of Chinese descent, had arrived in America earlier than Lu Yusheng's. Lin Shui's mother had been a close friend of Lu Yusheng during their time in China, and it was she who had suggested that Lu Yusheng come to America after her divorce. The two families shared a good relationship and similar social standing, which fostered a strong bond between them. Lu Yusheng and Lin Shui can be considered childhood friends. Lin's mother holds a deep affection for Lu Yusheng and fervently wishes for their union. However, Lin Shui remains indifferent to this notion. While their childhood bond was innocent, as they matured, her interest shifted towards the allure of Caucasian boys. In contrast, she perceives Lu Yusheng, who shares a similar background, as somewhat unsophisticated, not due to his appearance, but rather because his mindset mirrors the conservative views of her parents. Lu Yusheng has always held a rather unfavorable impression of this childhood friend. He believes she indulges in reckless behavior, particularly since high school, with a frequency of changing boyfriends that rivals his own changes of undergarments. Such girls do not pique his interest in the slightest. "Yusheng, congratulations!" exclaimed Lin Shui's parents, who were among the first to extend their felicitations to him. Lin Zhongyue. Lin Shui's father clapped Lu Yusheng on the shoulder with a smile, remarking, "Those last two passes were truly remarkable, reminiscent of my own glory days." A seasoned basketball enthusiast, Lin Zhongyue once played for his school team and harbored dreams of basketball greatness. Lacking a son of his own, he has invested all his aspirations in Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng holds a deep respect for his uncle, who has consistently encouraged him. Lin Zhongyue, noticing his daughter's silence, hurriedly remarked, "Lin Shui, why don't you congratulate Yusheng? Look at him, what an achievement. In his first year at university, he has helped the school clinch the championship. This is a historic moment for their institution." Lin Shui, with a tone of disdain, muttered softly, "He barely played a few minutes throughout the entire season. How does this championship concern him?" Lin's mother quickly interjected, "Lin Shui, what are you saying?" Lin Shui remained silent. It was Lu Yusheng who smiled and replied, "What Lin Shui said is not entirely untrue. I am indeed merely a substitute." Mother Lu chuckled, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us dine." Lin Shui's phone rang, and she stepped outside to take the call. Upon her return, she stated, "I have a matter to attend to. I shall not be joining for dinner." With that, she departed without a word. Lin Shui's parents exchanged awkward glances, and her father said, "Yusheng, do not take it to heart, Lin Shui." Lu Yusheng, displaying remarkable understanding, smiled and reassured, "Rest easy, Uncle Lin. I am not so petty. Moreover, Lin Shui's words hold truth. I am fully aware that my championship was not entirely deserved." Indeed, Lu's mother chuckled, having grown up with Lin Shui. Would he truly be irked by such trivial matters? "Come now, dinner is ready." At this, the countenances of Lin Shui's parents softened considerably. After the meal, Lu Yusheng stepped outside to dispose of the garbage. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed a sports car gliding through the night. Coming to a halt not far from their home, Lin Shui emerged from the vehicle, driven by a tall young Caucasian man. After exiting, he shared an intimate kiss with Lin Shui, who sweetly rose onto her toes. Lu Yusheng was taken aback, observing Lin Shui bidding a reluctant farewell to the young man. He hurriedly turned around, only to find Zhong Mu standing right behind him, his expression a stormy shade of blue. As Lu Yusheng was about to intervene, he suddenly noticed Lin Zhongyue storming towards Lin Shui with palpable anger. Chapter 6. A narrow path for enemies. Lin Zhongyue hastened to approach Lin Shui from behind. "You are going to meet that Markota, aren't you?" Lost in her sweet reverie, Lin Shui was startled to see Lin Zhongyue behind her. "Who was that person just now? Is he the Markota from last time? Are you two in a relationship?" Lin Zhongyue demanded. At that moment, Lin Shui regained her composure. "Indeed, he is my boyfriend. And we are indeed dating." "Absolutely not," Lin Zhongyue declared resolutely. "I do not consent to your relationship. Dad, I have grown up. Who I choose to date is my own business, and you have no right to interfere. If you were to date someone else, I certainly wouldn't interfere. But that Markota is absolutely out of the question," Lin Zhongyue asserted with a serious expression. "Why is that?" Lin Shui retorted. "You like basketball, don't you? Markota is a key player on the school team, and NBA teams have already shown interest in him. He will undoubtedly be drafted in the first round this year." He is far superior to those you always praise. Shut your mouth. Lin Zhongyue, infuriated, turned crimson and exclaimed, "You have no right to speak about Yusheng that way. He has been more sensible than you since childhood. Indeed, in your eyes, he will always be so exceptional, far more than your own daughter," Lin Shui replied coldly. "How dare you?" Lin Shui continued, "I apologize, Mr. Lin. I am not a son and cannot fulfill your basketball dreams. But let me tell you, Lu Yusheng is not the answer. You believe in him, yet he can't even secure a spot on the school team. Do you truly expect him to be chosen by an NBA team? Stop dreaming. Stop right there." With anger coursing through him, Lin Zhongyue struck Lin Shui across the face. Lin Shui covered her cheek and laughed instead. "Well struck, Dad. Now you have no reason to oppose my relationship with Markota. Do you?" She turned and walked away. "Come back here." Lin Shui looked back, smirking. "Dad, you're mistaken. In truth, I am helping you. Rather than relying on a useless Lu Yusheng, you should place your hopes in your future son-in-law Markota, who is on the verge of playing in the NBA." With that, she turned and left. After Lin Shui's parents departed, Lu's mother hurried to comfort Lu Yusheng, yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yusheng smiled faintly and said, "Mother, I am aware that you and Uncle Lin hope for a union. However, I have already conveyed to you that Lin Shui and I are not compatible. Nonetheless, this may be for the best, as it spares you from worrying about us in the future." Mother Lu chuckled and said, "I am not here to discuss that. Rather, I wish to talk about Lin Shui. This child truly lacks understanding. Do not take her words to heart. Being a substitute this year is of no consequence. Just perform well next year. I believe in you. You will surely make it to the NBA and realize your basketball dreams." Lu Yusheng felt a profound sense of reflection. It was indeed his mother who understood him best. What truly unsettled him was not the fact that Lin Shui had found a boyfriend, but rather her dismissive attitude towards his prowess in basketball. Lu Yusheng grasped his mother's hand, gently caressing the thick calluses upon it. With a heart full of compassion, he said, "Mother, basketball is indeed my dream. However, my greatest aspiration transcends that. It is to transform our lives, to bring you happiness, and to relieve you of your struggles." Mother Lu's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently caressed her son's face, momentarily overcome with emotion. Lu Yusheng silently vowed to exert himself with even greater determination this year. With the support of the system, coupled with his own relentless efforts, he aspired to shine brilliantly in the NCAA next year and enter the NBA as the first overall pick. In the time that followed, he devoted every moment to the gym, pouring sweat and laboring diligently in practice. Notably, he quickly mastered the signature move of Stockton, the bounce pass, achieving peak proficiency. On days when there were no games, he sought out local courts to hone his skills further, refining this technique to an extraordinary level. Spectacular passes that left onlookers in awe often emanated from his hands on those courts. Coach Smith held a conversation with him, expressing intentions to enter him into the NBA draft. The draft slots were typically submitted by the school, and they were expected to nominate standout players such as Towling Green, Noah, Brewer, and Horford. However, the school administration had recently savored the sweetness of victory and aimed to continue their championship reign to enhance their institution's prestige. Thus, they sent representatives to negotiate with Noah and others, earnestly requesting them to remain for another year. To their surprise, Noah and his peers readily agreed, eager to assist the school in securing another title as they were still young. Consequently, the school submitted a list of substitute players, with Lu Yusheng among them. Lu Yusheng did not oppose this development, for he held no expectations. With his meager statistics, it would indeed be a miracle if any NBA team took notice of him. Yet, he could hardly have imagined that one fateful morning, he would awaken to find himself the center of public attention. He had been chosen by the NBA, and not just any team, but the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers, securing a first-round draft pick. To this day, he remains perplexed as to why the Lakers selected him, and what role the legendary Kobe Bryant, whom he had never met, played in this decision. However, Lu Yusheng is in no rush to unravel these mysteries. Given the favorable outcome, the specifics of the process seem inconsequential. His only concern now is that, after such a lengthy period, the system has only bestowed upon him a single skill. Although he has nearly perfected it, relying solely on this one ability in the NBA seems implausible. As time swiftly passes, the NBA Summer League of 2006 is approaching. The Summer League serves as a platform for teams to hone their skills during the offseason. Most teams participate, though their star players typically do not take part. The roster for the Summer League primarily comprises three types of players. First, The rookies, almost all newly drafted players, make their debut in the Summer League to acclimatize to the intensity of NBA competition and to build their profiles. Second, there are the bench players and second- or third-year athletes eager to prove themselves and secure playing time. Lastly, overseas players and G League hopefuls, driven by the aspiration of securing a contract, compete fervently on this stage. Thus, while the competitive level may not match that of regular NBA games, the intensity remains commendable, as every participant strives to showcase impressive statistics to earn a contract. This year, the Lakers' Summer League is particularly noteworthy, primarily due to Lu Yusheng, who has made history as the first yellow-skinned point guard to be a first-round pick in the NBA. Lu Yusheng accompanied the team for training in Las Vegas, where their first opponent was the familiar San Antonio Spurs. Just before the match commenced, Lu Yusheng suddenly spotted a familiar face in the stands, Lin Shui. At that moment, she was engaged in a flirtatious conversation with a white player from the Spurs. Lu Yusheng took a closer look and recognized that this individual was none other than Markota, the one who had driven Lin Shui that evening. Chapter 7. This match proves to be quite challenging. Upon spotting Lin Shui, Lu Yusheng intended to approach her for a greeting. However, to his surprise, Lin Shui completely disregarded him. Ever since Lu Yusheng was unexpectedly selected by the NBA, Lin Shui not only failed to extend her congratulations, but she has not even sent him a single message. Lu Yusheng understood that Lin Shui harbored feelings of inequity. Her companion, Markota, who had initially been brimming with confidence for a first-round selection, unexpectedly faltered, only to be chosen by the Spurs at the end of the second round as the 59th pick. In contrast, Lu Yusheng found himself fortuitously drafted as a first-round rookie by the illustrious Lakers. Given Lin Shui's temperament, it was likely that she would remain agitated for several days, unable to find rest. From a young age, Lu Yusheng had not held much affection for her. Yet due to the ties between their families, he often found himself enduring her presence. Since Lin Shui had opted to disregard him, Lu Yusheng resolved not to seek out the discomfort of engaging with her. Lu Yusheng gazed toward the audience, striving to locate the striking visage among the crowd of African Americans, that of Kobe Bryant. Each year, the Summer League attracts prominent basketball stars who come to support their homegrown rookies. However, Lu Yusheng failed to spot Kobe within the throng. This was hardly surprising. It is well known that Kobe is a fervent training enthusiast. While other players indulge in vacations during the off-season, he immerses himself in the gym and practice courts, subjecting himself to an arduous regimen of self-discipline. In the summer of 2003, he was reported to have shot a staggering 1,000 baskets daily, a feat that anyone familiar with the game would recognize as extraordinarily intense. Lu Yusheng, even I, who consider myself peculiar, find him somewhat eccentric. Lu Yusheng's presence on this Lakers team is attributable to him. Yet to this day, he has yet to encounter Kobe. Consequently, the questions that linger in his heart remain unanswered. Although there are no prominent figures courtside for today's game, a significant number of reporters still attended. Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that all eyes were on him. Even before the match had commenced, public opinion had already reached a crescendo. Major sports media outlets conspicuously reported on this game with striking headlines, announcing the debut of the first Asian American first-round draft pick point guard in NBA history at the Summer League. The pressure was mounting on the Lakers management. Was this a case of discerning talent or an act of foolishness? The renowned American sports magazine Sports Illustrated even proclaimed, this could be an even more scandalous affair for the Lakers than the infamous Hawks County incident. The shock was palpable. Meanwhile, online discussions among fans were rife with mockery and jest. Are you ready? The Lakers' first Asian point guard is about to make his Summer League appearance. It was rumored that this draft decision was spearheaded by Kobe, which was nothing short of audacious, surpassing even his previous season's average of 35 points per game. Perhaps Kobe was drawing inspiration from his idol, Jordan, who once selected the lackluster Kwame Brown as the top pick. Kobe, naturally, sought to outdo him with an even more shocking choice. That relentless competitive spirit. I suspect this might be a colossal blunder. And perhaps Kobe is expressing his dissatisfaction with the Lakers management for their lack of significant acquisitions this year. If I were Kobe, I too would want to dismantle the Lakers. I still believe he must be joking. Doesn't he desire another championship? Doesn't he wish to surpass Jordan? Regardless of Kobe's intentions, this selection is utterly disastrous. It reflects a profound irresponsibility towards himself and the team. I wholeheartedly agree, my friend. This choice is even worse than Kobe's shooting decisions. Let us not rush to take sides. Brothers, the Summer League is about to begin. And whether the Lakers and Kobe's choice turns out to be a golden opportunity or a self-destructive folly, whether it signifies moral decay or a distortion of humanity, we shall soon discover. Of course, amidst the cacophony of skepticism, there were still some voices supporting Lu Yusheng. Hey, don't underestimate him just because he is of Asian descent. The last person to belittle a yellow-skinned player was Barkley. Do you wish to taste the bitterness of that? Indeed. Since Kobe has boldly chosen Lu against the tide of dissent, we should trust that he possesses unique qualities worth believing in. However, these voices in support of Lu Yusheng, amidst the tempest of doubt, appeared almost inaudible, quickly drowned out. Lu Yusheng dared not look at these, as it would only impose excessive pressure upon him. He merely wished to exert his utmost effort to fulfill his responsibilities. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the inaugural match of the Los Angeles Lakers in the Summer League of 2006 commenced. The starting lineup for the Lakers featured center Sheikh Sambu, a second-round draft pick, power forward Santos, a Caucasian player from a lower league, small forward Arm, hailing from the European League, and shooting guard Jordan Farmar, a rookie selected in the second round, who had originally been a point guard but was repositioned to shooting guard due to Lu Yusheng's presence. The point guard position was occupied by Lu Yusheng, a player from the University of Florida. In what seemed to be a deliberate move, the venue's DJ intentionally scheduled Lu Yusheng's introduction for the grand finale. Upon the announcement of his name, a resounding chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Lu Yusheng wore an impassive expression. He noticed that the opposing player, Markota of the Spurs, was fixated on him. From the intensity of his gaze, Lu Yusheng could distinctly sense a palpable hostility. It seemed he had already gleaned insights about him from Lin Shui. The jump ball commenced. Sheikh Sambu leapt for the ball, passing it to Jordan Farmar. Lu Yusheng extended his hands, calling for the ball, but to his surprise, Farmar did not even spare him a glance and simply dribbled the ball past half-court on his own. Lu Yusheng, it appears that not only the fans are intent on undermining Gank, but even his teammates have taken to the same strategy. It seems that this debut match with his beloved Lakers may prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 8. Farmar's Revenge. Farmar dribbled the ball into the front court. Center Sambo advanced from the 3-second zone to set a screen for him. After the screen, Sambo swiftly rolled to the basket, ready to receive the pass. However, Farmar chose not to pass to him. Instead, he launched a jump shot from beyond the three-point line, confronted by the towering Spurs guard, Eifert. This three-point attempt clanged off the rim. The Spurs seized the offensive rebound and swiftly passed the ball to their point guard, Eifert, who propelled the play forward. Lu Yusheng hurriedly stepped forward to defend. Fade did not dribble much. Upon reaching the front court, he directly passed the ball to the forward. Once the forward received the ball, he too swiftly made a pass, providing cover for his teammates. The Spurs' rapid ball movement and screens left the Lakers' defense somewhat disoriented. Lu Yusheng and his teammates only gathered for training a week ago, and they have yet to establish a harmonious understanding. Consequently, their defense swiftly became disorganized. In an instant, Spurs forward Harrell found himself with an open shot. Lu Yusheng hastily relinquished his defense on Fade and advanced to assist. Harrell executed a feint shot, deftly passing the ball to the unguarded Fade. At this juncture, it was supposed to be Farmar's responsibility to provide cover, yet he inexplicably neglected to do so. Fade, with arms outstretched, unleashed a mid-range jumper. Swish. The basketball barely grazed the rim, sailing effortlessly through the net. The Spurs secured the first points of the game, eliciting a wave of jubilant cheers from the crowd. Lakers head coach Brian Shaw was evidently displeased with his team's defensive lapse, calling out to Farmar, "Farmar, what are you doing?" Farmar, with an expression of innocence, raised his hands in protest. "Coach, he wants team assignment." Jordan Farmar harbored a desire to see Lu Yusheng falter. He was deeply dissatisfied with the coach's decisions, or rather, with the Lakers' choices during the draft. During the tryouts, they had clearly promised to select him with their first-round pick, yet on draft day, they opted for Lu Yusheng instead of him. This infuriated Farmar, who, after all, had been the starting point guard for his college team in the NCAA. Why should he be overshadowed by an obscure player of Asian descent? As the summer league commenced, he found himself in direct competition with Lu Yusheng for the same position, and the coach insisted that he cede his point guard role to Lu, relegating him to shooting guard. Why should he accept this? Throughout a week of training, Lu Yusheng had sensed the undercurrents of animosity from Farmar, but he never anticipated such overt hostility once the game commenced. This fellow seemed utterly disinterested in winning. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. As Lu Yusheng was about to receive the ball, he was taken aback when Famel unexpectedly approached his teammate, forcefully seizing the ball. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of frustration. Yet there was no time to dwell on it as he hurriedly sprinted towards the front court. Famar advanced the ball, with forward AM stepping up to provide a screen. Following the pick-and-roll, two defenders swiftly converged on Famar. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yusheng called for the ball, but in a state of panic. Famar glanced at him only to pass the ball to Santos, positioned beyond the three-point line. As a power forward, Santos possessed no shooting range, let alone the capability for a three-pointer. Unable to dribble, he had no choice but to return the ball to Famar. Famar, now at the three-point line, attempted to maneuver past his defender, but the defense was impenetrable, leaving him with no openings. As the clock wound down, Famar was compelled to hastily launch a three-point shot. The basketball struck the front rim, bounced a few times, and then fell into the net. Lakers fans erupted in cheers. Famar cast a smug glance at Lu Yusheng, his eyes brimming with provocation. Lu Yusheng was filled with helplessness. If he continued to play in this manner, defeat in the match was inevitable. The Spurs launched their offensive, characterized by an incessant flow of passes and screens, demonstrating a high level of tactical acumen. The head coach of the Spurs Summer League was Monty Williams, who served as an apprentice under the then head coach Greg Popovich. The strategies he implemented were a direct continuation of Popovich's philosophy, keeping the ball in motion and maintaining relentless pace through continuous screens and passing. They manipulated the opposing defense to uncover the optimal scoring opportunities. Soon, the Lakers' defensive focus was once again shifted, allowing Edward to swiftly locate the open Markota. Without hesitation, Markota unleashed a mid-range jumper. The shot was successful. The Spurs led 4-3. Lu Yusheng soon heard Lin Shue's desperate cry, "Baby, you're amazing. Keep it up." He felt a surge of frustration. During two offensive attempts, the point guard of his team hadn't even touched the ball. Despite his relentless efforts to assist his teammates on defense, Famar, that guy, never offered him any support. In this offensive play, Famar once again showcased his impressive skills. Lu Yusheng had been waiting for the ball for an extended period, yet it eluded him. A sense of frustration washed over him, as he anticipated yet another offensive opportunity slipping through his fingers. To his utter astonishment, just as the 24-second shot clock was about to expire, Famar unexpectedly passed the ball into Lu Yusheng's hands. At that moment, he stood just a meter beyond the three-point line, entirely unprepared. Yet he had no choice but to attempt a shot amidst the defensive pressure. As expected, the ball clanged against the rim. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Eager to witness the folly of this Asian player, the Spurs swiftly counterattacked. Once again, it was Markota, effortlessly scoring 2 points with a layup. Brian Shaw immediately called for a timeout. Lu Yusheng was exceedingly irate. After the match, he intended to seek out Famar for a discussion on theory, but to his surprise, Famar preemptively launched a scathing retort. "Hey Lu, when I am dribbling, I kindly ask you to refrain from charging at me demanding the ball. Even if I pass it to you, what good will it do? What the hell?" Lu Yusheng suddenly became a sensation. "What are you saying?" Brian Shaw hastily intervened, stating, "Famar, Lu is our point guard. The ball should be entrusted to him. This is the most fundamental quality of a basketball player. Do you not possess it?" Famar, clearly unconvinced, refrained from arguing further in front of the coach, knowing he was merely a rookie. After the timeout concluded, Famar indeed ceased to overstep his bounds and allowed the ball to finally rest in Lu Yusheng's capable hands. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, his keen eyes surveyed the court, searching for teammates making their moves. Soon, he spotted AMU, who had found a gap in the defense. With effortless precision, he executed a bounce pass that reached AMU flawlessly. AMU, with a deft feint, evaded the defender and, with a flick of his fingertips, executed a graceful layup. Point scored. Yet, despite the elegance of Lu Yusheng's pass, the court remained devoid of cheers. However, Lu Yusheng remained unfazed. His sole focus was on securing victory. In the subsequent offensive play, he orchestrated his teammates' movements, adhering to their practice strategy, and assisted Santos in executing yet another splendid score. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of confidence, believing that he could now compete smoothly. However, to his astonishment, Famar had no intention of allowing Lu Yusheng to relax. In the subsequent offensive play, Famar unexpectedly stepped forward to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback. After the pick, the ball was swiftly passed to Famar. He then hurried towards the basket, preparing to seize the rebound. To his surprise, Famar returned the ball to Lu Yusheng just as he was making his way to the hoop. In a state of panic, Lu Yusheng received the ball in the 3-second zone, surrounded by a throng of players, as the Spurs defenders swiftly encircled him. He hurriedly protected the ball, but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of opposing players. Amidst the chaos, the ball was deftly snatched away by Ifade. Chapter 9. Care to fight? Throughout the remainder of the first quarter, Farmar employed a subtle approach to create difficulties for Lu Yusheng. He did not confront him directly. Instead, he manipulated the situation in various ways to unsettle Lu's mindset. Besides the trick of unexpectedly passing the ball to him when Lu was unprepared, he would also deliberately refrain from attacking immediately after receiving a pass, opting instead to showcase his skills before making a move. Consequently, Lu Yusheng's statistics reflected a missed assist. Lu Yusheng, however, was indifferent to the statistics of assists. The crux of the matter lay in the squandered golden opportunities for offense. Even if he managed to score through sheer personal capability, the rhythm of the team's attack would remain disrupted. In stark contrast, the Spurs exhibited a different demeanor altogether. Their players adhered meticulously to the tactical directives laid out by their coach, executing each play with precision and exhibiting remarkable tactical discipline. Consequently, their offensive rhythm flowed seamlessly, effortlessly dismantling the Lakers' defense. On the defensive front, they centered their strategy around the towering center, Tam, implementing a cohesive zone defense that interlocked flawlessly, establishing an impenetrable barrier. For the Lakers, whose current approach to offense was characterized by individualistic struggles, the zone defense was tailor-made for their shortcomings. By the end of the first quarter, Lu Yusheng felt utterly exhausted, yet the team found themselves trailing significantly with a score of 14-26. The cacophony of boos echoed throughout the arena, rising in intensity. After all, what the spectators craved was precisely this outcome. They yearned to witness the Lakers' humiliation, and even more so, they delighted in the prospect of seeing Lu Yusheng, this Asian lad, falter. Lu Yusheng sat on the chair, panting as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. Despite his considerable efforts in the first half, he had only managed a meager tally of 4 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound. In stark contrast, Markota, playing as the shooting guard, had thrived within the Spurs' tactical framework, amassing a commendable 12 points. From a statistical perspective, he had decisively outperformed Lu Yusheng. Observing Lin Shui's exuberant expression, Lu Yusheng felt a surge of frustration. However, Lin Shui was not the primary source of his ire, it was Farmar. That scoundrel had no intention of securing a victory. He seemed solely intent on opposing him. Yet, he sabotaged the team in such a covert manner that even the coach was rendered speechless. Lu Yusheng certainly understood that coach Brian Shaw could not possibly overlook the issues stemming from Farmar's performance. Nevertheless, he had no intention of substituting Farmar for coach Brian Shaw. Even if he recognized Farmar's mindset, he would remain silent. After all, it was merely a summer league game, primarily aimed at training newcomers, rendering the outcome inconsequential. Thus, he would not proactively replace Farmar. However, this match held a different significance for Lu Yusheng. It was his proving ground. He approached this game under immense pressure. With each touch of the ball, the atmosphere erupted with suffocating jeers, a manifestation of skepticism directed at him, and disdain towards players of his complexion. Therefore, he had to lead his team to victory. He aimed to silence those who belittled them both in the arena and online with this triumph. Yet, if the current situation persisted, the Lakers had no hope of winning. Tactical adjustments were imperative. Since Farmar was indifferent to the outcome, it was as if he did not exist. Lu Yusheng needed to rally his other 3 teammates. He could perceive their dissatisfaction with Farmar's lackluster performance. After all, they too sought to prove themselves and secure impressive statistics to vie for an NBA contract. With Farmar's disruptive antics hindering the team's rhythm, their chances of achieving commendable statistics were severely compromised. The second quarter commenced. Lu Yusheng chose to disregard Farmar's presence. He actively sought out other teammates, collaborating with Cheek Sambu to execute a pick-and-roll. With a mastery honed through relentless practice, he delivered a stunning bounce pass to Cheek Sambu, providing an exquisite assist. Yet, even with such a surgically precise pass, the applause from the audience remained scarce. Lu Yusheng remained undeterred, diligently defending, seizing rebounds, and dribbling in search of opportunities. Apart from Farmar, he collaborated seamlessly with his 3 teammates, delivering a series of exquisitely precise passes akin to surgical strikes, gradually dismantling the Spurs' zone defense. The confidence of the other Lakers players grew as the game progressed. By the conclusion of the second quarter, having exerted every ounce of effort, they had finally narrowed the score to a single-digit deficit, 43-50. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of anxiety within. His strategy was sound. And even in the absence of Farmar, the remaining 4 players exhibited commendable teamwork. Orchestrated under Lu Yusheng's guidance, their offensive maneuvers were vibrant and dynamic. However, the predicament resided in their defense. While it was feasible to manage an offense with one player short, the dynamics of defense were altogether different. Fammer, already lacking in defensive prowess, exhibited a further decline in his defensive attitude when he was not receiving the ball, rendering him a mere liability for the Spurs. How could this dilemma be addressed? Upon returning to the locker room, Lu Yusheng continued to ponder the issue. Suddenly, Fammer stormed towards him, seizing his collar with fervent anger. "Damn it! Why haven't you passed the ball to me?" Lu Yusheng forcefully pushed him away. "Why don't I pass the ball to you? You know the reason well." Famara once again seized Lu Yusheng by the collar. "You damned Asian. Do you think you are someone special? Do you wish to toy with me?" Lu Yusheng had been seething with anger, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I have yet to unleash my fury. Yet you are the one who has lost your temper first?" Lu Yusheng had no intention of indulging him. He was unafraid of a fight. At that moment, Santos intervened, pulling Famarl away. "Famarl, you cannot behave this way. We are a team." "A team? You claim we are a team? Then why do you refuse to pass the ball to me? It seems you have been influenced by that yellow-skinned fellow, deliberately isolating me." "Famarl, you ought to reflect upon your own shortcomings. In the first half, you performed like a fool. You are sabotaging both our offense and defense. You do not genuinely wish to win." "FK. Santos, who are you calling a fool?" Famarl clenched his fists, his furious visage mere inches from Santos. Santos, a quintessential power forward, towering over 2 meters with an impressive physique, showed no fear of Famarl. "I called you a fool. What of it? Do you wish to fight? Come on." The two were on the brink of confrontation. Fortunately, Brian Shaw, having just returned from the restroom, arrived in time to defuse the situation. Nonetheless, as the second half commenced, Brian Shaw still refrained from substituting Famarl. As long as he remained on the field, the defensive gaps persisted. Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming headache. Chapter 10. The Granting of Brand New Skills. Lu Yusheng and other players began to take turns resting. When Lu Yusheng was absent from the court, Fammer took on the role of point guard, demonstrating a commendable performance. As a result, the score remained closely contested without the Spurs widening the gap. In truth, Fammer's skill was more than adequate for such a match. However, once Lu Yusheng re-entered the game, he instantly reverted to his previous lackluster demeanor. Lu Yusheng and his teammates were compelled to cover for him defensively, which drained a considerable amount of their stamina. This decline in energy directly led to a series of offensive errors. The Spurs astutely seized this opportunity, launching into a rapid scoring spree. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score stood at 69-80, with the deficit once again reaching double digits. As the game drew to a close, the fervent cheers and jeers from the audience intensified upon witnessing the Lakers' significant disadvantage. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Lu Yusheng sat on the bench, gasping for breath, perspiration pouring down like rain. Ding! A crisp voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Stockton's signature bounce pass has reached the maximum level of 10. At long last, this skill has attained its pinnacle." Lu Yusheng comprehended that the techniques provided by the system could only be upgraded most rapidly during actual matches on the court. Despite his arduous training over the past few months, he had only managed to reach level 8. However, once he stepped onto the official arena, he swiftly attained the pinnacle level. Yet, at present, the situation on the court rendered even this maximum level ineffective. Merely executing a few exquisite passes would not resolve the predicament. Ding! The system is now offering the host a chance to open a blind box containing a star player technique. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the signature technique side steal from NBA star Gary Payton. Lu Yusheng was greatly astonished. In terms of defense, Gary Payton, renowned as the Glove, is a name well known among NBA enthusiasts. During the 1996 NBA Finals between the Seattle Supersonics and the Chicago Bulls, Payton was tasked with guarding the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Although the Supersonics ultimately succumbed to the Bulls in that series, Payton's suffocating defense posed significant challenges for the legendary Jordan. He managed to limit Jordan, who had been performing extraordinarily throughout the playoffs, to a shooting percentage of merely 41.5. This marked the lowest shooting percentage for Jordan in that postseason. Payton's defensive prowess is thus unmistakably evident. Furthermore, he is the only player in NBA history to have received the Defensive Player of the Year, DPOY, award at the point guard position. Lu Yusheng was filled with exhilaration. At that moment, the system bestowed upon him Gary Payton's signature defensive technique, a true stroke of fortune. However, he quickly regained his composure. for he understood that his rudimentary system often provided only half-baked solutions, which might not yield immediate results. Yet, the current situation on the court was nearly at a standstill. This was the sole opportunity to alter the course of the game. He must cherish it. With a sharp whistle, the fourth quarter commenced. The Spurs initiated the play. And after receiving the ball, Fade began to advance it up the court. Without waiting for him to cross the halfway line, Lu Yusheng immediately stepped forward to apply pressure on defense. He was eager to experience the transformative impact that Gary Payton's signature technique would bring to his defensive prowess. The sudden pressure defense exerted by Lu Yusheng immediately heightened Fade's vigilance, prompting him to advance while dribbling with his back turned. Indeed, Lu Yusheng swiftly identified an opportunity. As he attempted to snatch the ball from the left, Fade instinctively dribbled to the right to evade the interception. At that moment, a superb chance for a steal emerged on the right side. For a master dribbler, such opportunities are fleeting. In the past, Lu Yusheng would have been unable to perceive this at all. Yet now, he remarkably captured it with acute awareness. Lu Yusheng was filled with immense excitement as he deliberately feigned a move to retrieve the ball to his left. Fade hastily dribbled the ball to the right. Lu Yusheng seized the opportunity and struck decisively. He succeeded. Lu Yusheng unexpectedly intercepted Fade's dribble, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the entire audience. Lu Yusheng has swiftly executed a fast break, weaving through defenders to score with finesse. Such a one-on-one steal is immensely uplifting for team morale. His teammates are invigorated. Well done, Lu. Santos eagerly approached Lu Yusheng to exchange a celebratory high five. However, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Unlike before, this time the jeers were directed at Fade. The spectators had come to witness the misfortune of Lu Yusheng, and it was intolerable for them to see Fade, a black point guard, being outmaneuvered and stripped of the ball by the underestimated yellow-skinned point guard. Naturally, Fade was displeased by this turn of events, and as he received the ball once more, he instantly heightened his vigilance. Lu Yusheng continued to apply relentless pressure from the halfway line. Hey, you with the yellow skin. Do you think that snatching the ball from me once will grant you a continuous advantage? As Fade became more vigilant while dribbling, his flaws became less apparent. Yet, Lu Yusheng still managed to discern them. This time, he noticed Fade's habitual tendency to switch to his left hand after dribbling 3 times with his right, likely a product of his training regimen. This was the very chink in Fade's armor that Lu Yusheng had identified. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, launching a decisive strike just as Fade was about to change hands. However, this time, Fade was alert. He suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, evading Lu Yusheng's attempted steal. Due to inertia, Lu Yusheng suddenly missed his target. However, this gamble-like interception is a double-edged sword. If successful, it leads to a swift layup. Yet, should one fail, the opponent will exploit the opportunity, creating a numerical advantage. Fade hastily accelerated, instantly transforming the situation into a mismatch on the court. Lu Yusheng was unable to retreat in time, and the Spurs immediately retaliated. A roar of cheers erupted. Although Fade narrowly escaped disaster, he was drenched in cold sweat. That last shot was perilously close to being intercepted by that fellow. He gazed at Lu Yusheng, this young man with golden skin, and sensed he possessed remarkable talent. Lu Yusheng was not disheartened by this outcome. It was, after all, largely anticipated. It was merely a work in progress. The previous play had presented a clear opportunity. Yet it fell short of realization, necessitating further practice and adaptation to truly master the skill. However, with the time dwindling in the match and the score remaining elusive, his aspiration to fully grasp the skill and subsequently control the game within such a brief span appeared rather unrealistic. The Spurs, in their renewed offensive thrust, once again exploited the Lakers' vulnerability, targeting Farmar. Markota executed a breakthrough, effortlessly maneuvering past Farmar, driving towards the basket, poised to make a layup. Lu Yusheng hastily leaped to reinforce the defense. However, Markota feigned an attack, executing a deceptive move that transitioned into a genuine pass, directed towards the center of the Spurs' interior. The Spurs center soared for an emphatic dunk. Lu Yusheng landed unsteadily and fell directly before Markota. Markota bent down, shaking his finger at Lu Yusheng, and remarked, "The match is nearing its conclusion. Cease your futile struggles. You are incapable. And only a foolish management like that of the Lakers would waste a first-round pick on someone of your caliber." Lu Yusheng gazed at the arrogant Markota, his anger surging within him. Yet, suddenly, a thought crystallized in his mind. Lu Yusheng's eyes sparkled with determination. He rose to his feet and, with a subtle smile, addressed Marco, Do not be hasty, Marco. The match is far from over, and there will come a time for your tears. Chapter 11. Lu Yusheng's strategy comes to fruition. During the timeout, Lu Yusheng presented a condition to coach Brian Shaw. He proposed that while Famer should not be substituted, he would like to switch defensive assignments with him, intending to guard the opposing team's number 6, Marco. Brian Shaw, however, did not grasp Lu Yusheng's intentions. You wish to defend against the opposing shooting guard, Marco? Oh no. Lu, listen to me. He patted Lu Yusheng's shoulder and continued, I have indeed witnessed him taunting you. But there is no need for you to engage him in such a manner. Allow me to impart some wisdom from my experiences in the game. As a point guard, one must maintain composure at all times, never allowing oneself to be provoked, for such distractions can cloud your insight and control over the game. Do you understand? Having been a seasoned point guard himself, Shaw had encountered similar scenarios countless times. The point guard serves as the brain of the team, and regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to remain calm and unperturbed by any adversary. His words were heartfelt, genuinely aimed at guiding Lu Yusheng. Previously, he had not placed much emphasis on the outcome of the match, but given the current state of affairs, he was indeed impressed by Lu Yusheng. With a clear mind, even when a player was absent from the offense, he could still orchestrate effective plays with the remaining 3. His relentless defense demonstrated unwavering effort, boxing out, providing help, and transitioning back. This young man truly desired victory. In his eyes, Shaw faintly perceived the shadow of a formidable competitor. You are mistaken, coach. I am not engaging him in rivalry. I simply wish to win this game. This is strategy. Lu Yusheng spoke calmly. Brian Shaw was taken aback. Although he had yet to comprehend Lu Yusheng's intentions, he agreed to his terms. Famer, you shall defend against their Edward. The game resumed, and the Spurs initiated their offensive play. Marco Ta, noticing Lu Yusheng approaching him for defense, couldn't help but sneer. Are you unable to endure a few honest words? Basketball is not a sport suited for you Asians. The disparity in innate talent is insurmountable through sheer effort, nor can it be compensated by luck. Being fortuitously selected by the foolish Lakers is hardly commendable. Do you truly believe you can guard me? Soon, you shall witness what true strength entails. Due to Lin Shui. Marco Ta was eager to teach Lu Yusheng a lesson, but their previous matchups had not aligned, resulting in few opportunities. Now, with Lu Yusheng willingly matching up against him, Marco Ta would not let this chance slip away. Lu Yusheng remained indifferent to his derision. Unlike his close and pressing defense against Afade, he afforded Markota a certain degree of space. Afade swiftly located Markota, who was open beyond the three-point line. It was only after Markota received the ball that Lu Yusheng approached him. Yet, he still refrained from applying tight defense. Observing Lu Yusheng's lack of close attention, Markota decided to dribble the ball a step closer to the three-point line. However, just as he initiated his dribble, Lu Yusheng's body sprang into action. With astonishing speed, he executed a swift steal. Markota was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to regain possession. But it was already too late. After Lu Yusheng executed a swift steal, he effortlessly made a layup. Afade cautioned, Markota, be wary of that quick-witted lad with the yellow skin. He strikes swiftly. Markota, feeling a surge of indignation, thought to himself, that was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Rest assured, there shall not be a next time. Lu Yusheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This was his strategy. His sidestepping steal was merely a rudimentary tactic. Considering the seasoned ball-handling prowess of a player like A. Ford, attempting to snatch the ball from him was feasible only occasionally. However, frequently succeeding was evidently unrealistic. Therefore, he had to seek out the opposing player who dribbled more yet possessed inferior ball control. This player happened to be Markota. As a shooting guard, Markota had a reasonable scoring ability, yet his dribbling skills were average at best. Even with a basic sidestepping steal, dealing with him would prove to be more than sufficient. The Spurs regrouped to orchestrate their offense anew. Lu Yusheng employed his old tactics once more, exerting no defensive pressure on Markota whatsoever. His intentions were unmistakable. He wanted Markota to receive the ball. Markota, still harboring resentment over the previous play, even gestured with open hands towards Ifade, demanding the ball. Ifade passed it to him, and only then did Lu Yusheng advance to defend, gritting his teeth. Markota was determined to retaliate against Lu Yusheng, eager to reclaim his pride from the earlier play. As a shooting guard, he towered over Lu Yusheng by nearly 10 centimeters, making it more than sufficient to take him on. Markota began to dribble, planning to execute a crossover to bypass Lu Yusheng and then showcase his signature mid-range jump shot to respond in kind. However, just as he initiated a feint to the left, Lu Yusheng swiftly swatted the ball from his grasp. By the time Markota turned around, Lu Yusheng had already dashed to the backcourt at lightning speed. That crossover was merely a cross, devoid of any over, or rather, he hadn't even had the chance to execute an over before Lu Yusheng had already eclipsed him. Markota was left dumbfounded, and the entire audience fell into an astonished silence. The initial cacophony of boos transformed into an eerie stillness, reminiscent of a library, and Lu Yusheng felt an inexplicable thrill within. Lu Yusheng's consecutive steals and counterattacks have significantly elevated the morale of the Lakers. The score has been narrowed to 76-80, a mere 4-point deficit. This development made the composed Spurs coach restless. He promptly rose to call a timeout. Once the players were off the court, Coach Monty Williams unleashed a torrent of criticism directed at Markota. Markota, what on earth are you doing? Are you in a daze on the court? Your clumsy dribbling resembles that of a gorilla. How could you allow them to steal the ball twice? You are utterly useless. Markota remained silent, simmering with frustration within. In stark contrast, the Lakers, although their stamina was nearly depleted, felt their hard work paying off. They sensed the sweet sin of victory, igniting an exuberant passion within them. Let us keep it up, everyone. There are less than 2 minutes remaining. If we execute our defenses well and secure every rebound, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Lu Yusheng inspired everyone with his resonant and powerful voice. Through his performance on the court, he earned the respect of his teammates and established himself as a figure of authority. Even the notoriously disruptive Famar seemed to be swayed by this fervor. Though he still harbored a sense of defiance against Lu Yusheng, the drive to win the game coursed through the veins of every professional athlete. In that moment, Famar found himself wavering. The whistle signaling the end of the timeout sounded. The game resumed. With just 2 minutes remaining. Chapter 12. The crowd erupted in cheers. Spurs Ifade dribbled the ball into the front court. Under his direction, his teammates began to execute the strategy, alternating screens and seeking opportunities. Lu Yusheng continued to employ the same strategy as before, granting Marco a sufficient amount of space for receiving the ball. At last, the ball reached Marco's hands. Lu Yusheng hastily stepped forward. However, this time, Markota opted not to attack himself, but instead passed the ball. The Lakers executed their defensive rotation with remarkable precision, leaving the Spurs unable to identify an optimal offensive opportunity. As the clock was about to expire, the forward hurriedly attempted a jump shot, only to miss and conclude this offensive sequence. Lu Yusheng leaped high to seize the rebound, initiating an offensive surge for the Lakers. Forward Empty advanced to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. Aware of Lu's exquisite bounce pass, 2 defenders from the Spurs instinctively converged inward to guard Empty after the pick. However, this time, Lu Yusheng opted against passing with an open shot before him. He raised his hands and executed a jump shot. It was a perfect swish. 78-80. The Spurs players appeared visibly rattled. On the sidelines, Coach Monty Williams shouted at them to stay composed, urging them to adhere to the strategies we had practiced, reminding them to relax as we still held the lead. One more basket, and we would secure our victory. Encouraged by their coach, the Spurs players recalibrated their emotions and resumed their tactical maneuvers. Lu Yusheng defended against Markota, seeking another opportunity to intercept the ball. However, after receiving the ball twice, Markota chose to pass instead of attacking, which left Lu Yusheng somewhat disheartened. This simply would not do. Are you conceding defeat so easily? When Markota received the ball once more, Lu Yusheng began to deliberately provoke him. Weren't you just saying you would teach me a lesson? Is this all you have? What about the so-called racial talent? Does being intercepted count as talent? Or does hesitating to retaliate after a turnover qualify as talent? Markota was aware that Lu Yusheng was trying to incite him. He longed to remain calm, to follow the tactics laid out by the coach, and to seek better offensive opportunities. Yet, each taunt pierced his heart like a dagger, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. How could he remain unruffled when ridiculed by a player of Chinese descent whom he looked down upon? Lu Yusheng's mouth was incessantly active. I am aware that you have scored 18 points, yet these are merely points accrued from easy shots. As a shooting guard, not a single point has been earned through your individual prowess. Markota, overwhelmed by Lu Yusheng's relentless verbal onslaught, finally reached his breaking point and lost all patience. When the ball found its way back into his hands, he no longer glanced at his teammates but instead assumed a triple threat stance. Ifade, recognizing Markota's intent to go solo, urgently shouted, "Markota, don't fall for it. He is trying to provoke you." Markota, undeterred by the warning, executed another triple threat move and proceeded to dribble the ball. An opportunity had arisen. Lu Yusheng, witnessing the effectiveness of his taunts, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He hurriedly moved closer, seeking an opportunity to strike. However, this time, Markota was fully prepared. In order to avoid losing possession, he simply turned around and opted for a back-to-the-basket play. With his long wingspan, Markota dribbled with one hand while shielding the ball with the other, advancing towards the three-point line. In such a position, Lu Yusheng found himself momentarily at a loss. Unable to devise a countermeasure against him, Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that, under such circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to sever the connection. The opportunity would arise at the moment he pivoted to take the shot. After all, no matter how exquisite the post-up play may be, one ultimately must turn to face the basket to shoot. As Lu Yusheng resolutely pressed against Markota, he remained vigilant, closely observing his dribbling techniques. Upon reaching the three-point arc, Markota realized that Lu Yusheng's strength was formidable, rendering further advancement impossible. Consequently, he executed a feint front pivot, swiftly followed by a rear pivot, lifting the ball as he leaped backward. However, just as he raised the ball, Lu Yusheng reacted with remarkable speed, forcefully swatting it away. The ball ricocheted rapidly towards the spectators at the sidelines. "Ball recovery," shouted A-Fade to the nearest Spurs player. Two Spurs players hurriedly pursued the ball. Lu Yusheng commenced his sprint ahead of the others, leading the charge as he swiftly pursued the basketball. Lu Yusheng just struck with remarkable intensity, sending the ball hurtling swiftly towards the out-of-bounds. The two Spurs players instinctively anticipated that the ball was beyond salvage. Thus they slowed their pace and ceased their pursuit. Only Lu Yusheng relentlessly chased after the ball. At this juncture in the match, Lu Yusheng was nearly consumed by fervor. His sole focus was the basketball. The instant the ball rebounded towards the boundary, Lu Yusheng leapt into the air, managing to touch the ball mid-flight, and swiftly sought out his teammates. Bam! Lu Yusheng exerted every ounce of strength to save a ball that seemed almost impossible to retrieve, soaring through the air to pass it to the descending Santos. Santos seized the opportunity to score an unguarded basket, leveling the score. However, in his desperate attempt, Lu Yusheng crashed heavily onto the technical bench, producing a dull thud that echoed through the arena. In an instant, silence enveloped the court, with all eyes drawn to the valiant young man with yellow skin. The impact was indeed severe. The very sound of his fall made everyone wince in empathy. Santos was the first to rush over, his voice laced with concern. "Lu, are you all right?" His teammates hurriedly joined him, their expressions filled with worry. Even Famarl dashed towards the scene, gazing at Lu Yusheng, who lay there, his jersey soaked in sweat and body trembling slightly. The complexity of his emotions was palpable. He had transitioned from disdain for Lu Yusheng at the beginning of the match to being profoundly impressed by his unwavering spirit. Coach Brian Shaw also hurried over, asking, "Lu, should we call for the team doctor?" Lu Yusheng's expression was one of anguish, yet he still gestured with his hand, indicating for someone to pull him. Just as Santos was about to step forward, Famarl unexpectedly reached out first. Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Famer, but soon broke into a smile and extended his hands, only to be pulled up by Famer. As Lu Yusheng stood and signaled to the referee that he was ready to continue the match, an unexpected eruption of thunderous applause and cheers resonated throughout the arena. Much like Famer, the audience had been thoroughly captivated by Lu Yusheng's remarkable performance. Initially, they had viewed him through a lens of skepticism. Yet it is important to remember that they were, above all, ardent fans of the sport. As they witnessed the entirety of the match, they observed Lu Yusheng's omnipresence on the court, steadfastly refusing to yield despite his team's persistent struggles. He orchestrated the offense with composure, delivering exquisite assists to his teammates time and time again. On the defensive front, he exhibited relentless tenacity, pulling off spectacular one-on-one steals, contesting every ball, and seizing every opportunity with both poise and fervor. The moment he selflessly saved a ball, it ignited the purest passions of their hearts as fans. They were entirely swept away by the fervor and dedication of this remarkable young Asian athlete, applauding and cheering for his indomitable spirit. Chapter 14. Go as far as you can. This pivotal play not only equalized the score, but also instantaneously shifted the momentum. In the subsequent offensive possession for the Spurs, they sought to exploit the defensive weaknesses of the Lakers, particularly targeting Famer. However, to their surprise, Famer demonstrated exceptional vigor in this round of defense. They failed to uncover any vulnerabilities, leaving A-Fade with no choice but to pass the ball to Markota. Yet, for the Lakers, receiving the ball in Markota's hands was akin to a gift. Markota, fully aware of this fact, dared not linger with the ball, swiftly passing it away. The Lakers' collective defense was impenetrable, effectively exhausting the Spurs' 24-second shot clock. The Lakers launched their offensive. Lu Yusheng controlled the ball as he approached the second half of the game. He initially intended to signal Santos to come and provide him with a screen. However, to his surprise, Famar proactively stepped up to set a pick for him. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. The offensive capabilities of his other teammates were rather limited after a pick and roll. When the ball found its way into their hands, they would often hesitate unless presented with a prime opportunity. However, Famar was different. He possessed a diverse array of offensive skills. Indeed, following the pick and roll, Famar received the ball, took a decisive dribble to shake off his defender, and opted for a pull-up jumper. The ball sailed through the air and swished through the net. The Lakers had finally overtaken the score for the first time. In the subsequent offensive possession, the Lakers once again thwarted the Spurs. When it was the Lakers' turn to attack, they employed the same tactic, with Famar stepping up to set another pick for Lu Yusheng. This time, wary of Famar's prowess, the defending players converged towards him after the pick. Consequently, Lu Yusheng found himself with an expansive opportunity. Lu Yusheng, without a moment's hesitation, executed a mid-range jump shot. It found the net. With a 4-point lead and precious little time remaining, the Lakers maintained their advantage through cohesive defense until the final whistle. As the game concluded, Lu Yusheng embraced his teammates in a moment of shared triumph. Lu Yusheng was filled with immense joy. Although it was merely a summer league game, it held profound significance for him. He understood that if it weren't for Famar's interference, perhaps the Lakers would not have found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, it was in this dire circumstance that he could truly appreciate the vital role of a point guard within a team. Furthermore, this match bore even greater meaning for Lu Yusheng, as it alleviated the pressure of public scrutiny. His statistics of 13 points, 16 assists, and 10 steals, along with his relentless performance on the court, seemed to soften the previously harsh criticisms from both the audience present and the online discourse. "I think this kid from the Lakers isn't too shabby," one observer remarked. "Are you referring to Famar?" Another scoffed, "Come on. You know I'm talking about the kid with the yellow skin." Famar appeared to be playing the role of an undercover agent. Indeed, that lad named Lu exceeded my expectations. I was anticipating a spectacle of his misfortunes and the Lakers' failures, yet he demonstrated through his performance that the one deserving of ridicule was, in fact, me. You all seem too easily swayed, don't you? After all, it's just a summer league game. What can it truly reveal? Brother, I concur with your sentiment. A summer league game indeed doesn't signify much, but I must admit, I haven't witnessed such an exuberant player in quite some time. He evokes the purest passion for basketball within me. This merely indicates that the Spurs' backcourt lacks intensity. Those two fools were outmaneuvered by an Asian player. Especially that Markota, he plays like a novice. My grandmother could dribble better than that. Absolutely, this only illustrates the disparity in player caliber within the Summer League. I find it hard to envision him being so audacious in stealing the ball from the likes of Jason Kidd, Allen Iverson, Francis, or Marbury. I agree with your perspective. However, brother, the moment you draw comparisons between those legends and that rookie, you've already lost. Despite the lingering doubts, at least the suffocating pressure that existed before the game had dissipated. After showering, Lu Yusheng's teammates sought him out, intending to take him out to experience the enviable nightlife of Las Vegas. However, Lu Yusheng politely declined. He had never been particularly interested in such pursuits. As Lin Shui had commented about him, despite having lived in America for over a decade, he still retained the mindset of a traditional and rigid Chinese individual. Lu Yusheng reclined in the hotel's rocking chair, gazing out at the mesmerizing nightscape of Las Vegas, lost in thought. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Lu Yusheng approached to open the door, only to discover that standing outside was Lin Shui. Lu Yusheng discovered that Lin Shui's cheeks were bruised, clearly indicating an injury. "What happened to you?" Lin Shui remained silent and burst into tears. After considerable effort, Lu Yusheng learned that it was Marco who had struck her. Following his defeat in the match, Marco was in a foul mood, and when Lin Shui kindly attempted to comfort him, it only served to infuriate him further, resulting in a brutal assault. "Yusheng, please do not confront him. He has already departed with the team," Lin Shui sobbed. "Lu Yusheng, why should I confront him? What does this matter have to do with me?" Lin Shui, "Hey, we grew up together, and you treat me like this? Uncle Lin has long advised you not to seek him out, and you deserve it." Lin Shui, feeling aggrieved, said, "I was originally staying at their team's hotel, but now that they have left, I have nowhere to stay. I can only spend the night here with you. Figure it out yourself. It's not convenient for me here. I don't care." Saying this, Lin Shui climbed onto Lu Yusheng's bed, quickly shed her outer garments, and tucked herself under the covers to sleep. "Lin Shui, I will count to 3. Leave my room immediately, or I will call security to escort you out. Lu Yusheng, even considering my father's respect, you need not be so ruthless towards me, right? Stop with the theatrics. If it weren't for Uncle Lin, I would have thrown you out long ago. No more nonsense. Just hurry up and leave. Seeing that Lu Yusheng was serious, Lin Shui reluctantly got up from the bed. How cold-hearted you are to just kick me out like this. Doesn't to your conscience ache. Get as far away as you can. Lu Yusheng, filled with disdain, opened the door, ushering her out. Chapter 15. A tenacious adversary. The entire team underwent training. Following the match against the Spurs, Lu Yusheng sensed a palpable shift in the spirit of the Lakers. Undoubtedly, the most significant change was the heightened trust his teammates placed in him. They were increasingly inclined to play under his guidance, adhering to his tactical arrangements. This is the tactical stature that comes with leading a team to victory. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng remained humble, for their next opponent would be none other than the formidable Celtics. The Celtics posed a daunting challenge, having also triumphed in their inaugural Summer League game. However, unlike the Lakers' victory over the Spurs, the Celtics had obliterated their adversaries, the Suns, by nearly 40 points, a veritable massacre. During the latter half of the training session, Coach Brian Shaw deliberately screened footage of the Celtics match for the Lakers players. It was through this footage that Lu Yusheng discovered the architect of this rout was none other than their newly drafted point guard, Rajon Rondo. Selected by the Suns at the 21st pick, Rondo was subsequently traded to the Celtics, perhaps driven by a desire for retribution against the Suns for discarding him. Rondo played with remarkable fervor, exuding intensity, and on several occasions, nearly incited conflict. Lu Yusheng had never encountered Rondo in person, yet even through the lens, the ferocity in his gaze conveyed an undeniable sense of menace. This formidable opponent is set to face us in our upcoming match. I hope you are not intimidated. Coach Brian Shaw turned off the footage and inquired, from the video, can anyone discern their weaknesses or identify the keys to our victory against them? Speak up. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. In their eyes, the Celtics appeared nearly flawless for this match. Under Rondo's orchestration, their offense seemed omnipotent. Each teammate merely needed to be poised to capitalize on scoring opportunities, as the ball would find them if they created space. Defensively, Rondo exhibited a relentless spirit, engaging in every defensive play with fervor. With his astonishing wingspan and strength, he executed numerous one-on-one steals. Such a leader inspired his teammates to adopt a similarly tenacious defensive approach. Faced with a team so impeccable on both ends of the court, the Lakers players struggled to identify any vulnerabilities. Well then, it seems you have all been intimidated by them, Coach Brian Shaw remarked, turning his gaze to Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng, have you also succumbed to fear from Rondo? Do not forget, you are our point guard. You will be directly matched against him. Lu Yusheng remarked, Coach, I am not that timid. However, to be candid, the Celtics indeed possess considerable strength, and Rondo displays a maturity that belies his status as a rookie. Yet, this does not imply that they are devoid of weaknesses. Oh, do enlighten us about their weaknesses, Brian Shaw inquired with keen interest. Perhaps you have noticed that throughout the entire match, their linchpin, Rondo, was not particularly aggressive in his offensive plays, Lu Yusheng replied. As a point guard, his primary role is to create opportunities for his teammates, which is entirely understandable. However, what I mean to highlight is that he did not attempt a single long-range shot during the game. On 2 occasions, he found himself open beyond the arc. Yet he refrained from taking the shot. I believe he may have aimed to provide his teammates with better opportunities. But there exists another possibility. He may lack the ability to shoot from a distance. Brian Shaw nodded in approval, acknowledging the insight. Recognizing these aspects is commendable. Nevertheless, such observations alone will not suffice to secure victory against the Celtics. What should have been an invigorating training session turned somber after reviewing the Celtics game footage, leaving the team in a pensive silence, especially with the challenging opponent they were to face the following day. Chapter 16. The Encounter. After training concluded, Lu Yusheng returned to his room, only to find it in disarray. He rose to tidy up his space when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Good day. I am a member of the hotel staff here to clean your room. What a pleasant surprise. Just when I was feeling drowsy. The pillow has arrived. Lu Yusheng hurriedly opened the door. The moment the door swung open, he was suddenly frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He could not move an inch. Good heavens! How could there exist such a breathtaking human being? This was the thought that incessantly echoed in Lu Yusheng's mind at that moment. Her exquisitely ethereal visage, her innocent and untainted eyes, and the lashes shimmering like a mirage in the setting sun, created a dreamlike reverie. Her tall yet curvaceous figure, though clad in a rather ordinary hotel uniform, radiated a beauty that captivated Lu Yusheng from the very first glance. It was as if a beam of light had illuminated every inch of his being. Lu Yusheng felt as though every pore of her being was inhaling her own beauty. Sir? Sir? The girl smiled, interrupting Lu Yusheng, who was lost in a daze. Oh, please come in. Lu Yusheng promptly and courteously invited the young woman inside. She displayed a professional and polite smile, and upon entering the room, she began to tidy up. Lu Yusheng sat there, somewhat anxious, stealing glances at the silhouette of the young lady before him. To describe Lu Yusheng, this lad had spent the past year traveling with his team, participating in various competitions. Occasionally, during NCAA events, renowned female celebrities would be invited. Yet he had never experienced such feelings towards any of them. The tension he felt at this moment was solely due to the enchanting presence of this exquisitely beautiful being in the air around him. He longed to strike up a conversation with her, something entirely natural. However, after pondering for quite some time, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. This was certainly not his forte. Yet, the beauty of this young woman stirred something within him. In life, oftentimes, a mere lack of courage may lead one to miss out on profound opportunities forever. Lu Yusheng was invigorating himself when he suddenly noticed that the girl had completed her cleaning. Oh, thank you, he said. You're welcome, she replied. Her smile as radiant as that of an angel. Observing that she lingered for a moment, Lu Yusheng abruptly realized that he had forgotten to give her a tip. He hastily retrieved his wallet. The cash was scant, yet he offered it all to the girl. She appeared somewhat taken aback. That's too much, sir. Take it. You work quite hard, he insisted. Thank you. She finally accepted the money. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth and urged her to speak, for if she left now, there might never be another opportunity. He suddenly realized that the girl, after receiving the money, did not seem in a hurry to depart. Her gaze wavered uncertainly, as if she had something to convey. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy within. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him as well? Chapter 17. The girl's request. My name is Avril. Are you the player from the Lakers? The girl inquired first. Indeed, Lu Yusheng replied. Avril smiled. I truly envy you. Being selected by the Lakers at such a young age, your future is undoubtedly bright. You must be quite adept at basketball, right? Did you not watch yesterday's game? Lu Yusheng boasted. Avril shook her head. I am merely working part-time during my university studies, constantly juggling between commitments. Therefore, I regrettably had no time to watch. Oh. After a few awkward exchanges, Avril said, I apologize, but I must take my leave. If I get caught, all my efforts this week will be in vain. Lu Yusheng. Does she truly have nothing to say to herself? Her earlier hesitation surely indicates that she has something on her mind. Perhaps she is feeling a tad shy. Indeed, Avril spoke of leaving, yet her feet remained unmoved. I truly feel embarrassed, Avril chuckled. But there is one more thing I must address. Liu felt a sense of pride within, thinking he had me entirely in his grasp, did he not? Or perhaps he simply did not wish to miss the opportunity to connect with me. By the way, could you assist me in obtaining a signed Kobe Bryant jersey? Lu Yusheng stumbled slightly, barely managing to maintain his balance. Is it possible? Avril implored. You are teammates. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Please. My brother is an ardent fan of his. Can you assist me? Very well. I shall endeavor to help you, although I have yet to meet him. Once the season commences, I will get in touch with you, Lu Yusheng replied. Wonderful. That's fantastic, Avril exclaimed, raising her fist in excitement. She promptly took out her phone to exchange contact information with Lu Yusheng. Observing the gleam of enthusiasm in Avril's eyes, Lu Yusheng felt a twinge of jealousy towards Kobe. But there was little he could do. After all, Kobe was currently in his prime and undeniably captivating a multitude of fans. Avril added, I genuinely wish to attend your matches as well, but the tickets are exorbitantly priced, and I simply cannot acquire them. Lu Yusheng remarked, I have a ticket here. A player benefit for courtside seating. If you wish to attend. Avril accepted the ticket, her joy evident as she exclaimed, Thank you. I will definitely go. After bidding farewell to Avril, Lu Yusheng's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he remained captivated by Avril's astonishing beauty. She appeared utterly indifferent to his status as an NBA player. After all, he was a visible potential prospect, one destined for millions, perhaps even tens of millions, in the future. How could he spark her interest in him? Yet, judging by her body language, it seemed she harbored some fondness for him. On the other hand, he felt a deep envy for Kobe's influence, wondering when he might attain such prominence himself. That night, he was plagued by a series of beautiful dreams. Of course, upon awakening, remnants of those dreams lingered. The following day at 5 p.m., the Summer League match between the Lakers and the Celtics was about to commence. Lu Yusheng followed the Lakers into the arena to commence his warm-up. He scanned the stands in search of Avril's figure, but after a thorough search, he found no trace of her. Lu Yusheng felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed she merely desired Kobe's autograph. Of course, perhaps he was genuinely preoccupied, given his part-time commitments. His gaze shifted towards the Celtics players warming up across the court. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Rajon Rondo. This fellow's gaze bore an inherent fierceness. What appeared to be an ordinary look evoked an undeniable sense of intimidation. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng harbored no fear of him. The court is akin to a battlefield. Once on the field, the focus is solely on victory, disregarding the adversary. Lu Yusheng also fixed his gaze on Legion Longdu with the same intensity. The mere intersection of their eyes evoked an indescribable sense of suffocation. Lu Yusheng did not anticipate that this individual, who had been warming up for a layup, would suddenly approach him after their gaze met. Chapter 18. A stifling opening. As Rondo advanced towards Lu Yusheng, the other players of the Lakers ceased their warm-ups, fixated on this man. After all, even without uttering a word, the intensity in his eyes suggested an innate readiness for confrontation. "Hey, Lu," Rondo addressed him directly. "I watched your game yesterday. You performed admirably." Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this fellow would approach him with goodwill. "Thank you. No need for formality. What I meant to convey is that your commendable performance yesterday was not solely due to your skill, but rather a consequence of the Spurs' remarkably weak backcourt. Do you grasp my meaning?" This was evidently not an expression of goodwill. "Speak plainly." "It's nothing. I merely wish to remind you that basketball is not a game of chance." Rondo did not utter any particularly harsh words, but instead wore a peculiar smile before returning to the Celtics half to warm up. Santos approached Lu Yusheng and said, "Ignore him, Lu. Let us execute the strategy we have prepared." Lu Yusheng smiled gently, of course. As the warm-up concluded, a whistle signaled the official commencement of the first quarter. The jump ball. The Celtics center, Lambeer, hailing from the European League, stood at an impressive height of 218 centimeters, towering over the Lakers' starting center, Sampson, and boasting a significantly more robust physique. Consequently, in their contest for the jump ball, Lambeer effortlessly redirected the ball with little exertion. Rondo took control of the ball. Lu Yusheng hurriedly advanced to defend. This was their first formal encounter, and both individuals approached with a hint of caution, refraining from immediately escalating the intensity of their confrontation. Lu Yusheng discovered that Rondo's ball-handling skills are remarkably difficult to intercept. Firstly, his dribbling fundamentals are exceptionally refined, yet this is not the primary reason. In fact, point guards at this level generally possess strong foundational skills. The crux of the matter lies in his astonishing wingspan and his impressively large hands, which render the basketball in his grip seemingly diminutive. One must not underestimate these attributes. For a point guard, large hands facilitate greater control over the ball's trajectory, while a lengthy wingspan enhances the protection of his dribbling. Consequently, these two factors combined render Rondo's ball handling nearly impeccable. Upon crossing half-court, however, he chose not to penetrate the defense himself, but rather passed the ball directly. The basketball found its way into the hands of Celtics forward Nathan, who, with remarkable speed, executed a feint that deceived the defender before charging towards the basket. Just as he was about to make his move, suddenly, a figure clad in purple and gold streaked past him in a blur. Lu Yusheng emerged unexpectedly, swiftly swatting Nathan's ball away. "What a remarkable interception!" Famer shouted, his body springing into action, ready to launch a rapid counterattack. Lu Yusheng also noticed that Famer was about to descend rapidly, and he hastily passed the ball. However, just as the ball had traveled halfway, a hand suddenly reached out, instantaneously obstructing the passing trajectory. It was Rondo. Lu Yusheng's pass was unexpectedly intercepted with such force. A gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the arena at this remarkable steal. Lu Yusheng's passing was undeniably sound. Had it been a regular scenario, the ball would have surely reached its destination. The issue lay with Rondo, whose arms were exceptionally long. The Lakers were poised for a fast break, but upon witnessing the situation, they hurriedly retraced their steps. Alas, it was too late. The paint was entirely vacated, and Rondo swiftly delivered the ball to their center station beneath the basket. A thunderous dunk. The Celtics secured the first 2 points, although the game had only just commenced. A few spectators in the arena had already begun to applaud. In this singular offensive play, the caliber exhibited by both point guards was indeed remarkable. This match promises to be exhilarating. "It's all right. Your pass was fine," Farmar assured Lu Yusheng. bringing him a sense of comfort. The Lakers were now on the attack. Lu Yusheng dribbles the ball. Rondo begins his defensive stance at half-court. His remarkable wingspan and robust strength render Rondo's defense quite formidable. As a point guard, Lu Yusheng has encountered various forms of defense, yet he has never experienced such discomfort before. Lu Yusheng felt that this fellow was akin to a stubborn plaster that clung to him incessantly. What was once a skillful dribbling had, in the presence of this individual, seemingly lost all efficacy, rendering him remarkably clumsy. Lu Yusheng felt an ever-present risk of having the ball intercepted with every dribble, in his attempts to accelerate past his opponent. He found that the adversary matched him in both speed and strength, consistently positioning himself to thwart Lu's progress. Nonetheless, Lu Yusheng ultimately managed to navigate the ball across half the court, albeit with a slight sheen of perspiration beginning to form on his back as he prepared to pass to Famel. Upon receiving the ball, Famel found himself devoid of advantageous opportunities and thus redirected the pass to Santos. However, Santos was closely shadowed by a defender who was not only equally persistent, but also possessed a greater height advantage. Faced with this predicament, Santos had no choice but to laboriously pass the ball back to Lu Yusheng. As Lu Yusheng obtained the ball, Rondo immediately approached with a low center of gravity, his gaze resembling that of a fierce leopard, poised to pounce upon its prey at any moment. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, he gestured for Sambu to advance and set a screen, executing a tactic they had often employed in previous games. After the pick, Sambu immediately rolled towards the basket, and Lu Yusheng promptly delivered the pass. However, this time, as Sambu set the screen, his defender, Lambeer, did not attempt to intercept the passing lane directly, but instead lunged toward Lu Yusheng. This forced Lu Yusheng to retreat, rendering him unable to pass in that critical moment and causing a delay in seizing the golden opportunity, allowing Rondo to swiftly provide defensive support. This was a commendable strategy to counter the pick and roll, with the big man advancing to obstruct the play before rapidly recovering to defend. It appears that the Celtics had thoroughly studied the Lakers' tactical system and had discerned that the easiest scoring opportunities often arose from the pick and roll involving Lu Yusheng and the forwards. Thus, they had strategically prepared in advance. With the offense stifled and time running short for reorganization, the situation had become dire. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, searching for teammates positioned in open spaces. However, he soon realized that despite his teammates' relentless efforts to shield one another and make dynamic runs, the Celtics players consistently maintained their positions directly in front of them. It was at that moment that Lu Yusheng realized the true terror of the Celtics. Their players' heights at every position surpassed those of other teams, and their defensive prowess was formidable across the board. The pressure exerted by such a defense was something Lu Yusheng had never encountered before. With no other option, he had to take the shot himself. Rondo, acutely aware of the dwindling time, swiftly closed in on Lu Yusheng, denying him even a moment to execute his play. Chapter 19. Countering the challenge. In the final moments, confronted by Rondo's relentless defense, Lu Yusheng executed a feigned shooting motion, attempting to deceive Rondo. However, to his surprise, Rondo remained unfazed by the trickery. Left with no alternative, Lu Yusheng had no choice but to rise up for a jump shot. Despite Rondo's relentless defense, Rondo swiftly responded, leaping to contest the shot with an emphatic block. Lu Yusheng understood that he could not execute a conventional jump shot, waiting until his body reached its apex before releasing the ball. Such a strategy would undoubtedly lead to rejection. He had to release it prematurely. Although he shot earlier than usual, Lu Yusheng felt that the rhythm of his release was quite satisfactory. However, to his astonishment, at the very moment the ball left his fingers, he suddenly heard a faint thud. The sound was not loud. It was the subtle contact made by Rondo's fingertips grazing the basketball. Alas, he had indeed made contact. This fellow's reaction time was truly formidable. As Rondo descended, a look of self-satisfaction adorned his face, and he didn't even bother to check whether the shot had succeeded, immediately sprinting towards the front court. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lu Yusheng did not await the outcome and swiftly pursued Rondo. The basketball indeed struck the very edge of the rim. Lambeer seized the rebound, intending to pass it to the fast-breaking Rondo. However, upon noticing the closely following Lu Yusheng, he was compelled to momentarily abandon the fast break and entrust the ball to another teammate. Both sides found themselves entrenched in a positional battle. As Rondo commenced orchestrating the offense, Rondo summoned their center, Lambeer, to move forward for a screen. Lambeer, with his robust physique, provided Rondo with a solid and unwavering pick. Lu Yusheng found himself thoroughly obstructed by this cover. Sambu had no choice but to step forward for support. The defenders of Lu Yusheng and Sambu have switched, with Rondo now facing Sambu, a classic case of smaller versus larger. The other Celtics teammates spread out, allowing Rondo to orchestrate the play with his dribbling, skillfully manipulating Sambu's rhythm and balance. With a swift change of direction, he accelerated fiercely, leaving Sambu far behind. Rondo executed a high bank shot, effortlessly surpassing the leaping Santos, and scored. The score stood at 4-0, marking the Lakers' offensive possession. Lu Yusheng understood that this offensive round must succeed. Otherwise, with consecutive attacks thwarted at the outset, the confidence of his teammates on the Lakers would gradually crumble under the immense defensive pressure exerted by the opponent. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, entangled with Rondo, who was as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive plaster, he contemplated his offensive strategy. Their most effective tactic was the pick and roll, the very essence of their game plan. Thus, executing their central strategy would undoubtedly bolster their confidence. However, with the Celtics' towering players advancing to obstruct their moves, how might they counter this challenge? Lu Yusheng suddenly recalled the offensive play executed by the Celtics moments ago, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If you can exploit a mismatch, so can we. With this thought in mind, Lu Yusheng gestured for the center, Sambu, to come forward and set a screen. Sambu's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Had not this tactic already been countered? Nevertheless, he obliged and stepped up to provide the screen for Lu Yusheng. Meanwhile, the Celtics' Lambeer advanced to impede Lu Yusheng's movement. But just as he approached, Lu Yusheng executed a sudden change of direction, penetrating inside. Realizing the situation, Lambeer understood that retreat was no longer an option and had to alter his course to thwart Lu Yusheng's advance. Lu Yusheng was compelled to dribble backward. Yet at that moment, the defender had completely switched over, and it was Lambeer guarding Lu Yusheng. It was yet another instance of the small facing off against the large. Lambeer cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yusheng, a yellow-skinned lad, thinking to himself, "Can you truly contend with me?" Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball skillfully, shifting the weight of Lambeer with his movements. One must admit, Lambeer certainly possesses impressive lateral agility. Lu Yusheng swayed a few times, yet he managed to keep pace with small, shuffling steps. "You're not up to the task, are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yusheng suddenly accelerated, breaking through to his right. He hastily shifted to the right, but Lu Yusheng, noticing his center of gravity completely collapsing, abruptly pivoted. He penetrated to the left. Lambeer had no time to respond. After Lu Yusheng broke through, he executed a low, sweeping layup, scoring effortlessly. Lu Yusheng turned around and remarked to Lambeer, "Brother, your defense is lacking." Lambeer gritted his teeth and retreated to defend. In the next round, after positioning himself well in the paint, Lambeer furiously extended his arms towards Rondo, demanding the ball. Rondo deftly lobbed the ball over to him. With the ball in the paint, Lambeer faced off against Sambu. Confronted by the taller and sturdier Lambeer, Sambu braced himself, attempting to maintain his ground. However, Lambeer, being a European center, possessed remarkable agility. After a few powerful dribbles backward, he suddenly pivoted and surged towards the basket. Sambu, overwhelmed by his own force, lost his balance and tumbled to the floor. Lambeer executed a thunderous dunk. He let out a fierce roar towards Lu Yusheng. The score stood at 6-2. Lu Yusheng, disregarding his irritation, hurriedly rushed over to lift Sambu from the ground. Sambu appeared somewhat disheartened. "Lu, I apologize. I failed to defend against him. It was merely one round. It matters not," Lu Yusheng reassured him. "Just retaliate." "All right." The Lakers are on the offensive. Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line. Surprisingly, Rondo did not commence his defense as soon as the ball crossed the half court. Even after Lu Yusheng advanced beyond the center, Rondo maintained a considerable distance instead of applying close guard. It seems that such a relentless defense was proving to be exhausting for him as well. Lu Yusheng passed the ball to Famel. Observing that Sambu had established a position in the paint, Famel lofted the ball towards him. Everyone was eager for Sambu to retaliate. That Rambit was far too arrogant. However, just as he was about to make the pass, Lu Yusheng noticed Rondo, like a specter, silently moving towards Sambu's front. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yusheng suddenly comprehended why Rondo had not closely guarded him this time, but rather maintained a certain distance. It turned out he had anticipated that the Lakers would allow Sambu to retaliate, thus preparing for an interception in advance. This fellow was truly cunning. "Don't pass." Lu Yusheng urgently called out to Famel. Yet, Famel had already released the ball. Awaiting midcourt, Rondo leapt high, effortlessly intercepting the basketball. The Lakers hastily retreated on defense. But the Celtics' fast break came like a tempest. Lu Yusheng surged to the forefront, steadfastly trailing behind Rondo. Three members of the Celtics had already advanced swiftly into the offensive zone. Lu Yusheng understood that if he could anticipate the trajectory of his pass, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against this swift counterattack. Seizing the moment while Rondo was still deliberating whom to pass to, Lu Yusheng suddenly launched a steal. Success. The three Celtics players rushed forward, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by Lu Yusheng, who single-handedly intercepted the ball. The crowd erupted in cheers. Rondo, in a fit of frustration, did not wait for Lu Yusheng to pass, but forcefully shoved him to the ground from behind, cursing under his breath. Lu Yusheng rose in a flurry, his adrenaline surging alongside his teammate. The first quarter had yet to conclude, yet both teams had already delivered a series of exhilarating exchanges. The atmosphere had escalated to the brink of confrontation. The cheers and fervor of the spectators reached a crescendo. Chapter 20. Rondo's tactical adjustments score, 18-12. The Lakers trailed by 6 points. In this initial quarter, the contest had devolved into a defensive struggle, resulting in a low-scoring affair. The entire Lakers team sat in silence, gasping for breath. The Celtics' defensive intensity was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, given their opponent's superior height, the Lakers expended significantly more energy on both ends of the court. By the end of the quarter, exhaustion had set in, leaving them breathless. Even Lu Yusheng found himself fatigued from his relentless tussle with Rondo, who was remarkably agile. Just one quarter had drained their stamina, leaving them to ponder how they would endure the remaining three. Fatigue loomed as a considerable threat in this match. However, Lu Yusheng's primary concern was not merely exhaustion. A more pressing issue troubled them. Their offensive strategies had faltered. The tactics that had previously worked against the Spurs were rendered ineffective against the Celtics' staunch defense. The mere 12 points they had accumulated bore little resemblance to a well-executed strategy. Instead, they were the result of unconventional scoring methods, either through challenging one-on-one plays or through drawing fouls for free throws. Such an approach would evidently not suffice for a victory. Yet, how could they implement their strategies against the Celtics' ironclad defense? Lu Yusheng felt a sense of uncertainty within. At the opposite end of the court, the Celtics head coach, Anderson, was strategizing with the entire team. Rondo, however, was entirely disengaged, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yusheng. The young man's defensive prowess was indeed impressive. Just like Lu Yusheng, Rondo possessed the acuity to recognize that the team capable of executing a feasible strategy first would emerge victorious in this contest. In truth, the Celtics had experienced considerable difficulty in the first quarter. Following a previous rout against the defenseless Suns, they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to facing the tenacious Lakers. The pivotal moment hinged on who could effectively implement their tactics first. Rondo rose and approached Lambier, stating, "Buddy, the decisive factor in our match against the Lakers tonight will be you." Lambier was momentarily taken aback, as he had been attentively listening to the coach's tactical instructions. Rondo added, "Everyone else, listen up," as he seized the tactical board from Coach Anderson, exclaiming, "From the second quarter onward, we shall abandon our previous strategy." Anderson appeared bewildered. Who, indeed, was the coach here? The other players shared his confusion. Whose instructions were they truly following? As the second quarter commenced, Lu Yusheng quickly discerned the Celtic strategic shift. After Rondo dribbled past half-court, he lofted the ball to Lambier in the paint. Utilizing his height and weight advantage, Lambier began to back down Sambu. Despite Sambu's desperate defense, the disparity in physique and skill was evident, and he succumbed to Lambier's overpowering play. When the Celtics launched their second offensive, Lu Yusheng noted that Rondo repeated his previous maneuver, once again feeding the ball to Lambier in the low post. Lambier continued to back down Sambu, and it was clear that Sambu was on the verge of being overpowered once more. Forward Santos hastily abandoned his defense of Nathan to provide assistance. However, to their surprise, Lambier executed a bounce pass that perfectly found Nathan, who effortlessly scored with a layup. The Celtics had utilized the same tactic to score consecutively against the Lakers. Lu Yusheng comprehended that this was a tactical adjustment made by the Celtics. Had they adhered to their previous strategy, centering around Rondo, it would have been exceedingly challenging for him to perform with the same finesse as he did against the Suns, particularly under Lu Yusheng's staunch defense. This was already validated in the first quarter. Despite Rondo's valiant efforts, the results were meager. Apart from a paltry 6 points, the Celtics failed to establish any significant advantage. Consequently, Rondo relinquished his role as the focal point of the strategy and sought out a secondary tactical option on the court, Lambier. This European center possesses a common trait: high technical proficiency, capable of not only dominating individually but also exhibiting commendable passing capabilities. In contrast, Sambo, who was tasked with defending Lambier, lacked defensive prowess, allowing Lambier to effectively execute his tactical role. Should assistance arrive, Lambier would seamlessly pass to an open teammate. Conversely, if no support materialized, he would effortlessly overpower Sambo. This maneuver appeared seemingly insurmountable. As the third offensive round commenced, the ball was once again lofted to Lambier, momentarily throwing the Lakers' defense into disarray. Each player yearned to assist in the defense yet hesitated, fearful that Lambier might exploit their absence to deliver a pass, leaving their assigned opponent unguarded. In this indecision, Lambier once more devoured Sambo with ease. The Lakers' strategy faltered completely, while the Celtics executed the same tactic 3 times in succession, causing a shift in the Lakers' morale. The referee's whistle pierced the tension. The Lakers had called for a timeout. Upon returning, Sambo's composure shattered entirely, his face buried in his hands. "Coach, please substitute me out. I cannot contain him." "Let Melody, the Lakers' backup center, have a go," he implored. "Silence, you coward," Coach Brian Shaw retorted. "Melody is 10 centimeters shorter than you. Do you expect me to send him in to kiss Lambier's armpit?" Sambo spread his hands in exasperation, lamenting. "But coach, I truly cannot defend him. If this continues, we will lose." "Fear not," Lu Yusheng interjected with unwavering resolve. "Sambo, continue to guard Lambier. They will not exploit us as they did earlier, I assure you." Upon hearing Lu Yusheng's words, Sambo felt a flicker of confidence return to his eyes and nodded. Coach Brian Shaw then inquired, "Lu, do you know how to break the deadlock from here?" Lu Yusheng did not respond to him. Instead, he gathered the other team members together. "Listen to me," he began. "From now on, this is our approach." Meanwhile, Brian Shaw stood off to the side, feeling somewhat superfluous, awkwardly scratching his bald head. The match resumed. The Lakers pressed forward on the offense. Lu Yusheng and Farmar executed a pick-and-roll. This maneuver is arguably their finest, as Farmar possesses formidable offensive prowess, thus affording Lu Yusheng a plethora of options following the screen. In this instance, after the pick, Lu Yusheng, with remarkable alacrity, delivered a precise bounce pass to Farmar. Farmar launched a jump shot. However, the defender had already caught up. The shot fell short. The Celtics regained possession. Upon crossing half-court, Rondo maintained his composure, lofting the ball to the awaiting Rambis, who had secured a favorable position in the paint. Rondo even cast a somewhat provocative glance at Lu Yusheng as he passed. "With this strategy, you are utterly powerless against me." Chapter 21. Lu Yusheng's complete resolution. After Rondo fed the ball to Rambis, Rambis proceeded with unwavering confidence to isolate Sambu. Sambu, with gritted teeth, braced himself to defend, exuding an air of determination to battle. Yet, Rambis, unfazed, regarded him with disdain. As he positioned himself to attack, he kept a watchful eye on the other defenders, ready to pass should anyone attempt to assist. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the Lakers players were fixated on their own assignments, showing no inclination to provide help. A sense of smug satisfaction crept in. A one-on-one scenario was an opportunity to bolster his own statistics. However, just as he prepared to elevate for a hook shot to conclude the offensive sequence, he suddenly heard Rondo shout, "Watch out." He immediately realized that help defense was en route and hastily sought to secure the ball. But it was too late. Lu Yusheng, swift of hand and keen of eye, deftly swiped the basketball from Rambis. The Lakers launched a fast break. Santos executed a layup, closing the gap by 2 points. How infuriating. During the subsequent offensive play, Rambis remained fixated on Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng appeared to have signs of coming to assist on defense. He quickly prepared to pass the ball. However, midway through his movement, Lu Yusheng halted his advance. Rambis was left with no choice but to prepare for another offensive attempt. The referee's whistle blew. 3-second violation. Rambis hesitated, and time ran out. The Lakers gained possession of the ball. Rondo approached Rambis and remarked, "He is merely feigning defense. If you don't genuinely attack, he won't come after you. Next time, I will draw him to the other side." Understood. In the next offensive round for the Celtics, Rondo once again passed the ball to Rambis. This time, Rondo moved away from Rambis. This distraction compelled Lu Yusheng to follow Rondo's lead. With his focus now unbroken, Rambis poised himself, lowered his stance, and dribbled fiercely toward the basket. Although Sambu fought valiantly, he was ultimately outmaneuvered by Rambis's impressive spin move, losing his balance. Observing this, Rambis executed a graceful layup. Suddenly, a flash of yellow soared in from the side. Bam! A thunderous block sent the basketball flying into the stands. The audience erupted in a fervent chorus of cheers and screams at this astonishing block. The most exhilarating moments on the basketball court, aside from a dunk, are undoubtedly these spectacular rejections. Rabbis was momentarily stunned, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Lu Yusheng. He had abandoned Rondo and charged in from the opposite side to assist on defense. "What happened to your alertness?" Rondo scolded. "Couldn't you see him coming over to help?" Rambis simmered with frustration. He knew he hadn't completely lost sight of Lu Yusheng's approach. He simply hadn't anticipated that Lu Yusheng would abandon his defender to provide support from the other side. Had he been aware? A simple pass would have left Rondo wide open. "Fine. If you're not fully committed to defending, I will show you the cost of neglecting your defense." In the ensuing offensive possession, Rambis executed an incredibly convincing feint. Lu Yusheng once again surged into the penalty area from a distance to assist in defense. Without hesitation, Rambier instantly passed the ball to the completely unmarked Rondo. At that moment, Lu Yusheng realized that it was already too late for him to rush back to defend. Upon receiving the ball, Rondo took a glance at the basket, feigning a shot. In his strategy, he anticipated that the other players from the Lakers would surely rotate to provide defensive coverage. The moment one of them left their assigned opponent, he would immediately pass the ball. However, after glancing at the basket, he found no one approaching to assist in defense. With no other option, he had to take the three-point shot himself. Swish. Although his form was somewhat awkward, the three-pointer found its mark, leaving the Lakers players feeling somewhat disheartened. Lu Yusheng shouted, "Brothers, our defense is solid. Let us maintain this strategy and keep pushing forward." Indeed, this was the defensive strategy devised by Lu Yusheng. Faced with Rondo's formidable ability to penetrate defenses, none of the Lakers could assist in containment. Rondo's exceptional passing skills and court vision would swiftly facilitate ball movement. Only one individual was capable of providing support, Lu Yusheng. While others were less familiar with Rondo, Lu Yusheng, having traversed from another time, was acutely aware of his capabilities. Throughout much of Rondo's career, he had been a core point guard, nearly flawless in every aspect, yet he harbored a critical weakness, his inability to shoot accurately. In the renowned 2010 showdown between the Lakers and the Celtics, Kobe even exaggeratedly allowed him a 2-meter cushion. Thus, Lu Yusheng could entirely disregard Rondo, brazenly charging into the paint to assist in containing Randall. Furthermore, he specifically instructed his teammates to refrain from providing assistance when Rondo was wide open, betting on Rondo's inability to score. If he succeeded, Lu Yusheng would concede, but he did not believe Rondo could devastate the Lakers with his shooting. Consequently, when Rondo made that open three-pointer, the rest of the Lakers were gripped by doubt. Only Lu Yusheng continued to urge them to adhere to their established defensive strategy. During the next offensive possession, when Rondo received another pass from Randall while still open, not a single Lakers player advanced to assist. Rondo resolutely took the shot. The three-pointer found its mark again. This left the Lakers in disarray. Farmar directly questioned, "Lu, we cannot continue like this. If this goes on, we won't be able to compete." Yet Lu Yusheng remained steadfast, insisting on following their tactical plan. Farmar shook his head in resignation. Finally, when Rondo attempted to shoot for the third time, he missed. The Lakers secured the rebound and launched a fast break, scoring. Rondo was once again wide open for a shot. This time, it was even more absurd. He launched a shot from beyond the arc. Laughter erupted throughout the arena. When Rondo attempted his fifth shot, he hesitated noticeably. However, upon seeing the unwavering resolve of the Lakers, with no one advancing to contest him, he was compelled to shoot again. Those familiar with the game understood that such hesitant attempts lacked rhythm. He completely missed. The crowd erupted in even greater laughter. Consequently, the Lakers successfully executed another counterattack, gradually stabilizing the game's situation. Frustrated with himself for his shooting, Rondo slammed the ball onto the floor during a timeout, resulting in a technical foul. It was then that the other Lakers players realized that Lu Yusheng's steadfast strategy was indeed the right approach. Many times, basketball games mirror the intricacies of our lives. Once you have devised a strategy you believe to be right, it is imperative to adhere to it steadfastly. Do not allow temporary adversities to sow seeds of doubt within you, prompting hasty alterations. If you persevere with determination, success will surely illuminate your path. In the first half of the match, both teams gradually exhausted their tactical maneuvers. The Celtics maintained a lead, with a score of 46-38. Although the deficit was minor, Lu Yusheng felt an unsettling anxiety. The Lakers' offense remained stifled, failing to execute any substantial tactics capable of generating consecutive points. This could potentially become a significant concern in the second half. How would Lu Yusheng recalibrate? Ding! At that moment, a familiar and comforting voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 22, Hardaway's signature move. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a star player skill upgrade mystery box. Would you like to open it now? Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had yet to fully upgrade the signature stealing technique of Gary Payton that the system had bestowed upon him in the previous match. To his surprise, the system swiftly granted him a new skill. Perhaps the system deemed that relying solely on those two moves would not suffice for Lu Yusheng to adapt to the caliber of NBA competition. Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a brand new signature skill, Tim Hardaway's signature crossover dribble. Lu Yusheng was filled with unparalleled excitement. This Tim Hardaway, while not as renowned as the Magic's former star Penny Hardaway, possessed an extraordinary dribbling and maneuvering capability that his predecessor lacked. His signature crossover dribble, though not as mesmerizing as Allen Iverson's later rendition, was among the earliest moves introduced to the NBA, as acknowledged by Iverson himself. Additionally, his signature move involved a deceptive between-the-legs dribble that allowed him to shift his defender's weight, followed by a sudden change of direction to accelerate past them. Many point guards in the league at that time found themselves greatly troubled by this technique. Although Tim Hardaway never clinched an NBA championship during his career, he can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most explosive ball handlers of the Jordan era, renowned for his ability to break through defenses. In a moment of desperation for his team, Lu Yusheng acquired such formidable skills from this star player, rekindling his confidence and anticipation for the upcoming match against the Celtics. With the sound of the whistle, the game resumed. As the second half commenced, the ball returned to Rajon Rondo's hands. The strategy centered around Bill Laimbeer was effectively neutralized by Lu Yusheng, compelling the team to seek alternative offensive tactics. Rondo, with clarity of thought, began to execute pick-and-roll plays with Laimbeer. This approach was primarily due to Rondo and Laimbeer's commendable one-on-one capabilities post-pick. Whether Rondo faced off against Sam Bowie or Laimbeer took on Lu Yusheng, both scenarios posed a considerable threat. This was likely a tactic Rondo had devised during halftime. However, Lu Yusheng was undeterred. He required only one strategy to address the situation effectively. Regardless of who was defending Rondo, the principle remained consistent: defend against penetration rather than the shot. Consequently, when Sam Bowie switched to guard Rondo, he no longer adhered to tight defense but instead conceded a couple of steps, focusing solely on preventing the drive. This adjustment significantly diminished the effectiveness of Rondo and Laimbeer's pick-and-roll strategy. Following the screen, Rondo's attempts to exploit mismatches resulted in nothing but missed shots. Conversely, the Lakers benefited from solid defensive outcomes, leading to increased vigor in their offensive play. As the score tightened with the Lakers closing in and Rondo's shots repeatedly clanging off the rim, frustration began to mount. In one particular Lakers offensive sequence, as Lu Yusheng prepared to drive for a layup and had just launched into the air, Rondo unexpectedly shoved him forcefully from behind, sending Lu Yusheng crashing to the ground. Lu Yusheng's expression was one of agony as he remained on the ground for an extended period. His teammates hurried over to assess the situation. It was an egregious foul. In response to this blatant transgression, the Lakers players were incensed, with Farmar leading the charge as he began to shove Rondo. Rondo, maintaining an air of defiance, insisted that he had done nothing wrong, his demeanor obstinate and aggressive, unleashing a stream of curses. The referee inquired of Lu Yusheng whether he required a stretcher to be brought forth. Lu Yusheng waved his hand and, with the assistance of his teammates, managed to rise to his feet with great difficulty. As he stood, his companions noticed that his complexion had turned ashen. Indeed, the fall had been quite severe. Lu Yusheng felt an excruciating pain, as if his very waist were about to snap. Lu Yusheng was utterly enraged. Just moments ago, Rondo's reckless action could very well jeopardize his professional career. When a person is airborne, their body lacks any points of support. A brutal shove from behind can potentially lead to severe spinal injuries, resulting in a permanent farewell to basketball. Initially, Lu Yusheng held a degree of admiration for Rondo, respecting his fierce competitive spirit. This is the most precious quality of an athlete. However, when you resort to unscrupulous tactics, even those that could destroy someone's livelihood and future, it is no longer connected to the spirit of sportsmanship. Taking away someone's means of sustenance and ruining their prospects is akin to murder. Lu Yusheng's gaze was fixed intently on Rondo. He strode towards Rondo with determination. The referee, fearing an impending altercation, hurriedly intervened to prevent Lu Yusheng from escalating the situation. Lu Yusheng pointed at Rondo and said fiercely, "I initially thought we could become friends, but now, everything is over. You despicable scoundrel." Rondo, undeterred, retorted while pointing at Lu Yusheng. "You should just leave the NBA court already, you yellow-skinned pig." To put it plainly, Rondo's disdainful attitude stemmed from a prejudiced perspective. It was evident that his harsh words were directed at Lu Yusheng solely because he was an Asian player with yellow skin. Had he been an African American, Rondo would never have displayed such animosity. Lu Yu understood clearly that a fierce fire of rage had ignited within him. He no longer engaged in a quarrel with Rondo, for he knew precisely how to exact a severe retribution upon a player like Rondo. As Lu Yusheng received the ball, Rondo initiated his defense from the backcourt, relentlessly shadowing him like an unyielding shadow. The two had been entangled in a fierce battle throughout the game, having clashed on 2 occasions already. Thus, when they faced off once more, the audience erupted in excitement. "You better not pass the ball like a coward," Rondo taunted while defending. "Can you even dribble past half-court?" He continuously charged into Lu Yusheng, attempting to disrupt his dribbling rhythm and seize the ball with his long arms. Objectively speaking, Lu Yusheng's dribbling was indeed a weakness, barely qualifying as adequate. It faltered under the pressure of a defender of Rondo's caliber. Throughout the game, Lu Yusheng had found Rondo's tenacious defense quite taxing. However, at this moment, Lu Yusheng felt a distinct shift within himself, especially as he began to dribble between his legs. He could distinctly sense a transformation in his rhythm. This newfound variation granted him greater options when swaying the opponent's center of gravity. Although he was still somewhat inexperienced with this maneuver, he could clearly perceive Rondo being thrown off by the changes in his rhythm, his body constantly adjusting to maintain defensive balance. And then, in an instant, Lu Yusheng sensed that Rondo's center of gravity had slightly shifted forward. It was evident that he intended to make a steal. Indeed, Rondo made his move. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yusheng executed a deft between-the-legs dribble, effortlessly maneuvering past Rondo. In that fleeting moment of their collision, Lu Yusheng caught the astonishment in Rondo's eyes. Shaking off Rondo, it became a situation of numerical advantage in the frontcourt. Noticing an opponent closing in for defense, Lu Yusheng swiftly passed the ball to the open Santos. An easy basket scored. Rondo, having been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lu Yusheng, was visibly displeased. His face darkened as he silently accepted the pass from his teammate, quietly advancing the ball toward the frontcourt. Lu Yusheng looked back calmly at Rondo and said, "Do not be anxious. Everything has only just begun." Chapter 23, Tempered by Fire. The Celtics' offense had once again concluded in failure. They had not scored for an extended period in the second half. The situation on the court was entirely dominated by the Lakers. The Lakers were preparing to inbound the ball. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, and Rondo lunged at him once more. This time, his gaze turned more ferocious, clearly intent on reclaiming his pride from the previous play. Lu Yusheng is indeed remarkable. He deftly dribbles between his legs, continuously altering his rhythm. Having learned from his previous encounter, Rondo is clearly hesitant to defend Lu Yusheng closely as he did earlier. He maintains a step's distance, allowing himself some room to adjust his defense. However, Lu Yusheng's variations in pace have left Rondo somewhat bewildered. He can only incessantly modify his steps in an attempt to keep up with Lu Yusheng. Yet, in the next moment, just as Rondo anticipated Lu Yusheng would veer to the left, his body instinctively tilted that way. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng executed another between-the-legs maneuver and accelerated to the right. This unexpected shift left Rondo no time to react. He reached out, but it was already too late. Lu Yusheng executed a deceptive dribble, attempting to surpass Rondo. But to his dismay, the maneuver's intensity was excessive, resulting in a loss of ball control that sent it sailing out of bounds. This recurring issue underscores the necessity of diligent practice to truly master such techniques. Nevertheless, despite the ball's misfortune, it was a significant blow to Rondo's pride. After all, his defense had always been his hallmark. Throughout his NCAA journey, countless point guards had been rendered inept under his relentless defense. At the game's outset, he was able to apply pressure, making it arduous for Lu Yusheng to even advance past half-court. Yet now, the scenario had drastically altered. This player had suddenly unveiled a remarkable behind-the-back dribble, elevating his ball-handling skills to an extraordinary level. At this point, not only was aggressive defense futile, but even conservative tactics to merely avoid being overtaken seemed increasingly challenging. Rondo's tenacious spirit refused to succumb to this predicament. Being cleanly surpassed twice by an Asian point guard was nothing short of a humiliation to his defensive ethos, particularly after being outmaneuvered for the second time. The piercing cheers from the crowd left him in turmoil, with blood rushing to his face. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. In the next defensive round, he began to shadow Lu Yusheng from midcourt. This time, his defense was even more ferocious, as he relentlessly engaged in physical confrontation with Lu Yusheng. Even after incurring a foul, he persisted without diminishing his intensity. However, this very style of defense played into Lu Yusheng's hands, as such reckless gambits would lead Rondo to lose his balance and control over his body. Lu Yusheng executed merely 2 swift changes in direction, effortlessly deceiving Rondo. And with a mere feint, he left Rondo trailing behind. Once again, it was a scenario of numerical superiority on the court, allowing the Lakers to score with ease. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos directed at Rondo. Celtics coach Anderson hastily called a timeout. Upon returning to the bench, Anderson shouted furiously at Rondo, "What in the world are you doing? What is wrong with your defense? Why did he pass you as if crossing a deserted street in the early morning?" Rondo, already simmering with anger, was provoked further by his coach's words and kicked the chair angrily. Bang! The chair collapsed instantly. A conflict ignited between him and the coach. Fortunately, the Celtics players intervened to separate them. However, this incident completely enraged Coach Anderson, who forcefully pinned Rondo to the bench, declaring, "Damn it, Rondo. As long as I remain the head coach, you won't see a single minute on the court. I assure you." Rondo had long since lost faith in the game, turning away and heading straight for the locker room. This only intensified the boos from the crowd, with some fans even hurling trash at Rondo as he walked off the court. Lu Yusheng observed all of this keenly. He understood that for a player like Rondo, the most effective form of retribution was not to retaliate in kind or resort to underhanded tactics, as this would merely allow Rondo to find his rhythm. Instead, the best way to retaliate was to shatter what he held dear, thereby damaging his pride and leading him to a complete breakdown. In the ensuing game, due to Rondo's absence, the Celtics lost their tactical core and played with utter disarray. Coupled with the jeers from the audience, their confidence in securing victory evaporated, leaving them utterly defeated by the Lakers, who ultimately claimed their second victory in the Summer League. This match could be deemed a crucible for both the Lakers and Lu Yusheng himself, as it provided him with greater insights than the first game. On the basketball front, Lu Yusheng grasped that when a team faces staunch defense and struggles to execute their strategy, it is imperative for the point guard to break through the opponent's defense with their own driving force. The Lakers had been unable to implement effective tactics in the first half for precisely this reason. However, once he adopted Tim Hardaway's signature drive, all obstacles were swiftly overcome. Undoubtedly, this maneuver remains quite unfamiliar to Lu Yusheng, who must seize the opportunity to master it swiftly. On a deeper level, he has gleaned from Rondo's example that a point guard's mindset must never fall into disarray. As Coach Brian Shaw aptly articulated, the point guard serves as the brain of the team. Should their mentality falter, the entire team inevitably follows suit into chaos. In truth, given Lu Yusheng's adeptness at executing Hardaway's signature move, had Rondo displayed even a modicum of composure, his defensive prowess would undoubtedly have enabled him to devise a means of containment. However, his mindset had spiraled completely out of control, leading to reckless gambles for steals that ultimately steered the team towards defeat. For Lu Yusheng, these experiences and lessons are invaluable. That evening, Lu Yusheng chose not to rest or indulge in leisure activities. Instead, he took a basketball and headed to the training facility. The Summer League serves merely as an appetizer, falling short of the intensity characteristic of NBA-level competition. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng found himself struggling to cope with the demands. He must master the skills imparted by the system more rapidly to confront the NBA challenges in optimal form. As he exited his hotel room, he overheard a man berating someone harshly in the hallway. Turning back, he noticed a portly middle-aged man, while the object of his ire was a beautiful figure, Avril. With her head bowed, Avril repeatedly offered her apologies, yet the man persisted in his relentless tirade. Chapter 24. Charging into the finals. Lu Yusheng approached. Upon noticing someone approaching, the man retracted his earlier harsh demeanor directed at Avril and politely nodded to Lu Yusheng. It was evident that this man held a position of authority, likely the hotel manager. Avril, upon seeing Lu Yusheng, felt a tinge of embarrassment, for she was currently in a rather compromising situation. The manager seemed poised to continue reprimanding Avril after Lu Yusheng passed by. However, to his surprise, Lu Yusheng halted nearby, fixating his gaze upon him. "Sir, do you require assistance?" the manager inquired. "No, not at all." Lu Yusheng gestured graciously. "Please, continue to berate my girlfriend." The manager was taken aback. "Your girlfriend?" "Indeed. She is my girlfriend." Lu Yusheng spoke as he approached the man, towering over him with an imposing presence. Although Lu did not utter any explicitly threatening words, The sheer stature of a tall and robust basketball player immediately instilled a sense of anxiety within the man. We are merely discussing some professional disagreements. It is not the humiliation you presume, he stated. She was late today, which hindered our work. And I simply reminded her not to repeat such behavior in the future, nothing more. Noticing Lu Yusheng's unwavering silence, the man forced a strained smile. You two carry on. I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me, my apologies. With that, he turned and left without a glance back. Avery chuckled softly. Hey, you frightened him. I said nothing at all, Lu replied. Yet your gaze was lethal, Avery remarked with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, otherwise. He would have likely scolded me until my 80th birthday. Why would he scold you? Because I was late. Being late does not warrant such ferocity, does it? You think he is being overly harsh, don't you? I have only been late 3 times this week, and look how ferocious he is. Lu Yusheng glanced at his phone. It was Wednesday. I believe that if one were to be late every day, it would be quite understandable for others to become irate. Avril herself chuckled, conceding. All right, I admit I may have overstepped this time, but my tardiness was entirely due to you. Due to me? If you hadn't given me a ticket yesterday, I wouldn't have attended your match and thus wouldn't have been late. You want to watch the match? Indeed. I specifically went to see it, but I arrived late, just in time for the second half, and I caught you in a tussle with the opposing team. Where were you at that moment? I didn't see you, Lu Yusheng inquired. Do you expect me to assist you in a brawl? Lu Yusheng, Avril smiled. And I did not linger for long before the manager called me, prompting my hurried return. Yet, I still faced reprimand. Did you win the match? Yes, we did. Remarkable. Avril exclaimed joyfully. I knew you would surely win. With Santos on your team, victory was inevitable. Lu Yusheng, why are we so certain of victory because of Santos? He is truly remarkable, isn't he? His dunks on the court are diverse. Isn't he one of your key players? Lu Yusheng felt somewhat speechless. Avril was no different from other girls, utterly ignorant of basketball. In their eyes, the one who could dunk fiercely or jump the highest was deemed the strongest. Noticing Lu Yusheng's expression of helplessness, Avril quickly added, Of course, you are not without merit. At the very least, you are quite formidable in a fight. I saw how you managed to intimidate those opponents. Lu Yusheng, you go ahead with your tasks. I shall practice my ball skills. Avril called out to him. Lu. I find our conversations quite enjoyable. Tomorrow, I have a day off. Do you have time? Lu Yusheng smiled. The girls here are indeed delightful. They express their affection directly by inviting you out, unlike those from over there. When you take the initiative to pursue them, they feign modesty. Employing a strategy of teasing and withholding, meticulously calculating their responses, and even denying you a straightforward rejection. No problem at all. Lu Yusheng readily agreed. Lu Yusheng arrived at the gymnasium alone. Upon entering, he immediately noticed 2 other individuals present, Rondo and his trainer. At that moment, Rondo was already drenched in sweat. Judging by the time, it seemed they had commenced their training right after the game concluded. Lu Yusheng observed that the focus of Rondo's training was on defense. Upon noticing Lu Yusheng's arrival, Rondo paused for a brief moment, yet chose to remain silent and continued with his practice. Lu Yusheng also embarked on his training alone. Despite the negative impression left by that unfortunate incident on the court today, he was well aware that with such a fervent dedication to trainings, Rondo would undoubtedly emerge as a standout among their cohort of rookies in the future. Lu Yusheng, in addition to his fundamental training, diligently practices the new star skills imparted by the system. Notably, he focuses on Peyton's lateral steal and Tim Hardaway's signature crossover dribble. This offensive and defensive synergy has ushered in a transformative change for Lu Yusheng, elevating him from a conventional point guard to a pivotal player capable of altering the course of a game. Hence, mastering these 2 techniques has become an urgent priority for him. Throughout the remaining games in Las Vegas, Lu Yusheng's Lakers encounter no significant obstacles. As he continues to hone these skills, the competing teams in the Summer League find it increasingly challenging to pose any threat to him. Under Lu Yusheng's leadership, the Lakers effortlessly advance, carving their path to the finals. His remarkable performance and achievements during the Summer League have momentarily silenced the media and the biased fans who once doubted him. Indeed, prowess remains the most potent weapon against skepticism. Nonetheless, a faction of media and fans persists in believing that Lu Yusheng and his Lakers' journey to the finals is merely a stroke of luck. They argue that the Lakers' path has been remarkably smooth, devoid of encounters with formidable opponents. They anticipate that once they face the strong adversary, the Portland Trail Blazers, in the finals, Lu Yusheng and the Lakers will inevitably revert to their former selves. Like the Lakers, the Trail Blazers have also surged through the playoffs with consecutive victories. However, their journey has been significantly less arduous, as they have dominated their matches with substantial margins, encountering little resistance. This is largely attributed to the exceptional performance of their two new rookies. They first acquired the second overall pick, power forward LaMarcus Aldridge, from the Chicago Bulls through a trade. Subsequently, they traded for guard Brandon Roy from the Minnesota Timberwolves. No one anticipated that the simultaneous presence of these two rookies, one inside and one outside, would create a remarkable chemistry that astounded everyone. Their performances during the Summer League can be described as nothing short of dominant. Some media outlets have even dubbed their partnership as the OK Combo of Portland. They believe that this OK Combo of Portland will deliver a devastating blow to Lu Yusheng and the Lakers in the finals. Chapter 25. The build-up on both sides. On the eve of the finals, public opinion online has elevated the last match of the 2006 Summer League to a fervent level. On one hand, the Los Angeles Lakers have struck gold, fortuitously selecting an Asian-American superstar point guard. ESPN even adorned him with the seemingly laudatory title of the Chinese kid poised to rescue the Lakers' point guard position. On the other hand, there are the American prodigies, the Portland Twin Stars, regarded as the perfect duo capable of rewriting the league's landscape upon entering. This clash appears to transcend the realm of a mere Summer League game. American fans attribute Lu Yusheng's astonishing performance to the inadequacies of various teams at the point guard position during this Summer League. Do not be deceived by that Asian kid. His impressive statistics stem from the fact that most teams lack a legitimate point guard in this Summer League. I concur with your sentiment, my friend. The standout point guard of this Summer League, Brandon Roy, is even a dual-threat player. Nevertheless, even as a dual threat, Roy will undoubtedly impart a lesson to that Asian kid in the finals, and I have faith that he will uphold the dignity of the traditional American point guard. As the Summer League has progressed, Lu Yusheng is no longer the unheralded player he once was. Through his relentless efforts in the preceding matches, he has rapidly garnered a substantial fan base. Beyond the Asian audience and overseas Chinese spectators, a significant number of authentic young American fans now idolize Lu Yusheng. They believe that, despite his seemingly ordinary talent and widespread skepticism, he can achieve astonishing feats through sheer determination. The story of Lu Yusheng is imbued with a magical essence, representing an ordinary hero to the Americans who project their dreams of heroism onto him. They have begun to rally in defense of their idol. Oh, come now. Before the last match against the Celtics, you were proclaiming that Rondo would decisively defeat Lu. Yet, what was the outcome? Who ended up being overwhelmed? Indeed, the Rondo you held such high hopes for appeared utterly defeated, leaving the court in disarray, as if he couldn't even maintain his dignity. No. Roy and Rondo are entirely different. Who would have imagined that Rondo, as a point guard, lacks even the most fundamental mid-range shooting ability? Roy, on the other hand, is a player without any shortcomings. When the time comes, he will leave that Asian lad searching for his teeth. Enough of that. I suggest you safeguard your Mr. Roy's dignity, lest he, too, meet an ignoble end like Rondo. The fans of both sides are embroiled in fierce debates online, while Lu Yusheng himself remains largely unperturbed. This is partly because he has been absorbed in rigorous training, striving to master the skills bestowed by the system in the shortest time possible. Additionally, he has been spending his free moments on delightful dates with the enchanting Avril. Lu Yusheng, possessing a somewhat traditional Chinese value system, is gentle and refined. As quiet as an uncarved jade, yet somewhat reserved. This aspect of his personality has often been criticized by Lin Shui and has not been particularly appreciated by American women. However, in Avril's eyes, these traits seem to transform into virtues. She finds great admiration for a man with such a temperament, describing him as possessing an indescribable calmness that exudes a sense of security. Yet, this admiration is not the sole reason. They quickly found common ground and fell into a passionate romance. The most pivotal factor is Avril's profound interest in the ancient and mysterious Chinese culture. Like her father, she is an aficionado of all things Chinese. During their dates, Avril spends most of her time inquiring about the snippets of Chinese culture she has heard about. Lu Yusheng is perfectly equipped to satisfy her curiosity. Although he arrived in America at the age of 10, he has never forgotten his roots. He has learned a great deal about China from his mother and through books. The beautiful legends, mysterious tales, delectable Eastern cuisine, and ancient poetry captivate Avril's heart. For Lu Yusheng, life is indeed filled with delightful surprises. He never anticipated that his long-standing singlehood would swiftly give way to love, especially with such a beautiful girl, as they share an abundance of topics to discuss. Truly, this is a blessing from the heavens. In Las Vegas, one can indeed harvest the sweet fruits of love. And should fortune also bestow upon them the championship of the Summer League, alongside the coveted MVP title to validate their prowess, it would mark a most splendid commencement to their impending NBA journey. However, while the former seems promising, the latter appears fraught with challenges, especially during their training preceding the finals. Coach Brian Shaw's presentation of game footage featuring the Portland Trail Blazers intensified Lu Yusheng's apprehension. The performance of Brandon Roy was nothing short of astonishing. He seemed to defy the very essence of a rookie. Throughout their prior contests, he exhibited an almost flawless command over the game, maneuvering with effortless ease. It was abundantly clear that he had yet to unleash his full potential. His composed assessments of the unfolding situations, keen observations of the opposing defense, and the scoring prowess he displayed starkly contrasted with that of other players. He was a veritable force. Whenever the team required his presence, he was invariably there. Such a formidable adversary left Lu Yusheng unable to discern any vulnerabilities. To compound matters, there was the second overall pick, Aldridge, a towering figure whose physicality was matched only by a shooting finesse rare among players of his stature. His touch as smooth as that of a guard. The presence of such an elite big man posed a lethal threat to the Lakers' already fragile interior defense. Lu Yusheng could hardly conceive a strategy to counter the situation. However, having reached this pivotal moment, securing the championship was undoubtedly paramount. Moreover, his mother and Uncle Lin had made arrangements to attend the finals in Las Vegas to cheer him on, alongside Avril, who had also taken leave to support him at the venue. This championship was a battle he must fight with all his might. On the eve of the competition, Lu Yusheng experienced an unusual bout of insomnia, managing only to snatch a fitful sleep just before dawn. Consequently, when he finally stepped onto the floor for the finals, the overwhelming roar of the crowd left him momentarily disoriented. He glanced towards Roy in the distance, who appeared remarkably at ease. Unlike Rondo's brash demeanor, Roy exuded a relaxed charm, warming up while joking with the staff. Perhaps, in his eyes, Lu Yusheng and the Lakers posed little threat, which accounted for his nonchalant attitude. Chapter 26. Humiliation. After Lu Yusheng and the entire team completed their warm-up, he noticed his mother entering alongside Uncle Lin and others. The absence of Lin Shui and their company brought a sense of relief to Lu Yusheng. He hurried over to greet them, arranging their seats with care. "Do not worry about us. We can find our own seats. You should hasten to prepare for the match," Uncle Lin advised. "All right," Lu Yusheng replied. As Lu Yusheng was about to leave, Uncle Lin called out to him once more. "Yusheng, disregard the opinions of others and focus solely on showcasing your own abilities." His mother added, "Believe in yourself." Lu Yusheng smiled knowingly. It seems that his mother and Uncle Lin had long been aware of the adverse opinions circulating in the media and online. Despite their busy schedules, they made a special trip today, clearly having recognized the pressures that Lu Yusheng bore, and came to offer him their support and encouragement. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself. For the sake of his mother and Uncle Lin, he must perform admirably in this competition. With the sound of the whistle, the finals of the 2006 Las Vegas Summer League officially commenced. The teams engaged in the jump ball. Due to Aldridge's undeniable advantage against Sambu, he easily secured the ball. Roy obtained possession and dribbled past the halfway line. Lu Yusheng hurriedly stepped forward to defend. He had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind regarding the confrontation with Roy. When defending against a player of Roy's caliber, one must not adhere too closely. His speed is formidable, and should you press him too tightly, he could effortlessly glide past you in a single stride. Conversely, one cannot afford to maintain too great a distance, for he is no Rajon Rondo. Granting him ample space for a shot would result in him displaying his exceptional mid-range prowess, leaving one to rue the consequences. Therefore, the defense must be executed at a balanced distance, close enough to disrupt his passes, yet far enough to thwart his drives and shooting attempts. However, just as Lu Yusheng pondered how to intercept the ball, Roy suddenly and casually lifted his dribbling hand. In an instant, the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Lu Yusheng swiftly turned around, only to find the ball already passed into the paint. The Trail Blazers forward, Austin, expertly caught the ball right after the screen. With arms outstretched, he executed a mid-range jumper. Swish. It found its mark with precision. The arena erupted in a chorus of cheers, not for any trivial reason, but due to the sheer brilliance of Roy's pass, which was nothing short of exquisite. This moment was fleeting, a mere blink in time. Such opportunities are typically seized only by seasoned NBA point guards, yet here was Roy, a rookie, deftly capturing this rare passing chance. Not only the fans in attendance, but even Lu Yusheng himself was left astounded. The caliber of a point guard is often measured by their ability to discern the opportune moment for a pass, which is undoubtedly a crucial metric. While anyone can execute a standard pass, the basketball court presents moments that are ephemeral. Even a delay of half a second can result in a missed opportunity. The acuity in recognizing such fleeting chances is the true test of a point guard's excellence. Although Lu Yusheng had mentally prepared himself, he was nevertheless taken aback by the brilliance of Roy's play. The depth of Roy's skill cannot be fully appreciated through mere video analysis. It is only on the court, competing alongside him, that one can truly grasp the magnitude of his prowess. The Lakers now held possession of the ball, as Lu Yusheng dribbled past the half-court line. In stark contrast to Rondo, Roy exhibited no intention of applying pressure in the front court, opting instead to linger in the backcourt. Furthermore, even after Lu Yusheng had crossed the halfway mark, Roy still refrained from closely guarding him. He merely shadowed Lu Yusheng in a perfunctory manner. Lu Yusheng signaled Santos to step forward and set a screen. After the screen, Roy maneuvered behind Santos, refraining from moving forward to apply any interference. This resulted in Lu Yusheng being unguarded beyond the three-point line. Naturally, he seized this opportunity, raising his hand for a three-pointer. However, it seemed that he had just entered the game, and his touch was still a bit unsteady, causing his shot to clang off the rim. The Trail Blazers launched their offense as Roy dribbled past the halfway line. Lu Yusheng hurriedly followed suit. Having learned from the previous lesson, Lu Yusheng resolved to tighten his defense this time, ensuring that Roy would not have such a favorable view for passing the ball. However, just as he closed in, Roy's dribbling hand lifted once more. The ball vanished from his grasp in an instant. As Lu Yusheng turned around, he noticed Aldridge had received the pass and was positioned in a completely open space. With a resounding dunk, the crowd erupted into an immense cheer once more. These two passes were almost beyond anyone's expectations. Moreover, they were fleeting opportunities, yet Roy's ability to seize such moments was remarkably effortless. It was as if he executed the passes with the same ease as a routine play. Before Coach Brian Shaw could call a timeout, Lu Yusheng took the initiative to request one himself. Although the game had only just begun, this timeout was imperative. Otherwise, the Blazers might dominate the first quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Yusheng spoke loudly to his teammates, noting that Roy from the opposing team possessed exceptional passing vision, thereby placing greater demands on their defense. He declared that he would intensify his efforts to restrict Roy's passing, striving to deny him any ease in his play. Furthermore, the players within the paint must not afford the opposition any opportunities, not even fleeting chances like the one just witnessed. In response to their screenplays, they would employ a switch defense, ensuring that no brief openings were created. Do you understand? Understood. The opportunities that arose for the Trail Blazers in the paint stemmed from the Lakers' strategy of not switching defenders in the face of their screens, allowing for fleeting openings. Against an ordinary team, such transient gaps would not be fatal, as the ball may not be delivered promptly. However, the Trail Blazers were different. On two occasions, Roy delivered the ball flawlessly within the critical second. This was indeed detrimental. Thus, Lu Yusheng's strategy was to implement a rotational switch, denying them even a momentary opening, no matter how brief. On the other hand, it hinged on his ability to constrain Roy's passing vision. He must not be allowed to pass with such ease. Greater pressure must be applied. Yet, this was no simple task. Standing at 198 centimeters, Roy, as a dual guard, had a distinct height advantage over Lu Yusheng. In the realm of basketball, the age-old adage holds true. An inch in height correlates to an inch in strength, particularly at the point guard position, where taller guards possess inherent advantages in passing vision. Moreover, when the opponent is taller, it becomes increasingly challenging to disrupt their passing. As the new defensive round commenced, Lu Yusheng closely shadowed Roy, arms extended to obstruct his passing lanes. The interior defenders of the Lakers adhered strictly to Lu Yusheng's strategy, switching on screens. Consequently, the Trail Blazers found it increasingly difficult to seize opportunities. Roy, while dribbling and surveying the court, suddenly lifted his hand with grace. The ball sailed directly over Lu Yusheng's head, grazing his scalp. Damn! Lu Yusheng was somewhat agitated. Such a pass was a blatant affront to his dignity. Chapter 27. Regaining Morale. The basketball grazed Lu Yusheng's scalp as it sailed into the paint. Aldridge received the ball and made a jump shot, effortlessly adding 2 points to the score. 6 o'clock. Since the commencement of the match, the Trail Blazers, largely propelled by Roy's prowess, had left the Lakers in utter disarray. Each of the three passes seemed effortless, and with the ball delivered, it became an uncomplicated opportunity to score. The prevailing impression was that the Trailblazers had yet to unleash their full potential. Roy merely tossed a few passes, and the Lakers' defense crumbled under the pressure. The other Lakers players were clearly flustered. After 3 rounds of offense and defense, it was evident that they were not on the same level as their opponents. Indeed, when considering the true athletic abilities of both teams, it was undeniable that they were not comparable. Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Yet, he did not place the blame on his teammates. Rather, he chided himself for failing to exert sufficient pressure on Roy, allowing him to pass the ball with such carefree abandon. The final pass, which sailed directly over his head, felt like an immense humiliation. In the stands, the spectators who had never held Lu Yusheng in high regard began to voice their disdain. "See, I told you. The Lakers have made it to the finals purely by chance. That Asian lad is utterly inept. When faced with a formidable opponent, his true colors are laid bare." Indeed, one could see him before Roy, as inexperienced as a novice learning the game, utterly outmaneuvered. Roy's play against him seemed akin to a leisurely stroll in the park while walking a dog. Uncle Lin, seated among the crowd, was incensed by these cutting remarks. He could hardly comprehend the uproar. The game had barely commenced, and yet these individuals were so agitated. Aunt Lin interjected, "They are merely youthful exuberance. Why should you, at your age, engage with their folly?" Yet, he remained puzzled as to why they could not bear to see others excel. Was it truly so intolerable that Yusheng played well? Lu Yusheng's mother smiled gently. "Old Lin, please calm down. After all these years here, don't you understand this?" Uncle Lin sighed. "Yusheng, you must bring us some pride." On the court, the Lakers launched an attack. This shot must be made, otherwise the morale of the Lakers would plummet to unprecedented lows. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball as center Sambu stepped forward to provide a screen. Roy, adhering to his usual strategy, circled around to defend, allowing Lu Yusheng an opportunity for a 3-point shot. Lu Yusheng understood that the opponent had evidently conducted research on him. Prior to the previous games with the Lakers, Lu Yusheng seldom attempted 3-pointers, leading them to conclude that his long-range shooting ability was either non-existent or merely mediocre. In truth, Lu Yusheng's proficiency from beyond the arc was indeed average. However, for a point guard, such an opportunity, if presented by the adversary, must be seized. Only in this manner can one alter the opponent's defensive strategy. Lu Yusheng, without a moment's hesitation, lifted his hand and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Swish. This time it found its mark. 6-3. This 3-pointer was akin to a timely blessing for the struggling Lakers at the outset. With the shot, a sense of assurance permeated the team. The Trailblazers initiated their offense. Roy brought the ball across half-court, with Lu Yusheng closely guarding him. Roy remained vigilant, surveying the movements and cuts of his teammates, poised to deliver a pass at any moment. Upon witnessing this situation, Lu Yusheng could not help but feel a surge of indignation. It was evident that he had not exerted any pressure on him. In such a state, he would still pass the ball at any moment. As long as his teammates found themselves in a favorable position, the ball would inevitably be dispatched. Lu Yusheng suddenly realized that Roy, while dribbling and switching hands, exhibited a habitual motion, an unconscious tendency to lift his gaze and observe the positions of his teammates on the court. This is a commendable habit for a point guard, as from the moment one begins to play basketball, when the coach designates the point guard position, the first lesson imparted is invariably to keep one's head up and monitor the positions of teammates while dribbling. Throughout several possessions, Lu Yusheng, while on defense, noted that whenever Roy dribbled towards the left corner and switched to his right hand, he instinctively raised his head to take a look. Likewise, when he dribbled to the right side, he would subconsciously perform the same action. At that moment, however, it was precisely when he was least focused on controlling the ball. Lu Yusheng keenly detected this habit. As Roy dribbled to the right once more, Lu Yusheng instantly tensed up. When Roy switched hands, he indeed unconsciously looked up again. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Yusheng seized the opportunity and swiftly executed a steal. By the time Roy regained his senses, it was already too late. He hastily attempted to use his robust physique to obstruct Lu Yusheng's interception, but Lu Yusheng was no novice, particularly now. He had elevated Gary Payton's signature side steal technique to a 5th-level mastery. Such an opportunity was akin to plucking fruit from a tree for him. The ball was swiftly snatched away and raced across the half-court for a dazzling layup. 6-5. Splendid. Lu, what a remarkable steal. His teammates rushed over to exchange high-fives with him. Such a play was immensely uplifting, especially considering it was the opposing team's star player he had intercepted. Moreover, it was a one-on-one steal. Not only did the morale of the Lakers soar, But even the voices of the spectators, including Uncle Lin, grew louder in excitement. Yet Roy, who had just been outmaneuvered, appeared unfazed, as if the steal had been executed on someone else entirely. He continued to dribble the ball leisurely, keenly observing the positions of his teammates. However, following that splendid interception, Lu Yusheng realized that his approach towards Roy had completely transformed. In the preceding plays, while defending against Roy, Lu Yusheng noticed that Roy had shown little reaction when he drew near. Subconsciously, he believed that his adept ball handling skills and height rendered Lu Yusheng's presence inconsequential. But the dynamic had shifted. Now, as Lu Yusheng closed in, Roy's focus had to revert back to the ball in his possession, causing him to neglect the positioning of his teammates. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy within. It was no wonder that people often said the best defense is a good offense, based solely on height and wingspan. Lu Yusheng would have been incapable of disrupting Roy's passes, thereby failing to sever the connection between him and his teammates. However, this remarkable steal instilled a sense of caution in Roy, preventing him from passing to his interior teammates as recklessly as before. Lu Yusheng initially believed that this would disrupt the offensive rhythm of the Trailblazers. However, to his surprise, when Roy found himself unable to locate that precise passing opportunity, he resorted to the simplest method, lofting the basketball into the paint for Aldridge. Aldridge, facing Sambu, who was a head shorter than him, executed a series of deft fakes before delivering a clean, smooth turnaround jumper. The ball effortlessly found its mark. This exemplifies the essence of a team with superstars. In the absence of executed plays, the individual brilliance of a star player becomes the most effective strategy. The Lakers, in this instance, seemed utterly helpless. Chapter 28. The meaning of leadership. Almost every NBA team actively pursues superstars during the offseason. The value of a superstar extends beyond their contribution to ticket sales and market influence. It lies in the enrichment of the team's tactics. The offensive prowess of a superstar is undeniable. They can alter the opponent's defense and create opportunities for teammates. Moreover, a team built around a superstar can develop a myriad of offensive strategies. When tactical execution falters, the superstar's exceptional individual skills can provide solutions. A guard like Roy is remarkably astute, so astute that Lu Yusheng finds this opponent somewhat intimidating. In the previous possession, after Lu Yusheng had intercepted the ball from him, it is typical for a superstar, in a bid to restore their pride, to retaliate on the next play, regardless of the circumstances. Lu Yusheng himself believed that Roy was likely intent on retaliating with that previous shot, considering he possessed formidable offensive prowess as a guard. However, Roy appeared utterly unfazed. Continuing to orchestrate the strategy, when the play did not unfold as intended, he promptly passed the ball to Aldridge for resolution. Such composure in an opponent evoked a sense of respect in Lu Yusheng. He remained unaffected, solely focused on securing victory. In the subsequent offensive possession, Roy again entrusted the ball to the forward Alex in the paint. Alex engaged in a one-on-one with Santos, who found the defense arduous, prompting Farmar to assist. Alex swiftly distributed the ball to Roy. Without hesitation, Roy received the pass and directly relayed it to his open teammate. An unguarded shot resulted in an effortless 2 points. The Lakers initiated their offensive sequence. Lu Yusheng executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs, reminiscent of Hardaway's signature move. Although he is yet to master it entirely, its potency is already evident. With a swift change of direction, he deftly eluded Roy's defense. Aldridge from the Trailblazers immediately stepped up to provide support. As Lu Yusheng prepared to pass, he was taken aback when Aldridge feigned a defensive maneuver, swiftly retracting at the very moment Lu Yusheng initiated his passing motion. Lu Yusheng found himself with no choice but to extend his arms and shoot. He scored. In this round, Lu Yusheng deftly maneuvered past Roy, seamlessly sinking the ball into the net. In consecutive plays, he had both offensively and defensively humiliated Roy, and as he gazed at Roy, he mused that surely a response was in order. To his surprise, however, Roy paid him no heed and quickly moved to the baseline to execute a swift throw-in. With the precision of a football quarterback, Roy delivered the ball directly into the hands of the advancing Alex. Another effortless 2 points added to the score. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 21-10. The Lakers bench was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by labored breaths. On the basketball court, an 11-point deficit might not seem insurmountable. Yet, only those who witnessed the game could truly sense that the disparity between the two teams transcended this mere 11-point margin. The Lakers, particularly Lu Yusheng in the face of Roy, experienced an indescribable sense of powerlessness, verging on suffocation. The desire to engage in a fierce battle, to contest relentlessly, was met with an utter lack of opportunity. Even if Lu Yusheng managed to steal the ball or maneuver past him, Roy would simply assist a teammate in retaliating in the next round. Furthermore, his teammates possessed superior skills, ensuring that they maintained a lead effortlessly. A straightforward approach sufficed to resolve the issues at hand, eliminating the necessity for elaborate displays of skill or finesse. Lu Yusheng felt as though he had delivered a powerful punch, only to find it striking against cotton, evoking a profound sense of rage and helplessness from deep within. Lu Yusheng and his teammates from the Lakers all sensed a stifling atmosphere. Coach Brian Shaw encouraged everyone, saying, "It's all right, in the next quarter. Let us adhere to our original strategy. As long as we perform to our potential, it will suffice, for we have already demonstrated remarkable prowess in this summer league." Although Coach Shaw's words were well-intentioned, after one quarter of play, he had discerned a significant disparity between the Lakers and the Trailblazers. His intent was to uplift the spirits of the team. However, Lu Yusheng felt a sense of discontent upon hearing this. Wasn't this akin to prompting them to concede defeat prematurely? Indeed, there existed a gap between the two teams, yet the match had only just begun. They had fought valiantly to reach the finals, and now, at the first sign of adversity, shouldn't the coach be seeking tactical solutions to assist the team? Instead, he seemed to be urging them to surrender psychologically. "No, coach, this is not the moment for such remarks." Lu Yusheng interrupted Brian Shaw's words. Brian Shaw was taken aback. Gazing at Lu Yusheng wiped the sweat from his brow, rose to his feet, and made his way to his teammates, crouching down among them. "Brothers," he began, "I understand that this match has proven to be quite arduous for us. We must acknowledge that their skill level is indeed superior to ours." A profound silence enveloped the group as they gazed at Lu Yusheng. "However, let us reflect on our journey in the Summer League. Each match has presented its own challenges. Before every game, we have faced skepticism, yet we have persevered through the difficulties." Lu Yusheng paused momentarily before continuing. "However, in every match, we have gritted our teeth and persevered, ultimately reclaiming victory." What does this signify? It indicates that while the triumph in sports is indeed related to technical proficiency, it does not entirely dictate the outcome of the contest. This is the true allure of competitive sports. My brothers, we have approached each game in this manner, and today shall be no different. If we exert our utmost efforts and hold on until the final quarter, we shall have the opportunity to secure victory in this match. In the forthcoming encounters, our defensive strategy remains unchanged. We shall switch defenses when faced with screens, ensuring we deny them any open opportunities. The rest shall depend on our resolve. Lu Yusheng extended his hand, addressing his brothers. "Today, we speak only once. This is for our journey together, for the camaraderie we have forged along the way. Let us rally together." All hands joined in unity. The other teammates of the Lakers were equally inspired by Lu Yusheng's fervor, shouting in solidarity, confronted with an undeniable disparity in strength. As the point guard and leader of this makeshift team, Lu Yusheng must harness the full potential of his squad, both on and off the court. With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter commenced. The Blazers took possession. Roy advanced the ball across half court, and Lu Yusheng immediately stepped up to defend. Roy, vigilant as he dribbled, keenly observed the movements of his teammates. In this offensive play, Roy suddenly perceived that the Lakers had transformed. The entire team. Each player's body language and gaze radiated an indescribable intensity, one that pressed upon Roy with an unspoken weight. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. What has happened to them? Caution. As Roy lingered in his reverie, he suddenly heard Aldridge's warning. He snapped back to reality. Lu Yusheng's hand struck with the force of thunder. Chapter 29. The Mysterious Figure. Upon witnessing Lu Yusheng's swift move, Roy hastily pivoted while dribbling, attempting to evade this interception. Yet, Lu Yusheng's action was exceedingly rapid, and the ball was still struck. It swiftly soared out of bounds. Lu Yusheng hurriedly pursued, accompanied by Famel. Roy stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "There's no way to retrieve this ball." Bang! Lu Yusheng and Famar tumbled out of bounds together. The ball was indeed out of play. Roy gazed in astonishment at Lu Yusheng and Famar, who were being assisted by their teammates. Had they lost their minds? With such a reckless style of play, it was inconceivable that they could endure until the fourth quarter. The possession remained with the Trailblazers. As Roy received the ball, he noticed Lu Yusheng clinging to him like a tenacious adhesive, and an unsettling feeling crept over him. This fellow was exceedingly bothersome. "Hey, do you always play like this?" Roy could not help but inquire. "What? If you continue this way, how will you manage the second half? Do you even have the stamina to continue?" Roy pressed on. "If we do not play like this, there will be no second half at all." Lu Yusheng wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. Roy, taken aback, reevaluated Lu Yusheng before him, a novel emotion stirring within him. The Pioneers are on the offensive. Roy passed the ball to Aldrich. Aldrich, well acquainted with the situation, backed down against Sambu. Sambu held his ground firmly, shouting, "Come on." Aldrich wore a look of resignation. Throughout the game, he had effortlessly scored countless baskets against Sambu. Yet the latter's fervor in defense remained undiminished, as if he believed he could thwart the next shot. Aldrich executed a pivot, and Sambu quickly matched his move. Aldrich then performed another spin, instantly shaking off the defense. He turned and launched a jump shot, just as the ball was about to leave his hands. He caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, two figures in yellow jerseys soaring toward him with an overwhelming presence. Before he could react, Lu Yusheng and Santos both leaped into action. Bang! A double block. The ball was sent careening out of bounds. The crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer and applause. Aldrich stood frozen in disbelief. This was impossible. Just moments before, while he was assessing the defense, he had noted that each defender was focused on their assigned opponent, thus allowing him to play freely. How could they have so swiftly returned from the perimeter to deliver such a formidable block? And not just one, but two. These guys. Roy came over and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. As the third quarter came to a close, the entire Lakers team sat silently on the bench. At that moment, each player was gasping for breath, their sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Lu Yusheng experienced, for the first time, the true essence of exhaustion. It was as if every meridian in his body had been drained, rendering him utterly devoid of strength. Indeed, throughout the first 3 quarters of the game, every member of the Lakers had exerted themselves to the utmost. Each player poured their heart and soul into the court, treating every defensive stance, every fast break, and every positional movement as if it were the final play, giving their all in a fervent display of tenacity. Lu Yusheng's sweat continually blurred his vision, and despite his efforts to wipe it away, the haze remained. With his eyes clouded by perspiration, he glanced at the scoreboard overhead, 69-78. After 3 grueling quarters, the Lakers still trailed by 9 points. Yet, for the Lakers, they had exhausted every ounce of their strength. In the face of such a significant disparity in overall capability, managing to keep the score within 10 points after 3 quarters required an immense effort, the intensity of which only the spectators could truly appreciate. Indeed, every audience member present clearly understood the tenacity with which the Lakers had fought to achieve this scoreline. Their hearts began to resonate with the indomitable spirit of these players. In the Lakers, they witnessed the struggles of ordinary individuals confronting the world, and they could faintly see reflections of themselves. This world has never been equitable. Fairness has always been an illusion. The culmination of your utmost endeavors may still fall short of someone else's starting point. Most of the Lakers players, such as Sambu, Santos, and AM, are undeniably diligent. Their efforts to reach this level far exceed those of many others. Yet, no matter how hard they strive, they cannot compare to talents like Roy and Aldrich, who possess innate gifts bestowed by fortune. They effortlessly secure lucrative contracts in the NBA, basking in the limelight and adoration of the masses, while the others expend all their efforts merely vying for a minimum salary. The majority of our lives mirror that of Sambu, Santos, and AM. We must give our all to even have a chance to stand alongside them. How can one not strive? How can one not fight with fervor? As the fourth quarter was about to commence, the crowd was already on their feet, cheering them on. Meanwhile, on the Blazers' side, Coach Smith was fuming. Even though we are ahead, I must say, you are playing like utter rubbish. You are struggling against these mediocre Lakers, he exclaimed. For heaven's sake, your abilities far exceed theirs. You ought to be winning by 100 points. With just 1 quarter remaining, they are exhausted. It is time for you to obliterate them. Do you understand? Wait, Coach, Roy interrupted. I believe we should respect our opponents. What did you say? Coach Smith glared at Roy. I mean, Coach, we should respect our opponents. They are playing with great effort. A profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, I must express that they are the most tenacious team I have encountered since I began playing basketball. We possess no justification to underestimate them, nor should we label them as subpar athletes. The score remained close not due to our inadequacies, but rather their relentless effort and unwavering determination. Such adversaries deserve our sincere respect, do they not? Coach Smith fell into a contemplative silence. In the final quarter, we shall undoubtedly give our utmost, but not with the intention of mercilessly overpowering them. Rather, it is solely out of respect for their tenacity, Roy articulated. Lu Yusheng glanced at his fellow teammates. He was acutely aware that their stamina had reached its limit, yet there remained an entire quarter of the match. The prospect of clinching victory appeared increasingly elusive. Nonetheless, A fervent determination still ignited within him. He yearned for triumph. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly rested upon Lu Yusheng's shoulder. "Do not give up, young man. I believe you possess the opportunity to prevail." As Lu Yusheng lifted his gaze, a fervent eruption of applause and cheers resounded throughout the venue. This frenzied, unrelenting ovation and acclaim were all directed towards this individual. Lu Yusheng gazed at the individual before him, his face alight with astonishment. It was he. Chapter 30. The encouragement of a senior. The presence of Lakers legend Magic Johnson elevated the already electrifying atmosphere to its zenith. Lu Yusheng had longed for Kobe's arrival. But unexpectedly, the first to grace the scene was none other than the legendary Magic Johnson. The impact of this point guard god on Lu Yusheng was no less profound than that of Kobe, especially as he affectionately patted Lu Yusheng's shoulder, offering him words of encouragement. This was a scene that Lu Yusheng had never even dared to dream of. The other members of the Lakers were equally stirred and invigorated. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the Lakers' greatest historical figure, personally present to uplift them. What tremendous motivation this was. "Young men, I've watched every single one of your games, especially today's match. I initially planned to watch it on the hotel television, but as I was watching, I couldn't resist the urge to come here and fight alongside you. You're playing exceptionally well." Magic showered them with praise for their performance. Of course, this was not mere flattery. In fact, Magic had not intended to attend the game that day. After lunch, he had plans to meet with business partners. However, feeling a sense of ennui, he found himself watching the live broadcast from his hotel bed. The sight of these players clad in purple and gold compelled him to rise from his seat. He was deeply moved by their performance. He immediately instructed his secretary to cancel his afternoon business meetings. "I must be there in person to cheer for these young men. They deserve to win this championship." As a Lakers legend, Magic Johnson exemplified this spirit. Although he had long since retired from the Lakers, he remained deeply invested in everything concerning the team. It seemed as if every player in the purple and gold jersey was a teammate of his. "Listen, I know your stamina may be waning, but having fought this far, we must strive for this championship. Some may argue that a summer league title isn't worth such effort, but let me tell you, there is no hierarchy in championships. The essence of a championship is to prove that you are the best team, and your performance undoubtedly merits this championship." Magic Johnson's words acted like a potent tonic, instantly invigorating the Lakers players and filling them with excitement. "Lu," Magic called out Lu Yusheng's name. "As the team leader, you performed admirably in the first 3 quarters, leading by example and inspiring your teammates. However, as a point guard, Roy on the opposing team has outperformed you. Do you understand my meaning?" Magic patiently explained to Lu Yusheng. "The overall capability of your teammates may indeed fall short of that of the Trailblazers, and there is no shame in acknowledging that. But remember, they are still your comrades in battle, and only they can help you achieve victory, so you must trust them. Remember, basketball is always a team sport. As the point guard, our greatest responsibility is to enable every teammate to unleash their full potential. Only by fostering a cohesive team can we hope to attain victory. Do you understand?" Lu Yusheng gazed into the earnest eyes of the magician, and in that fleeting moment, an epiphany dawned upon him. Indeed. Throughout the entirety of the first 3 quarters of the match, every member of the Lakers, spurred on by Lu Yusheng's fervent example, had exerted themselves to the utmost, exhausting their final reserves of energy. Yet, deep within, Lu Yusheng felt an inexplicable void, a realization that had eluded him until now. The magician's enlightening words unveiled the truth. While they were united in spirit, industrious, and relentless in their efforts, the team's offensive play lacked cohesion. This deficiency stemmed from Lu Yusheng's subconscious belief that his teammates were inferior in skill compared to the Trailblazers, which rendered him hesitant to entrust the ball to them, fearing potential mistakes. When fewer teammates engage in ball handling during offensive plays, the tactical options diminish, rendering the team vulnerable to the opponent's defense, thereby obstructing the formation of a cohesive offensive strategy. In stark contrast, Roy, whether facing a turnover or being outmaneuvered by Lu Yusheng, consistently sought out his teammates, creating opportunities for them with each possession. At all times, one must place trust in their comrades. This, in the magician's eyes, elucidated why Lu Yusheng, as a point guard, had not performed as admirably as Roy. Lu Yusheng was thoroughly convinced by this. "Your criticism is indeed valid. I acknowledge that I have not performed adequately in this regard." No. I am not criticizing you, Lu. I am merely sharing some insights regarding the point guard position. Your career has only just commenced. Yet you have faced an undue amount of skepticism and pressure, which is quite unjust. Nevertheless, you have excelled remarkably, showcasing your organizational skills and imaginative passes that even I cannot help but applaud. Perhaps you will become the finest point guard in the illustrious history of the Lakers. Keep striving, young man. I hope this championship is merely the beginning of your magnificent journey in purple and gold. Magic Johnson is indeed a venerable mentor, who generously offers praise and encouragement to the younger generation. Hearing Magic's affirmation, Lu Yusheng felt his eyes welling with emotion. He truly had the urge to cry. Yet, at this moment, like his teammates, he was solely focused on seizing this championship to dedicate it to Magic, who had come to support them. With a whistle, the final quarter of the game officially commenced. The Lakers had possession of the ball. As Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line, he immediately gestured for Sambu to come up and execute a pick-and-roll tactic with him. Given that he had previously refrained from passing to Sambu after a similar play, the Trailblazers' defense, even after the screen, continued to converge towards Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng seized the opportunity, executing a splendid Stockton bounce pass directly to Sam. As Sam rose for a layup, he was unexpectedly met by Aldridge, who dashed back with astonishing speed, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball soaring away. Sam felt a twinge of frustration. Throughout this match, he was on the verge of developing a psychological shadow cast by Aldridge's relentless defense. Lu Yusheng patted his shoulder and said, "Sambu, do not be hasty when on the offensive. You undoubtedly possess numerous feints that could impart valuable lessons." Sambu was momentarily taken aback, as if grasping the essence of Lu Yusheng's words. Indeed, when confronted by a formidable adversary, one's offensive maneuvers may appear frantic and reckless, ultimately hindering the expression of one's true capabilities. Lu Yusheng waved his hand, urging him to continue setting screens for him. After the screen by Sambo, Lu Yusheng passed the ball to him once more. Sambo, momentarily taken aback upon receiving the ball, took a dribble and prepared for a layup. As expected, Aldridge came soaring in from behind, ready to deliver another formidable block. However, to his surprise, just as he leaped into the air, Sambo swiftly retracted his layup motion, an impeccable feint. Aldridge, suspended in midair, could only watch as Sambo completed his layup from the opposite side. Chapter 31. We are winning. The arrival of the magician brought a remarkable transformation to the young Lakers players. They had seemingly exhausted their energy to finish the fourth quarter, yet in that moment, they appeared invigorated, far from showing signs of fatigue. Roy observed in disbelief. The stamina of these players was indeed astonishing. What concerned Roy even more was the increasingly fluid offensive rhythm of the Lakers, something they had lacked in the first three quarters. In stark contrast, as the score tightened, the mindset of the Trailblazers players seemed to shift. Unexplained turnovers began to mount, and their offense fell into disarray. After receiving the ball, Alex noticed the Lakers' defense was tenacious and their rotations rapid, leaving him unable to find an open teammate. Aldridge established position inside, loudly demanding the ball from Alex. Yet, Sambo persistently attempted to maneuver around, causing Alex to hesitate before making a risky pass. Just as he was about to act, Famer suddenly swooped in for a steal. Caught off guard, Alex had the ball snatched away. A counterattack ensued. As Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled, his keen eyes surveyed the court, locking onto the fast-approaching Sambu. With a swift motion, he raised his hand to pass. Roy, rushing back on defense, hastily reached out to intercept the ball. However, to his astonishment, while Lu Yusheng appeared to focus on Sambu, he deftly redirected the pass to the swiftly descending Santos. A no-look pass. This was the signature move of the legendary Magic Johnson. Bang! Santos executed a breathtaking slam dunk. This moment seemed to unleash the pin-up emotions of the entire Lakers team throughout the game. As Lu Yusheng retreated defensively, he acknowledged the magician on the sidelines with a respectful gesture. Magic Johnson's face radiated a smile of satisfaction as he rose to affectionately ruffle Lu Yusheng's hair, exclaiming, "Well done." This basket had leveled the score at 82-82. With merely 5 minutes remaining in the match, both teams found themselves on equal footing once again. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of thunderous applause. "Why didn't TU pass it in sooner?" Aldridge bellowed at Alex, expressing his frustration. He had been attempting to maneuver forward, but had found no opportunity. "Enough of the bickering, let us focus on the game," Roy interjected, dribbling the ball while scrutinizing the Lakers' defense. There seemed to be no openings. As the Lakers mounted their offensive, their defensive intensity surged correspondingly. The Trailblazers, however, appeared as though their feet were weighed down with lead, each player panting as they were relentlessly pursued by the Lakers, lacking the energy to reposition themselves. With no alternative, Roy reluctantly lofted the ball to Aldridge inside. Having led throughout the match, the score had now been caught up by the Lakers, and the Trail Blazers' offensive plays were riddled with errors, leaving Aldridge frustrated from the lack of opportunities to score. Thus, upon receiving the ball, he disregarded the Lakers' defensive setup and initiated a back-to-the-basket play against Sambu. Anxious to resolve the situation through his own prowess, he dribbled, pivoted, and faked. Unbeknownst to him, the Lakers' defensive circle was tightening, effectively encircling him. At this juncture, attempting to pass the ball would be futile. As a forward with a versatile skill set, Aldridge's dribbling amidst such confinement could only lead to one outcome: a turnover. Sambu, quick of hand and eye, reached out and snatched the ball from Aldridge's grasp. Aldridge attempted to shield the ball, but his wrist strength paled in comparison to Sambu's. With a robbing flourish, Sambu seized the ball and passed it to Lu Yusheng, letting out an exhilarated shout. "Without your height, without your talent, but I will not be outdone in spirit." Aldridge seethed with frustration, hastily returning to defense. Yet Lu Yusheng's pass was swift, finding the fast-breaking Famer, who scored effortlessly. 84-82. The score had swung in favor of the Lakers. As the Trail Blazers mounted another offensive, Aldridge continued to fight for position inside, demanding the ball. However, Roy refrained from passing it to him, aware that Aldridge had lost his composure. Feeding him the ball would likely result in a turnover. Yet, his teammates had long since run out of energy, leaving no one to reposition. Gritting his teeth, Roy resolved to take matters into his own hands. This match could not be lost. He faced Lu Yusheng, employing deceptive maneuvers to shake his balance. Lu Yusheng discerned his intention. He was poised to take the shot himself. Consequently, he hastily stepped forward to defend. Roy dribbled to the right and suddenly executed a behind-the-back maneuver to reclaim the ball. Lu Yusheng hurriedly lunged forward, but ultimately his strength proved insufficient, creating a slight opening. Roy seized the opportunity, executing a mid-range jump shot with precision. The ball sailed through the air and found its mark, leveling the score once more. The Lakers now commenced their offensive possession. Lu Yusheng utilized his breakthrough to deliver a swift pass to AMU, who penetrated the 3-second zone and passed to the unmarked Sambu, who effortlessly scored 2 points. As the Trail Blazers initiated their offensive possession, Roy faced Lu Yusheng, opting for a one-on-one play. Lu Yusheng's physical stamina had reached its limit. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, determined to defend. Roy maneuvered with agility, launching a shot despite his body being pushed to its extremes. The ball danced on the rim for a moment before finally sinking in. Roy's splendid individual offensive display elicited an enthusiastic roar from the crowd. However, sitting in the stands, Magic Johnson shook his head in mild regret. He turned to Brian Shaw and remarked, "If we continue to play like this, we'll secure the victory. Prepare for a celebration." Brian Shaw looked puzzled, as the current situation on the court remained in a deadlock. The next possession belonged to the Lakers. Lu Yusheng instructed Farmar to set a screen, which has become their most effective tactic. After all, both Lu Yusheng and Farmar, as guards, possess exceptional ball handling skills. Following the screen, they can either attack or pass, leaving the opposing defense uncertain about where to direct their focus. Lu Yusheng passed the ball to Famar, who feigned a shot upon receiving it. Although the ruse lacked authenticity, the Trail Blazers players, already on edge, reacted instinctively. Famar swiftly dribbled forward, penetrating the defense, prompting Roy to abandon Lu Yusheng and rush to provide support. Famar then delivered the ball to the unmarked Santos, who was quickly met with Alex's defensive effort. Santos executed a deceptive maneuver, returning the ball to the cutting Lu Yusheng, who was poised to breach the unguarded paint. In response, Aldridge could do nothing but rush out to offer defensive cover. Lu Yusheng feigned a pass and delivered the ball to Sambu, who executed a thunderous dunk. In this sequence, the ball traversed the hands of 4 Lakers players, dismantling the Trail Blazers' defense, culminating in a confident finish. However, during the Trail Blazers' offensive possession, they struggled to create space, leading Roy to resort once again to isolation plays. Having already attempted 2 consecutive one-on-one situations, Lu Yusheng anticipated that Roy would continue to go solo, thus he focused solely on defending against Roy's offensive maneuvers. Disregarding any potential passes, Roy dribbled under his legs, skillfully altering his rhythm, yet Lu Yusheng remained steadfast, shadowing him closely. As the clock wound down, Roy was compelled to take a contested jump shot. Lu Yusheng exerted his utmost strength, leaping high to execute a block. He endeavored to disrupt Roy's shot with every ounce of his energy. Chapter 32, A Frantic Message. Due to Lu Yusheng's remarkable block, Roy's attempt soared. The arc was exceptionally high, and the basketball traced a graceful curve through the air. All eyes were anxiously fixed upon the ball. However, Lu Yusheng dashed towards the rebound ahead of time. With this shot, his fingertips grazed the ball. Indeed, it fell short. The basketball struck the front edge of the rim. A rebound. While neither center had yet reacted, a figure clad in purple and gold soared into the air. Lu Yusheng anticipated the moment with precision, securing the rebound with unwavering confidence. The Lakers launched a swift counterattack, while the Trail Blazers' defense faltered, unable to keep pace. In this critical juncture, aside from Roy, the rest of the teammates had relinquished their pursuit, their feet seemingly weighed down by lead, embodying a spirit of resignation. In stark contrast, the Lakers surged forward with unbridled momentum. At this instant, they cast aside thoughts of securing an NBA contract, momentarily forgetting the anxieties of their futures. All that mattered to them was the desire to triumph in this match. This encounter could very well be the most pivotal game of their lives. Although they had participated in numerous games before, none had ignited such an intense yearning for victory as this one. They exhausted every ounce of energy, pouring forth their last drops of sweat. And now, having arrived at this defining moment, the prospect of victory loomed large, the championship tantalizingly close. They could scarcely bear to wait any longer. As the final whistle echoed, the score settled at 94-88. The Lakers emerged victorious in a stunning comeback. All the players embraced one another in an outpouring of uncontainable emotion, their voices hoarse from jubilant shouts and roars. Some players were even moved to tears. Lu Yusheng embraced them tightly, unable to discern whether it was tears or sweat clouding his vision. In that moment, they felt as exhilarated as if they had triumphed in the NBA championship. Magic Johnson extended his congratulations to them, and then turned to Lu Yusheng with a personal remark. "Lu, you are truly remarkable. There are many renowned NBA guards who, by the end of their careers, fail to grasp certain truths. Yet, with a mere hint from me, you understood. This is your innate gift, the exceptional talent of a point guard. I hope you cherish this gift, for the current Lakers need you." Each word of encouragement from Magic resonated deeply within Lu Yusheng, becoming a cherished treasure for his future. Lu Yusheng was eager to inquire whether he could seek guidance from him in the future. However, the magician, likely preoccupied with pressing matters, hastily departed the venue without attending the awards ceremony. On the Trail Blazers side, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the difficulty in accepting the defeat, both Roy and Aldridge approached the Lakers players to extend their congratulations, and a friendly embrace ensued between the two teams. For this gesture alone, Lu Yusheng held immense respect for Roy and Aldridge. "Congratulations to you," Roy remarked to Lu Yusheng. "Thank you. You were remarkable as well." "Roy, do not be disheartened. Although we emerged victorious today, our rivalry has only just begun, has it not?" Roy paused, gazing at Lu Yusheng, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are correct. From this day forth, I shall remember you. The next time we meet, I will ensure my victory. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, though I suspect I shall still prevail." A rare smile graced Roy's face. "Impossible. I, Roy, will never allow myself to lose to you twice. We shall see." Later that evening, Lu's mother and Lin Shue's parents selected a restaurant in Las Vegas to celebrate Lu Yusheng. Uncle Lin was particularly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Yusheng, I truly did not anticipate that despite being a substitute this year, you have remarkably improved your game beyond my imagination. It is simply outstanding, truly outstanding. You have no idea how the people around me, who were originally staunch supporters of the Trail Blazers, began with such arrogance. Yet, as your performance unfolded, they grew increasingly silent and ultimately fell completely mute, even resorting to cursing the Trail Blazers players." Lu Yusheng smiled. Aunt Lin chuckled. "Yusheng, you are unaware, but your Uncle Lin nearly got into a scuffle with those fellows. Fortunately, the magician arrived just in time, diverting everyone's attention. Otherwise, your mother and I would have been at a loss for what to do." Uncle Lin added, "Those ruffians were utterly outrageous. If they wished to support, they should do so without resorting to foul language. When they spoke ill of Yusheng, I could not remain indifferent. I fear them not, despite their fierce appearances. I could easily handle them with my 8 trigrams fist." "You boast," laughed Aunt Lu. "I worry that it might embroil the two of us." Suddenly, Uncle Lin recalled something and inquired eagerly, "By the way, Yusheng, what about the autograph?" Lu Yusheng was utterly perplexed. What signature? What else could it be but the signature of the magician? Uncle Lin exclaimed anxiously, "Do you not know he is your Uncle Lin's favorite player? Surely, you haven't forgotten." Lu Yusheng scratched his head, apologizing. "I am truly sorry, Uncle Lin. I was so engrossed in the competition at that time that I completely overlooked these matters." Uncle Lin wore a look of regret. In his school days, he played as a point guard. During the era when the NBA was dominated by the legendary rivalry between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Even now, Uncle Lin remains an ardent admirer of Magic, regarding him as his idol. "Come now, you must understand," Lin's mother interjected. "Yusheng was in the midst of a match. He hardly had the time to accommodate your request for an autograph. You really should have more insight." Uncle Lin chuckled. "Oh, I am certainly not blaming Yusheng. I merely feel a tinge of envy." Leaning in closer, Uncle Lin asked, "Yusheng, I noticed that Magic spoke to you for quite a while when he entered. What did he say?" "He encouraged all of us to strive for victory in the championship and shared some of his game experiences with me." "Specifically? What kind of experiences?" Uncle Lin probed, eager to delve deeper into anything related to Magic. "Essentially, he emphasized the responsibilities of a point guard during that era, urging me to trust my teammates more and to integrate everyone into a cohesive unit. Only in doing so could we truly have a chance to win the game. That was the essence of our conversation." Uncle Lin listened with rapt attention, contemplating for a long while before exclaiming, "Indeed, he is the god of point guards," effortlessly identifying the Lakers' shortcomings. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yusheng remarked, "It's quite all right, Uncle Lin. I shall soon be a player for the Lakers, and the opportunities to meet him will surely be abundant. Next time, I will definitely remember to request an autograph for you." Uncle Lin chuckled and nodded. Taking a sip of his drink, he replied, "That would indeed be splendid. However, in truth, it matters little, for you will soon be one of them." "Do you understand my meaning? I am already a part of the Lakers." No, that is not what I intended," Uncle Lin interjected. "What I mean to convey, Yusheng, is that you will stand alongside legends such as Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Kobe Bryant, ultimately becoming a radiant star in the illustrious history of the Lakers." Lu Yusheng chuckled and shook his head. "Uncle Lin, I dare not entertain such thoughts at the moment, yet I shall strive toward that direction." Just as he spoke, his phone suddenly buzzed. He received a message from an unknown sender. "You performed well today. Tomorrow morning at 9, we train together at the Lakers training facility. Do not be late. Kobe." Although the message was brief and lacked warmth, the mere sight of that name was enough to send Lu Yusheng into a state of ecstatic joy. The individual he had long awaited and the dream he had consistently cherished had finally come to fruition. Chapter 33, "It is not as you imagine," Lu Yusheng hurriedly replied. "All right, see you tomorrow." Upon witnessing Lu Yusheng's excited expression, Uncle Lin promptly inquired, "Whose message is that?" "Kobe. He has invited me to train together tomorrow." Upon hearing that name, Lu's mother and others joined in the jubilant celebration. Particularly, Uncle Lin appeared even more exhilarated than Lu Yusheng himself. Like a child, he embraced Lu Yusheng and exchanged high fives. "Young man, do you remember what I told you earlier this year?" Lu Yusheng nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier this year, he had been disheartened by his lack of playing time, and Uncle Lin had always patiently guided him. He explained to Lu Yusheng that, due to our physical attributes, individuals of Asian descent naturally face disadvantages in the competitive realm of basketball. The NBA serves as the pinnacle of basketball, a stage reserved for only the most exceptional talents. However daunting the reality may be, one must persevere, train diligently, and never yield. Only through self-improvement and constant readiness can one seize opportunities. While we may be born at a disadvantage, we have also seen the emergence of remarkable talents over the years, particularly Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming, whose presence has demonstrated that individuals of Asian descent can indeed carve a niche for themselves in the NBA. Now, Lu Yusheng had finally begun to shine, and everything was aligning with Uncle Lin's initial prophecy, progressing splendidly. That evening, Uncle Lin indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, sharing countless tales, often moved to tears. He reminisced about his past, recounting his dreams as a young player, the discrimination and injustices he faced, his determination and persistence, and ultimately his defeat by reality, which led him to bid farewell to basketball and embark on a different path in life. Yet, throughout these years, the flame of his basketball dreams had continued to blaze within him, never extinguishing. At last, this fire had been passed on to Lu Yusheng, who now bore the weight of his former dreams, poised to enter the NBA. Uncle Lin was genuinely elated. Upon returning to the hotel, he remained wide awake, insisting on sharing a room with Lu Yusheng, engaging him in endless conversation. "You know, Yusheng, your Uncle Lin and Andy have always cared for you and hope to facilitate a relationship between you and Lin Shui, envisioning us as one family. However, I also recognize that my daughter is rather unreliable. Rest assured, we shall no longer broach this subject. Focus solely on your basketball." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng let out a sigh of relief. For years, they had been trying to matchmake, yet he had never harbored feelings for Lin Shui. Out of respect for Uncle Lin, He had felt unable to speak up, which had been quite bothersome. Now that Uncle Lin had voluntarily addressed the matter, Lu Yusheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "There's one more thing I must remind you," Uncle Lin continued. "What is it? Once you enter the NBA, you will undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. As you know, American women are quite enamored with sports stars. You will surely find yourself pursued by many fervent admirers. You must exercise restraint. Do not become lost in this attention. Remember, your ultimate goal is to become a champion, and you must maintain a long-term perspective." Lu Yusheng smiled and said, "Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I will certainly handle this matter well." Uncle Lin nodded with relief, the effects of the alcohol taking hold, and eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Lu Yusheng let out a sigh of relief, then took out his phone and hurriedly called Avril. Earlier, while dining with Uncle Lin and the others, Avril had sent him a congratulatory message. Lu Yusheng had invited her to join them in their celebration, but she expressed her desire to wait until his return for a private celebration. However, he had not anticipated being detained by Uncle Lin after dinner, and it was only now that he had finally managed to rest. Lu Yusheng was also eager to meet Avril, to share in the joy of his triumph. However, upon connecting the call, Avril informed him that a family matter had arisen, compelling her to hasten home. She was already en route at that moment. Lu Yusheng reminded her to pay attention to safety on the road. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall be home shortly," Avril replied. "It's truly unfortunate that we cannot celebrate together. I genuinely wish we could. Your performance today was absolutely remarkable. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you." "What kind of gift?" "A mysterious one, of course. I cannot divulge the details. Rest assured, I will make sure to present it to you soon." "Very well. I shall await your gift. Will you still be in Las Vegas tomorrow?" Avril inquired. "No, my dear, I will not. Tomorrow I must journey to Los Angeles and depart in the early hours of the morning." "When shall I see you again?" Avril asked. "I shall come to find you once my training concludes. By the way, I will also have a gift for you then." "Really? What kind of gift?" "A mysterious one. After you receive your gift, we can exchange." "All right. I am eagerly anticipating it." After hanging up the phone, Lu Yusheng hurriedly booked a flight online. The journey from Las Vegas to Los Angeles takes just over an hour. Kobe mentioned arriving at the training facility by 9 o'clock. But in order to make a favorable impression on him, Lu Yusheng decided to arrive early. Therefore, he had to set off in the early morning. Lu Yusheng decided to retire for the night. After all, Kobe was renowned for his rigorous training regimen. Without adequate rest, he feared he would lack the stamina to persevere. Just as he settled down to sleep, he was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. Lu Yusheng presumed it was Lin's mother, perhaps concerned for Uncle Lin. Thus she hurried to open the door. To her astonishment, upon opening it, she found a striking blonde woman standing outside. The lady possessed an alluring figure, clad in a plunging short dress that provocatively revealed her most intimate features. This left Lu Yusheng feeling quite flustered, as she dared not gaze in her direction. Yet, the woman boldly approached, her eyes glimmering with a suggestive allure. "Hello, Lu. Do you remember me?" Lu Yusheng was taken aback. "Do you truly not remember me?" She blinked her eyes. "My name is Louis, and I am a cheerleader. I have been fervently cheering for you today. When you made that final shot, you even glanced in my direction. Have you truly forgotten?" "Lu Yusheng, when did this happen? I even took a special glance. Wow, your performance today was truly exceptional. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed such an outstanding player. You led the team to victory single-handedly, simply remarkable. I am now your ardent admirer. And I have a deep passion for basketball as well. Could we perhaps retreat to a room for a more in-depth conversation?" As she spoke, her body language and gaze became increasingly suggestive. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself. Just as Uncle Lin had finished his reminder, he unexpectedly encountered the situation upon turning back. As Lu Yusheng was about to decline, he was taken aback when Louise, without waiting for his consent, made her way towards his room. Just then, a sudden cough from Uncle Lin resonated within the room. Uncle Lin's head appeared unexpectedly, cheerfully greeting Louise. "Hi, Louise. How are you?" Startled, Louise glanced at Lu Yusheng in disbelief, then shifted her gaze to the bare-shouldered Uncle Lin, her expression one of astonishment. "You too." "Lu Yusheng, what?" "It's not what you think." Chapter 34, A Sudden Strike. The plane arrived over Los Angeles in the early hours of the morning. Lu Yusheng sat aboard the airplane, gazing down at the vibrant metropolis of entertainment. The coastline stretches extensively, the climate remains temperate throughout the seasons, and the commercial landscape thrives, rendering it a highly desirable locale for both residence and investment. This very allure is a significant reason why the Los Angeles Lakers have historically never been devoid of superstars eager to join their ranks. Once one becomes a member of the Lakers, it signifies an entrance into the global spotlight, marked by immense exposure. Here, even if one's salary is modest, the myriad of endorsements, both grand and humble, ensures a remarkably lucrative income. This is the advantage of playing for the Lakers. However, the disadvantages are equally pronounced. Every action is scrutinized under a microscope, attracting the unwavering attention of the public, thereby amplifying the pressure to unprecedented levels. Whether on the court or in private life, any misstep could result in severe public backlash. As he embarked on his journey in the NBA, Lu Yusheng found himself uncertain as to whether he was fortunate or unfortunate to be in such an environment. At 8 in the morning, he arrived at the Lakers training facility, a full hour ahead of his scheduled appointment with Kobe. As Lu Yusheng entered the gymnasium, he was greeted by the rhythmic sound of basketballs bouncing. Upon stepping inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar figure, Kobe. At that moment, he was diligently practicing his three-point shots, accompanied by several staff members who were assisting him in retrieving and passing the balls. Kobe was already drenched in sweat, his training attire completely soaked. Wasn't it supposed to start at 9? He had arrived an hour early, yet judging by Kobe's current state, he had likely been training for at least an hour already. Truly, he was a training enthusiast, living up to his reputation. Noticing Lu Yusheng, who was staring in awe at his practice, Kobe paused his drills and urged him to quickly change his clothes, as the training was about to commence. "Oh right, I'll go do that now." Lu Yusheng hurriedly dashed to change his clothes and shoes, and with the assistance of the staff, he engaged in a brief warm-up. Following the warm-up, the first training exercise commenced, which involved dribbling. Kobe joined Lu Yusheng in a series of shuttle runs while alternating ball handling techniques. This type of training was something Lu Yusheng had practiced extensively during his high school and college years, categorizing it as fundamental training. It appears that the training routines of these renowned basketball stars are not particularly extraordinary after all. Lu Yusheng actually wished to engage in a conversation with him. Yet during the training session, Kobe maintained a serious demeanor and remained silent, which deterred Lu Yusheng from expressing himself further. In the next round, the training continued to focus on fundamental exercises, specifically dribbling around cones and shuttle runs. These were practices that Lu Yusheng had consistently performed since he began playing basketball. Initially, he was filled with curiosity regarding the training regimens of these basketball icons, but it seemed that their routines bore a striking resemblance to those of ordinary players. However, Lu Yusheng did observe that even in such basic drills, Kobe approached the exercises with extraordinary seriousness. Each bounce of the ball and every sprint during dribbling was executed with unwavering standards. This, albeit minor, was a noteworthy revelation for Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng yearned to engage in conversation with Kobe, for he still harbored an unresolved question in his heart. He was eager to comprehend why Kobe was so insistent on having the team select him. Yet, Kobe remained engrossed in his training, wholly focused and silent. The next round of practice involved dribbling confrontations culminating in layups. Lu Yusheng launched an attack, while Kobe defended resolutely. Lu Yusheng was contemplating whether to apply some resistance when unexpectedly, Kobe swiftly reached out and intercepted the ball. Lu Yusheng hurriedly fell back on defense. Yet Kobe executed a spectacular dunk with a direct dribble. "With dribbling like that, you won't be able to compete in a formal match," Kobe remarked as he passed the ball to Lu Yusheng. "Lu Yusheng, isn't this a form of confrontational training?" At that moment, Lu Yusheng said nothing. Yet internally, he was secretly competing. "Since you are earnest, I shall not hold back either." Lu Yusheng dribbled once more, this time intent on outmaneuvering Kobe cleanly, leaving him utterly speechless. However, much to his surprise, despite his continuous fakes, Kobe remained unfazed, steadfastly positioned before him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yusheng had no choice but to commence his dribbling maneuver, executing the signature move of Tim Hardaway. However, after several vigorous between-the-legs fakes, Kobe not only remained unfazed but also closed in on him with greater intensity. This tactic was familiar to Lu Yusheng, reminiscent of Rajon Rondo's tenacious, sticky defense. Such defensive strategies are particularly effective against those with less adept ball handling skills, as the high-pressure tactics often lead to unforced errors. However, for master dribblers, this close guarding pressure can easily reveal vulnerabilities and lead to positional mistakes. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball while maintaining his distance, meticulously searching for the opportune moment to strike against Kobe. The instant Kobe made his move, he would undoubtedly lose his balance. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng observed that Kobe was leaning to the right. This was the moment to act. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Yusheng's heart soared with joy as he swiftly switched the ball to his other hand, his body propelling forward simultaneously. This surge of acceleration was sure to lead to a clean passage. However, just as he surpassed Kobe by a half-step, Lu Yusheng was astonished to find that the ball in his possession had not bounced to the expected spot. In a flurry, he glanced back, only to discover that the ball had already found its way into Kobe's hands. Another interception. This time, Kobe did not attempt a layup. Instead, he secured the ball and passed it back to Lu Yusheng. Is the level of competition in the Summer League truly this low? It seems to me that you maneuver through defenders with such ease in this Summer League. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. He had presumed that Kobe was indifferent to the Summer League, yet this statement revealed that he had indeed paid attention. At the same time, a sense of unease crept into his heart. To speak candidly, despite his extensive experience in basketball, Lu Yusheng had never encountered such an intimidating form of defense. While both exhibited tenacious, close-quarters guarding, Kobe's defensive prowess was entirely distinct from Rondo's. This player employed an array of deceptive feints to bewilder his opponent, leading them to mistakenly believe he had lost his positioning and that they could easily bypass him. However, his true strategy lay concealed, patiently awaiting the emergence of a flaw. Profoundly inscrutable. The accolade of being named to the all-defensive first team for the 6th time in 2006 was no mere coincidence. It was undeniable. As a point guard, being stripped of the ball twice in one-on-one situations was utterly unforgivable. Lu Yusheng originally believed that he had mastered Tim Hardaway's signature crossover to a considerable extent, making him capable of handling NBA-level competitions. However, on the very first day of training with Kobe, he was met with a harsh reality check. Struggling even to dribble past half-court, Lu Yusheng dribbled once more, this time exercising utmost caution by employing a back-to-the-basket maneuver, intending to securely traverse past the halfway line. However, as soon as he turned his back, he collided with Kobe's physique, instantly feeling as though he had crashed into an iron wall, rebounding immediately. This abrupt physical confrontation nearly unseated Lu Yusheng. Yet, it appeared that Kobe had exerted little to no effort at all. Lu Yusheng finally understood why this guy appeared so effortless in his television performances, even when matched against a powerful forward like Pierce. It was because this individual possessed extraordinary strength. Lu Yusheng felt a profound sense of trepidation. He had just come to comprehend the true significance of the world's few preeminent players. The sheer strength and terror that he had previously been unable to fathom were now vividly apparent. Lu Yusheng initially intended to apply some pressure on Kobe, yet now, under Kobe's solitary defense, even crossing half-court has become a formidable challenge. Chapter 35, Help. I want to go home. Drops of sweat trickled down. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, confronting Kobe's defense as if faced with an insurmountable mountain. Skill alone proved insufficient, and strength was entirely inadequate against such an opponent. At that moment, Lu Yusheng redirected his focus back to the essence of dribbling past his adversary. Ultimately, the only way to advance the ball beyond half-court was to outmaneuver Kobe with technical prowess. There were no alternatives. His most proficient technique at present was the Tim Davis signature between-the-legs dribble, which, despite being only at level 5, was his most formidable asset. As he dribbled, he sought to rekindle the sensation of mastering the skill. By altering his rhythm and executing wide directional changes, he aimed to disrupt the defender's balance. Yet, Kobe's defensive acumen was so profound that even subtle changes in rhythm were inadequate to shift his center of gravity. Moreover, even a slight alteration in balance bore little effect. Kobe's speed and reflexes were exceptional. Any momentary shift would be quickly corrected, rendering Lu Yusheng unable to surpass him. In that instant, a vivid memory surfaced in Lu Yusheng's mind, the 2001 finals, where he had witnessed Allen Iverson's spectacular maneuvers against the more agile and nimble Kobe. Among the remarkable crossovers, what resonated most with Lu Yusheng was Iverson's dramatic and continuous changes in direction. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth. In the face of Kobe's formidable defense, one must execute a significant change of direction to completely disrupt his center of gravity. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to surpass him. With this in mind, Lu Yusheng combined this principle with Tim Davis's under-the-leg dribble maneuver, simultaneously altering his dribbling rhythm while gradually expanding his dribble's amplitude. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Lu Yusheng noticed that Kobe's quick lateral movements had increased, indicating that his center of gravity was beginning to shift. In an instinctive effort to avoid being easily bypassed, Kobe subconsciously created some distance between them. At last, Lu Yusheng managed to shake off Kobe's relentless, tenacious defense, although he had yet to completely surpass him. Lu Yusheng felt a sense of relief. This type of defense was exceedingly burdensome. Forcing Kobe to refrain from close guarding was the most significant achievement Lu Yusheng had accomplished that day. It appeared that the skills bestowed by the system must be employed flexibly according to different defensive styles. Against the opponents in the Summer League, applying the basics was generally sufficient. However, when faced with a defense of Kobe's caliber, one must adapt by incorporating a substantial change of direction. He finally achieved an unexpected outcome. Ultimately, Lu Yusheng's feint to the right successfully deceived Kobe, causing his center of gravity to lean noticeably to the right. Lu Yusheng swiftly pulled the ball to the left, accelerated, and in an instant, he created a half-step advantage over Kobe. He passed. Lu Yusheng was filled with exhilaration. Seizing this half-step advantage, he hurriedly surged forward at full speed, preparing to conclude with a thunderous slam dunk. The suffocating defense he had endured for so long had weighed heavily on his heart. Lu Yusheng leapt high into the air, poised to execute a slam dunk. Suddenly, he felt a shadow springing up behind him. With a resounding smack, Kobe delivered a thunderous block, sending the basketball soaring out of bounds. Lu Yusheng simultaneously fell to the ground. Kobe smiled faintly, acknowledging the impressive maneuver, yet remarked, "Your speed is simply too sluggish." Lu Yusheng sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Is this fellow even human? Just moments ago, when he had passed him, the man was facing away. By the time he turned around, Lu Yusheng had already created a distance of 2 or 3 body lengths between them. Lu Yusheng accelerated towards the basket for a layup, only to be met with an astonishing rejection from behind. Reflecting upon it, one might recall Kobe Bryant's memorable chase-down block against Ty Lawson of the Denver Nuggets, which now seems somewhat justifiable. Subsequently, they engaged in several training drills, focusing on passing and shooting. Fortunately, these sessions did not require direct confrontation with Kobe. Otherwise, Lu Yusheng might have found himself utterly overwhelmed. Nevertheless, even in mere passing and shooting drills, Kobe remained intent on outmatching Lu Yusheng in shooting accuracy. Lu Yusheng was curious. Did this guy feel the need to compete even during meals? After an hour of training, Lu Yusheng felt a sense of fatigue creeping in, as there had been little to no respite during the session. However, a glance at Kobe revealed that he showed no signs of weariness. It was worth noting that he had arrived long before Lu Yusheng. The staff accompanying them appeared somewhat fatigued as well, and they inquired with Kobe if he would like to take a break. "Let us do another set of 3-pointers," Kobe responded. "You all can rest. It's enough for just Lu and me." Lu Yusheng suggested, "Lu, let us take a brief respite after sinking 3 3-pointers." Kobe inquired, 3? Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback. Only 3 shots? It would be better to rest instead. He pondered silently. Could it be that Kobe intended to hone his accuracy from beyond the arc under conditions of physical extremity? Perhaps. Yet, it mattered little. Regardless, he would only need to take 3 shots before he could rest. The implication of 3 3-pointers was not merely to make 3 successful attempts, but rather to score consecutively from 5 designated spots, completing 3 sets in total. Should he fail at any single spot, he would have to start afresh. Lu Yusheng was utterly astounded. What kind of bizarre shooting technique is this? To score from all 5 3-point spots consecutively? And it must be done in 3 sets? If this were at the onset of training, when his energy was abundant, it might have been feasible. However, given that his stamina has already been significantly depleted, achieving success from all 5 positions at this juncture seems exceedingly challenging. Lu Yusheng felt utterly despondent. "Never mind, just pass me the ball. Consider it a respite." "I shall take the shot," Kobe remarked. "All right." Lu Yusheng thought to himself, "I am keen to observe when you will manage to complete these 3 3-pointers under such circumstances." Lu Yusheng began to pass the ball to Kobe from beyond the 3-point line. To Lu Yusheng's astonishment, in the first 2 sets of 3-point attempts, Kobe missed not a single shot, sinking every one. It was only in the 3rd set, at the top of the arc, that he missed. Without hesitation, Lu Yusheng started again, and this time, every shot was successful. Lu Yusheng stared in astonishment at Kobe. In such circumstances, how could he maintain such precision? This must be the reason he was able to sink the game-winning shot in the final moments of the match. "It's your turn." Kobe passed the ball to Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng commenced his attempts at shooting. His initial throw missed the mark. After considerable effort, he successfully landed the first 4 shots, only to miss the final one, necessitating a restart. After a series of challenges and setbacks, he ultimately completed 1 set, though he was now breathless and fatigued. 2 additional sets loomed ahead, seemingly an eternity away. "Hurry up," Kobe urged. "Do not squander my time. There are other drills to attend to." Lu Yusheng, "Help, I want to go home." Chapter 36, Kobe's Obsession. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lu Yusheng finally completed his 3 3-point shots. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to rise and fetch a drink of water. If today's training were to conclude here, it might have been bearable. However, Kobe had just mentioned that there were more drills to follow. Oh, heavens! In Lu Yusheng's heart, he was momentarily engulfed by an indescribable feeling of either fear or admiration towards Kobe. Previously, he had merely heard tales of his relentless dedication to training. But today he had the opportunity to experience it firsthand, and it was indeed a challenge that few could endure. The most remarkable aspect was not just the intensity of his training over a day or two. Since entering the NBA, he had maintained this rigorous regimen almost daily. This consistency is what is truly formidable. Given such extraordinary commitment, it seems only fitting that he would achieve remarkable success. For the sheer intensity of his training, he undoubtedly deserves every accolade. What terrifies Lu Yu is the prospect of enduring a similar torment as he has. After merely half a day, he already feels on the verge of collapse. How could he possibly sustain such an ordeal day after day, year after year? What kind of tenacity would be required to persevere? Can he truly endure? Yet, to attain the offensive prowess and defensive foundation akin to that of Kobe, it seems he must commit to rigorous training and maintain stringent self-discipline, much like him. Suddenly, a crisp voice resonated in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. Tim Hardaway's signature technique. The crossover dribble has reached level 7. Please continue your efforts, and the system will provide additional star technique blind boxes." Has he truly advanced 2 levels? This is the first time Lu Yusheng has encountered a situation where his skill proficiency has increased by 2 levels. Moreover, this occurred not during a competition, but rather in training. Lu Yusheng comprehended that the skills bestowed by the system do not imply that one levels up more swiftly during competitions. Rather, it is when confronted with more formidable challenges that advancement occurs at an accelerated pace. The previous rapid progression during competitions was attributable to the fact that only in formal contests could one encounter such intense trials. Although the current situation does not constitute a competition, it presents the most formidable defense in the world, thereby naturally facilitating a quicker level up. Lu Yusheng eagerly anticipated the system hastening to bestow upon him new skills. During today's training session with Kobe, he became acutely aware of the staggering gap in their abilities. At present, he could only silently express gratitude that not every opponent in the NBA would possess the same extraordinary defensive prowess as Kobe. Otherwise, Lu Yusheng feared he might succumb to despair. Fortunately, prior to officially entering the realm of NBA-level competition, this training session had afforded him a psychological preparation. Kobe tossed him a bottle of water and took a seat beside him. "How's Coach Donovan?" Kobe inquired. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Did he truly know Coach Donovan? Could this be the very reason the Lakers were considering him? Was it Coach Donovan who had put in a word for him? Yet, it was puzzling since Coach Donovan had not held him in high regard. But then again, it was indeed commendable that our school claimed the championship this year. He had certainly made a name for himself. Do you know him? Yes, I am acquainted with him. When Phil departed that year, the team sought a head coach, and he participated in the discussions, specifically reaching out to me to share numerous insights. I have a profound admiration for his basketball philosophy. Regrettably, the Lakers did not select him, yet I still believe he possesses remarkable talent. His leadership in guiding your team to victory this year affirms that my initial judgment was not in vain. There seemed to be a hint of regret in Kobe's words regarding the missed opportunity to collaborate with Donovan. Coach Phil Jackson is indeed formidable, with an impressive array of championships to his name. Undoubtedly, Phil is an exceptional coach. However, life presents myriad possibilities. Kobe pondered thoughtfully, suggesting that had the Lakers opted for Coach Donovan over Tomjanovich, perhaps that year would have yielded a more favorable outcome, potentially altering the course of events such that Phil might not have joined us the following year. Lu Yusheng found himself somewhat perplexed by Kobe's sentiments. With a coach as accomplished as Phil Jackson, what reason could there be to still dwell on a rookie coach like Donovan? It seemed Kobe discerned his thoughts and remarked, "Phil is indeed formidable, but he had already achieved remarkable success before our collaboration, much like that hefty fellow. Their aura is so overwhelming that it often eclipses the efforts and brilliance of those around them." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng naturally grasped the essence of Kobe's inner conflict. Despite having secured 3 championships, a significant portion of the fanbase still believed he had merely clung to the coattails of Shaquille O'Neal and Phil Jackson to attain glory. Especially after O'Neal's departure to Miami, where he aided in securing another championship, such rumors proliferated. Assertions like O'Neal is too dominant, Give him a guard, and he could achieve a three-peat were rampant. Kobe, known for his fierce competitive spirit, was understandably sensitive to such narratives. This was precisely why. Following O'Neal's exit, he was eager to lead the Lakers to another championship to validate his worth. Such opinions stem from those who lack understanding of the game. Lu Yusheng asserted, "Anyone who witnessed those finals knows that without you, the Lakers might never have reached that stage." Kobe shook his head, dismissing the notion. "That's futile. Let me tell you, people always prioritize results. The outcome is that the hefty one is the MVP. And everyone believes he was the one who led the team to 3 championships. That's all right. Without O'Neal, you could still win a title, but even the strongest require allies." Lu Yusheng countered. As someone who had traversed time, he was keenly aware that from 2008 to 2010, after acquiring Pau Gasol, the Lakers had advanced to the finals 3 consecutive years, winning twice. Yet, Kobe remained oblivious to this timeline. "I will certainly win again. I do not need your consolation," Kobe asserted, his expression suddenly turning stern, mistaking Lu Yusheng's words as mere comfort. "The ally you refer to isn't you, is it? A point guard who struggles to cross half-court? What confidence do you possess?" Honestly, this guy's words are perpetually unpalatable, especially towards his teammates. He shows no restraint. "Am I not allowed to comfort you?" Lu Yusheng retorted. "If you think so little of me, why would you go out of your way to have the team select me?" This statement served both as a rebuttal and an attempt to clarify his own perplexities. Kobe rose from his seat. "Consider this an opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. You know, given your NCAA statistics, you might not even be chosen in the second round." Lu Yusheng was taken aback. It seemed he had no intention of revealing the reasons behind his selection. "Make the most of your training time, rookie," Kobe instructed as he signaled the staff to toss over a basketball. "Given your current performance, focus on securing some rotation time at the point guard position with the Lakers." Lu Yusheng drained the last drop of water from his bottle, gritted his teeth, and struggled to rise from the floor. A staff member hurried over. Handing a phone to Kobe, it was a call from Mr. Rob. Kobe stepped aside to take the call, and after a moment, returned to Lu Yusheng, saying, "I have an urgent matter to attend to, and I must leave for now. I fear I won't be able to continue practicing with you." Lu Yusheng expressed with a feigned regret. "Really? What a pity." Internally, he thought, Mr. Rob is truly a good person. Even his name sounds so endearing. "No worries. I still have 20 minutes, Kobe added. "I can join you for a one-on-one match." Lu Yusheng, Murder. Chapter 37, The Gifted Child with Explosive Talent, of course. Kobe did not truly engage in a one-on-one showdown with Lu Yusheng. He had pressing matters to attend to and hurriedly departed. This was perhaps for the best, sparing Lu Yusheng from the psychological trauma of a defeat. He had heard numerous accounts of this individual's encounters with teammates, all of whom had emerged with significant mental scars. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng did not immediately take his leave after Kobe exited. Although he felt fatigued, he decided to extend his practice for a while longer. He yearned to relive the moments of their recent one-on-one confrontation on the court. The essence of today's training was encapsulated in that exchange. Within those several rounds lay much to ponder and reflect upon. Naturally, having video footage would have been ideal, allowing him to review and analyze it repeatedly. By the time training concluded, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yusheng grabbed a quick bite from a street vendor before searching for a suitable residence near the Lakers' training facility. With his imminent transition to living and working in Los Angeles, securing a rental was imperative. The NBA is a league marked by vast disparities in player income. Even in 2006, some stars commanded contracts worth tens of millions of dollars, while many players subsisted on minimum salary deals. For top-tier stars, relocating to a new city often meant purchasing a lavish home, a mere trifle for them. In contrast, players with lower salaries, like Lu Yusheng, had no option but to rent. The rookie contracts were even more modest. The first overall pick, Bargnani, signed for a mere 4 years and $21 million. And Lu Yusheng's position commanded an even smaller sum. The crucial aspect was that although he had signed a contract, the team had yet to disburse any salary. In a city like Los Angeles, where every square foot is precious, renting an apartment was clearly the more prudent choice. Soon, the agency presented him with a reasonably priced apartment. Lu Yusheng took a moment to inspect the new place, finding that, aside from the slightly reduced space, he was quite satisfied with everything else. The smaller size was of little consequence, as he was the sole occupant and primarily needed it for rest at night. After renting the apartment and tidying up the room, Lu Yusheng ventured to the supermarket downstairs to purchase some daily necessities. Upon returning, he took a nap and awoke to find that night had fallen. He descended to have dinner and received calls from both his mother and Avril in succession. His mother inquired if his living arrangements were satisfactory and whether he needed any financial assistance. "No need, Mom. I've grown up now and have started working. You needn't worry about these matters for me anymore." He paused, then continued, "By the way, I've been reflecting on my current salary. Although it is not particularly high, it is certainly sufficient for both of us to live on. I wonder if you might consider resigning from your job?" There was a prolonged silence on his mother's end, leading Lu Yusheng to believe there might be a signal issue. "Mom, can you hear me?" "Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you." His mother's voice quivered noticeably, laden with emotion. Only then did Lu Yusheng comprehend that his mother was indeed crying. Mother Lu has endured a lifetime of hardships. After her divorce, she ventured alone to America with her son, raising him single-handedly. Now, as her son expresses such sentiments, every mother would likely feel a surge of gratitude and be moved to tears. "It's all right, my son," she reassures him. "I am still young and far from retirement age. I am capable of working. Your salary is indeed substantial, yet it remains somewhat unstable at this moment. It would be wise for you to save for yourself. Once you have firmly established your career in the NBA and earned a considerable fortune, it would not be too late for me to resign." Lu Yusheng, unable to withstand his mother's insistence, had no choice but to relent. Lu Yusheng understood that his mother's concerns were not unfounded. The NBA is a realm where the elimination rate of players is exceedingly high. Even some first-round picks fail to make the cut, let alone someone of his draft position. Avril's calls were filled with the tender longings between lovers, interspersed with her gentle musings. She had yet to resolve matters concerning her brother, which prevented her from visiting Lu Yusheng for the time being. However, she also shared some delightful news with him. She was on the verge of graduating and planned to seek employment in Los Angeles, which would enable her to be with Lu Yusheng. The sweet exchanges of young love seemed never to be enough, and time slipped away unnoticed amidst their conversations. On the other end of the line, Avril's father called for her several times before she reluctantly ended the call. After hanging up, Lu Yusheng felt a momentary sense of disorientation. He stood by the window, gazing at the dazzling nightscape of Los Angeles, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He felt the loneliness and emptiness of being in a foreign land. Yet he was also filled with hope and apprehension for the future. His current system was, after all, not a super cheat. Whether he could establish himself in the NBA would ultimately depend on his own efforts. In the end, his gaze fell upon the basketball training. When anxiety about the future creeps in, doing nothing and letting one's thoughts wander only exacerbates the unease. Diligence and relentless effort are the true remedies for alleviating anxiety. Lu Yusheng donned his training attire and hurried downstairs to the training hall. To his surprise, the gym was still bustling with activity in the evening. As a spirited 5-on-5 scrimmage was underway, Lu Yusheng realized that he hardly recognized these individuals, who were not players from the Lakers. However, one particular child captured his attention. This boy also played as a point guard, yet his style of play deviated significantly from that of a conventional point guard. This young prodigy exhibited extraordinary explosiveness. Even when defenders were focused intently on their tasks, he could effortlessly accelerate and outpace them by a considerable margin. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly left an impression was his propensity to leap into the paint without hesitation, delivering resounding dunks regardless of who stood in the 3-second area. His dunking ability was almost surreal. It seemed that the moment he launched himself, he was already soaring towards the rim. The towering defenders attempting to thwart him always appeared a fraction too late, relegated to mere spectators in the backdrop. Furthermore, after executing each dunk, he would invariably erupt with exuberant shouts of triumph. As Lu Yusheng approached, he finally discerned the boy's face. To his astonishment, it was none other than Russell Westbrook. No wonder. Lu Yusheng recalls that Westbrook entered the draft in 2008, being selected 4th overall by the Thunder. By this time, he had just graduated from Lusinger High School. However, unexpectedly, the young Westbrook had already become a master of soaring through the skies and evading the earth. Such is the nature of talent, undeniable and awe-inspiring. After observing for a while, Lu Yusheng began to train alone in the adjacent court. As he practiced, he pondered how he might contend with such a remarkably gifted guard in the future. After much contemplation, it seemed there were no particularly effective strategies to limit him. After training for some time, he suddenly noticed that the game had come to a halt. It appeared that someone had departed, leaving the court with one less player. A voice called out to Lu Yusheng, "Brother, we're short a player. Come join us." Chapter 38. Teaching you how to be a person. Just as Lu Yusheng was about to approach, someone at the entrance of the training hall suddenly said, "Allow me." Lu Yusheng turned around and saw a tall African-American player entering the room. This individual was none other than the starting point guard for the Los Angeles Lakers, Smush Parker. Smush had officially joined the Lakers the previous year, during a time when the team was undergoing a rebuilding phase and desperately lacking talent at the point guard position, with only the veteran JaVale McGee available. However, during the preseason, the aging McGee struggled to keep pace with the team's rhythm, prompting the Zen Master to elevate Smush Parker to the starting point guard position. Throughout the regular season, Smush's performance was deemed acceptable, averaging 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists per game. Yet, in the playoffs, when faced with the Phoenix Suns star point guard Steve Nash, he was somewhat overwhelmed. At that time, Nash was a 2-time regular season MVP at the peak of his powers, and the Suns boasted a roster far superior to the makeshift team of the Lakers. Despite this, the Lakers superstar Kobe Bryant never seemed to have faith in Smush Parker. Lu Yusheng has thoroughly observed that series of matches from years past, and he believes that Smush Parker possesses commendable physical attributes. However, his technical skills and defensive awareness leave much to be desired. Lu Yusheng surmised that Kobe's disdain for him likely stemmed from his lackluster training attitude. Kobe had always been unsparing towards teammates who displayed a poor work ethic. However, he was taken aback to see that, even at this late hour, Kobe had arrived for practice. It appeared that the issue with this individual might not solely pertain to his training demeanor. Westbrook and his companions recognized him as well, and noticing that Smush Parker had yet to change into his gear, one remarked, "Forget it, you are a professional athlete." To which Smush Parker retorted, "And so what? You may also have the opportunity to become professional players in the future. Do you not wish to learn from those who are already in the field?" He cast a glance at Lu Yusheng and added, "Or do you merely wish to target that Asian kid to dominate? Lu Yusheng, this scoundrel, as a teammate, he doesn't regard him at all." It's unclear whether he is oblivious to the fact that Lu Yusheng is already a member of the Lakers, or if it is simply disdain for players of Asian descent. "Then let it be you," Westbrook remarked. His gaze towards Smush Parker bore a hint of contempt, likely incited by the arrogance typical of a professional player like Parker. Smush Parker quickly donned his shoes, took a few simple shots to warm up, and then joined the game. He found himself positioned against Westbrook, the two perfectly matched. In the first round, it was Westbrook's turn to attack. He dribbled the ball leisurely, his eyes fixed on Parker. Suddenly, with a swift change of direction, he accelerated and effortlessly left Parker behind. He surged into the paint and unleashed a thunderous dunk. It seemed as though there was no difference from their previous matchup. A faint, cold smile graced Westbrook's lips as he guarded Parker, constantly applying physical pressure, muttering to himself, "Professional players are just like this, I suppose." Parker merely smiled back, "Kid, I've just warmed up, don't be in such a hurry." After halftime, the previously leisurely Parker suddenly quickened his pace. In an instant, he executed a dramatic change of direction identical to Westbrook's and, in the blink of an eye, left Westbrook behind, charging into the lane for another powerful dunk. It was evident that Parker had deliberately mirrored Westbrook's move, returning the favor. "Next time, I will be here, and I shall strike you again in the same manner," Parker chuckled. "Shut your mouth," Westbrook retorted stubbornly. "If your move is so formidable, why haven't I seen you use it against the Suns? Kid, if you speak to your seniors like that, I won't hold back," Parker warned as Westbrook dribbled. Observing Parker's defense, suddenly, he pushed off with great force. Once again, he executed an exaggerated, explosive change of direction. Yet this time, Parker was well prepared. He anticipated Westbrook's path and swiftly followed, providing a physical confrontation. Westbrook, still in the midst of his physical development and slender in stature, was no match for the robust Parker, and he stumbled back, nearly losing his balance as he struggled to maintain control of the ball. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself, how remarkable it is that Parker, having played in the NBA for 2 years, could make such astute predictions. His experience is indeed quite profound. At Lu Yusheng's current level, he would likely struggle to make such anticipations. Westbrook, naturally, was not one to concede easily. He adjusted his dribbling once more. At this moment, although Westbrook appeared somewhat inexperienced, there was already a glimmer of fierce determination in his expression, reminiscent of a tortoise's tenacity. He dribbled the ball back and forth with both hands, while Smush Parker maintained a low center of gravity, despite the fact that his opponent was merely a high school student. After one round, he recognized the young man's prowess and remained vigilant. Westbrook surged forward once again. This time, his acceleration was even more rapid than before. His body shot forward with the swiftness of a leopard. Even Lu Yusheng, watching from the sidelines, was astounded by the explosive power of this burst. After all, Having only seen this extraordinary talent on television, witnessing it in reality was far more impressive than it had appeared on screen. Lu Yusheng surmised that Smush Parker would be unable to keep up. In truth, Smush Parker indeed fell behind. Yet, in the next moment, Westbrook approached, only for the ball to inexplicably come to rest in Smush Parker's hands. It was intercepted. This maneuver was a testament to experience and foresight. Upon witnessing the interception, Westbrook muttered a curse in frustration and hurriedly retreated on defense. Meanwhile, Smush Parker leisurely dribbled the ball, wearing that infuriating grin. Young man, mere speed in basketball is futile. Otherwise, the tribesmen of the African savannah would have long since made their mark in the NBA. Lu Yusheng pondered, how remarkable it is that this individual, as a person of African descent, not only harbors disdain for those of Asian descent, but also looks down upon fellow Africans, affectionately referring to them as savages. Pray tell, are they not your ancestors? Russell Westbrook, tightly guarding Smush Parker, despite lacking his physical strength, exuded an undeniable vigor that made it equally challenging for Smush Parker to handle the ball. As they crossed the half-court line, Smush Parker began to alter his dribbling rhythm, attempting to disrupt Westbrook's center of gravity. Suddenly, he changed direction and accelerated, following the same breakthrough path as before. Westbrook hastily moved to block, but unexpectedly, Smush Parker executed a sudden stop and pop jump shot. It sailed through the air with precision. Westbrook had anticipated that he would replicate his previous drive. Thus, he committed fully to obstructing his path, only to discover that he had opted to shoot instead, causing him to lunge forward into empty space, nearly losing his balance. With a smug grin, Smush Parker taunted, "Do you have a condition affecting your legs? Why can't you ever seem to stand firm?" Having just received a pass from a teammate, Westbrook, incensed by the remark, charged forward and forcefully shoved Smush Parker, exclaiming, "What did you just say, you bastard?" Lu Yusheng also felt that although the ball had gone in, Smush Parker's actions were rather despicable. Were you not here to impart knowledge? It was agreed to replicate the same method, yet you resorted to shooting, attacking him like that. With Westbrook's fiery temperament, how could you expect him to let this slide? Despite the palpable tension between the two being diffused by others, Westbrook's fury remained unabated, his words laced with curses. "If it weren't for your bumbling performance, could the Suns have turned the tide? You foolish one, have jeopardized Kobe's playoff aspirations." Most children in Los Angeles are ardent fans of Kobe, and Westbrook is no exception. Upon hearing these words, Smush Parker was equally incensed. "Kid, don't be obstinate. If you're a man, resolve this with basketball. If you're coming, then let's go. I'm not afraid of you." One-on-one. Westbrook forcefully shrugged off his teammates, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Chapter 39. Breaking the deadlock, a classic one-on-one match to 21 points. 3-pointers count as 2, while 2-pointers count as 1. A maximum of 3 dribbles allowed, and the offense must be completed within 10 seconds. The first to reach 21 points claims victory. However, Smush Parker proposed a last-minute alteration to the rules, suggesting no limits on dribble counts or offensive time. His reasoning was simple. As both point guards, we should compete based on our ball handling skills. Fueled by rage, Westbrook did not hesitate to agree. At first, Lu Yusheng was somewhat perplexed as to why Smush Parker would impose such a rule. Although Westbrook was younger, his ball handling and driving abilities were evidently superior to those of Smush Parker. Was this not bestowing an advantage upon Westbrook? The match commenced, with both competitors brimming with intensity. Thus, this one-on-one duel was charged with palpable tension. One need not observe the unfolding events. Merely listening to the resonant thuds of muscle colliding was sufficient to stir one's blood. As a high school student, Westbrook's willingness to accept this challenge demonstrated his audacious character, one unafraid of any adversities. Emotionally, Lu Yusheng naturally wished for Westbrook to triumph. On one hand, Westbrook's straightforward and forthright disposition was indeed appealing. Moreover, as a young high schooler daring to confront a professional NBA player, he embodied the spirit of an underdog. On the other hand, Lu Yusheng harbored a certain dislike for the team's current starting point guard, Smush Parker. This individual, in both demeanor and actions, was rather off-putting. It was no wonder that Kobe found him irksome. Nevertheless, in the initial stages of this one-on-one encounter, Smush Parker completely dominated the scene. With a seasoned experience and robust physique, he effectively curtailed Westbrook's vigorous assaults, leaving Westbrook feeling powerless. Of Westbrook's several attempts to drive, only one succeeded. The remainder were thwarted by Smush Parker. Breathless and visibly incredulous, Westbrook found it hard to believe that he could not surpass this opponent before him. Throughout his basketball journey, he had never encountered anyone he could not overcome. I refuse to accept this, Westbrook thought, seizing an opportunity to explosively launch himself once more to the right. Although Smush Parker's speed had slightly diminished, he had already discerned Westbrook's driving patterns, with the key to his anticipation lying in Westbrook's foot positioning prior to the drive. For Westbrook's explosive burst to be effective, he needed to push off with unyielding force. If his left foot was forward, he aimed to drive right. If his right foot was forward, he intended to veer left. Armed with this foresight, Smush Parker had already blocked Westbrook's pathway. With a decisive motion, he swatted the ball away. Westbrook's companions simultaneously emitted sounds of frustration. Smush Parker, reveling in his triumph, proclaimed, "I told you, your driving is inadequate. Accept defeat early and save your energy." Gritting his teeth, Westbrook resolved to silence the chatter and focus on scoring 21 points first. As the offensive round commenced for Smush Parker, he began to leverage his physique and strength to back down Westbrook. Despite Westbrook's fervent defense, he found himself gradually being pushed inward by Smush Parker. At that moment, Lu Yusheng suddenly comprehended why Smush Parker had initially proposed the rule modification allowing unlimited dribbling. He had long recognized that Westbrook's most celebrated offensive maneuver was his ability to drive to the basket. Smush Parker had adeptly discerned Westbrook's habitual approach to these drives. With Westbrook's impetuous nature, the more he struggled to penetrate, the more he yearned to vanquish his opponent through relentless drives. This was, after all, his most cherished offensive technique. Moreover, Smush Parker incessantly taunted Westbrook, ridiculing his inability to penetrate, which only intensified Westbrook's desire to prove himself. However, the more impatient he became, the more hasty and reckless his technical execution grew, rendering him susceptible to errors. This created a vicious cycle. On the offensive front, Smush Parker could fully exploit his physical and strength advantages to back down his opponent. With no help defense, no 3-second violation, and the freedom to dribble indefinitely, he could steadily inch his way closer to the basket. Before long, Smush Parker had established a commanding lead of 14-6. Had the rules mandated a mere 3 dribbles, Westbrook would not have recklessly attempted to drive through. Presently, it seemed there was little hope for a comeback. It was not that the score was insurmountable. After all, there was no time constraint, but Westbrook's evident frustration grew with each passing moment, teetering on the brink of despair. This was evident in his body language. His defensive footwork had become increasingly sluggish. Under such circumstances, staging a comeback would indeed be a formidable challenge. "Perhaps we should take a short break and hydrate," suggested one of Westbrook's companions, likely hoping to use the pause to steady Westbrook's nerves and recalibrate his tumultuous mindset. Smush Parker, however, remained unfazed, as the current situation was entirely within his control. While Westbrook stepped off the court to drink water, Lu Yusheng approached him and advised, "You ought to consider practicing your shots." Lu Yusheng addressed Westbrook, who paused and looked up at him. In truth, players with a high success rate in driving to the basket often possess a formidable shooting ability. This dynamic is eternally intertwined. Only when opponents fear your shooting can they hesitate to fully commit to thwarting your drives. This is why we frequently observe players like Jordan and Kobe. Their speed and driving may not be exceptional, nor do they exhibit elaborate dribbling skills, yet they navigate past defenders with remarkable ease. This ease can sometimes create the illusion that the defenders are not fully engaged. The reason is that opponents, wary of their shooting prowess, are reluctant to dedicate themselves entirely to defending against their drives. If they lower their stance to guard against a drive, these players will simply rise and shoot. Thus, defenders are compelled to elevate their stance, making it significantly easier for the players to bypass them. When the two returned to the court, Lu Yusheng felt a twinge of concern. He worried whether Westbrook had grasped his point, fearing the young player might stubbornly attempt to outmaneuver Smush Parker with sheer drives. With the ball in his possession, Westbrook dribbled, continually altering the rhythm of his movements. He feinted, accelerated. Once again, Westbrook drove right. Smush Parker anticipated this, swiftly shifting his body to the right while attempting to swipe the ball. Suddenly, Westbrook came to a halt, retracting the ball with finesse. Smush Parker, believing Westbrook would veer left, hurriedly adjusted his weight and moved to the left. At that moment, however, Westbrook refrained from dribbling, explosively elevating his body. A quintessential, signature zombie jump shot unique to Westbrook. The release was rapid, propelled from the ground. While Smush Parker was still shifting left, Westbrook had already assumed his shooting stance in mid-air. Chapter 40. Cheers to the new season. The shot found its mark with unwavering precision. As Smush Parker had not anticipated Westbrook's sudden jump shot, he was unable to interfere with it. Afraid to drive? Smush Parker taunted. Perhaps it's best you refrain from attempting to embarrass yourself in front of me. His intent was clear. This time, Westbrook chose not to respond verbally. Instead, he prepared his defensive stance in advance. Smush Parker persisted in backing in. However, this time, Westbrook summoned his strength, making it challenging for Smush Parker to advance. A smooth offensive flow can significantly enhance one's defensive enthusiasm. This relationship is always reciprocal. Indeed, despite Smush Parker pushing through against Westbrook, his excessive force resulted in a short shot. Westbrook's turn to attack. Following Westbrook's previous sudden jump shot, Smush Parker, understandably, dared not lower his stance and merely anticipate Westbrook's drive. With a swift change of direction, Westbrook darted left. Smush Parker hurriedly moved to block him. Yet Westbrook once again pulled the ball back, raising his hand, eyes on the basket. He was poised to shoot. Smush Parker, unwilling to succumb to complacency, swiftly leapt to make a block. Yet, at the moment when Westbrook was about to release the ball, he abruptly pulled it back. It was a quintessential prayer gesture. At this juncture, Smush Parker had already soared into the air, helplessly watching as Westbrook charged into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk. Westbrook turned back to Smush Parker and roared in defiance. How could you not defend against such a feeble drive? He did not miss the opportunity to taunt Smush Parker. Smush Parker sensed an ominous shift but stubbornly retorted, "Apologies, but I am still in the lead." From that point forward, the momentum completely reversed. Westbrook's offensive prowess, blending shooting and driving, left Smush Parker disoriented in his defensive focus, causing him to falter. This disarray resulted in Smush Parker struggling offensively, with his shots repeatedly clanging off the rim under Westbrook's fervent defense. Westbrook, unrelenting, unleashed a barrage of trash talk, leaving Smush Parker flustered and devoid of the desire to retaliate with his own jibes. Lu Yusheng seemed to envision that silent Smush Parker facing Nash during the playoffs. Ultimately, Westbrook effortlessly took the lead and triumphed in this one-on-one contest. Westbrook's companions encircled him, exulting in joyous celebration. For a high school student to triumph over an NBA player in a duel was, indeed, an immense source of encouragement and inspiration for them. Lu Yusheng was not the least bit surprised by the outcome. Although Westbrook was merely a high school student in terms of innate talent, he was on an entirely different level compared to Smush Parker. The earlier deficit was solely due to Parker's utilization of his experience. Once the situation shifted, Parker stood no chance against Westbrook's caliber of talent. With a grim expression, Parker silently began changing his shoes, appearing disinclined to continue the training session. Westbrook refrained from further humiliating him, knowing that such provocation could incite Parker's wrath, leading to an altercation. After changing his shoes, Parker said nothing and quietly exited the training facility. Westbrook's friends surrounded him, launching into a series of taunts directed at Parker. While Westbrook felt a sense of pride, he chose not to join in their derision and suggested they resume their game. "Aren't you tired?" one inquired. "Not at all," he replied. "However, we are still one player short." Their gazes simultaneously shifted towards Lu Yusheng. "Come on, buddy," Westbrook called out to him. Lu Yusheng shook his head and said, "You all carry on. I will practice on my own for a while." Westbrook suggested that the others engage in a 4-on-4 match while he approached Lu Yusheng's area. "Brother, I appreciate your earlier advice. Otherwise, I might not have emerged victorious," Westbrook remarked. "It was nothing. Your innate talent already surpasses his. You just let your emotions get the better of you momentarily." "You were right. That guy talks too much trash. It's hard not to get riled up." "You're not exactly innocent in that regard either," Westbrook chuckled. "Are you a staff member at this training facility?" Lu Yusheng initially believed that the immense buzz generated by his selection to the Lakers, coupled with the impact of the Summer League, would render his visage well-known throughout Los Angeles. To his surprise, he found this assumption to be overly optimistic. "No, I am a player for the Lakers." "A rookie selected this year," Lu Yusheng elucidated. It was then that Westbrook recognized, "Ah, you are the Asian point guard they have been talking about." "Indeed, that is I," Lu Yusheng replied, humorously acknowledging what some deemed the most significant draft blunder in the history of the Lakers. Westbrook grinned. "Do not underestimate yourself, my friend. Every individual possesses limitless potential, and even we may be unaware of the depths of our capabilities." Lu Yusheng also smiled, for this young man had unexpectedly encouraged him. However, Lu Yusheng was entirely convinced that Westbrook's encouragement was sincere. In the realm of the NBA, there might be a few individuals who harbor no prejudice against Asian athletes, and Westbrook undoubtedly ranks among them. After all, during the Morey incident, Westbrook had donned a tang suit on multiple occasions to express his stance. It was indeed a pity that the Lakers faltered this year. Our point guard position was lamentably weak, utterly overwhelmed by Nash's prowess. Had I been on the court, there is no doubt that I would have prevented the Suns from mounting a comeback. Westbrook's words brimmed with confidence. Lu Yusheng did not mock his blind self-assurance. On the contrary, such unwavering confidence is an essential trait for any athlete. Without it, one is destined to falter in the pursuit of success. I will be chosen by the Lakers in the future and will help them reclaim the championship, Westbrook confidently declared as he took a shot. Lu Yusheng chuckled softly, reflecting on the dream of every young basketball enthusiast in Los Angeles to play for the Lakers. Yet, little did Westbrook anticipate that he would ultimately join the Lakers, albeit in a manner that invited widespread criticism, such as the unpredictability of life. Of course, this year is not the time. I must first lead UCLA to victory. This year, our point guard position relies on you, my friend. Give it your all, and do not let me down. I have faith in your abilities. I shall do my utmost. Lu Yusheng smiled slightly. By the way, there is one more thing you must pay attention to if you wish to help the Lakers secure a win. Westbrook suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. Lu Yusheng was taken aback and inquired, "What?" Do not heed Kobe's words too much. Under no circumstances should you pass him the ball every single time. A point guard must possess their own discernment. Lu Yusheng burst into hearty laughter. In the days that followed, Lu Yusheng diligently attended the training facility each day, occasionally encountering some renowned NBA stars honing their skills. Kobe, however, had not sought him out for training again. Lu Yusheng learned through the news of Kobe's arrival in Huaxia, where he was met with an overwhelming wave of admiration. Phil Handy, the Lakers' esteemed trainer, took the initiative to approach Lu Yusheng, inviting him to train under his guidance. Phil Handy is renowned for his expertise in training point guards, and many prominent guards in the league seek his specialized training during the offseason. Lu Yusheng inquired whether he needed to pay, but Phil Handy informed him that someone had already covered the training fees on his behalf. However, he declined to disclose the identity of this benefactor. Lu Yusheng speculates that this is likely related to Kobe. Although the system has temporarily ceased distributing blind boxes to Lu Yusheng, the period spent training under Phil Handy has indeed proven to be immensely beneficial, significantly enhancing his skills. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the new season is about to commence. With the return of the players, the Zen master Phil Jackson has also rejoined the team, and collective training is set to begin shortly. Lu Yusheng is acutely aware that the performance during team training and the preseason will determine the rightful owner of the starting point guard position for the Los Angeles Lakers in the upcoming season. Currently, there are 4 contenders for this pivotal role: last year's starter, Smush Parker, the white point guard Hans from the European League, and this year's rookie selections, Lu Yusheng and Farmar. Whether he secures the starting position or, at the very least, enjoys a consistent rotation depends solely on Lu Yusheng's forthcoming performances. Chapter 41. Media Day. Probing questions as the new season unfolds. It is Media Day for the Lakers. As Lu Yusheng stepped into the training facility, he was taken aback by the throng of reporters and the multitude of cameras surrounding him. He had never encountered such a plethora of lenses before. The Lakers' Media Day is undoubtedly the most prestigious event in the league. Even though the team's performance has been less than stellar over the past 2 seasons, they remain the most talked-about franchise in the league. The staff assigned uniforms and lockers to the newly arrived players. Lu Yusheng donned his customary number 6 jersey for the summer league. He and Farmar were assigned lockers in the corner. There is little to elaborate upon, as both he and Farmar are rookies. As Lu Yusheng entered the changing room, he beheld a well-dressed monk engaged in conversation with Kubicek. Kobe sat atop a locker, conversing on the phone, his face radiating with a smile. Lu Yusheng observed that Kobe's jersey hanging in the locker had transformed from number 8 to number 24. This marked a significant turning point in Kobe's career. From this season onward, he exhibited a remarkable maturation, both in his playing style and his character. He would gradually temper his insatiable desire for scoring, evolving into a leader with a more refined mindset. The other players engaged in casual conversation, fostering a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. It seemed they were unaffected by the previous season's devastating turnaround against the Suns. Kobe hung up the phone and called out to Lu Yusheng and Farmar, saying, "You 2 rookies, come over and greet everyone." Lu Yusheng and Jordan Farmar hurried over to greet their teammates, who responded with warmth, particularly Luke Walton and Chris Mim, who were most enthusiastic. "Welcome to our team. Welcome to the NBA. Don't forget to pass me the ball." Yet, Smush Parker maintained a cool demeanor, likely realizing that Lu Yusheng was, in fact, his teammate. The Lakers' roster this season showed little alteration compared to the previous one. Although Lu Yusheng had been an ardent fan of both the Lakers and the Rockets in his past life, He discovered some players here were unfamiliar to him. Seizing the opportunity, he acquainted himself with the Lakers roster for the season. Starting lineup: shooting guard, number 24, Kobe. Point guard, number 1, Smush Parker. Small forward, number 4, Luke Walton. Power forward, number 7, Lamar Odom. Center, number 54, Kwame Brown. Bench, point guards, number 6, Lu Yusheng. Number 5, Jordan Farmar. Number 11, Tony Hars. Shooting guards, number 18, Sasha Vujasic. Number 9, Pinnock. Centers, number 17, Andrew Bynum. Number 31, Chris Mim. Small forward, number 2, Aaron McKee. Power forwards, number 21, Ronnie Turiev. Number 10, Radoslav Nestorovi. Lu Yusheng gazed at his teammates before him, a surge of exhilaration stirring within him. Although he had already signed with the Lakers, being amidst a sea of teammates clad in the iconic purple and gold uniforms still enveloped him in a surreal, dreamlike haze. Lu Yusheng was eager to approach the legendary coach Phil Jackson for a greeting, yet he found him engrossed in conversation with Kupchak, thus missing the opportunity. Following the conclusion of the photo session, the media interview segment commenced. Kobe sat at the center, besieged by a flurry of inquiries from the press. A reporter from Hoop Colony posed an intriguing question. Kobe, this year you have relinquished the number 8 jersey, which you wore for a decade, in favor of 24. Does this choice hold any special significance? It is known that Michael Jordan's number is 23, and yours is one greater at 24. Is there a deeper meaning behind this? Kobe took the microphone and replied, "There is no connection. It has nothing to do with Michael. In fact, my decision to abandon number 8 was merely to signify a new beginning in my career. I chose 24 because there are 24 hours in a day, and time is precious. In pursuit of a championship, we must seize every moment, that is all." The reporter, evidently dissatisfied with this response, pressed further. "Are you certain there is no relation to Michael?" "No," Kobe asserted, yet a knowing smile crept across his face, prompting the audience to refrain from further inquiries. The next question came from a middle-aged reporter from ESPN, taking on a sharper tone. "Kobe, you previously mentioned that your sole objective at the onset of each season is the championship. I do not wish to revisit last year's playoff reversal at the hands of the Suns, but it is indeed a bitter pill to swallow, especially for a fiercely competitive star like yourself. However, we have observed that the Lakers have not secured reliable support for you this year, which suggests that another year of your prime may be squandered. What is your perspective on this? If the Lakers fail to clinch the championship this year, would you consider a trade?" Kobe's expression grew somewhat grave. "Guys, when will ESPN's emotional intelligence improve? Please refrain from posing such questions. It shows a lack of respect towards my teammates present here." The bespectacled reporter seemed undeterred by Kobe's change in demeanor and continued, "But I am merely stating the facts. Kobe, to be candid, most of the media holds a bleak outlook on the Lakers' prospects this year. We generally believe that you lack championship-caliber players at the point guard and center positions. Are you really counting on the newly drafted Chinese point guard to lead you to a title?" Lu Yusheng was taken aback, as all eyes converged upon him. This scoundrel. Fortunately, Kobe did not wait for him to finish and directly interrupted, moving on to the next question. The reporter, feeling helpless, shook his head and took a seat. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself, no wonder Kobe's relationship with the media has always been fraught. He exhibits zero tolerance for the insipid inquiries posed by unscrupulous journalists, sparing no leniency whatsoever. However, the other reporters remained undeterred by Kobe's demeanor, continuing to press their questions. Suddenly, all attention seemed to converge upon Lu Yusheng. A reporter from Fox promptly inquired, "Mr. Smith just mentioned your Chinese rookie, Lu Yusheng. Kobe, there have been persistent rumors that you spearheaded this draft. Could you confirm the veracity of this claim? What is it about him that merits your unwavering commitment?" General Manager Kupchak had already noted the increasingly grim expression on Kobe's face and realized that if this continued, emotions might spiral out of control. Thus, he swiftly seized the microphone, donning a professional smile, stating, "This is merely speculation from the media. There is no truth to it. Our decision to select Lu Yusheng was the result of thorough consideration and consensus within the organization. We believe his playing style and approach align perfectly with our current tactical needs, and that is all there is to it." Yet, this did little to quell the reporter's curiosity. Another journalist directly launched an inquiry at Lu Yusheng. "Lu, while you have indeed helped the Lakers secure the championship in this summer league, there remains substantial skepticism regarding your capabilities. Many believe you might struggle to earn any playing time in the upcoming season as the Lakers point guard. What is your perspective on this? Do you believe you can compete effectively for playing time against your teammates? Lu Yusheng, is this not merely an act of provocation? This matter is inherently sensitive, yet you insist on bringing it up in front of everyone. You regard me with such disdain and then inquire about my perspective? Naturally, I hold you in utter contempt. Lu Yusheng was instantly filled with rage. Chapter 42. Two gifts. As Lu Yusheng was about to grasp the microphone and unleash his fury upon the reporter, he was intercepted by Kobe, who shook his head in a gesture urging Lu to compose himself. Kupchak then took the microphone, continuing to wear his characteristic smile while delivering a diplomatic response. Regarding the questions about our starting lineup and rotations for the new season, it is important to note that our Lakers have always evaluated based on performance. Each individual is treated equitably, and ultimately, the coaching staff will deliberate before determining their playing time. His words, though seemingly verbose, conveyed little of substance. What began as a jovial media day conference took a turn when the discussion shifted to Lu Yusheng, leading to an abrupt conclusion. Upon returning to the locker room, Kobe, in a serious tone, addressed Lu Yusheng, saying, "Hey, rookie, you cannot act impulsively when facing the media. Their inquiries may sometimes appear rather simplistic. Yet you must learn to engage with them harmoniously." Lu Yusheng nodded on the surface, yet in his heart, he mused, "Brother, it seems as if you have seamlessly integrated with them." As he observed Kobe removing his jersey, Lu Yusheng suddenly recalled his earlier promise to Avril to procure a signed jersey from Kobe. Eagerly, he approached, a smile gracing his face, and inquired, "Boss, might you be willing to gift me that jersey?" Kobe furrowed his brow upon hearing this and asked, "What do you need my jersey for?" "One of my friends is an ardent admirer of yours. She has entrusted me with the request for a signed jersey," Lu Yusheng explained. Kobe, somewhat exasperated, responded, "You lot are all the same. Each of you presents me with an identical excuse for wanting a jersey. Lu, refrain from such trivial pursuits. Direct your energies towards basketball, as our new season is imminent. If you exert yourself as I do, you too may one day grant signatures to others." Despite being lectured by Kobe for quite some time, he ultimately relented and gifted Lu Yusheng the signed jersey, adding that he could bring his friend for a photograph at a later date. This was his nature, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, and Lu Yusheng understood him well. Lu Yusheng removed his jersey and hung it in the locker, gazing at it with a multitude of emotions. At last, he was about to don this purple and gold battle attire and step onto the court. He fervently wished that his number 6 jersey would one day be as beloved as the number 24 jersey. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You are about to step onto the official NBA stage." Lu Yusheng was filled with immense excitement. This broken system had finally exhibited a semblance of humanity. Knowing that he was soon to compete in an official match, he realized that his current 3 skills were rather inadequate. And now, a new skill package was about to be bestowed upon him. It was like a timely gift in the midst of hardship. He eagerly anticipated which renowned athlete's signature skill the system would grant him this time. Ideally, he hoped for the skills of a legendary player, perhaps the likes of Joe's finesse or Olajuwon's dream shake. He yearned for a skill capable of turning the tide in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new star skill upgrade package. Would you like to open it now? It is imperative to open it. Lu Yusheng could hardly contain his impatience. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the signature skill of Comet Washington, a comprehensive combat technique rooted in Russian boxing. Lu Yusheng. Wait. Who is this Comet Washington? Why does Lu Yusheng have no recollection of this star player? What is this fellow's signature skill, martial arts? Ding. This skill has been specifically granted to the host to ensure self-protection in unforeseen circumstances during competitions. Please practice and upgrade it as soon as possible. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. After eagerly anticipating a basketball star's endorsement, it had transformed into a martial arts program. "Brother, I came to play basketball, not to engage in a brawl." However, upon reflection, he recognized that the system's reasoning wasn't entirely without merit, given that individuals of East Asian descent are often underestimated. They can be susceptible to bullying on the court. Acquiring self-defense skills could indeed prove beneficial. Moreover, such abilities could be advantageous in daily life. With this thought, Lu Yusheng felt a slight sense of equilibrium. He searched for information about Comet Washington on his phone. To his astonishment, he discovered that this individual was an NBA player from the 1980s, drafted by the Lakers in 1973 and retiring in 1987. From a young age, he had trained in Russian boxing and various martial arts. Over a 14-year professional career, he played for several teams but never made a notable impact on the court. His moment of glory came during a 1977 game against the Rockets when he delivered a knockout punch to star player Tomjanovich. The latter later recounted that he could almost taste his own brain matter at that moment. This incident catapulted him to fame, becoming known as one of the most brutal brawls in NBA history. Lu Yusheng mused to himself, well, if I can't make it in the NBA, perhaps I should consider a career in the fighting world. Evening descended. After finishing his meal, Lu Yusheng returned to his apartment, only to find that the corridor lights appeared to be malfunctioning, shrouding the area in darkness. He unsteadily fished out his keys, preparing to unlock the door. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of eyes seemingly fixated on him from the obscurity of the corridor. Could it possibly be a robbery by some nefarious character? Although the security in this neighborhood was generally deemed acceptable, one could never be entirely certain. A surge of alarm coursed through him. He abruptly turned around. Yet, the desolate corridor seemed devoid of any presence. Well then, it was best to enter his abode and secure the door first. As he opened the door, a rustling sound echoed behind him. He glanced back. Still, there was nothing to be seen. Goodness, could it be haunted? Just as he was about to step into the apartment, a shadow leaped forth from the darkness, lunging directly at Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng had not yet lowered his guard when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a shadow lunging towards him. In a reflexive response, he seized the arm and executed a swift throw, a signature technique reminiscent of Comet Washington. In the darkness, a woman's piercing scream echoed. Avril. Lu Yusheng hurriedly turned on the light, and by the glow of the dormitory, he indeed saw Avril lying in the corridor, writhing in pain. He rushed forward to help her up, a mix of joy and concern flooding his heart. Why did you come without telling me? Are you all right? I am so sorry. I didn't recognize you and thought you were a robber. I wanted to surprise you, she replied. Thankfully, the corridor was carpeted. And although Lu Yusheng was still mastering this maneuver, Avril's fall, though painful, did not lead to any serious harm. Avril had been preoccupied with familial and academic obligations in Philadelphia, and finally, seizing a moment of respite, she hastened to Los Angeles, eager to astonish Lu Yusheng. For two people deeply in love, the prolonged separation ignited a fervent reunion, their lips and bodies entwined, seemingly inseparable. Just as they were on the verge of becoming one, Avril suddenly halted, recalling, "Do you remember when you won the championship? I promised to give you a gift to celebrate." At her words, Lu Yusheng quickly responded, "Ah, I have a gift for you too." In unison, they unveiled their presents for one another, two garments. The piece belonging to Lu Yusheng is Kobe's signed jersey. Meanwhile, the one prepared by Avril is adorned upon her own figure. It is the kind of attire that, upon a mere glance, ignites a fervor within Lu Yusheng. No, not just fervor, but an exhilarating passion. Recently, it seems she has gained some weight, causing her clothing to feel a tad snug. Avril observed to herself. Lu Yusheng's gaze was fixed upon Avril's upper body, which was neither small nor insignificant in any regard. Chapter 43. The intra-team training match commenced. Following their passionate encounter, the two embraced tenderly. Avril informed Lu Yusheng that she would be residing here temporarily and would reach out regarding work in the coming days. Lu Yusheng naturally welcomed this with open arms. "I truly envy you. You are merely a sophomore yet already free from future worries. I have reached out to several companies, but they seem rather indifferent to my inquiries, leaving me uncertain about when I might secure a position." Avril appears to harbor some concerns regarding her job prospects. Lu Yu shook his head. "Let us not kid ourselves. I'm just starting out. It's uncertain whether I will even secure consistent playing time this year. Believe in yourself, Lu. You are exceptional. You led your team to victory in the Summer League, and this year, you will undoubtedly guide the Lakers to the championship." Avril encouraged him. Lu Yusheng smiled. It was hardly a competition of the same caliber. "Yet, I firmly believe you are capable. Lu, you must have faith in your own abilities." The following morning, while Avril was still indulging in sweet slumber, Lu Yusheng rose early. He felt a twinge of fatigue in his lower back. Alas, it seemed that the upcoming practice match might not go well. Lu Yusheng rose early and made his way to the training facility, hoping to immerse himself in practice before the arrival of others. However, to his surprise, he found that Kobe, Vujasic, Walton, and the rest of the group had already arrived and were engaged in their warm-up routine. Alas, despite his early start, he was likely to face Kobe's teasing. Lu Yusheng had changed into his gear and joined the warm-up training. Fortunately, Kobe did not say much this time. He was focused on teaching Vujasic the techniques of back-to-the-basket plays. This was considered Kobe's signature move, and Lu Yusheng was attentively listening and learning in silence. Kobe demonstrated the technique several times for Vujasic to follow, yet the Slovenian star struggled to grasp it after numerous attempts. After all, such advanced maneuvers are not easily mastered by just anyone. Kobe began to lose his patience, yet he maintained his composure and continued to guide him. Ultimately, Vujacic still could not grasp the technique, but Lu Yusheng seemed to have caught a glimpse of its essence. The key to back-to-the-basket plays lies in first sensing the defender's center of gravity. Once you discern this, you can use fakes to deceive the opponent. Then decide whether to drive in for a layup or pivot for a shot. The crux of the issue is how to perceive the opponent's body balance when you are in a back-to-the-basket position. The answer lies in the legs. However, understanding this nuance is not something one can simply glean from Kobe's descriptions. It requires personal experience. Vujacic appeared utterly bewildered, resulting in a barrage of sarcastic remarks from the increasingly impatient Kobe. In contrast, Lu Yusheng seemed to comprehend the principle, though it was merely his own intuition, as he had yet to put it into practice. As other team members gradually arrived, Phil Jackson and his coaching staff joined as well. Unlike the formal attire he donned yesterday, today he wore casual training clothes. Upon arrival, he first gathered all the players and delivered a speech. He began by welcoming new players like Lu Yusheng, then briefly summarized the previous season's gains and losses, urging everyone to forget last season's disappointments and regroup for the new season's journey. The Zen Master's oratory was quite compelling, invigorating the audience. However, as he delved into some philosophical thoughts later on, many began to feel drowsy. This man always had a way of making things sound esoteric, which is why he is often referred to as the Zen Master. Lu Yusheng observed that the majority of people displayed no interest in this matter, with only Kobe being fully engrossed in listening. Lu Yusheng was perplexed. Could he truly comprehend the words of the Zen Master? Upon the conclusion of the discourse, Kobe articulated a few remarks, albeit in a rather straightforward manner. The essence of his message was clear, regardless of how the external world may perceive us. Now that we have arrived here, our singular objective is to attain the championship. With the speech concluded, the training commenced in earnest. Initially, it consisted of fundamental physical conditioning and ball handling exercises. After participating in several drills, Kobe joined the Zen Master on the sidelines to offer guidance to the others. Despite the simplicity of the drills, Lu Yusheng and the other newcomers displayed remarkable diligence. They were acutely aware that every second of their performance on the court would be scrutinized by the coaching staff, serving as the benchmark for their evaluation. Following the standard training session, trainer Phil Handy initiated individual instruction and corrections. After a couple of hours of this, a brief respite was taken, and then the Zen Master organized an intra-squad scrimmage. One team comprised last year's starting players, including Kobe. The other players formed a team to compete against the starters. The center for the bench team was number 17, Andrew Bynum. The power forward was number 10, Radmanovi. The small forward was Aaron McKee, and the shooting guard was Vujacic. As for the point guard position, the Zen Master and the coaching staff deliberated for a moment before deciding to let Lu Yusheng take the lead. Given his status as a first-round draft pick, Farmar and Hans felt somewhat discontented, yet they had no choice but to acquiesce to the coach's decision. Lu Yusheng secretly encouraged himself. The opportunity to secure playing time had arrived. It was imperative to seize it. The jump ball commenced. Andrew Bynum, the center for the bench team and a rookie selected by the Lakers last year, though only 18, possessed considerable physical prowess. In the jump ball against Kwame Brown, he gained the upper hand, deftly directing the ball into the hands of Vujacic. Vujacic passed it to Lu Yusheng, who dribbled forward. As Smush Parker approached to defend, even before any formal contact was made, Lu Yusheng discerned a palpable disdain in Parker's gaze. Parker advanced, applying tight pressure, using his robust physique to continually challenge Lu Yusheng. This fellow had not changed. His arrogance was unwarranted, as he clearly did not regard Lu Yusheng as a threat. Having learned nothing from his previous encounter with Westbrook, he was evidently oblivious. Such aggressive defense could easily be circumvented, yet Smush Parker was resolutely convinced that a player of Asian descent could never surpass him. What a joke. During that private training session, even Kobe ceased to defend me in such a manner. Did he truly believe he could employ the same tactics against me? Lu Yusheng discreetly adjusted his dribbling, determined to teach him a lesson. It was not solely due to the attitude of this individual towards him. Rather, Lu Yusheng aspired to secure playing time in the official matches, and gaining an advantage over the current starting point guard in their competition was the most effective means to achieve that goal. Lu Yusheng began to alter his dribbling rhythm, executing a feint to the left, and Smush Park seized the opportunity to strike. Lu Yusheng made a sudden change of direction and accelerated with remarkable speed. leaving Smush Park utterly outmaneuvered. As Lu Yusheng had just surpassed Smush Park, before he could even relish his triumph, a figure suddenly darted from the side, swiftly intercepting his ball. It was Kobe. He had anticipated Lu Yusheng's path of advancement, taking advantage of his unsteady footing to execute a seamless double-team steal. Kobe's taunt soon followed. "Rookie, it's been 2 months, yet it seems you haven't improved at all." Lu Yusheng executed a splendid maneuver, only to be met with a momentary lapse, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Smush Park, having been outpaced, felt the sting of humiliation etched across his face, his eyes betraying a sense of frustration. As the substitute team prepared to serve, he immediately approached, exuding an aura of intent to devour Lu Yusheng whole. Chapter 44. The Tipping Point. Smush Park advanced with fierce determination. From a purely technical standpoint, Lu Yusheng held no fear of him. Should he dare to employ close defensive tactics once more, Lu Yusheng would not hesitate to outmaneuver him again. This time, however, Smush Park appeared to have learned from his previous encounter, opting against an oppressive defense. Instead, he relied on his swift lateral movements, robust physique, and a series of feints to incessantly disrupt Lu Yusheng's dribbling. Although Lu Yusheng successfully dribbled the ball past the halfway line, he indeed caused a delay. This resulted in a reduction of the offensive time for the substitute team, ultimately leading to an ineffective attack and a hasty shot. Now it was the starting team's turn to attack. Smush Park advanced with the ball, and Lu Yusheng similarly stepped forward to impede his progress. Lu Yusheng similarly attempted to intercept and disrupt Smush Park's dribbling. Smush Park, with his body shielding Lu Yusheng, advanced with force. He continued to mutter, "Kid, you are utterly naive. Do you truly believe you can take the ball from me?" Lu Yusheng had encountered this tactic before. In their previous one-on-one duel, he had employed the same method against Westbrook, fully leveraging his sturdy physique and impressive strength to keep Westbrook at bay, making it quite challenging to steal the ball. Westbrook had also struggled to find a viable countermeasure. During that match, Lu Yusheng had observed carefully. Regarding Smush Park, Lu Yusheng had grasped most of his technical attributes, such as shot timing during offense, positional awareness in defense, and the timing of his actions. However, there were 2 aspects in which Smush Park excelled that Lu Yusheng currently lacked: physicality and experience. Although he was not lacking in height, Lu Yusheng, as a rookie, still possessed a somewhat slender frame and was no match for Smush Park's strength. In terms of experience, Smush Park had played several seasons in the NBA, particularly having started as the primary point guard for the Lakers last year, often facing the league's elite point guards. This practical experience gained from competing against top-tier players was something Lu Yusheng did not possess. Thus, while Lu Yusheng was eager to gain an advantage in their matchup, he found himself merely at a stalemate, failing to achieve any significant edge. Meanwhile, the starting team, benefiting from a clear superiority in player strength, quickly established a lead on the scoreboard. Consequently, as Smush Park faced Lu Yusheng, his taunts became even more unrestrained. "I told you before, you yellow-skinned players are utterly unsuited for this sport. You might as well return home and help your mother with the dishes. She needs you. Did you witness my pass just now? You will never be capable of delivering a ball like that in your lifetime." Lu Yusheng certainly does not indulge him. "Shall I reveal to everyone that not long ago, you were defeated in a one-on-one match by a high school student? In this year's playoffs, had you managed to deliver even a semblance of a decent pass, we would not have suffered a reversal at the hands of the Suns. I observed you being toyed with by Nash, resembling a forlorn child searching for his mother." As the banter intensified, the tension between the 2 individuals grew even more palpable. Lu Yusheng was determined to teach a lesson to this pretentious individual, whose lack of prowess was overshadowed only by his disdain for others. Alas, the skill disparity between his substitute teammates and the opposing side was insurmountable. The swift passes Lu Yusheng delivered were squandered time and again, causing the score to widen further. Smush Park's taunts intensified, incessantly prattling on, which only fueled Lu Yusheng's fury. After a failed offensive attempt by the substitutes, Smush Park dribbled the ball while mocking, asserting that the Zen master should never have sent such a weakling onto the court. Even Farmar was far superior, and had he played, they would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. "Shut your foul mouth, you fool. Your lead has nothing to do with you." Lu Yusheng, while speaking, suddenly seized the opportune moment, executing a deft side steal that skillfully intercepted Smush Park's ball. He launched into a swift fast break, culminating in an elegant layup. As Lu Yusheng rose to execute a powerful dunk, he was unexpectedly met with an aggressive shove from Smush Parker, who, in a fit of rage after being intercepted, pushed Lu from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. The egregious nature of such a foul, committed from behind, was something Lu Yusheng could not tolerate. Enraged, he sprang to his feet and charged toward Smush Parker with the intent to retaliate. However, he was swiftly restrained by teammates who arrived just in time. Smush Parker, feigning innocence, shrugged with a smirk. Brian Shaw remarked, "Phil, it seems there is some tension brewing between them. Perhaps we should consider substituting Lu." Yet, Zen Master shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Conflict is an inherent aspect of the game. Our internal training is precisely to simulate the circumstances of a formal match. Lu Yusheng was seething with rage, yet his teammates restrained him, leaving him utterly infuriated. Luke Walton approached, his demeanor serious as he addressed Lu. "Lu, rein in your emotions. This is merely an intra-team training session, and there is no need to take it so seriously." Before Lu Yusheng could speak, Kobe interjected, "Silence, Walton. A scrimmage is still a contest. Let them resolve their own issues." Kobe echoed the sentiments of the Zen Master. Although Lu Yusheng was furious, he gradually regained his composure. He understood the implications of being a newcomer and the nature of a training session where a mentor resorted to violence against a teammate. He made a concerted effort to rein in his emotions and remained fully engaged in the game, unwilling to tolerate an escalating score deficit and his teammates' inability to score. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. First, he executed a deft crossover dribble to elude Smush Park, delivering a splendid assist to Bainam. On the next offensive possession, while the strategy was faltering, a teammate unexpectedly passed the ball to Lu Yusheng, who was positioned low and ready to seize a rebound. Smush Park immediately closed in on him. Lu Yusheng received the ball in this position, finding himself with no room for dribbling. Suddenly, he recalled the signature back-to-the-basket move that Kobe had taught Vujasic that morning. Thus, he began to execute the dribble with his back to the basket, employing Kobe's signature technique to face off against Smush Parker. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, he recalled the techniques imparted by Kobe, attuning his legs to sense the weight of the defender behind him. Following their earlier confrontation, Smush Parker's defensive maneuvers grew increasingly exaggerated, marked by a flurry of fouls and subtle antics. Yet, this presented Lu Yusheng with an opportunity. When defending against someone with their back turned, the greater the movement, the easier it is to lose one's balance. Lu Yusheng exerted considerable force as he pushed backward, continuously engaging in a contest of strength with Smush Park, who exerted even greater effort from behind. In the next confrontation, Lu Yusheng suddenly eased his strength, feigning a turn to the right. Smush Park immediately adjusted his center of gravity and swiftly moved to the front right. However, Lu Yusheng then executed a quick spin to the left, leaving Smush Park trailing behind. Lu Yusheng faced the hoop directly. Observing this, Kwame Brown rushed in to provide defense. With a deft feint, Lu Yusheng soared into the air. The paint was suddenly devoid of any defenders as he ascended to execute a layup. Just then, the pursuing Smush Parker forcefully shoved Lu Yusheng in the back. Thud. The floor echoed with a dull thump. Lu Yusheng lost his balance midair and fell heavily to the ground. In that moment, he was utterly incensed. Having been subjected to such despicable tactics twice, aimed at undermining his livelihood, he could no longer afford to contemplate the repercussions. His blood surged, and a singular thought consumed his mind: to deliver a fierce beating to that wretched scoundrel. Suddenly, he sprang up from the floor and charged toward Smush Park, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. The force of this blow astonished even Lu Yusheng himself. Smush Park was sent crashing to the ground, rolling several meters away. Chapter 45. Retribution. The whistle blew. The match was halted. Smush Park lay in agony on the floor, and it took his teammates quite some time to help him back to his feet. Lu Yusheng initially anticipated that the individual would rush at him in a fit of rage for another confrontation. However, to his surprise, the person did not respond in such a manner. It appeared that Lu Yusheng's previous blow had instilled a degree of trepidation in him, rendering him considerably more subdued. As a consequence of this strike, both Lu Yusheng and Smush Park found themselves unable to participate in the subsequent training match. The coach and team physician expressed concerns regarding Smush Park potentially suffering from a concussion, deeming it too risky for him to continue competing. Despite Smush Park's insistence that he was unharmed, the coach insisted on having him undergo a medical evaluation. Lu Yusheng was firmly admonished by several assistant coaches on the sidelines. Brian Shaw, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Do you realize that your actions could jeopardize your entire career? I assure you, the team will impose severe consequences for such behavior." Lu Yusheng silently wiped away his sweat, remaining utterly speechless. Although he was fully aware that his punch would undoubtedly yield severe consequences, he felt no remorse in that moment. Smush Parker had executed his treacherous actions twice without any of you condemning him. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to uphold justice. As for the master, he has remained entirely silent throughout this ordeal, observing the unfolding events on the field with an inscrutable expression, as if nothing had transpired at all. Lu Yusheng sat beside the white-haired Zen master, feeling a sense of unease stirring within him. Initially, Lu Yusheng had intended to prove himself to the master, but unexpectedly, circumstances had unfolded in such an unforeseen manner. He could only wonder what the old man might think of him now. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to dwell on such thoughts. This situation was not one that could be approached with rationality. Lu Yusheng sat at the sidelines, reflecting on the punch he had just thrown. It suddenly dawned on him that the system had gifted him the signature move of Comet Washington yesterday, a mixed martial art rooted in Russian boxing. In a moment of fury, he had subconsciously executed the signature technique of this individual. Lu Yusheng felt that this was the most formidable technique among the signature skills bestowed upon him by the system. Remarkably, he had hardly practiced it. Yet the results in actual combat were nothing short of astonishing. If he were to engage in further practice and level up, what heights could he achieve? The Los Angeles Lakers did not impose a swift penalty on Lu Yusheng. However, the Zen master, in his own manner, administered a form of punishment to him. In the following days of regular training, Lu Yusheng participated as usual, even contributing to tactical positioning. Yet, when it came to the intra-team scrimmage, the Zen master did not allow Lu Yusheng to take the court. Lu Yusheng could only sit on the sidelines, watching his teammates thrive on the court. Deep within, he felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he understood that this was a consequence he must bear. He could only dedicate himself to even more rigorous self-training. Every night, Lu Yusheng would head to the training facility to practice diligently. Each day, he was the last to leave the gym. Before long, the preseason arrived. This year, the Lakers had become the focal point of media attention, largely due to the emergence of the rookie Lu Yusheng. Perspectives on this young talent, who single-handedly led the Lakers to victory in the Summer League, were sharply divided among journalists. A faction represented by Sports Illustrated believed that the Lakers had exercised remarkable foresight in discovering a gem during what was widely regarded as a lackluster draft year. They argued that Lu Yusheng's exceptional performance in the Summer League displayed a maturity and skill level that rivaled any rookie ranked ahead of him in the current draft class. He was poised to bring a refreshing surprise to the Lakers' weak point guard position in the upcoming season. Conversely, a larger contingent of media, spearheaded by ESPN, remained skeptical about Lu Yusheng's prospects. The renowned ESPN journalist Cassidy Hubbarth, in her preseason prediction article, did not hesitate to criticize her colleagues who held a favorable view of Lu. She argued that if one were to gauge a player's potential based on Summer League success, then Kwame Brown would have long since led the Lakers to a championship, given that his Summer League performance had been comparable to that of Michael Jordan. Just wait and see. The intensity of the preseason games would soon reveal the true nature of that young Chinese player, and the Lakers would ultimately pay the price for their misguided choice. Lu Yusheng was not particularly concerned with the surrounding discourse. Nevertheless, he harbored hopes that amidst the resounding discussions about him, the Zen master and the team would eventually lift the sanctions imposed upon him. At the very least, he yearned for some minutes on the court, if not a starting position. On October 11, 2006, the Lakers were set to embark on their new season with the first preseason game against the Utah Jazz. The day before the match, Lu Yusheng traveled with the team to Salt Lake City. In the spotlight of national media, the Zen master still refrained from granting Lu any playing time. Smush Parker was designated as a starter, while Farmar and Hines received opportunities to rotate in. Yet, Lu Yusheng remained entirely sidelined. Although he did not step onto the court, the inquisitive media began to weave narratives fueled by their imaginations. It seemed there was no need to wait for the preseason. His capabilities had likely already been revealed during practice scrimmages. Certainly, the Lakers wished to avoid becoming a laughingstock for their choices, opting instead to keep him off the court, thereby allowing the matter to gradually fade from public consciousness. The Zen master, possessing a keen understanding of the game, was unwilling to pay the price for the management's folly with his own record. Subsequently, in the preseason matches against the Seattle Supersonics and the Phoenix Suns, Lu Yusheng again found himself without any playing time. Lu Yusheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. At this rate, would he even secure any playing time once the regular season commenced? After concluding his training that day, Lu Yusheng resolved to seek a private conversation with the Zen master. He approached the Zen master's office and was about to knock on the door when he suddenly overheard Kobe's voice from within. "Hey, Phil, with the preseason nearly complete, I believe the sanctions on Lu should come to an end as well, Kobe remarked. Lu Yusheng peered through the crack of the door and beheld Kobe, clad in training attire, standing before Phil Jackson's desk. It appeared that Kobe had entered before him. Phil was engrossed in a book, and upon hearing the conversation, he lifted his gaze to glance at Kobe and smiled, remarking, "Surely you are not here to plead on his behalf." "Oh no, Kobe. That does not align with your character. I am not here to advocate for him. Rather, I believe that engaging in a scuffle on the basketball court is not an egregious act. Moreover, it was that fool, Smush, who instigated with his reckless actions. Under such circumstances, I find no fault in Lu's response. Were I in his position, I too would have been unable to refrain from taking action." Lu Yusheng stood outside the door, feeling a warm surge in his heart as he overheard the team leader speaking out on his behalf. Chapter 46. The plan of the Zen Master. Upon hearing Kobe's words, the Zen Master smiled slightly. "Kobe, I have my own arrangements regarding this matter. But it is merely a trivial issue. There are some matters concerning recruitment that I wish to discuss with you." Kobe was taken aback. "Recruitment?" "Indeed," the Zen Master replied. "I have observed the team's training and preseason games over the past few days. What is your assessment of our team's strength this year?" Before Kobe could respond, the Zen Master continued, "I believe it remains largely unchanged from last year, particularly at the point guard and center positions. Given the current caliber of our players, it is nearly impossible to advance further in the playoffs or even contend for the championship." Kobe sighed. "That is precisely why I sought you out. I want Lu to play. This young man possesses some potential and might just be the answer to our point guard dilemma. Even with potential, it is unrealistic to expect him to become a championship puzzle piece overnight. After all, he is merely a rookie," the Zen Master firmly countered. "I concede that this young man has commendable physical attributes and the potential of an excellent point guard. He demonstrates a reasonable level of imagination in his passing vision. With proper development, he could evolve into a formidable guard. At the very least, he would surpass our current starting point guard," the Zen Master acknowledged. Hearing the Zen Master's endorsement, Lu Yusheng felt a sense of gratification. This old man truly understands the game. Temporarily keeping him on the bench was merely an effort to temper his temper. I recognize that he did nothing wrong that day. On the court, if one does not react when others maliciously infringe upon them, it only leads others to perceive them as weak, inviting further bullying. However, an explosive temper can also be detrimental. During critical moments, if one cannot control their impulses, it may result in significant losses for the team. The Zen Master's concerns were entirely understandable to Lu Yusheng. To cite an example, in that World Cup final, France had a genuine opportunity to win, but Zidane's headbutt ultimately cost them the coveted trophy. Instances of such nature abound in basketball as well. A player's impulsiveness leading to their absence during pivotal moments can result in crucial defeats for the team. Draymond Green's misstep that year serves as a prime example. "So, you will let him play, right?" Kobe inquired. "Certainly. Once the regular season commences, he will be on the court," the Zen Master affirmed. "Moreover, I will gradually arrange for him and Farmar to have increased playing time." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yusheng could not help but feel even more elated. This old man, though outwardly silent, had a mind as clear as a mirror. "What is your relationship with Lu?" the Zen Master inquired. "Nothing much," Kobe replied. "He possesses a bit of talent and trains diligently, so I do not wish for him to be hindered by such trivial matters." The Zen Master nodded. "Kobe, you must now reflect upon yourself. An athlete's prime lasts but a few fleeting years. Even for someone of your caliber, the window is limited. You are aware that after Michael's prime, he primarily relied on experience." He approached and patted Kobe's shoulder, continuing, "I have once again agreed to lead the Lakers with the same aspiration as yours, the championship. This forms the foundation of our reconciliation. However, given the current configuration of our team, we are still far from our objective. I have been conversing with Kupchak regarding potential acquisitions, yet we presently lack substantial assets. Next year, we will possess draft picks if we cultivate these rookies well this year. Believe me, Bynum, Farmar, and Lu, they possess considerable talent. With proper nurturing in their rookie contracts, they could become valuable assets for us next year. Perhaps we might secure a suitable center for you through trade. As for the point guard position, I have privately spoken with Fisher, who is also inclined to return to Los Angeles. This way, we can swiftly assemble a formidable team capable of contending for the championship." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng thought to himself, "Goodness, it turned out that the old man's intention to nurture him was merely to enhance his market value, turning him into a pawn for next year's trades. Although he understood that the Lakers' ultimate narrative indeed unfolded according to the Zen Master's blueprint, bringing back Fisher and later acquiring Gasol from the Grizzlies to complete their championship puzzle, the notion of being traded still cast a shadow of sadness over him. He recognized that as the head coach, the Zen Master's considerations stemmed from the broader perspective, a natural aspect of professional sports cruelty. Yet, hearing all of this still saddened him. Most traded players likely shared this sentiment. After all, in his past life, he was a fervent fan of both the Lakers and the Rockets, and in this life, having the opportunity to step into the NBA, he naturally wished to serve the Lakers. Kobe, of course, said nothing. He understood the current strength of the Lakers more than anyone, and the Zen Master was indeed looking out for him. Upon returning to the apartment, a sense of melancholy enveloped Lu Yusheng, as Avril had already prepared dinner. However, Avril herself was not in high spirits. She had been searching for a job for quite some time, but had yet to find a suitable company, which left her feeling rather disheartened. After their meal, Avril suggested they take a stroll, but Lu Yusheng, who typically engaged in training after dinner, seemed to lack his usual motivation today and acquiesced to Avril's proposal, accompanying her into the streets. As they walked hand in hand through the dazzling streets of Los Angeles in silence, Avril suddenly spoke. "Lu, I wish to try my luck in Hollywood. What do you think?" Lu Yusheng found himself at a loss for words. Upon their first meeting, he was struck by Avril's extraordinary beauty, which he believed rightfully belonged in Hollywood. However, now that she had become his girlfriend, he was reluctant to see her venture into that realm, as it was a place where one could easily become lost amidst the allure of fame and fortune. In any case, he thought, there were no suitable job opportunities available. He might as well give it a try, even if it meant starting as an extra. Noticing Lu Yusheng's silence, Avril spoke. "Lu, do you not want me to go? If you don't, I won't, and I will continue to search for work." "It's all right. You need not rush into finding a job. I can support you," Lu Yusheng replied. With a sweet smile, Avril kissed him gently and linked her arm with his as they continued their stroll. Yet, soon they fell into silence once more. Deep within, both harbored concerns about their respective futures. On the way back, Lu Yusheng eventually found clarity. Regardless of what lay ahead, he would commit himself to playing basketball diligently. Given the opportunity to step onto the court, he must strive to prove his worth. As long as he excelled, the Lakers would surely consider retaining him. Chapter 47. The story officially begins. The preseason swiftly came to a close. Though the Lakers had suffered only one defeat during this time, the preseason was merely a warm-up, with key players participating minimally, thus offering little insight into the team's potential. The NBA 2006 to 2007 regular season was on the verge of commencing. The Lakers' opening game would be against the Phoenix Suns, the very team that had eliminated them in the previous season's playoffs. This has become a tradition in the NBA, where each new season's opening match features prominent teams facing off against their playoff rivals from the prior year, generating buzz and excitement. Last season, the Lakers had a commanding 3-1 lead in the series, only to narrowly miss out on a remarkable upset due to their overall lack of strength, ultimately falling to the Suns. Now, in the first game of the regular season, they were once again pitted against the Suns, with many of the players who had experienced that fateful turnaround still on the roster. Consequently, there was a palpable determination among them to seize this game and avenge the previous season's humiliation. This opening match was clearly a focal point for various media outlets. Even before the game commenced, journalists and fans from both sides had already begun to engage in a war of words. Following their 4-3 comeback against the Lakers in the previous playoffs, the Suns had managed to narrowly defeat the Clippers in the second round, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Although they ultimately fell 2-4 to the Dallas Mavericks, they had proven themselves to be a formidable force in the West. Thus, the Suns fans adopted a somewhat condescending attitude, believing that the Lakers posed no real threat. After all, they had managed to mount a comeback even after trailing in 3 games last season, demonstrating their superiority. Lakers fans, naturally, are not in agreement with this. "Come on, my friend, last season we ranked 6th in the West and nearly toppled your second-seeded team, almost achieving the infamous Black Six. You are undeniably a team of pretenders. Can a team of pretenders reach the Western Conference Finals? Brother, you underestimate the regular season MVP, Nash. If it weren't for our Lakers point guard, Smush Parker, performing so poorly, Nash would have had no impact at all. Just look at his performance in the Western Conference Finals. He is, after all, a false superstar. The regular season MVP from last year should undoubtedly have gone to Kobe, who averaged an astonishing 35 points per game. Truly a scoring spectacle for the ages. I admit that Kobe's performance last year was indeed phenomenal. But there is a crucial criterion for MVP selection: team performance, meaning making the team and teammates better. Clearly, Kobe did not excel in this regard compared to Nash. You are correct, but I find this aspect of the league quite absurd. The best player should, of course, be the one who performs the best. As for team performance and making teammates better, at the very least, those teammates should be competent NBA players, right? Players like Smush Parker and Kwame Brown from the Lakers would struggle even in overseas leagues. How can they be improved? I have my doubts that Nash could elevate their game. Enough of the quarrels. I'm a neutral fan. Let's focus on enjoying the games. I believe both Nash and Kobe are exceptional superstars, and we should take a moment to appreciate their artistry. However, I still think the Suns possess a slightly stronger team, especially since the Lakers have made no significant additions this year. Relying solely on Kobe, it will be evidently challenging to overcome the Suns. Who says there have been no reinforcements? A Phoenix fan scoffed. This year, they selected a super rookie, a yellow-skinned Chinese point guard. How could Nash possibly compete with him? Surely, this mysterious force from the East will help the Lakers secure the championship. Another Suns fan chimed in, laughing. Indeed, my friend, you're absolutely right. The Chinese point guard snagged by the Lakers with their first-round pick must be incredibly talented. If they hadn't taken him, I doubt any team would have selected him even in the second round. Haha. Don't get too cocky. Kobe will silence you all with his scoring prowess. In a panic, they exclaimed, you're left with only Kobe to rely on. Please, basketball is a team sport. No matter how remarkable one player is, they cannot change everything. What of Kobe's idol Michael Jordan? Without the help of his teammates, he too was merely a playoff participant year after year. In terms of public opinion, although Lakers fans constitute the majority, mere banter cannot rival the fervor of Phoenix fans. Ultimately, it is the strength of the teams that will speak for itself. Lu Yusheng has never been particularly concerned about such matters. Most of what he knows comes from Avril's updates. With ample free time at home, she often peruses these public opinions. Lu, the fans of the Suns are exceedingly arrogant. You must teach them a stern lesson. Lu Yusheng shook his head in resignation, uncertain of how much playing time he would accrue in this match. Yet, before the game had even commenced, the Lakers were beset by a series of unfortunate news. Their starting center, Kwame Brown, was suspended for 2 games due to inappropriate remarks made, rendering him unable to participate in the season opener. An even graver misfortune struck when, during a training session the day before the game, Kobe Bryant inadvertently twisted his ankle while contesting for a rebound, leaving his injury status unclear and also sidelining him for the opening match. Kobe himself was understandably frustrated, yet injuries are an unpredictable foe. The cascade of bad news left Lakers fans deeply apprehensive about this season opener, ominously dubbed revenge, not to mention the skepticism from media outlets that had never been particularly optimistic about the Lakers. On November 1st, 2006, the highly anticipated season opener between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns finally unfolded at the Staples Center, the home of the Lakers. This marked Lu Yusheng's inaugural official NBA game, and he was elated at the prospect of competing against Steve Nash, even though he could not take the court alongside Kobe. His excitement kept him awake through much of the night. In the pregame locker room, Zen Master Phil Jackson revealed the starting lineup. Andrew Bynum would step in for Kwame Brown as the starting center, with Lamar Odom at power forward and Luke Walton at small forward. Sasha Vujasic would take over the shooting guard position in place of Kobe, while Smush Parker would assume the point guard role. Meanwhile, the Suns' starting lineup remained largely unchanged from the previous year, featuring Amare Stoudemire at center, Boris Diaw at power forward, Sean Marion at small forward, and Rajabel at shooting guard, with their regular season MVP, Steve Nash, commanding the point guard position. Lu Yusheng made his debut at the team's ceremonial event. The atmosphere at Staples Center was as grand as that of a ceremonial expedition, as the home DJ, with his robust and passionate voice, announced the names of the Lakers players one by one. An epic sense of awe enveloped the arena. Although Lu Yusheng's name was mentioned last, when it was called out, a tremendous uproar erupted from the Staples Center, filled with a mixture of cheers and boos, welcoming Lu Yusheng from the University of Florida, number 6. Lu Yusheng slowly entered the arena. The dazzling lights, the opulent floor, and the gaze of countless spectators upon him. Lu Yusheng understood that his story had officially commenced. Chapter 48, The Inner Demon of Steve Nash. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the match began in earnest. The centers from both teams leaped for the jump ball. The formidable Stoudemire and Andrew Bynum soared into the air simultaneously. Although Stoudemire's wingspan and height were not comparable to Bynum's, he astonishingly reached the ball first with his remarkable vertical leap, deftly tapping it to Rajon Rondo. Although Lu Yusheng was not present on the court, the recent jump ball was all the more exhilarating from his vantage point on the sidelines. He had never witnessed such astonishing verticality from an athlete. The last time he saw something comparable was from that high school sensation, Russell Westbrook. However, it is indeed more remarkable for a player like Amare Stoudemire, a big man, to possess such extraordinary leaping ability. Steve Nash, with an air of composure, dribbled past the halfway line. Smush Parker approached to defend him, marking a classic matchup from this year's series. Prior to that series, Parker had been performing reasonably well. Yet the confrontation against Nash altered everything. Nash rendered him a target of disdain among countless Lakers fans, and after being vilified for an entire offseason, Parker was seething with frustration. Moreover, with the onset of the new season, competition for the starting point guard position on the Lakers was fierce. He needed to seize every opportunity to prove his worth and secure his place in the lineup. Thus, from the outset, Parker adopted an exceedingly proactive and aggressive defensive approach. Nash sensed the pressure emanating from Parker's defense. However, with Nash's current stature, he would not engage in a direct confrontation with Parker. There was a disparity in their levels of play. Nash, now a two-time regular season MVP, was focused on securing his first championship as the new season commenced. Much like Kobe, he yearned for a championship to validate his worth. In the 1998 to 1999 season, Steve Nash was traded to the Dallas Mavericks. In Dallas, he gradually established his value, forming the tactical foundation of the Mavericks alongside Dirk Nowitzki. Nash played there for 6 years, cultivating a profound bond with the team. During this time, amidst the fiercely competitive Western Conference, Nash excelled as the starting point guard. However, he never anticipated that in 2005, when his contract was up for renewal, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban would only extend a 4-year intention contract worth approximately $9 million annually, with a portion of the 5th year guaranteed. For Steve Nash, this offer felt like a blatant humiliation. It is noteworthy that during the 2003 to 2004 season, Nash played 78 games for the Mavericks, averaging 14.5 points, 8 assists, and 3.0 rebounds, earning a spot on the league's All-NBA team. Such a performance undoubtedly warrants a more lucrative long-term contract. However, owner Mark Cuban believes that Steve Nash has surpassed his peak, anticipating a decline in his abilities. Consequently, he does not intend to offer Nash a lengthy contract, fearing that an excessive deal would undermine the team's competitiveness. In summary, due to Cuban's undervaluation of Nash, he made a disparaging offer that effectively pushed Nash out. In a fit of frustration, Nash accepted a 6-year contract worth $63 million with the Phoenix Suns. Thus, upon joining the Suns, he was determined to prove his worth to Cuban. After joining the Suns, Nash transformed a struggling Western Conference team into a formidable powerhouse, achieving remarkable success. As a result, he was awarded the regular season MVP title for 2 consecutive years, an accomplishment that surely left Cuban with a sense of regret. Yet for Steve Nash, this was merely the beginning. He understood that what Cuban truly coveted was an NBA championship, a long-held aspiration since he acquired the Dallas Mavericks. However, years had passed without its realization. Cognizant of this, Nash was fervently eager to lead the Suns to a championship, aiming to vindicate himself by claiming the trophy that eluded Cuban. Last season, the Suns surged through the playoffs to reach the Western Conference Finals, facing the Dallas Mavericks head-on. Unfortunately, they were eliminated by the Mavericks, who ultimately lost to the Miami Heat in the finals. Nevertheless, the defeat in that direct confrontation was difficult for Nash to accept. Following their loss in the Western Conference Finals, he and head coach Mike D'Antoni meticulously reviewed game footage to identify shortcomings, concluding that the depth of the Suns' bench was significantly lacking compared to the Mavericks. Indeed, the depth of a team's bench is crucial in determining its potential for playoff success. Thus, this season, while maintaining the core roster, the Suns invested heavily in acquiring players such as Marcus Banks, Jalen Rose, Eric Piatkowski, Jermaine Jones, and Shawn Marion. The addition of these players markedly strengthened the Suns' bench depth for the new season. As the team's leader and strategist, Nash must swiftly integrate these players into the Suns' tactical framework. Only then can he aspire to fulfill his championship dream this year. Smush Parker relentlessly encroaches upon Nash's dribbling space, simultaneously waving his arms to obstruct Nash's line of sight. He is acutely aware of Nash's prowess. Any slight concession of space could allow Nash to deliver a swift pass to his teammates. Despite Smush Parker's advantages in height, strength, and wingspan, Nash, as one of the league's premier point guards, remains impervious to such defensive challenges. His dribbling fundamentals are remarkably solid, enabling him to deftly maneuver with ease. No matter how much pressure Smush Parker applies, Nash effortlessly navigates through it. Observing from the sidelines, Lu Yusheng reflects on the sheer dedication required to attain such mastery of the fundamentals. One can only wonder how many repetitions it took to reach this level of perfection. Marion steps forward to set a screen for Nash, a hallmark tactic of the Suns during their half-court offense. Nash's exceptional ability in executing pick-and-roll plays renders this strategy nearly indefensible. Following the screen, Marion rolls toward the basket. As seasoned adversaries from the previous season's 7-game showdown, the Lakers players are no strangers to this maneuver. Walton and Smush Parker immediately commit to staunchly blocking Nash's passing lane. The Lakers' defense is remarkably disciplined. With two lengthy defenders obstructing the path, it seems impossible for Nash to find an opening for a pass. From Lu Yusheng's perspective, in that fleeting moment, there exists only one angular line that could facilitate the pass. It is a trajectory reminiscent of Stockton's bounce pass, capturing an enigmatic route. That is, a bounce pass through Walton's legs. With a sharp clap, Nash's passing line aligns impeccably with the angular line perceived by Lu Yusheng. The basketball swiftly ricochets off the floor, traversing through Walton's legs, and lands in the hands of the unguarded Marion. Beneath the basket, Bynum attempts to step in for a defensive play, but finds himself firmly boxed out by Stoudemire. Marion soars for a thunderous dunk. The arena erupts in a symphony of boos and cheers. Lu Yusheng was left in a state of astonishment, unable to recover from the impact of Nash's dazzling bounce pass. One cannot help but ponder how he too might have executed such a pass. Yet the distinction lies in the effortless grace with which Nash delivered it. It appeared as though it were merely an ordinary pass, devoid of any tumult upon his visage. Indeed, for Nash, this was merely a routine maneuver. Previously, while watching on television, the spectacle seemed less remarkable. However, seated directly behind him and witnessing the event unfold before his very eyes, he finally comprehended the true magnitude of the feat. In Lu Yusheng's heart, he immediately felt an overwhelming admiration for Nash. Chapter 49. Fast Break. The Lakers' offense is underway. After Smush Parker dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Walton near the free-throw line. Walton, with his back to the basket, held the ball while his teammates began to move around him, executing crossovers and screens. This exemplifies Coach Phil Jackson's triangle offense. In simple terms, the triangle offense consists of 3 players on one side forming a triangle, while 2 players engage on the opposite side. The foundation of this strategy requires a towering player as the tactical pivot, stationed at the free throw line with the ball, while other teammates continuously weave in and out of positions, with some moving to the corner and others to the top of the arc. When a teammate finds an opening, the core ball handler must swiftly deliver the pass or exploit the defensive shifts to attack the basket directly. This demands that the tactical core player possesses exceptional passing skills and court vision. Prior to Pau Gasol's arrival, Coach Jackson had no choice but to temporarily appoint Walton as this tactical pivot. After all, Walton's passing awareness and skills were commendable. However, his role as the pivot of the triangle offense came with inherent disadvantages, notably his height. Standing at only 2.03 meters as a small forward, Walton lacked the requisite strength. This physical limitation diminished both his passing vision and ability when matched against taller opponents or subjected to targeted defenses. Even if teammates found open positions, he struggled to deliver the ball promptly. Not to mention, when teammates were not in position, he faced challenges in attempting to score in the post. Passing vision and the ability to execute post plays are the 2 most critical metrics for the tactical pivot in Coach Jackson's triangle offense. This explains why, in 2005, when Yao Ming's contract with the Rockets expired, Coach Jackson and Kobe were eager to persuade him to join the Lakers. Yao's height, playmaking ability, court vision, and post-scoring prowess made him the perfect candidate for the triangle offense. Unfortunately, Yao ultimately chose to re-sign with the Rockets, leading to Gasol's later acquisition. Of course, this is merely Lu Yusheng's preliminary understanding of the triangle offense after participating in the team's training camp and a brief preseason. Coach Jackson's triangle offense has proven instrumental in securing 6 championships for Jordan and 5 for Kobe. It is certainly not something that can be succinctly encapsulated in a few simple sentences. Unlike rigid formulas, it is imbued with a fluidity of movement and expression during offensive plays, capable of evolving into an array of responses based on varying defensive strategies. This demands a profound understanding of tactics from the players on the court, as well as exceptional individual abilities from the stars. Moreover, the paramount factor is the basketball acumen of the head coach. This is also why, following the Zen Master, no coach in the NBA has succeeded in inheriting and further developing this tactical approach. Back to the court. As long-standing adversaries, the Phoenix Suns are equally familiar with the Lakers' triangle offense. The 7 grueling encounters of the previous season have gradually led them to devise methods to counter this strategy. Their approach involves deploying a player with formidable defensive prowess to guard and disrupt the tactical fulcrum, Luke Walton. Other players, when confronted with the Lakers' screens, would switch defenses, striving to prevent Walton's teammates from finding open shots. Tasked with guarding Walton is the Suns' defensive stalwart, Shawn Marion. Although Marion, as a small forward, shares a similar height with Walton, he possesses explosive athleticism, comparable to the agility and speed of guards, along with immense strength. Of course, Marion's greatest asset as an exceptional defensive player is his astonishing wingspan. Standing at 2.02 meters tall, he boasts a wingspan of 2.21 meters. Such remarkable physical attributes, coupled with his keen defensive instincts, render Luke Walton quite uncomfortable. He must handle the ball with utmost caution, for a moment's lapse could allow Marion's long arms to snatch the ball from behind. Furthermore, when Marion's wingspan is unleashed, Walton's passing vision is significantly obstructed. At other positions, the Suns' starting players also exhibit impressive defensive capabilities. Raja Bell, Boris Diaw, and Amare Stoudemire all began their careers with a focus on defense. Consequently, in this play, not only did Walton's teammates fail to find open space, but Walton himself was incessantly hindered by Marion, leaving him no opportunity to pass to his teammates. With no other options, Walton was compelled to drive towards the basket to attract and alter Phoenix's defensive setup, hoping his teammates might create an opening. However, Marion's strength proved formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for Walton to penetrate into a more threatening offensive zone. As the shot clock dwindled, Walton found himself with no choice but to hastily conclude the possession with a layup. Although the ball bounced a few times before ultimately finding the net, the strategy had entirely fallen apart, leaving assistant coach Brian Shaw shaking his head in dismay. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at the Zen Master beside him, noticing that he was thoughtfully sketching something on the tactical board. The Suns launched another offensive, engaging in a positional battle, still relying on the pick-and-roll strategy. However, this time, it was the center Stoudemire who set the screen for Nash. Following the screen, the Lakers' defense resolutely adhered to their pre-game strategy, double-teaming Nash and obstructing his passing lanes. On this occasion, the passing route to Stoudemire was completely sealed off. Even Lu Yusheng could discern no possibility for a successful pass. Any attempt to force it through would likely result in a turnover. Lu Yusheng anticipated that Nash would deliver a more exquisite pass. However, much to his surprise, in that moment, Nash did not pass to Stoudemire. Instead, he opted to pass to the open Raja Bell. As a point guard, unless in particularly critical situations, one must never take the risk of making an ill-advised pass. Lu Yusheng silently noted every detail he could learn from Nash. Although he was familiar with these theoretical concepts during his time on the university team, it is only at this level of competition that one can truly grasp their significance. Upon receiving the ball, Ragabell was closely defended by Vujasic, who, in his eagerness, overcommit and lost his footing. Ragabell swiftly perceived this opportunity. Without waiting for Vujasic to regain his balance, he accelerated past him. Smush Parker hurriedly moved to provide support. Ragabell delivered a precise pass to Nash, who stood unguarded beyond the three-point line. Nash raised his hand to shoot. The Lakers were unable to recover in time, and all eyes were fixed on the hoop, anticipating a rebound. Yet, in a critical moment, Nash noticed Marion cutting towards the basket. A faint shot turned into a genuine assist. With a deft pass in midair, the basketball narrowly brushed against Smush Parker's body before reaching Marion's hands. Another emphatic dunk followed. Lu Yusheng marveled once more, despite merely 2 rounds of offense. He had discerned an abundance of details from Nash's play, particularly those pertaining to the nuances of a point guard. He was perpetually vigilant, observing and seeking teammates in open positions, even when he himself was unmarked at the three-point line. After all, scoring from beneath the basket is invariably more reliable than an outside shot. The Lakers orchestrated another offensive play, still adhering to their triangle offense, with Walton in possession at the free throw line. Following the obstacles faced in their previous offensive attempt, the other Lakers players exhibited a heightened eagerness in their movements. Walton, maintaining his composure, observed attentively. At last, Smush Parker evaded Nash's defense and made a decisive cut toward the basket, an excellent opportunity. Walton hastily prepared to pass the ball. However, in the next instant, Marion deftly swatted the ball away from behind with his long arm. The basketball fell directly in front of Dia, who swiftly seized it and passed it to Nash, who was poised to launch an explosive counterattack. Prior to his acceleration, both wings, Leandro Barbosa and Stoudemire, had already sprinted ahead. A fast break ensued. Known for their run and gun style, Lu Yusheng understood that this was the most fearsome and lethal aspect of the Suns' game. Upon the successful defensive play, Nash controlled the ball while his forwards immediately surged forward. As perennial rivals, the Lakers were acutely wary of the Suns' rapid counterattacks. In the very moment the ball was lost, Walton and Smush Parker desperately scrambled back on defense, each positioning themselves to guard Barbosa and Stoudemire. The other players, including the center, also hastened to return. Nash dribbled while surveying the court, then executed a feint to pass to Barbosa, prompting Smush Parker to rush in for the defense. Yet, Nash refrained from making the pass. Walton, recognizing Nash's intent to deliver the ball to Stoudemire, closely adhered to him to obstruct the passing lane. Indeed, Nash signaled his intention to pass to Stoudemire, but with a flick of his wrist, the ball magically found its way to the trailing Marion. Once more, it was Marion, delivering another thunderous dunk. Chapter 50, a heavy responsibility. Section 1. In the ensuing moments, the Phoenix Suns maintained an unequivocal supremacy. Last season, the Suns were unexpectedly outmaneuvered by the Lakers, who surged ahead with a 3-1 lead. It seemed as if they had suddenly unlocked their full potential, discovering effective strategies against the triangle offense while fully unleashing their own fast-paced tactics. This was the crux of their remarkable comeback. Yet, in this match against the Suns, the Lakers appeared unchanged, reliving the haunting echoes of their previous three-game collapse. Despite the Staples Center being filled with Lakers fans, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Void of any palpable excitement, a sense of suffocating despair permeated the atmosphere. Indeed, they had longed for surprises in the new season. Yet now it seemed that everything mirrored last season's dismal performance, showing no signs of improvement. Faced with the Suns, they felt as if they had been transported back to that fateful series from months prior. A profound sense of helplessness and despair washed over them once more. The Suns, it appeared, were simply too formidable. On the surface, it was evident that the two teams were not of the same caliber. However, seated on the bench, Lu Yusheng observed with clarity. The Suns' dominance stemmed not only from the superior individual talents of their players in both offense and defense compared to the Lakers, but more significantly, from Steve Nash. Nash was the engine of the Suns' fast-paced style, adept at assessing the game situation and deciphering the Lakers' defense with remarkable precision in every possession. With almost every play, he made astute decisions. His mind, as meticulous as a computer, and his passing, as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, utterly dismantled the Lakers. Meanwhile, the Lakers' triangle offense was systematically dismantled by their opponents. Whenever their tactical focal point, Walton, sought to orchestrate the play, Marion would impose his formidable defensive prowess to disrupt the flow. From the onset of the match until now, the instances of the Lakers successfully executing their triangle offense were exceedingly few. Lu Yusheng lifted his gaze to the scoreboard, where the Suns had established an 11-point lead at 20-9. He turned to his companion, the esteemed Zen master, Phil Jackson. Logically, given the Suns' fluid offense and the Lakers' stifled attack, it seemed an opportune moment for a timeout. Such a pause would not only assist his players in regaining composure and recalibrating their strategy, but it would also disrupt the opposing team's rhythm. Yet, the Zen master remained as composed as ever, silently observing the unfolding drama on the court, seemingly unfazed by the score. Was this the aura of a master coach? It was not until there was just over a minute left in the first quarter that an official timeout was called, prompting the Zen master to consider adjustments. However, these were not tactical maneuvers. Rather, they were customary substitutions as both teams opted to allow their starters a moment of respite, bringing in the bench players. The adjustments made by the Zen master included replacing center Andrew Bynum with Chris Mim and substituting power forward Lamar Odom with Andre Blatch. Small forward Luke Walton remained on the court, as did shooting guard Sasha Vujasic. When it came time to address the point guard position, Lu Yusheng was filled with anticipation. Yet, the Zen master directed his attention towards Farmar. "Farmar, you're in." Lu Yusheng could hardly conceal his disappointment. Although both he and Smush Parker were rookies, he could not overlook the fact that he was a first-round pick. Yet, with the Zen master's arrangement, He had no choice but to silently continue his companionship with the water cooler. After Smush Parker exited the game, the Zen Master's gaze remained fixed upon him. Smush Parker inquired, "Is there an issue, coach?" The Zen Master replied, "I have consistently emphasized the importance of defending Steve Nash. Why have you not heeded my advice?" Smush Parker shrugged, "I am defending as you instructed." The Zen Master seemed poised to articulate a response but hesitated, shaking his head and saying, "It's nothing. Just wipe your sweat." Clearly, the Zen Master was dissatisfied with Smush Parker's recent performance. Sitting beside Lu Yusheng, Smush Parker wiped his sweat with a towel while grumbling. "Come on, he earns millions. How much do I make? Besides, he's the MVP. How can I defend against him? Who can comprehend your nonsensical theories? Do you really think your methods can stop him? Damn it, why don't you try it yourself?" Lu Yusheng gazed at the Zen Master. For the surroundings were exceedingly noisy. It was likely that the Master had not heard him. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at Smush Park, pondering the audacity of this individual, whose culinary skills were not worth mentioning. Yet he exuded an unfounded arrogance, dismissing even the Zen Master with disdain. "What are you staring at?" Smush Park shouted at Lu Yusheng. "I observe that not only is your basketball prowess lacking, but your character appears equally unsatisfactory." "What did you say?" retorted the rookie. "Do you think you can guard Nash?" "Nonsense. You can't even secure a chance to step onto the court." Ever since their previous altercation, the two had exchanged not a single word. Their renewed dialogue was once more charged with animosity. "Indeed, I may not be able to defend against Nash, but I can certainly use my fists to silence that foul mouth of yours," Lu Yusheng replied, showing no leniency towards the fool. "Still daring to fight, are you? Do you no longer wish to step onto the court?" Lu Yusheng let out a cold laugh, remarking that it was of no consequence. After all, he was unlikely to see any playing time. Delivering another beating would not be an issue, as it would at least prevent the other from embarrassing the team further. He challenged, "Go on, dare to say another word." All right, young man, please calm down. I have no desire to argue with you. However, do not mistake my restraint for fear. I simply wish to avoid disgrace on opening night, and certainly do not wish to incur league penalties for assaulting a teammate." Although Smush Parker claimed he was unafraid of Lu Yusheng, the sight of Lu Yusheng clenching his fists made him feel a twinge of fear. He had already experienced the might of Lu Yusheng's punch last time. Upon witnessing his reluctance, Lu Yusheng chose to disregard him entirely. Engaging with such a fool was simply not worth his time. He sat there, observing Femarl sprinting across the court, feeling a profound sense of frustration. He cast a glance towards the Master, wondering when this old man intended to allow him to take the court. Hadn't it been promised that his playing time would be increased? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to the school team. The anguish of being overlooked and neglected by the coach surging back to the forefront of his mind. Coincidentally, the Master turned around, his gaze landing upon Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng was taken aback as the Zen Master beckoned him over with a gesture. "Lu Yusheng, could it be that he overheard the quarrel I just had with Smush Park? This is the end. Now there is no hope at all." Lu Yu steeled himself and approached, thinking that if he were to be questioned, he could simply claim that it was Smush Park who had instigated the conversation first. After Lu Yusheng arrived, he squatted beside the Zen Master. The Zen Master gazed at him and inquired, "Well, what were you arguing about?" Indeed, he had heard it. Lu Yusheng hurriedly replied, "It's nothing. My discussions with him about tactics are purely related to basketball." The Zen Master remarked, "Is it that you were not allowed to take the court, and thus you grew anxious?" No. I adhere strictly to the coach's arrangements." The Zen Master nodded, then suddenly inquired, "You believe that Smush Parker is poorly defending Nash. Do you think you could do any better?" "Well, it seems this old man is still defending that young fellow, Smush Parker." Lu Yusheng had not yet contemplated how to respond when the Zen Master suddenly remarked, "Give it a try." Lu Yusheng, the words of the emotional Zen Master just now do not seem to be an inquiry for accountability, nor do they appear to be a defense of Famer. The reason I assigned Famer to lead the second unit was to allow you to engage with the starting lineup. I understand that Nash is not easy to defend against, yet the defensive capabilities of Smush Parker are rather dismal. I would like you to give it a try, if you would be so inclined. Lu Yusheng, Chapter 51, Isaiah Thomas's perspective. The Zen Master communicated with Lu Yusheng in a remarkably composed manner. However, at that moment, Lu Yusheng's heart felt as if it had been swept by a tempestuous tsunami. It turned out that the Zen Master had not intended for him to join the bench. Rather, he sought for Lu Yusheng to replace Smush Parker and compete with the starting lineup. The previous feelings of disappointment and frustration were instantly obliterated. He would be facing Nash directly, Lu Yusheng could never have anticipated that everything would unfold so swiftly. The Zen master conveyed to Lu, "You, Lu, were the most attentive during our tactical analysis of the Suns before the match. I noticed just now that you have been keenly observing Nash from the sidelines." Lu Yusheng was taken aback. How could it be? This old man seemed to have never cast a glance in his direction, yet he appeared to know everything. Even the minutiae of his constant observations of Nash were laid bare. Lu Yusheng momentarily questioned whether the old man's spectacles were custom-made with advanced technology, enabling him to perceive the Sun's formidable presence. "Fast breaks," Lu Yusheng remarked. The Zen master nodded in agreement, emphasizing the importance of minimizing errors to deny them opportunities for counterattacks. At this juncture, the Zen master leaned in close to Lu Yusheng, as if to share a secret. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Was this really necessary? The surroundings were so noisy, and the coaching staff and players of the Suns were over there. It was improbable that they could hear anything. Yet, he leaned in closer to listen. When the strategy falters, one might as well consider targeting Nash. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. However, the Zen master said nothing further, merely gesturing for Lu Yusheng to return to his position. He needed to continue observing the dynamics of the situation on the field. Lu Yusheng returned to his seat, his heart surging with an overwhelming tide of emotions, rendering him incapable of achieving composure. The previous night, he had been unable to sleep, consumed by anxiety. He had envisioned countless scenarios of the day's match, contemplated the responsibilities he would shoulder, and anticipated his performance. Yet, he could never have imagined that he would be entrusted with such a pivotal role right from the outset, facing off against the MVP-level Nash. Excitement, exhilaration, tension, and confusion intermingled within Lu Yusheng's heart at this moment. He struggled to rein in his emotions, striving to maintain his calm while continuing to observe the dynamics of the game. Currently, both teams' substitute lineups were engaged in battle. This year, the Phoenix Suns focused on bolstering their bench strength. Players such as Marcus Banks, Jalen Rose, Eric Piakowski, Jermaine Jones, and Sean Marion possessed considerable talent, far surpassing that of the Los Angeles Lakers reserves. However, as they were still acclimating to the team, their grasp of the tactical nuances was not yet profound, resulting in a lack of fluidity compared to the starting lineup. The point guard for the Suns' second unit was Leandro Barbosa, known as the Brazilian Blur, as Nash's backup. This Brazilian star boasted remarkable physical attributes, particularly in speed and explosiveness. However, as a point guard, his shortcomings were equally pronounced. He had a propensity to hold onto the ball, and his organizational skills were lacking, a disastrous combination for a floor general, as it implied an inability to elevate his teammates and execute cohesive strategies. Thus, despite the superior individual talent of the Suns' second unit, under Barbosa's leadership, they failed to gain an advantage, merely managing to match the Lakers' second unit. As the second quarter approached its latter stages and the starters began to rotate in, the score stood at 38-29, with no significant gap in points. Observing the Suns' substitution of Nash, the Zen master beckoned Lu Yusheng to enter the game. Lu Yusheng hastily rose to his feet, eliciting expressions of surprise from his teammates. Even Smush Parker, who was just preparing to take the stage, was momentarily taken aback. He questioned the Zen master in confusion. "Phil, what is going on? Why am I not allowed to play?" The Zen master offered no explanation, simply gesturing for him to return to his seat. Enraged, Smush Parker glared at Lu Yusheng before storming back to his place. Upon Lu Yusheng's appearance, the Staples Center was filled with a cacophony of cheers and boos. Those who held a favorable view of him erupted in applause and anticipation, while his detractors greeted him with disdainful jeers. Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he stepped onto the gleaming floor of the Staples Center. Following the other key players, standing on the Lakers emblem beneath his feet, he was instantly struck by a feeling of surrealism. The decision to have Lu Yusheng face off against Steve Nash astonished not only Smush Parker, but also the commentators and analysts present. The game was being broadcast by Turner Network Television, TNT, with renowned sports journalist Vince Cain as the commentator and former NBA star Isaiah Thomas as the invited analyst. Vince Cain was visibly excited by this unexpected change in the lineup orchestrated by the Zen master. "Goodness, this is utterly insane." True to form, the Zen master has benched their starting point guard Smush Parker for the season opener, opting instead to let a rookie who has yet to play a single official game take on Nash. This is truly astonishing. Perhaps only the Zen master could make such a bold decision. Thomas, what are your thoughts on this? Isaiah Thomas, a notable point guard in NBA history and the undisputed leader of the famed Bad Boys Pistons who had eliminated Michael Jordan's Bulls multiple times, responded with a smile, "Indeed. It is a bit wild. We all recognize Phil as a great coach, but I still believe this decision is somewhat inappropriate. First, it shows extreme disrespect to their starting player Smush Parker, which could severely undermine his confidence. Second, pitting a rookie who has never played in an NBA game against Steve Nash is also disrespectful to Nash. Oh my, he is an MVP." Vince Kane chuckled. "Thomas, do you think there is a possibility that this Asian rookie they drafted this year possesses exceptional talent? After all, the Lakers draft this year indeed shocked the world. And Lu did lead the Lakers to victory in the Summer League Championship. Come on, man, I don't think so. The level of competition in our Summer League might not even compare to that of high school games across America. How can that serve as a reference?" Thomas retorted. "Have you watched that kid play? Do you honestly believe he has the goods? Will he be the solution at point guard for the Lakers?" "Of course. I've seen some of his games," Isaiah Thomas replied. "My assessment is that, like many Asian players, he possesses some skills, but his physical attributes are lacking, making it difficult for him to adapt to the NBA level." No, Thomas, that is far too harsh. After all, Yao Ming's performance speaks for itself." Vince Kane interjected quickly. However, Isaiah Thomas seemed unfazed, continuing, "Yao Ming's performance wasn't truly extraordinary. At best, he can be considered a competent center. But being a point guard is different, Kane. As a fellow point guard, I understand all too well the qualities that are essential to excel in this position. Do you harbor skepticism regarding the choice made by the Zen Master, or do you doubt the abilities of the Asian rookie point guard on the Lakers?" Isaiah Thomas chuckled, remarking that you are deliberately prompting me to speak incorrectly. Nevertheless, I must assert that I hold reservations about both. In the forthcoming matches, Steve Nash will elucidate to the Lakers and the Zen Master the folly of their decisions. Ultimately, Isaiah Thomas has laid bare his perspective without any reservations. The whistle blows. The match commences. Chapter 52, A Calm Prognosis. The Lakers initiate their offense. Yusheng passes the ball to Lu Yusheng from the baseline. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled past the halfway line. Adhering to the predetermined strategy, he subsequently passed the ball to Luke Walton, who was tasked with orchestrating the low-post play. Executing the triangle offense, Walton, with the ball in hand, engaged in a series of alternating screens with Lu Yusheng and his teammates. The Suns, unwavering in their defensive principles, opted to switch on screens, making it exceedingly difficult for the Lakers' other players to find open space. As time dwindled, Walton found himself compelled to back down, driving towards the paint. However, he was unable to overpower Marion. His backing down was merely a feint intended to confound the Suns, drawing defensive attention away from his teammates to facilitate their movement. This tactic was well understood by the Lakers. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the Suns were equally aware of it. Consequently, no additional defenders came to assist. Faced with this predicament, Walton felt a twinge of embarrassment as he pressed forward into the fray. As the strategy appeared on the brink of collapse, Lu Yusheng urgently endeavored to shake off Nash's defense. Lu Yusheng and Nash are approximately of the same height. Yet Lu possesses superior physique and strength, attributes that most NBA players surpass Nash in. Seizing the opportunity, he gently nudged Nash, granting himself a burst of acceleration while evading him. With the aid of Bynum's screen, he swiftly maneuvered beyond the three-point arc. The 24-second shot clock was on the verge of expiring. Walton, hindered by Marion, found himself in a predicament regarding how to handle the ball, when suddenly he spotted Lu Yusheng emerging from the play and hurriedly passed the ball out to him. Lu Yusheng received the pass and raised his hand to shoot. However, the buzzer sounded, indicating that there was no time left for the shot. The Lakers were called for an offensive violation, granting the Suns possession of the ball. A collective sigh arose from the spectators. Nash held the ball as Lu Yusheng advanced to defend. Lu Yusheng did not engage in half-court defense like Smush Parker, for it was entirely unnecessary. The Suns' offensive plays predominantly revolved around Nash initiating pick-and-rolls, which required minimal time for offensive execution. Any delay would serve little purpose and would merely squander his energy. Indeed, once Nash advanced the ball past half-court, Marion promptly moved forward to set a screen for him. Although Lu Yusheng had been observing from the sidelines for over a quarter and had studied the Suns' tactics through pre-game footage, he remained vigilant. Lu Yusheng was already well acquainted with the pick-and-roll tactics employed by the Suns. However, familiarity does not necessarily equate to effective defense. Much like knowing that Jordan intends to shoot or that Iverson will drive to the right, Such knowledge proves futile when one is unable to prevent the play. Nonetheless, Lu Yusheng possessed a distinct advantage. During the Summer League with the Lakers, their offensive strategies mirrored those of the Suns, utilizing the pick-and-roll involving Lu Yusheng and his teammates. This experience afforded him a deeper comprehension of the intricacies of the tactic. Marion's robust frame effectively obstructed Lu Yusheng, providing Nash with an optimal screen. Following the screen, Marion made a direct cut towards the basket. In accordance with the pre-established strategy, Lu Yusheng and Walton advanced to double-team Nash, aiming to obstruct his passing lanes. Lu Yusheng felt that his blockade alongside Walton was exceptionally flawless. From Lu Yusheng's perspective, Nash had absolutely no space to pass. Thus, Nash was left with no choice but to continue dribbling or to pass the ball to teammates other than Marion. Consequently, although Lu Yusheng was pressuring Nash, he did not focus all his attention solely on him. His peripheral vision remained attentive to the movements of other Suns players. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng's keen gaze observed that Ragabell had maneuvered into an open position utilizing Stoudemire's screen. This opening was fleeting, as Vujasic had already circumnavigated the screen and was closing in. The opportunity was but a brief flash. A well-timed pass would allow Ragabell to either drive or shoot, or to draw defensive attention, thereby creating a chance for Stoudemire beneath the basket. Such a pass would typically elude an ordinary point guard, given the exceedingly acute angle. With two Lakers players in between, the moment was ephemeral, requiring exceptional bounce pass finesse to execute. Yet, Lu Yusheng was certain that Nash would deliver the pass. He possessed the requisite skill, just as Nash had executed a brilliant bounce pass at the onset of the game. Lu Yusheng instantly recognized the intricate trajectory of the anticipated pass, and Nash indeed performed it with remarkable ease. Consequently, Lu Yusheng was poised to intercept this pass at any moment. He had discerned the passing angle, bolstered by his mental recall of Stockton's artistry, which also featured a peculiar trajectory. Suddenly, Nash raised his hand. However, the intention of the pass was evidently directed towards Marion. Luke Walton's center of gravity had unconsciously shifted toward Marion. In an instant, Lu Yusheng remained acutely aware. This had to be a feint. Therefore, while Walton instinctively reached out to interfere in that direction, Lu Yusheng remained perfectly still. Indeed, Lu Yusheng's intuition proved correct. It was a ruse. In the very moment Nash raised his hand, he swiftly lowered his wrist and executed a bounce pass towards Ragabell. Moreover, the arc of that pass was precisely as Lu Yusheng had envisioned. Lu Yusheng hurriedly reached out to intercept. The basketball bounced off the ground, grazing Lu Yusheng's fingertips, and surged rapidly towards Ragabell. Although Lu Yusheng had anticipated the play, he could only graze the ball with his fingertips. The ball was decelerated. Yet this slight reduction in speed did not hinder its seamless transfer to Lagerbielke. Positioned near the free-throw line, Lagerbielke found himself unguarded. He raised his hands, feigning a shot, prompting Bynum to rush out in an attempt to defend. The ball was then passed to the unopposed Stoudemire beneath the basket, allowing the Suns to score once again. Commentator Vince Kane exclaimed in awe, "Absolutely magnificent. Truly magnificent. Nash's pass is akin to a magical performance." It was not that the Lakers' defense was lacking, to be honest. Their defense was commendable, yet they remained unable to contain Nash's passing prowess. Is this the allure of an MVP? Simply splendid. Forgive me, for I find myself at a loss for more eloquent words to describe this exquisite pass. Isaiah Thomas interjected, noting that throughout the game, several such passes had been delivered. The Lakers' backcourt appeared as mere wooden posts before Nash. I have previously stated that the coach's foolish substitutions would only make it easier for Nash to humiliate them. Thomas's remarks seemed purely critical. If the live audience had struggled to comprehend that last play, it would be somewhat understandable. However, as a historically significant point guard, he could not possibly overlook that Nash's pass had nearly been intercepted by Lu Yusheng. Even Nash himself glanced at the rookie with renewed interest. In that fleeting moment, the young player had not been deceived by Nash's realistic feint. Instead, he had anticipated the trajectory of the pass and attempted to intercept it. This was improbable, Nash mused, convinced that the rookie simply must not have reacted in time, thus failing to fall for his deception. Furthermore, as a newcomer, it was inconceivable that he could foresee such a pass. Absolutely impossible. The young owner must have been mistaken. The Lakers now held possession of the ball. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbles the ball forward. Chapter 53, Breaking the Deadlock. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball past the half-court line. Walton had already positioned himself near the free-throw line, extending his arms towards Lu Yusheng, signaling for the ball. However, this time, Lu Yusheng did not immediately pass it. Up to this point, the Lakers' triangle offense had been tightly stifled by the Suns, who successfully contained Walton with Marion's defensive prowess. Given the dismal success rate, Lu Yusheng felt there was no longer any necessity to stubbornly adhere to this strategy. After waiting for a considerable time for the ball, Walton, sensing Lu Yusheng's hesitation, impatiently exclaimed, "Hey, Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Yusheng waved his hand, signaling Walton to come up and set a screen for him. Everyone was somewhat taken aback. Assistant coach Brian Shaw, in a state of urgency, stood up and shouted, "Lu, pass the ball." A flicker of mild surprise crossed the Zen master's gaze. Yet he restrained Shaw, gesturing for him to sit down. Commentator Vince Kane, observing the situation, couldn't help but chuckle, noting that the Lakers rookie, number 6, indeed possessed a certain audacity, opting to forego the triangle offense in favor of a pick-and-roll strategy akin to that of the Suns. However, given that the Lakers' triangle offense was effectively stifled by the Suns, a tactical change was quite justifiable. "Thomas, do you think this is feasible?" Isaiah Thomas shook his head, asserting, No, the pick-and-roll is not as straightforward as it appears. Only the Suns and the Hornets execute it exceptionally well in the entire league. And that is due to their possession of elite point guards like Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Do you believe a rookie can master such a sophisticated strategy? His words rang true. While the pick-and-roll is a commonplace tactic in the NBA, few teams adopt it as their primary strategy in half-court play. Most teams merely utilize it as a supplementary tactic. The reason lies in the significant demands this strategy places on the point guard's skill level. At the moment of the screen, the decision-making regarding ball handling requires a deep foundation in passing, as NBA-level defenders have their own established methods for defending the pick-and-roll, making effortless passing a formidable challenge. Additionally, it tests one's timing and judgment, whether to pass or not, whether to deliver the ball to the rolling teammate or seek out others. Rapid decisions must be made within a fleeting moment. Furthermore, if the defense opts for a switch rather than a double team, it also evaluates one's ability to exploit mismatches. If any aspect of this intricate process falters, the effectiveness of the tactic diminishes. In the realm of modern NBA basketball, only the Utah Jazz of yesteryears, the current Phoenix Suns, and the New Orleans Hornets have consistently employed the pick-and-roll as their main half-court strategy, owing to the presence of top-tier point guards like Stockton, Steve Nash, and Chris Paul. Walton, irate at not receiving the ball, realized time was slipping away and reluctantly stepped up to set the screen for Lu Yusheng. Luke Walton's fundamental skills were indeed solid, providing Lu Yusheng with ample space. However, since the Lakers had not previously executed a pick-and-roll, the moment the screen was set, Nash and Marion rushed into double-team Lu Yusheng, subconsciously believing that a rookie of his caliber would be incapable of easily delivering the ball to an open teammate. Lu Yusheng raised his hand to pass the ball in the direction of Walton. Marion quickly leaped to intercept, but Lu Yusheng, with a slight flick of his wrist, refrained from making the pass. A feint. Nash was momentarily taken aback, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He instantly grasped Lu Yusheng's intention, which mirrored his own recent strategy. He immediately cast his gaze to locate the Lakers player who had slipped into an open position. Odom, the defender, was likely momentarily bewildered by the Lakers' sudden pick-and-roll tactic, causing him to lose focus, and Odom seized the opportunity to sneak towards the basket, completely unnoticed. By the time Dio realized, he hurriedly pursued. Nash observed. This play shared almost identical conditions to his previous attempt, with two Suns defenders in between. Passing the ball to Odom was equally challenging. Nash subconsciously doubted whether this rookie possessed the audacity and skill to make such a pass. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yusheng slightly elevated his hand. He truly passed it. Nash hastily reached out to intercept, but he missed. The basketball hit the floor, rebounding in an exceedingly peculiar zigzag into Odom's hands. Odom leapt high, while Stoudemire rushed to defend. However, Odom did not pass to the already open Bynum, but instead executed a sudden pull-up midair and scored with a reverse layup. The Lakers had scored. The home crowd at Staples Center, having endured a frustrating game, suddenly witnessed their team execute such a spectacular play. In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous applause. In stark contrast to the fans' exuberance, the commentators fell silent, as if they had not witnessed the play at all. After a considerable pause, Vince Karen cleared his throat and slowly remarked, "Well, Thomas, to be honest, that was quite a beautiful play. This rookie showcased remarkable creativity, returning the favor to the Suns with the same move Nash had just employed. What do you think, Thomas?" Isaiah Thomas stubbornly replied, "Indeed, that pass was commendable. But to be objective, it did carry an element of luck. Oh, you consider it a fortunate pass? As I mentioned earlier, the pick-and-roll tactic tests a point guard's caliber. In that situation, I wouldn't even be sure if I would dare to make that pass. His ability to deliver it suggests he had no better options and had to take a risk. It is not that I underestimate him. There was indeed a stroke of luck involved. As you saw, Nash had anticipated his pass and attempted to intercept it. He was close to a turnover. Isaiah Thomas maintained that Lu Yusheng's pass contained an element of fortune but conveniently omitted Nash's earlier pass, which had nearly been intercepted by Lu Yusheng. Well done, Lu. Odom hastened over to exchange a high-five with Lu Yusheng. Walton approached Lu Yusheng and remarked, Lu, that last shot was indeed splendid, but Luke, listen to me. Walton paused, intending to convey to Lu Yusheng that the recent pass was indeed beautiful, yet he should adhere to the established strategy and pass the ball to him for further handling. However, to his astonishment, Lu Yusheng interrupted him directly. Luke, when Marion comes up to set a screen with Nash, just step up early to disrupt Nash. Then retreat to defend Marion. Lu Yusheng stated. What? Walton exclaimed, even more astonished. All right, deviating from the triangle offense is one thing. But do we really need to alter our strategy for double-teaming Nash during defense as well? Has this kid lost his mind? What are you talking about? Luke, trust my judgment. Lu Yusheng stated as he moved forward to defend Nash. Luke Walton stood dumbfounded in place. Nash, dribbling the ball, cast an incredulous gaze upon the rookie donning the number 6 jersey before him. If his previous anticipation of Nash's pass had caught him off guard, the fact that this newcomer had executed a play identical to his own thinking signaled that the earlier interception was not merely a fluke. Indeed, this rookie seemed to possess a certain intrigue. Chapter 54. Still stubborn, the Suns continued their offensive onslaught. After Nash crossed half-court, Marion stepped up to set a screen for him. Walton hurried to keep pace. Following the screen, Lu Yusheng assumed that Walton would adhere to their prior agreement, stepping in to delay Nash, and then swiftly returning to defend Marion. However, he was taken aback as Walton opted to follow the pregame strategy, choosing to double-team Nash instead. This decision created a significant gap in their defense. Such a grievous defensive error was utterly unacceptable for a point guard of Steve Nash's caliber. Opportunities like this were simply not to be squandered. With a delicate flick of his wrist while dribbling, Nash effortlessly delivered the ball into Marion's waiting hands as he cut to the basket. Marion took 3 steps, rising up against Bynum's defensive attempt, unleashing a fiery shot. The basketball soared over Bynum's head, kissing the backboard before finding its way through the hoop, just as the Lakers' offense was beginning to show signs of life. A moment of hope was swiftly extinguished as the Suns executed such a straightforward play. This ESY ball was truly demoralizing. Before Vince Kane could voice his thoughts, Isaiah Thomas remarked, Did you see that? The Lakers have no answer for the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy. Indeed, that recent play had allowed the Suns to maneuver far too easily, akin to a practice drill. Vince Kane concurred. The defensive efforts of Lu and Walton had reached catastrophic levels. It was a serious lapse in judgment. I have always maintained that while Smush Parker may struggle to contain Nash on the court, such a blunder has never occurred before. Lu, after all, is merely a rookie. And Phil Jackson's decision to substitute clearly warrants scrutiny. Isaiah Thomas stood firm in his opinion. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Lu Yusheng, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Luke Walton, Look, why are we not adhering to the strategy we previously agreed upon? Luke Walton, visibly displeased, raised his hands in exasperation. Come on. Our original tactic was to double-team. I am at a loss as to what you are trying to convey. However, our double-team strategy has proven ineffective against Nash. Lu Yusheng replied. As the first half of the game draws to a close, it is evident that our double-team has failed to contain him. He continues to orchestrate the entire team. We ought to consider making some adjustments and alterations. That is the coach's responsibility. Remember, you are merely a rookie, Lu. You possess no authority to direct us. Each of us has far more experience than you. Luke Walton retorted. Lu Yusheng comprehended that Luke Walton had disregarded his suggestions because he felt affronted by being directed in tactics by a novice. It wounded his pride as a senior. No, Luke, I did not intend to command any of you. You are all my seniors. If my earlier words were offensive, I sincerely apologize. My sole aspiration is to secure victory. Everything I proposed was merely a tactical exploration. Lu spoke sincerely. Luke Walton shook his head and said nothing further. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled the ball into the front court. Luke Walton subconsciously positioned himself in the low post, seeking the ball. Yet Lu Yusheng gestured for Bainam to come up and set a screen for him. Reluctantly, Walton stepped back beyond the three-point line, creating space for Lu Yusheng. Bainam, with his robust physique, effectively shielded Nash from behind. The quality of this screen surpassed that of Walton's. Bainam immediately made his way toward the basket. Stoudemire and Nash swiftly converged on Lu Yusheng, tightly guarding the passing lane intended for Bainam. With Bainam unmarked, the opportunity was fleeting. However, passing the ball proved to be no simple task. Stoudemire, utilizing his remarkable athleticism and wingspan, teamed up with Nash to envelop Lu Yusheng like an imposing net. Nash, intent on testing Lu Yusheng's mettle, intensified his defensive pressure. If Lu Yusheng chose not to pass, he risked a turnover. Yet, he found himself with virtually no clear passing route to the unguarded Bainam. Walton, anxious about the possibility of Lu Yusheng making a mistake, hurriedly attempted to offer support. But at that moment, a sharp sound echoed. As Lu Yusheng maneuvered backward with the ball, evading interference, his wrist suddenly flicked. In an instant, he released the ball. Once again, it struck the ground. It seamlessly passed through Stoudemire's legs, landing precisely in the hands of the descending Bainam. Wow! A gasp echoed throughout the arena. Moments ago, they had witnessed Lu Yusheng being double-teamed, seemingly devoid of any passing space, leading them to believe that this attempt was highly likely to result in a turnover. However, none could have anticipated that Lu Yusheng would execute such a deft pass. Bainam, upon receiving the ball, surged toward the basket, poised for an emphatic dunk. Yet, the defending Ragabell denied him that opportunity, forcefully yanking Bainam down from midair. The whistle blew. Free throw. Although this play did not culminate in a score, thus not adding an assist to Lu Yusheng's statistics, the two imaginative passes he had orchestrated ignited the enthusiasm of the home crowd. Initially pessimistic about the outcome of the match, they now found a glimmer of hope with Lu Yusheng's presence. Perhaps their focus had shifted beyond merely the game's result. They seemed to yearn for the surprises this rookie might bring. A palpable sense of anticipation simmered quietly within the Staples Center. Bainam approached the free throw line, seizing the moment. Commentator Vince Kane remarked, "Thomas, I initially shared your view, believing that this Lakers rookie couldn't bear the burden that the Zen master placed upon him. However, after those two plays, I must concede that my perspective may have shifted. Thomas, if his first pass had an element of luck, he has now delivered two consecutive ones. It seems too simplistic to attribute it solely to fortune. Wouldn't you agree?" Nay, Isaiah Thomas chuckled. "I still maintain my stance. In that last sequence, Stoudemire's defense was woeful. His steps were far too wide. Under such circumstances, any NBA-caliber guard could make that pass. Oh, Thomas, while you are a historically elite point guard, I must say, I am beginning to harbor great expectations for this Lakers rookie. I believe the home crowd shares my sentiments at this very moment." Thomas shook his head. Smiling, Kane, "It's premature to change your mind. Given that atrocious defense, allowing the Suns to score so easily, he will certainly not be the type of point guard to change the game." Bainam missed the free throw. Nash approached Stoudemire and whispered, "Next time they set the pick, let us not double team, we'll switch directly." He then turned to Diaw and said, "Diaw, remember, after we switch, we need to rotate on the defense." Dior nodded slightly and then directed his gaze towards Stoudemire. A brief glance exchanged between them revealed mutual surprise. Nash had indeed altered his defensive strategy due to the Lakers' new rookie? Chapter 55, Countering the Moves. On the Lakers bench, all eyes were now fixated on Lu Yusheng. The coaching staff huddled together, reassessing this rookie. Shooting coach Mike Pemberthy remarked, "This newly drafted Chinese lad seems promising. His passing fundamentals are solid, his speed is commendable, and his court awareness is adequate. Shao, it appears you have provided him with considerable guidance during the summer league." Brian Shaw chuckled. "This young man certainly possesses potential, which is why I dedicated extra effort towards his development. After all, our talent at the point guard position is somewhat lacking this year. Nurturing fresh talent could yield positive results, and it appears this lad is indeed worth anticipating. Since his entry onto the court, our offense has noticeably improved." With a mere phrase, he equated Lu Yusheng's performance with his own training efforts. In truth, throughout the summer league, the instruction Brian Shaw offered Lu Yusheng paled in comparison to the wisdom imparted by Magic Johnson. Brian Shaw's gaze shifted to the nearby Zen master. "Phil, what are your thoughts on Lu's performance?" Phil Jackson, having remained aloof from their discourse, kept his eyes fixed on the game, responding flatly, "It is too early to draw conclusions." Disheartened by the Zen master's lack of endorsement, Brian hesitated before speaking. "During the summer league, I noticed this child's passing was impressive, which is why I deliberately trained him in pick-and-roll strategies. It seems he has indeed developed a certain proficiency in this area. His implication was that Lu Yusheng's expertise in the pick-and-roll was a result of his own training. The Zen master frowned slightly and replied, "Changing established strategies on the court with ease is not a commendable habit. While we often say that a point guard should adapt tactics based on the opponent's defense, that refers to minor tactical adjustments. Major strategic shifts should be executed by us. His actions are somewhat presumptuous. Do you understand my point?" Brian Shaw felt a twinge of dissent. However, our triangle offense has indeed stagnated, completely restricted by the Suns. If we do not adapt, it may be challenging to find a breakthrough. The Zen master met his gaze and calmly stated, "How can you be certain that I lack a strategy to counter this?" The rhythm of the game following the tip-off was entirely within my expectations. The Suns are employing last season's tactics against us, which inherently limits our effectiveness. However, I am not without preparation. In fact, I was just about to implement a tactical adjustment when this young man took it upon himself to alter the strategy on the court. Brian Shaw was momentarily taken aback. He understood that the Zen master was not merely playing the role of an armchair strategist. Having followed Phil Jackson for many years, from his playing days to his current position as an assistant coach for the Lakers, he had developed a profound appreciation for the Zen master's basketball acumen. His insights into the game consistently surpassed those of others. It appeared that Lu Yusheng's unilateral adjustment of tactics had indeed disrupted the Zen master's strategic plan. With a meaningful expression, the Zen master remarked, "Shaw, there is an issue with your previous statement. It is not that the triangle offense was curtailed by the Suns. Rather, it is Luke Walton who has become the target. The triangle offense encompasses far more than just those two plays." Brian Shaw inquired, "Should we continue with Lu's changes? Or should we substitute him and revert to your prior strategy?" "That is unnecessary," the Zen master replied. "I had not anticipated that this young man possesses a commendable skill in pick-and-roll techniques. Let him play for now. I suspect adjustments will be required soon enough." Brian Shaw, puzzled, asked, "Do you mean that the Suns can effectively counter Lu's pick-and-roll strategy?" The Zen master chuckled, "Shaw, do not forget that they were last year's Western Conference finalists and boast a player like Nash. Moreover, the pick-and-roll is one of their signature strategies. Surely, they possess the means to dismantle it." Convinced, Brian Shaw nodded in agreement. The Zen master, with keen interest, observed Lu Yusheng on the court, remarking, "I am genuinely curious to see how Lu will respond to the Suns' adjustments." With that, the Zen master turned his attention back to Lu Yusheng. As the Lakers continued their offensive possession, Lu Yusheng, with the ball in hand, saw Bainam stepping up to set a screen for him. Following the screen, Bainam swiftly descended towards the basket. Lu Yusheng had prepared himself to confront the double team, ready to seek an opening for a pass. However, to his astonishment, the Suns opted not to double-team him this time, but instead chose to switch their defensive assignments. This unexpected decision left Lu Yusheng momentarily perplexed, for it meant that Nash would now be defending Bynum, while Stoudemire took on Lu Yusheng. Consequently, whether Bynum exploited his size advantage against the relatively smaller Nash or Lu Yusheng engaged Stoudemire in a battle of size, opportunities arose on both fronts. Furthermore, Bynum, a robust American center, held a significant advantage over the naturally less imposing Nash. The Suns' strategic adjustment left Lu Yusheng bewildered, yet he did not dwell on it. With a swift feint, he passed the ball to the cutting Bynum, recognizing the latter's greater advantage. What Lu Yusheng did not anticipate was that, at the very moment he released the ball towards the interior, Dia suddenly surged forward, swiftly exchanging defensive responsibilities with Nash, now entrusting Dia to guard Bynum. Without hesitation, Nash immediately engaged in another rapid exchange with Radmanovi. As a result, Nash found himself defending Vujasic, a shooting guard, while Dia, a power forward with considerable strength, faced Bynum, ensuring a fair contest since Bynum had yet to reach his preferred scoring zone. Meanwhile, Radmanovi, a tenacious defender at the shooting guard position, effectively contained Odom at the small forward spot. This instantaneous triad of defensive switches caught Lu Yusheng and the Lakers off guard. The once promising mismatch following the pick-and-roll instantly evaporated, leaving them at a disadvantage. Lu Yusheng secretly admired that this is yet another reason for the remarkable success of the Suns before him. While people are dazzled by their fluid and spectacular offensive plays, they often overlook the fact that their defense is equally exceptional. At every position, except for Nash, they possess formidable defenders capable of versatile defensive maneuvers, enabling seamless substitutions. This aspect not only serves as the foundation for their ability to execute fast breaks, but also instills in them the confidence to respond calmly to various tactical challenges. The young Bynum, with his back to the basket, faced off against Dia, who, despite being equally powerful, found himself firmly held outside the 3-second zone. Lu Yusheng quickly raised his hands, signaling for the ball, but at that moment, Bynum, somewhat caught up in his own fervor, found himself unable to contend with the opposing power forward. He stubbornly focused on his own efforts, neglecting his teammates entirely, immersed in his relentless struggle. Unbeknownst to him, Nash had stealthily approached. With a swift motion, Nash struck, deftly swiping the basketball away from the side. Simultaneously, Ragabell and Marion had already surged forward at full speed. In an exhilarating rush, all members of the Suns initiated a rapid counterattack. This was the rhythm they knew so well. The swift-footed Nash, with his flowing locks billowing behind him, executed a precise long pass to Ragabell. A thunderous dunk. Despite Lu Yusheng having sprinted back in the earliest moments to defend, he was still unable to thwart the Suns' relentless fast break. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth. The offensive error, resulting in the loss of 2 points, was, in truth, not worthy of despair. However, what troubled Lu Yusheng was the Suns' defensive adjustments. His pick-and-roll strategy had, in essence, become untenable. Chapter 56. The Dilemma on Both Ends of the Court. Nearly after 2 exchanges, the Suns effectively dismantled the pick-and-roll tactics that Lu Yusheng had honed during the Summer League through their rotating defense. Lu Yusheng could not help but exclaim from the depths of his heart, "This is the caliber of an NBA-level powerhouse." Their ability to decipher tactics is truly remarkable. As Lu Yusheng diligently defended against the Phoenix Suns' offensive maneuvers, his mind raced to devise a strategy for the forthcoming attack. Yet, within the fleeting moments, he found himself unable to conceive a method to counter the Suns' rotational defense. After all, in the annals of NBA history, a multiplayer rotational defense is a rare phenomenon, almost a serendipitous occurrence. To implement such a defensive strategy, a team must possess players of exceptional defensive prowess at every position. These athletes not only excel at guarding their direct opponents, but can also adeptly switch to defend against adversaries in other positions. Why then do we see so few teams in NBA history capable of this? The answer lies in the typical trade-off. Players who exhibit remarkable defensive skills often lack in offensive capabilities. With the exception of prodigious talents like Jokic, who embody both offensive and defensive mastery, if one deliberately assembles defensive specialists at every position, significant offensive challenges are inevitable. In most cases, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. However, the current roster of the Phoenix Suns, aside from Nash, boasts players across nearly every position who are equally adept in both defense and offense, possessing outstanding defensive capabilities alongside commendable offensive skills. This is an extraordinarily rare and invaluable asset. Thus, only teams of such caliber can execute such a sophisticated defensive strategy. Lu Yusheng, as a newcomer, how could he possibly decipher such a formidable defense in a short span of time? However, the Lakers' attempt to counter the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy using a similar approach seems impractical, for the players on their roster lack the versatility to defend multiple positions. The game continues. Nash beckons Marion to come forward and engage in a pick-and-roll with him. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at Wharton, hoping he would adhere to his wishes, opting not to double-team Nash, but rather to delay the action. However, Wharton paid him no heed. Following the screen, he still chose to converge on Nash. Lu Yusheng felt utterly helpless and had no choice but to join him in the defense. However, Nash's passing ability swiftly found the open Dio. Upon receiving the ball, Dio, without hesitation or holding onto it, delivered a no-look pass to Ragabell. A mid-range shot. It was successful. Lu Yusheng once again approached Walton, stating, "Luke, our current defensive strategy is utterly inadequate. Could you please heed my suggestion just this once? Even a trial would suffice to assess its effectiveness." Walton, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied, "Lu, I understand your perspective. But consider this. The reason the Zen Master has instructed us to double-team him is to leverage our collective strength in defending against a player of Steve Nash's caliber. Do you truly believe that as a rookie, you can contend with him on your own?" Luke Walton, a player of considerable experience, quickly grasped Lu Yusheng's strategy. The plan involved pressuring Nash before shifting to defend Marion, effectively placing the onus of guarding Nash solely on Lu Yusheng. If seasoned players like Sam Cassell struggled to contain Nash, how could a rookie with no NBA experience possibly succeed? Luke Walton harbored little faith in Lu Yusheng's capabilities. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Bynum, failing to comprehend the dynamics on the court, continued to set screens for Lu Yusheng. However, the Suns swiftly adapted, employing the same strategy as before, ultimately resulting in Dia switching to defend Bynum. Lu Yusheng, fearing that Bynum would recklessly charge in again as he had moments earlier, hastily extended his hand for the ball. Having just suffered a setback against Dao, Bynum, realizing that a center could not withstand the onslaught of a forward, was reluctant to face humiliation once more. Upon seeing Lu Yusheng's demand for the ball, he swiftly passed it out as if it were a scalding hot potato. After receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. His teammates were effectively marked, leaving no room for movement. Attempting a pick-and-roll yielded little result, rendering it futile. With time running short, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He initiated a crossover dribble reminiscent of Tim Hardaway, weaving the ball from side to side to disrupt Nash's balance. However, Nash maintained a low center of gravity, displaying remarkable stability against Lu Yusheng's feints. Furthermore, both Rajabel and Marion on the wings were poised for assistance, leaving Lu Yusheng with no avenue for a breakthrough. Casting a glance at the shot clock, he realized that only 3 seconds remained for the offensive play, seizing the moment while Nash lowered his stance. Lu Yusheng abruptly launched a jumper. It was a desperate measure. Though Nash did not impede a shot, Lu Yusheng sensed it lacked sufficient power. Perhaps it was the frustration of a failed strategy that weighed heavily on his mind. Fortunately, the basketball grazed the front of the rim before narrowly finding its way in. He had scored his first point in the NBA, yet an overwhelming sense of joy eluded him. After all, that shot was a result of a strategy that had utterly collapsed, a desperate effort to score. While this attempt had fortuitously found its mark, what would happen next? If he could not decipher the Suns' transition defense, would he be forced to rely on luck for every subsequent shot? Liu was in a state of agitation, for he was about to confront the pick-and-roll tactics of the Suns once more. Walton, that obstinate fellow, showed no inclination to adapt. Even when the double-team strategy had proven utterly ineffective, it was truly exasperating. During the remaining moments of the second quarter, the Lakers found themselves once again subdued by the Phoenix Suns. On the offensive end, they struggled to unravel the Suns' rotational defense. Meanwhile, on the defensive front, they were unable to counter the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a profound predicament on both ends of the court. As Lu Yusheng entered the court, the momentum he generated, coupled with the fervor of the home fans, gradually sank once again into despair. In the commentary booth, Isaiah Thomas was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Kane, what did I just say? Were your expectations too premature? I mentioned earlier that this pick-and-roll strategy is not easily executed. A rookie simply cannot master it." The Suns effortlessly dismantled them, and since then, they have not managed to execute a single effective pick-and-roll play, have they? Wensekine chuckled. It seems professional players possess a keener insight. Nevertheless, I still hold a flicker of hope for Lu Yusheng's forthcoming performance. I am eager to see if he can devise a way to break the deadlock in such dire circumstances. Oh, Kane, do not harbor any hopes. In this situation, I doubt even the Zen Master could find a solution, let alone a rookie. This is not a challenge he can resolve. I can confidently assert that the Lakers game today is effectively concluded. From here on, it is merely a question of how much they will lose by. The second quarter had yet to conclude when Isaiah Thomas had already drawn his conclusion regarding the Lakers' performance. Assistant coach Brian Shaw, sensing the dire situation, inquired of the Zen Master, "Should we call a timeout to devise a strategy?" The Zen Master shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Let them resolve it themselves. "Do you believe Lu can rectify the team's current predicaments?" "As a coach, I cannot even discern a solution," Brian Shaw expressed, bewildered. The Zen Master, however, smiled and remarked, "The Suns' rotational defense is indeed formidable, yet it is not devoid of vulnerabilities. I have already discussed potential solutions with him. It all hinges on Lu's capacity for comprehension. If he can unravel it before halftime, that child will truly be invaluable." The Suns are on the offensive. Lu Yusheng understands that the pick-and-roll tactic will still prevail. Lu Yusheng once again cast his gaze upon Luke Walton. In nearly every defensive possession, Lu sought Walton's support, yearning for a shift in their defensive strategy. Yet, Walton had consistently remained unresponsive to his pleas. However, this time, whether it was due to Walton's realization that the double-team strategy was ineffective against Nash, or perhaps influenced by Lu's relentless determination, he unexpectedly remarked, "All right, Lu, let's proceed with your approach this time, but only this once." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng could not help but feel immense joy. The opportunity to break the current predicament of the team had arrived. Chapter 57. the Master's expectations in the midst of the second quarter. As the Lakers found themselves in a quandary, a conversation unfolded on the Lakers bench. Brian Shaw, somewhat perplexed, inquired of the Zen Master, "Phil, you claim to possess the knowledge to counter the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy?" "Indeed," the Zen Master replied. "Let us not forget, during my tenure with the Bulls, we faced the Utah Jazz, whose pick-and-roll prowess, led by Stockton and Malone, far exceeded that of Nash and Marion. Yet, in the end, we emerged victorious." Brian Shaw still wore a look of confusion, pondering, if you know how to dismantle the pick-and-roll strategy, why did you not implement it last season during the playoffs? Allowing the Suns to stage a comeback? Was it a deliberate act of kindness? The Zen Master seemed to discern his thoughts and chuckled. "I understand what you're contemplating. Last season, it was not that I refrained from countering the Suns' pick-and-roll. Rather, we lacked a crucial element." "What element?" "There are two methods to counter the pick-and-roll strategy. The first is akin to what the Suns just executed: rotating defense, employing active switches to mitigate the advantages of mismatches post-screen. However, this necessitates our team to possess at least 3 players capable of defending mismatches, a condition that most teams do not meet. The Bulls of my past did not possess this capability, nor do our current Lakers. So we must resort to the second method," Brian Shaw queried. "Indeed," the Zen Master continued. "The second method requires a formidable point guard defender, one who can significantly restrict the opposing point guard. Be it the Stockton of yesteryear or the Nash of today. Then shouldn't we simply acquire a defensive powerhouse to match up against Nash?" Brian Shaw suggested. "No, no, no." The Zen Master shook his head. "Pay heed to my terminology. I spoke of restricting rather than defending. These are entirely distinct concepts. Do you grasp my meaning?" Brian Shaw shook his head, finding it somewhat profound. To defend implies that you can limit Nash's scoring or prevent him from scoring altogether. However, to restrict means you must impede his ability to facilitate for his teammates and galvanize their performance. Brian Shaw seemed to grasp the concept. For players like Stockton and Nash, their individual scoring may not hold great significance. Rather, it is their capability to elevate their teammates and orchestrate the team's dynamics that ultimately determines their success. The Zen Master elucidated. Thus, if we merely seek a defensive enforcer to confront Nash, we may succeed in limiting his scoring, even preventing him from scoring entirely. But that would be of little consequence. To effectively guard against the Suns' pick-and-roll, we must have someone capable of restricting his ability to uplift his teammates. Is that correct? Precisely. But what kind of player can effectively restrict his influence over his teammates? Brian Shaw inquired. The answer lies in a player who embodies a similar style. A similar style? Indeed, this individual must possess exceptional passing vision and skills, as well as the ability to galvanize the entire team. Only then can he anticipate what Nash intends to do next, just as one understands oneself, allowing him to preemptively counter and restrict Nash's movements. The Zen Master remarked that during his tenure with the Bulls, they had Ron Harper, who, while not entirely capable of containing Stockton, certainly troubled him significantly, making his performance arduous. And last season, who did you think could accomplish this for our Lakers? Relying on Smush Parker? Brian Shaw nodded, but then added, "Yet who in our current lineup might be able to achieve this?" Before the Zen Master could respond, Brian Shaw suddenly realized, "Are you suggesting Lu?" The Zen Master smiled. "To be honest, Shaw, I am not entirely certain at this moment, but from what I've seen in these recent exchanges, I believe it is worth giving him a chance. He may possess those qualities." Brian Shaw was further astonished. He never imagined the Zen Master would hold such high expectations for the rookie Lu Yusheng. Back to the game. The first half was nearing its conclusion. The Suns were poised for their final attack. Nash advanced past half-court, with Marion still coming forward to set a screen. This time, Luke Walton finally heeded Lu Yusheng's advice, stepping up to directly disrupt Nash, forcing him to dribble backward in evasion. With this invaluable 2-second delay, Lu Yusheng immediately closed in, while Luke Walton quickly circled back to defend against the already descending Marion. Commentator Vince Scully exclaimed, "Look, the Lakers have adjusted their defensive strategy, no longer double-teaming Nash." Isaiah Thomas instantly recognized the flaw. It was futile. After the premature delay, it was merely the rookie facing Nash alone, and he simply could not contain him. Lu Yusheng confronted Nash directly. Nash was somewhat taken aback by the Lakers' sudden defensive shift. Yet his vast experience assured him that this was merely an attempt by the opponent to disrupt the pick-and-roll, a challenge he was more than equipped to handle. Nash promptly began dribbling to the left, actively seeking the assistance of his teammates for a screen. Raja Bell, with an intuitive understanding, deliberately shifted his body backward as Nash passed him, effectively obstructing Lu Yusheng's pursuit. This, in essence, represented an alternative manifestation of the pick-and-roll strategy. The distinction lay in the fact that previously, his teammates had proactively set screens for Nash, whereas now, it was Nash who was actively seeking out his teammates. Once again, Lu Yusheng found himself positioned behind them. In a critical moment, Lu Yusheng shouted to Vyjacek, urging him to switch defense. Vyjacek, attuned to the situation, refrained from pursuing Rajabel and instead directed his efforts towards guarding Nash. Lu Yusheng switched his defense to guard Lagable. Nash initially believed he could execute a pick-and-roll and pass to Lagable, but unexpectedly, Lu Yusheng directly switched with Vyjacek. Consequently, the strategy faltered. The impact of switching between the 1 and 2 positions is generally minimal, as the height, strength, and weight differences between most point guards and shooting guards are negligible. Lu Yusheng defending Lagable and Vyjacek guarding Nash posed no problem at all. However, in the fleeting moment following the pick-and-roll, to swiftly analyze the situation and direct teammates to switch defenses is no trivial feat. Such reflexes are rare among typical point guards. The Suns' 2 tactical attempts ended in failure. And with time running out on the offense, Nash had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and challenge Vyjacek. In 2006, Vyjacek's defense was still commendable, particularly against Nash's one-on-one plays. Nash could not shake Vyjacek off and was forced to hurriedly attempt a jump shot. It clanked off the rim. The first half concluded. Due to their previous deficit, Lakers fans did not react strongly to this successful defensive play. Yet, the astonishment on the coach's bench, particularly from Brian Shaw, was beyond words. Lu Yusheng, the rookie prodigy, took the helm personally and successfully thwarted the Suns' pick-and-roll twice. The method employed to counter the Suns' strategy was entirely in accordance with the analysis provided by the Zen Master moments ago. It was almost identical. Brian Shaw gazed in astonishment at the perspiring Lu Yusheng approaching him, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him. He is merely a rookie. And this is just his inaugural game. Chapter 58, Tactical Vulnerabilities of the Suns' Halftime. Lakers Locker Room. The final score at the end of the first half stood at 52-40, with the Lakers trailing by 12 points. Everyone expected the Zen Master to adjust the strategy during halftime. After all, he had refrained from making any tactical modifications in the first half, relying instead on the players to adapt on the court. However, to everyone's surprise, the Zen Master made no tactical adjustments during the break. Gentlemen, you performed admirably in the first half, demonstrating great effort and enthusiasm. Let us continue in this manner for the second half. You have made astute judgments regarding the Suns' tactics on the court, which is commendable. Keep up the good work. Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback. Although it was not explicitly stated, he discerned that the Zen Master seemed to acknowledge the tactical adjustments he had made on the court. However, Smush Parker was dissatisfied and directly questioned the coach. I am eager to understand why my rotation time does not permit me to take the court. The Zen Master's gaze remained serene as he replied, Parker, listen closely. Before the season commenced, I informed you all that due to the renewal of the team's broadcasting contract, the management has set higher expectations for our performance this year. We must achieve at least 50 wins in the regular season and reach at least the Western Conference semifinals. What does this have to do with my rotation time? Did I perform poorly in the first half? I have been putting in my utmost effort, Parker retorted. The atmosphere grew tense, with all eyes fixed on the Zen Master. Allow me to finish my thought. The concept of 50 wins in the regular season is one you understand better than I do. Therefore, we must pursue victory in every single game with unwavering determination. Consequently, to secure wins, we will adjust each player's playing time based on the tactics of the opposing teams we encounter. The Zen Master continued to emphasize. This is not a reflection of individual merit. It is purely an adjustment based on our opponent's strategies. Our sole objective is to win. If that means allowing me to take the court, so be it. Thus, every player must adhere to the coaching staff's arrangements. Is that clear enough? Though Smush Parker felt a sense of injustice, he refrained from further protest, recognizing that the Zen Master, as the highest-paid coach in the league, held a position within the Lakers that he could not contest. Nevertheless, he felt discomfort in the inaugural game of the new season. His rotation time had been usurped by a rookie, leaving him feeling humiliated. The atmosphere in the locker room became subtly strained. Odom, Turieff, and Tony Hans, who shared a good rapport with Parker, naturally felt sympathetic towards him. In contrast, Luke Walton, JaVale McGee, and Lamanovic also harbored discontent. Not due to their close ties with Parker, but rather because they had previously been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Zen Master as essential orchestrators of the team's tactics. Now, witnessing Lu Yusheng, a rookie, freely altering strategies while the Zen master remained oblivious and even encouraging, stirred unease within them. These sentiments, though unspoken, were palpable to Lu Yusheng. The pressure was immense. In the second half, he must elevate his performance to honor the trust bestowed upon him by the Zen master. Ideally, securing victory in this match would be paramount. Conversely, the atmosphere in the Suns' locker room was markedly more jubilant. After all, they had yet to exert their full strength in the first half, yet they maintained a significant lead. To them, the current Lakers hardly posed a challenge. Therefore, during halftime, Stoudemire entertained the team with light-hearted anecdotes unrelated to the game, eliciting laughter from everyone. Meanwhile, only Nash and head coach Mike D'Antoni engaged in a quiet conversation off to the side. However, their discourse did not revolve around strategy. "Mike, I believe you should propose to the management that Steve Kerr, then the Suns' general manager, has been trying to find me a backup. I think this kid could be the answer. His reflexes are sharp, and his understanding of tactics is impressive. He holds great potential, while he remains untested. Perhaps we could acquire him from the Lakers at a minimal cost," Nash suggested. No, Nash. We cannot make a decision to sign a player based on a single half of basketball. Everyone has their moments of brilliance, and besides, he is still a rookie and cannot be traded in the short term. But if we wait until he proves himself, will the Lakers even let him go? D'Antoni responded, "That is a valid point, Nash. I completely trust your judgment, but the NBA is ultimately a business. As such, we must adhere to the business protocols. The team's management will not decide to pursue a player based solely on one game, especially a rookie. There are too many uncertainties involved," D'Antoni added. Nash nodded, a hint of regret in his eyes. The Suns had indeed been seeking a backup for Nash, as the Brazilian lightning bolt, Barbosa, lacked both organizational skills and tactical comprehension, resulting in chaotic offensive plays when Nash was off the court. Although they had bolstered their bench depth this year, without a capable orchestrator, it would be challenging to realize their full potential. Despite having only faced Lu Yusheng a few times as a historically significant point guard, Nash astutely recognized the innate talent within Lu. Such innate ability is invaluable for a point guard, and Nash believed that many renowned point guards he had encountered lacked this quality. If he could bring Lu Yusheng to the Suns as his backup, the bench would no longer be a weakness for the team. Thus, even though D'Antoni dismissed his idea, Nash remained resolute. He resolved to discuss the matter further with team general manager Steve Kerr upon returning. As the second half commenced, teams typically relied on their starting lineup. The Zen master, perhaps to alleviate the grievances of Smush Parker, substituted Lu Yusheng for Parker. Lu Yusheng harbored no complaints regarding this, for there were still aspects of the Suns' tactics that he had yet to fully comprehend. Remaining on the sidelines to observe and devise a strategy to counter these tactics was indeed a prudent approach. The Lakers launched their offensive. With Lu Yusheng absent from the court, the Lakers refrained from employing the triangle offense, which had been thoroughly stifled in the first half. Smush Parker attempted to mimic Lu Yusheng's strategy, calling for Bynum to join him in executing a pick-and-roll play. However, the Suns' swift rotations left them with no opportunity. And once again, the tactic faltered, culminating in Bynum's forced mid-range shot, a skill he is not particularly adept at. During the Lakers' second offensive possession, the pick-and-roll strategy met with similar failure. Lu Yusheng observed the unfolding scene with keen eyes and an anxious heart. He understood that if the game continued at this pace, defeat was inevitable. With just over a quarter remaining, the key to bridging the gap in the score and securing victory lay in dismantling the Suns' rotation defense. Yet, the question remained, where exactly was the weakness in the Suns' defensive scheme? As the Lakers prepared for their next pick-and-roll, Lu Yusheng scrutinized the Suns' rotations, and suddenly, a spark ignited within him. He was almost compelled to leap from his seat in excitement. Indeed, their rotation defense, though seemingly impenetrable, harbored a subtle flaw. Despite its concealment, the vulnerability was undeniably present. Chapter 59, The Lakers' Momentum. In the third quarter, the first units of both teams clashed, and the Suns continued to maintain a significant advantage. Commentator Winston remarked, "Thomas, it seems your predictions have come to fruition. Against the formidable Suns, this year's Lakers appear somewhat outmatched. Although their desire to triumph on home soil is palpable, the disparity in overall strength is an undeniable reality." Isaiah Thomas, brimming with confidence, stated, "This is a contest whose outcome was predictable even before it commenced. After all, the two teams faced off in a grueling 7-game series last postseason, fully aware of each other's strategies. Without formidable reinforcements, the Lakers are unlikely to produce any surprising results." I empathize with the Lakers fans yearning to redeem themselves. But the reality is that, in the absence of proactive measures from the Lakers management this year, their current roster bears little distinction from last season's. This match has already reached its conclusion, yet I find myself concerned about their distant future. What future? I mean, Kane. Given the Lakers' current roster strength in a fiercely competitive Western Conference, it's uncertain whether they can even secure a playoff berth. After all, the other teams in the West have made significant enhancements during the offseason. Even if they were to stumble into the playoffs by sheer luck thanks to Kobe, I suspect they would still face a devastating defeat against a team of the Suns' caliber. Isaiah Thomas had already resigned himself to the belief that the Lakers would suffer a crushing defeat, and he had begun to worry about their playoff prospects. Indeed. On the court, the Suns led by a staggering 72-54, nearly a 20-point advantage. Lakers fans have long been devoid of vigor, their spirits diminished, as they find themselves utterly disillusioned with the team's performance in today's match. Their disappointment extends beyond this single game, casting a shadow over the prospects of the home team for the entire season. Some fans have begun to voice their discontent with boos, while others, lacking patience, have started to exit the arena prematurely, grumbling as they go. Despite Smush Parker's discontent with the Zen Master's first-half strategy, upon taking the court, he witnessed the Suns' lead expanding, causing him to lose confidence entirely. The Suns called for a timeout, substituting their starting lineup, and Nash was replaced by Barbosa. On the Lakers' side, the Zen Master initiated his rotation, bringing in center Chris Mim, shooting guard Pinnock, and Lu Yusheng. As Nash left the court, he noticed Lu Yusheng's entry and beckoned Barbosa over, quietly cautioning him to be wary of the Lakers' number 6. Barbosa, feigning acknowledgement with a nod, dismissed Nash's warning internally, thinking to himself, "How long have I been in the NBA? You expect me to pay attention to a rookie on the opposing team?" From the bench, Barbosa observed Lu Yusheng's performance, but in his eyes, he only noted that Lu had scored a mere 2 points, failing to perceive the tactical duel between Lu and Nash. Consequently, he did not regard Lu Yusheng as a threat. Conversely, Lu was equally convinced that facing the Suns' bench players presented the ideal opportunity for their comeback. Earlier, while Barbosa was on the court with the bench unit, Lu sat on the sidelines, keenly analyzing the situation. He discerned clearly that the Suns' reserves were not formidable. This was not to be interpreted as a lack of skill among the substitute players. Rather, the issue lay with Barbosa, whose playmaking abilities were a far cry from those of Nash. Barbosa had a tendency to dominate the ball and was prone to impulsive decisions. Thus, Lu believed this moment was crucial for the Lakers to narrow the gap in the scoreline. The game resumed, and the Suns initiated their offense. Lu Yusheng said to Luke Walton, "Luke, if they set a pick, you must delay it in advance." Although Walton was somewhat reluctant, he nodded in agreement. After all, they were trailing by a significant margin, and there was no time to dwell on other matters. Narrowing the score was of utmost importance. Moreover, Lu Yusheng's strategy had proven effective in the past. With the ball in hand, Barbosa, confronted by Lu Yusheng's defense, indeed called for Marquez Banks to execute the pick and roll. Walton promptly advanced to disrupt Barbosa, forcing him to dribble backward before swiftly moving to cover Banks. Lu Yusheng confronted Barbosa alone. The pick and roll strategy faltered, prompting Barbosa to initiate a dribble with his head down. Lu Yusheng observed Barbosa and recognized that when he lowered his head while dribbling, he was poised to make a breakthrough. Thus, he quickly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to thwart Barbosa's advance. Barbosa executed a series of swift directional changes with the ball, his rhythm steadily accelerating, while the amplitude of his dribbling also expanded significantly. Lu Yusheng felt the weight of pressure. For those who can compete on the grand stage of the NBA are undoubtedly skilled. Indeed, when Barbosa altered his rhythm, causing Lu Yusheng's center of gravity to waver ever so slightly, he surged forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, he had outpaced Lu Yusheng. Such velocity, truly deserving of the title, the Brazilian Lightning. Lu Yusheng hurriedly pursued, for Pinnock had already prepared to leave his defender and assist in guarding Barbosa. At that moment, should Barbosa pass the ball to the unguarded Jalen Rose, it would result in a completely open shot. However, to everyone's astonishment, Barbosa, who had just evaded Lu Yusheng, suddenly pulled back and halted right in front of him. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. This was nothing short of provocation. Commentator Kane immediately exclaimed, "He is toying with Lu." Indeed, Barbosa harbored such intentions. He sought to demonstrate to Nash that this rookie was utterly insignificant, a mere plaything in his presence. "I have surpassed you, yet I shall not continue." I will dribble back to your vicinity and surpass you once more. A wave of boos erupted from the audience. Lu Yusheng continued to defend, while Barbosa executed an exceedingly flamboyant dribbling maneuver, showcasing his skills right before Lu. As the shot clock dwindled, Barbosa unexpectedly concluded the offensive play with a mid-range jumper. After scoring, he even performed a cheeky dance move, wiggling his hips in mockery. The Suns bench erupted in laughter, while commentator Isaiah Thomas was nearly reduced to tears from amusement. "Oh no, Barbosa, you ought not to be so merciless towards a rookie," observing from the sidelines. Nash shook his head in resigned disbelief. Walton, during the inbound pass, remarked to Lu Yusheng, "See, you simply cannot contain him. I suggest we double-team him next time." Lu Yusheng, however, shook his head. "No, Luke, just now, I intentionally let him go. In the next round, the strategy remains unchanged. Please trust me." Luke Wharton was momentarily taken aback as Lu Yusheng had already dribbled the ball forward. He hurriedly followed suit. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. Barbosa initiated a highly aggressive, close defense, his movements still exceedingly exaggerated, brimming with provocation directed at Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng deftly executed two swift changes of direction, effortlessly bypassing Barbosa. It is essential to remember that Lu Yusheng has previously faced the oppressive defensive prowess of players like Kobe Bryant. Engaging in such defensive maneuvers against a player renowned for his defensive shortcomings like Barbosa is, for Lu Yusheng, an exceedingly simple task. After maneuvering past Barbosa, Suns player Rose hurriedly stepped up to provide support, leaving Pinocchio entirely unguarded. Lu Yusheng observed the situation. Ordinarily, he would have passed the ball immediately. However, on this occasion, he opted not to pass. Instead, he executed a feint to deceive Jalen Rose and then took a mid-range shot for himself. It was a perfect hit. Lu Yusheng imitated Barbosa's earlier antics, performing a lively dance. The two engaged in a spirited exchange. "Foolish," Isaiah Thomas scoffed. "Barbosa can afford such antics because they hold a 20-point lead. What right does this rookie have to do the same?" Nevertheless, the Lakers' home crowd paid little heed to the criticism, erupting in a chorus of cheers. Just moments ago, Barbosa had provoked Lu Yusheng with his display, and Lu Yusheng had responded in kind. Both sensed the burgeoning rivalry between them. Indeed, in the subsequent play, as the Suns advanced on offense, Barbosa, after crossing half-court, disregarded his teammates entirely and directly challenged Lu Yusheng with the ball. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of delight within. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He rose to meet the challenge head-on. Barbosa continued to showcase an array of dazzling dribbling skills, yet Lu Yusheng remained resolute in his defense. Despite Barbosa's flurry of maneuvers, he was unable to surpass Lu Yusheng, ultimately resorting to a forced shot that clanged off the rim. The Lakers seized the rebound and entrusted the ball to Lu Yusheng, who advanced past the halfway line, only to find Barbosa once again aggressively pressing him. This time, the defense was even fiercer, with more pronounced movements. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng effortlessly evaded him. At that moment, Pinocchio was stationed in an open position beyond the three-point line. The Suns players, underestimating Lu Yusheng, presumed he would mimic Barbosa's style and take the shot himself, leading two defenders to rush toward him without hesitation. However, to their surprise, Lu Yusheng executed a deft behind-the-back pass. Pinocchio, wide open, launched a three-pointer. It was a perfect swish. Lu Yusheng gracefully danced in front of Barbosa, igniting the fervor of the Lakers' home crowd. The atmosphere surged, not merely due to the Lakers' swift 5-point rally, but more significantly, because this rookie had breathed life into an otherwise stagnant arena. Unbeknownst to them, this newcomer was poised to unveil even greater delights ahead. Chapter 60, a decisive showdown. As it was the Suns' turn to attack, the moment Barbosa dribbled past half-court, the Lakers supporters began to jeer vociferously. As he passed Nash, the veteran could not restrain himself from rising to shout, "Hey, brother, keep your cool. Don't jeopardize the game." The overwhelming noise from the crowd left Barbosa unable to clearly decipher Nash's words, yet he comprehended the essence of the message. Nonetheless, at that moment, he was entirely caught up in the heat of the game, having been outplayed twice by a rookie, and with this young player audaciously taunting him. How could he simply endure? However, upon noticing the scrutinizing gazes of Nash and head coach D'Antoni, he momentarily opted to pass the ball. After all, in the previous two plays, his teammates had scarcely touched the ball. Yet, as soon as he released the ball, the crowd responded with an even greater cacophony of boos. Clearly, they perceived this as a sign of his retreat, an unwillingness to continue the confrontation. This deluge of derision infuriated Barbosa. Suddenly, the rookie Lu Yusheng taunted, "Hey, why have you stopped dancing?" This only served to deepen Barbosa's ire. "Shut up, rookie. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Thus, when the ball found its way back to him, Barbosa disregarded his teammates entirely and recklessly initiated his offensive onslaught. Feeling pressured, he recalled that in the previous 2 plays, he had failed to shake off Lu Yusheng's defense. In the first play, he had effortlessly bypassed the young player. How had the rookie's defense suddenly become so formidable? Barbosa refused to accept defeat. He was the Brazilian Lightning, and he had to reclaim his honor. But just as he lost focus, Lu Yusheng seized the opportunity and deftly intercepted the ball from Barbosa. The Lakers fans erupted in an even louder cheer. Fast break. At the moment Lu Yusheng intercepted the ball, his gaze immediately sought out his teammate who was making a quick break. He spotted Pinnock, poised for the fast play, and was ready to pass. However, in a fit of urgency, Barbosa yanked him down. The whistle blew, signaling a foul. Witnessing Barbosa's desperation, the atmosphere in the Lakers' home court surged even more. Nash, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, stood up and addressed D'Antoni, saying, "Coach, let me step in. Barbosa is no match for that kid. He's being completely outplayed. This simply cannot continue." D'Antoni gestured for him to sit back down, stating, "We're ahead by 20 points, and you've barely rested for 2 minutes. How does it look to substitute you in now?" Yet, despite his words, he called for a timeout. After Barbosa left the court, D'Antoni unleashed a torrent of criticism at him, exclaiming, "What on earth were you doing out there? Even a rookie can dominate you like that. Can you not stand your ground?" Amidst D'Antoni's tirade, Barbosa fixated on a single phrase, "Even a rookie can dominate you like that." The more he pondered it, the angrier he became. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, the Zen master merely offered a bit of motivation, still failing to establish any tactical plan for the team. Lu Yusheng wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the score, 74-64, a mere 10-point deficit. If this momentum persisted, the gap could be bridged before the Suns' starting lineup returned. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The proud D'Antoni did not reinstate his primary players, after all. They had departed the court while holding a 20-point lead and had only rested for a little over 2 minutes. To substitute them back in so soon would be rather unbecoming. Moreover, it was crucial for the second unit to seize this opportunity to hone their skills during the regular season. Facilitating their integration into the team, this was the paramount objective at present. However, he underestimated Barbosa. Upon re-entering the game, Barbosa remained oblivious, fixated on competing with Lu Yusheng and entirely neglecting his role as a point guard, which was to orchestrate and uplift his teammates. Although Lu Yusheng's individual defensive prowess is not particularly strong at present, this is a relative assessment. If one knows that the opposing point guard is likely to engage in isolation plays and issue passing, the situation becomes considerably simpler. While Barbosa possesses formidable driving ability, this is not a one-on-one contest. Even if he manages to penetrate past Lu Yusheng, his Lakers teammates are always poised to provide assistance. Since he is unwilling to pass, he is left with no choice but to take a forced shot. The Suns' offense has come to a complete standstill. In stark contrast, Lu Yusheng seizes this opportunity, consistently employing his passing skills and court vision to create chances for his teammates, causing the Lakers to flourish offensively. The score is rapidly being narrowed. The energy of the Lakers' home crowd surges to new heights. The Lakers players grow increasingly exhilarated, while the other Suns players, having been deprived of the ball for an extended period, can only engage in futile sprints back and forth. Coupled with the relentless scoring by the Lakers, they become increasingly despondent, leading to a more passive defensive stance. During the Lakers' offensive possessions, Lu Yusheng emulates Nash, actively dribbling to seek out his teammates for screens. As it appears that the Lakers are poised to score once more, Barbosa, sensing urgency, swiftly maneuvers around the screener and lunges toward Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng suddenly noticed the approaching impact and halted abruptly. Barbosa, unable to rein in his momentum, collided directly with Lu Yusheng. The whistle blew. A foul. Lu Yusheng stepped up to the free throw line, preparing to take his shot. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng's body trembled, for he heard the sparse shouts of MVP echoing from the stands of the Lakers' home court. Lu Yusheng was suddenly struck by a profound sensation. Although it was merely a sparse few sounds, he still felt an overwhelming tremor. It is essential to note that within the Staples Center, this title solely belongs to that man. The commentator, Kane, exclaimed with delight, "Thomas, I believe you ought to reassess your views on the Lakers' new rookie, number 6. Observe how he has revitalized the Lakers' offense on the court during this period. This is the key factor in their ability to close the score gap. No, 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 Kane. Thomas retorted, I contend that the Lakers' comeback is primarily due to that fool Barbosa, who has shown a complete disregard for the game. Isaiah Thomas, witnessing the Lakers narrowing the score, began to feel a sense of urgency. Winsakine chuckled, Thomas, if I recall correctly, when he was competing against Lu Yusheng moments ago. Your stance seemed to suggest that it was Lu who was the fool, right? Thomas couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, admitting, to be honest, Lu has indeed been performing slightly better than Barbosa during this stretch. Is it merely a slight edge? Winsakine laughed. I assert that Lu South demonstrated court control is simply beyond Barbosa's capabilities. Thomas, I must declare, I have a fondness for this rookie from the Lakers. Lu Yusheng successfully converted both free throws. As the third quarter was nearing its conclusion, the score stood at 79-80. D'Antoni could no longer remain seated and promptly substituted in the starting lineup, upon the entrance of Nash and the other key players from the Suns. The Lakers also brought in their primary roster. However, the Zen Master chose to keep Lu Yusheng on the court. Witnessing Nash's arrival ignited immense excitement within Lu Yusheng. He understood that the ensuing moments would be pivotal in determining the outcome of this contest. Lu Yusheng has already identified the vulnerabilities in the Suns' rotational defense and has devised strategies to disrupt their defensive formations. However, whether these tactics will prove successful remains uncertain. The whistle blows, and the game resumes. The Suns are on the offensive. Lu Yusheng sprinted towards Nash, a surge of immense excitement welling up within him once more. Chapter 61, The Key to Victory. In the battle of attrition, the Suns continued to implement their pick-and-roll strategy. Nash called for Marion to set a screen. At this moment, Lu Yusheng refrained from glancing at Walton, who had already moved in to impede Nash. Walton was no longer concerned with the dignity of being an experienced player. After last year's devastating turnaround at the hands of the Suns, he had endured a long, frustrating offseason, and his desire to win this game was palpable. Moments earlier, Lu Yusheng had single-handedly leveled the score, a testament to his compelling leadership. Following the delay, Lu Yusheng found himself once again facing Nash alone. As Nash dribbled, he keenly observed the movements of his teammates. Under Lu Yusheng's command, the Lakers executed a seamless defensive rotation, denying the Suns any opportunity for open shots. Consequently, Nash sought his teammates, with Stoudemire stepping up to set a screen for him. Lu Yusheng shouted at Bainam, who was defending, to switch. Without hesitation, Bainam immediately went to guard Nash. Consequently, Lu Yusheng found himself matched up against Stoudemire. Upon noticing the significant height difference between himself and Lu Yusheng, Stoudemire wasted no time and began to dribble aggressively towards the basket. Despite Lu Yusheng's earnest attempts to hold his ground, he was ultimately overpowered by Stoudemire's strength, who forcefully pushed him toward the paint. Liu exerted all his strength to push forward. The whistle blew. Foul. Stoudemire approached the free throw line. This is the advantage of the Suns. After switching defenses, they possess numerous players capable of initiating offensive plays. Indeed, this presents a formidable challenge. Stoudemire made the free throw. The whistle sounded again. It was the Zen Master calling for a timeout. Liu was somewhat taken aback, for throughout the entire match, the Zen Master had seldom called for a timeout. Yet, after just one round, he had opted to pause the game. Upon returning to the sidelines, the Zen Master addressed Walton, saying, Luke, in the next round, Nash will proactively seek out his teammates for a screen, creating a mismatch against Lu. Your task is to feign help defense and incessantly disrupt him. Do you comprehend? Walton nodded, though a thought lingered. What if he chooses not to pass? The Zen Master replied without hesitation, then we shall double-team him. His passing ability is not particularly formidable. Lu Yusheng suddenly realized. How brilliant! Walton released Marion to provide assistance in defense. Stoudemire's passing ability is rather limited. He does not pass the ball. Consequently, Walton can directly double-team him alongside Lu Yusheng. If he opts to pass, his only choice would be to the open Marion, whose shooting, as is well known, is characterized by an exceedingly unusual form, resulting in a low shooting percentage. Should he decide to drive, the other Lakers players can swiftly rotate to defend. Lu Yusheng secretly admired the old man, truly. His ability to secure 11 championships is a testament to his formidable insight on the court. With remarkable ease, he neutralized the Suns' backcourt threat. Once the strategy was set, the game resumed. Stoudemire missed his second free throw, allowing the Lakers to seize the rebound and hand it off to Lu Yusheng for a forward advance. Nash stepped up to defend. This time, Lu Yusheng called for a pick and roll, But unlike before, he opted for Walton instead of Bynum. After the pick, without waiting for the Suns to rotate, Lu Yusheng released the ball with alacrity, executing a bounce pass to Walton. Walton found himself matched against Nash. Although Walton's physique is not particularly advantageous at the small forward position, he held a significant edge when facing Nash, who was considerably shorter. This was the vulnerability Lu Yusheng identified in the Suns' defensive rotation. The other players in the Suns' starting lineup indeed possess strong defensive capabilities, which allows for seamless rotations. However, Nash represents the weakest link in their defense. He embodies the chink in the armor of the Suns' entire rotational defense. Thus, whoever Nash switches to defend becomes a focal point for the Lakers' offense. Of course, this remains a theoretical approach. The practical execution is far more complex. Heavy centers like Bynum and Mim struggle to initiate an offensive attack against Nash when they are away from the basket. This is precisely why Lu Yusheng chose not to call for a screen from Bynum, but rather from Walton. By having Walton set the screen, he could attack Nash from a wider array of positions. Indeed, Walton began to back down against Nash's defense. Nash's strength was insufficient to withstand Walton, who pushed him all the way to the free throw line. Seeing this, the Suns had no choice but to have Marion abandon Lu Yusheng to provide help defense. Walton promptly passed the ball to Lu Yusheng, who was wide open beyond the three-point line. Lu Yusheng took no hesitation, extending his arms and launching a three-pointer. It was successful. The score was overturned. This marked the first lead for the Lakers in this match, igniting the fervor of the Lakers fans who erupted into more enthusiastic cheers. On the sidelines, the Zen Master displayed a look of satisfaction. "See, Shao. The triangle offense is back in action." Brian Shaw nodded in agreement. A tactic that had been stifled by the Suns was unexpectedly revitalized. The Zen Master, with a hint of regret, remarked, "If we had a player like Lu in the point guard position last season, we wouldn't have faced such difficulties." Indeed, Phil. This young man's performance has truly exceeded my expectations. It has been a short while, yet he has matured significantly compared to his display in the Summer League. I can hardly believe this is merely his first official game. Phil, do you think we can entrust him with significant responsibilities this season? It's still too early to say. The season is long, so let us observe as we proceed. The Zen Master clearly harbored even grander ambitions. On the court, the Suns initiated their offensive sequence. After being suppressed for the entirety of the game, they suddenly found themselves trailing the Lakers, and the fans at Staples Center surged in waves, placing considerable pressure on the Suns players. What had begun as a casual effort was now met with a serious reevaluation of the match. For Nash, the pressure was even more palpable. He alone understood why the score had been caught up and surpassed. Underestimating the opponent was merely a minor factor. The primary cause was the disruption of their strategy. Both the offensive and defensive schemes had been compromised. Based on the second-half performance, this rookie had completely surpassed his expectations. He was uncertain whether Lu Yusheng's tactical prowess stemmed from the Zen Master's design or from the young man's instinct. If it was the latter, it would be astonishing, for Nash himself had only a rudimentary understanding of tactics during his rookie year. Marion moved in to set a screen for Nash, while Walton still delayed, with Lu Yusheng defending Nash. Commentator Kane remarked, "Thomas, do you sense that the dynamics have shifted in the second half? The Lakers' tactics have revitalized, while the Suns' strategies seem to have faltered. They haven't scored directly from their pick-and-roll in several rounds. It is common for a tactic to be targeted if used excessively," Isaiah Thomas noted. The Lakers' current offensive fluidity makes it difficult for the Suns to execute their defensive counterattacks, and their set plays are limited, making it indeed challenging. Kane remained silent. Yet his thoughts echoed Thomas's previous sentiments. The Lakers had no effective response to the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy. Stoudemire stepped in to set a screen for Nash, leading to Stoudemire attempting to isolate Lu Yusheng. This time, Walton executed the tactical arrangement set forth by the Zen Master, allowing Marion to initiate a deceptive defense, persistently harassing Stoudemire. However, Stoudemire was not easily intimidated. He dismissed such feigned defenses and boldly advanced, driving towards the basket against Lu Yusheng. Observing this, Walton unhesitatingly moved into double team. Stoudemire was compelled to halt, attempting to make a pass, but both Lu Yusheng and Walton swiftly closed in to trap him. In a moment of panic, Walton managed to snatch the ball away. The Lakers launched a fast break. The atmosphere among the home crowd reached a fever pitch, with every Lakers fan rising to their feet, cheering ecstatically. Chapter 62. An awakening too late. The Lakers' fast break. Lu Yusheng executed an exquisitely concealed pass, swiftly locating the fast-breaking Vujasic. At that moment, Vujasic was invigorated, fueled by the thunderous cheers of the home crowd. and intended to conclude this offensive play with a resounding dunk. However, he did not anticipate that his pursuer, Lu, was quick to react, denying him any opportunity by forcefully shoving him from the side, propelling Vujacic into the spectator stands. A photographer's equipment suffered the consequences. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Commentator Winsicane immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, Lagabel's action is far from commendable. It violates the ethics of sportsmanship." Clearly, the players of the Suns were still grappling with the unsettling reality of their sudden deficit. Vujacic, hailing from Slovenia, was no pushover. He would not tolerate such unsportsmanlike conduct. He quickly regained his footing from the ground where he had fallen, turning to retaliate against Lu with fervor. Yet, to his astonishment, a golden figure surged forward, forcefully shoving Lu aside. Lu stumbled and fell to the ground, leaving even Vujacic momentarily taken aback. Lu Yusheng? Perhaps Lagabel did not anticipate that this rookie from the Lakers would be the first to stand up for his teammate. Infuriated, he pointed at Lu Yusheng and exclaimed, "You dare to touch me? Come here. I swear I will leave you searching for your teeth." Lu Yusheng exhibited no trepidation, coldly retorting, "I am right here. So feel free to give it a try. Let me inform you, scoundrel, that this time serves merely as a warning. Next time, do not blame me for being unmerciful." The referee and other members of the Suns swiftly intervened to separate them. Nevertheless, both continued their vitriolic exchange. In light of this altercation, the jeers from the Lakers' home crowd had reached a crescendo. Prior to the tip-off, all Lakers supporters had characterized this match as one of vengeance. However, they could not have anticipated that the latter half of the game would be replete with exhilarating elements that far exceeded their expectations. After reviewing the footage, the officiating crew promptly convened and rendered their decision. Rajabel's foul against Vujacic was deemed a C4 flagrant foul, granting the Lakers 2 free throws and 1 additional attempt. Conversely, the rookie Lu Yusheng also received a technical foul for his actions against Rajabel, awarding the Suns 2 free throws. While this ruling was uncontroversial, the home crowd nonetheless erupted in furious boos directed at the increasingly agitated Rajabel. Commentator Winsicane remarked with some exasperation, "To be frank, the first half of this game felt rather dull, yet I could not have anticipated the second half to be so vibrant, encompassing an array of elements." Analyst Isaiah Thomas commented, "The Lakers rookie has shown a lack of composure. This was merely a trivial matter that did not necessitate escalation." Winsicane chuckled, "Oh, Thomas, it is quite astonishing to hear you, the former leader of the Bad Boys, calmly articulate such sentiments." Isaiah Thomas replied, "Kane, our era was distinct. The competitive environment was harsh, demanding our unity. When a teammate was under attack, we were compelled to stand together. The current atmosphere is different. He truly need not have acted in such a manner." No, Thomas, I must respectfully disagree," Winsicane countered. "I hold a divergent perspective. I believe Lu's conduct was entirely justified. In his inaugural game as a rookie, he was willing to stand up for his teammate, which demonstrates his tenacity and fosters trust among his peers. As a professional athlete, you surely understand the significance of this in a locker room." "Oh no, Kane. That is an entirely different matter," Isaiah Thomas responded. "You must understand that the Lakers are currently in a favorable position. He should not have acted so impulsively, as it could jeopardize his teammates' efforts throughout the night. I suspect he considered this, which is why he merely pushed Rajabel instead of resorting to punches or more extreme measures." Initially, Winsicane found himself in agreement with Isaiah Thomas's viewpoint, given his esteemed status. However, he soon recognized that this former legendary player harbored a clear bias against Lu Yusheng and exhibited a rather petty disposition. Consequently, he ceased to align with Thomas's perspective. Back to the game. Following the conflict, the momentum on the court shifted entirely in favor of the Lakers. Lu Yusheng orchestrated the Lakers' offense with remarkable precision, and the fluidity of their attack invigorated their defensive zeal. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led with a score of 96-88. During the timeout, head coach D'Antoni was visibly furious, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the performance of the Phoenix Suns players, even resorting to vehement exclamations to chastise each individual. However, such outbursts did little to rectify the underlying issues. The players of the Suns appeared to be mentally unbalanced. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers maintained their advantageous position on the court. Seizing the moment during the timeout, Nash gathered his teammates. "Hey, brothers, we must not be swayed by their momentum. We need to remain composed and focus on the game. Even though they have caught up in the score, our strength still surpasses theirs. If we concentrate and establish our rhythm, they will prove no match for us. Understood? With time running out, we must execute our signature fast breaks to close the gap." But to do so, our defense must be proactive. Do you understand, brothers? Let us go. Upon returning to the game, the Suns exhibited a noticeable shift in energy. They began to calm down and intensified their defensive efforts, gradually unleashing their favored fast breaks. The collective talent of the Suns players was inherently superior to that of the Lakers, with many possessing exceptional skills that the Lakers could scarcely rival. However, during the latter half of the match, their earlier substantial lead had dwindled, causing a slight imbalance in their mindset. Yet, once they regained their composure, they showcased their formidable prowess as one of the league's elite teams. The score began to close in. Unfortunately, the timing of their resurgence was somewhat belated. Additionally, during a rebounding tussle, Stoudemire suddenly twisted his ankle and exited the game, leaving them without a reliable rebounding presence. The young Bynum then wreaked havoc in the Suns' paint, allowing the Lakers to firmly dominate the rebounding battle. Without that rebounding advantage, the Suns' fast-paced game lost its foundation. With just 16 seconds remaining in the game, Lu Yusheng made a breakthrough, drawing a foul from Marion of the Suns. Lu Yusheng stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots. The score climbed to 116-108. With an 8-point lead, the Suns made no further attempts to contest, and after the inbound, Nash relinquished this offensive opportunity. As the final whistle blew, the fans at Staples Center erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Lu Yusheng, having exerted himself throughout the second half, found his stamina utterly depleted, leaving him in a state of utter fatigue. Yet, upon experiencing the euphoric, tsunami-like cheers of the home crowd celebrating their victory for the first time, a sense of solace washed over him, rendering his exhaustion somewhat more bearable. His teammates exchanged high-fives and embraces, while Luke Walton beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Hey, rookie, well done. You led us to an extraordinarily splendid revenge match." Although Vujasic said nothing, when he embraced Lu Yusheng, he no longer referred to him as a rookie, but instead as a brother, which spoke volumes. Among his teammates, the only one who appeared less than pleased was Sima Shapaik, who, without joining in the celebrations, departed the scene prematurely. Lu Yusheng was wiping the sweat from his brow when he suddenly noticed Nash approaching him. He promptly discarded his towel and hurried over. "Brother, congratulations. You performed remarkably well. I truly find it hard to believe this is your first match, despite the loss in the inaugural regular season game." Nash took the initiative to congratulate Lu Yusheng, showering him with praise for his performance. In his previous life, Nash was a player whom Lu Yusheng greatly admired. Witnessing his idol, even after a defeat, set aside his disappointment to commend a younger player, truly exemplified the spirit of a sportsman, which filled Lu Yusheng with profound admiration. Furthermore, receiving such validation from Nash left Lu Yusheng immensely exhilarated. Lu Yusheng humbly replied, "Steve, you flatter me. You are undoubtedly the finest point guard of this era, and I have always sought to learn from you. Especially during this match, I gleaned an abundance of insights from your performance, and I am eager to receive further guidance from you." Nash smiled and remarked, "You exhibit a humility akin to that of Yao Ming. This trait among the Huaxiao people is indeed a commendable quality. Congratulations, my brother. Based on your performance today, I believe you require no further advice from me. However, if you could enhance your shooting skills, that would be the icing on the cake. I suspect it will not be long before you ascend to the ranks of the elite point guards in this league. Keep pushing forward." After sharing another embrace with Lu Yusheng, Nash turned and departed. Lu Yusheng gazed at Steve Nash's departing figure, a tumultuous excitement swelling within him. Truly, Nash exemplified the qualities of a gentleman. While he had just remarked on Lu Yusheng and Yao Ming's humility, he himself was no less modest. Even when pointing out Lu Yusheng's shortcomings, he did so with remarkable subtlety. Currently, shooting represented a significant weakness for Lu Yusheng. During the Summer League, his shooting had been commendable. However, upon entering the official NBA game today, faced with superior defensive intensity and greater physical exertion, he discovered that his shooting was in a state of unsettling inconsistency. Although he had yet to consult the statistical data, he was acutely aware that he had missed several open shots during this match. Lu Yusheng recognized that for Nash, such open shots would undoubtedly be considered automatic. There remained a considerable disparity between himself and Nash, a premier point guard. He wondered if the system would provide him with some shooting-related star signatures. Nevertheless, even if it did not, Lu Yusheng understood that through diligent practice, he could steadily improve this aspect. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, following the Lakers' victory, commentator Winsikayan appeared exuberant. "Thomas, can you guess what Nash just told that rookie from the Lakers?" Isaiah Thomas replied, "I would presume he offered some words of encouragement." It is a tradition among NBA point guards to extend encouragement to promising newcomers. This embodies the cultural heritage of the NBA and reflects the spirit of sportsmanship. I take pride in Nash. At this moment, Winston felt a profound disdain for Isaiah Thomas. He had yet again failed to mention Lu Yusheng's performance, instead diverting the conversation to Nash's sportsmanship, which felt somewhat disgraceful. What was this talk of the cultural legacy of NBA point guards? Please. Does he even deserve to invoke the term sportsmanship? Who does not recall the events of his past? In the heyday of Michael Jordan, he fell short against the Bad Boys Pistons led by Isaiah Thomas, suffering defeat in the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. Yet Jordan did not falter. During each offseason following his failures, he trained diligently, ultimately leading the Bulls to victory over the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals in 1991. What shocked both media and fans was that Isaiah Thomas took the lead in ushering his teammates off the court early, neglecting to extend congratulations to the Bulls and Jordan. In stark contrast, during the 2 years the Bulls lost to the Pistons, Jordan, with his indomitable spirit, accepted defeat graciously and sent his best wishes to Isaiah Thomas and the entire Pistons team. Reflecting on this, Winston provocatively remarked, "Thomas, you just stated that the tradition among NBA point guards is to offer encouragement to emerging talents. So, do you acknowledge that the Lakers' number 6 rookie possesses potential?" Isaiah Thomas recognized that he had fallen into the trap set by Winston. At this juncture, he also had to concede the commendable performance of Lu Yusheng. After all, the audience in front of the television is not naive. Continuing to cling to his biases was becoming rather tiresome. Indeed, as the match concluded, I must admit that the Lakers rookie, wearing the number 6 jersey, played exceptionally well. His contribution was pivotal in the Lakers' ability to catch up and ultimately prevail in the game. Initially, I underestimated him, but his performance silenced my doubts. After making this self-deprecating remark, Thomas chuckled, and Winston joined in the laughter. It is indeed a rare feat to hear such words from the proud Thomas. Thomas, as a seasoned veteran, could you offer Lu some advice? Or what heights do you believe he might reach? Isaiah Thomas felt somewhat vexed by Winston's probing. He had consistently undervalued the Lakers rookie. Yet Lu Yusheng's repeated excellence had left him embarrassed. Now, Winston persistently compelled him to confront this reality. "Kane, I must say, this is merely his first game. While he performed admirably, it is just the beginning and does not signify much. I certainly hope he enjoys a prosperous career, but the journey ahead is long. I wish him the best," he concluded, hastily bidding farewell to the audience. As soon as the live broadcast ended, he left in silence, his irritation palpable. Lu Yusheng was preparing to leave with his teammates when, unexpectedly, he found himself surrounded by 5 or 6 media outlets, all eager for an exclusive interview. Such attention is typically reserved for a phenomenon of the league. Indeed, Lu Yusheng's performance in the game warranted such recognition. Since being drafted by the Lakers, he has become a media focal point. Among the various outlets, he immediately recognized the familiar logo of a media organization from his homeland. Without hesitation, he agreed to the interview with his country's media. The female host, named Meng Xia, was strikingly beautiful, with an exquisite figure and the unique grace characteristic of Chinese women, polite and dignified. Meng Xia began by congratulating Lu Yusheng on his successful debut in the NBA, praising his commendable performance. She then posed several professional questions about the game, to which Lu Yusheng responded thoughtfully. Following this, Meng Xia inquired, "As a Chinese-American star showcasing such remarkable talent on the NBA stage, how do you feel about your connection to China? Furthermore, do you have any messages for your fans back home?" Lu Yusheng pondered briefly before responding. "It is as follows. When I was quite young, due to certain familial circumstances, I accompanied my mother to this place. However, I have always harbored a deep affection and fascination for everything related to Huaxia. It will forever remain my homeland. I sincerely hope that Huaxia continues to flourish and that its people find increasing happiness. I can hardly believe that I have already garnered fans. After all, I am merely a newcomer. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful to any supporters who appreciate my efforts. I implore them to trust their judgment and continue their support, as I shall strive not to disappoint them." Meng Xia regarded Lu Yusheng with newfound admiration. This newcomer indeed possessed an appealing charm, with his handsome features and a demeanor that, while humble, exuded confidence, making it difficult not to be drawn to him. As the interview concluded, Meng Xia quietly inquired, "May I have a means of contact?" In response to Meng Xia's final question, Lu Yusheng, of course, did not decline. This was not due to any indiscriminate acceptance of all advances, but rather a genuine openness. Lu Yusheng merely wished to spare Meng Xia any embarrassment. as it was entirely possible that she was merely considering future work convenience. Upon returning to the locker room, many teammates had already finished their showers and were engaged in cheerful conversation. It was evident that defeating the Suns had lifted their spirits, and a sense of joy permeated the atmosphere. Upon seeing Lu Yusheng enter, Walton remarked with a grin, "Hey, everyone, look who's back. Our Lakers star of tomorrow has arrived." I haven't witnessed a rookie being pursued by so many media outlets after their debut. It's utterly absurd. Lu, I hope those reporters aren't ones you've hired yourself. This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. Lu Yusheng could not help but chuckle. With Kobe absent, "You have stolen his spotlight. He is bound to be displeased, so do tread carefully." Vujasic responded with a grin. Well aware of the fierce competitive spirit that was widely recognized in that individual, he certainly did not wish to concede to anyone in this regard. "Are you implying that he will spend more than I would, hiring a greater number of media personnel?" Lu Yusheng inquired with a playful smile. His teammates erupted into laughter, unexpectedly discovering that this usually reticent fellow possessed a sense of humor as well. After their laughter subsided, Vujasic remarked, "Hurry and take a shower. We are all waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Why?" "We are elated to have triumphed over the insufferable Suns. It has been a much-needed release of frustration. You may not be aware, but after being overturned by them last season, we were mercilessly ridiculed by the media in Los Angeles. Having won today, we simply must celebrate. Thus, a few of us are planning to go out for drinks. You should join us and experience the vibrant nightlife of Los Angeles." "I think I'll pass. I'm rather short on funds." "Come on, you are at least a first-round rookie. You must have a little money to enjoy a night out, right?" Lu Yusheng shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. He had indeed planned to treat, but today all his funds had been allocated to hiring the media. His teammates erupted in laughter once more. Wojciechowski remarked, "No worries, my friend. I insist on treating you. Given how you dealt with that scoundrel like Abel today, I simply must extend this courtesy. You must grant me this favor." Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Lu Yusheng reluctantly acquiesced. Lu Yusheng called Avril with the intention of informing her that he would be heading out with his teammates and would return home later than usual. He was eager to share his joy with Avril, as it marked his inaugural NBA game, a hard-fought victory at that. However, to his surprise, he was unable to reach her by phone. It was only after Lu Yusheng had finished his shower and was about to depart with his teammates that Avril finally returned his call. The line was filled with noise, and Avril informed him that she was auditioning for a role in a film where the assistant director seemed to take a particular interest in her. Nevertheless, she still needed to progress to the next round of selections, and at that moment, she was waiting alongside a dozen other actresses. She mentioned that she would likely return quite late, urging Lu Yusheng not to wait for her dinner. She did not inquire about his game, seemingly having forgotten about it, which left Lu Yusheng somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he wished her the best in her endeavor to be selected. In a nightclub in Los Angeles, women with exaggerated figures were dancing energetically on stage. The music pulsed with energy as a black singer performed passionately. Meanwhile, in a VIP booth, Luke Walton, Vujasic, and Radmanovic were indulging in drinks and playful banter with the alluring women surrounding them. Lu Yusheng sat alone, sipping his drink, somewhat incongruous with the surrounding atmosphere. Wojciechowski approached and took a seat beside him, saying, "Hey, brother, why not invite a girl to join you?" Lu Yusheng remarked, "I have a girlfriend now." "Come on, brother, you must acclimate to the nightlife of Los Angeles." Walton chimed in, "A girlfriend is merely a fleeting phase. A man's nightlife is eternal." "Indeed, especially for you." Vujasic added, "You must adapt to this lifestyle sooner rather than later." "Why must I adapt earlier?" "Because, my friend, you are destined to become a star, and countless female fans and alluring women will come knocking at your door." "Oh, come on, you two big brothers. I am just a rookie," Lu Yusheng chuckled. "Oh, shit." Luke Walton said, "Lu, please refrain from reminding us that you are still a rookie. It bruises our egos. I really do not wish to admit that we, seasoned players, are being bossed around by a novice on the court today." "Indeed," Vujasic concurred. "We do not wish to acknowledge that it was this rookie who led us to victory over that damned Suns team." Laughter erupted among them. Naturally, Lu Yusheng felt delighted to receive their affirmation. "Trust me, Lu, as long as you maintain today's performance, I suspect it won't be long before, during our away games, enthusiastic and attractive women will be knocking on your room door," Walton remarked. "Do you often have such knocks?" Lu Yusheng inquired. "Occasionally, but only stars enjoy such frequent attention." Walton replied. "What about that guy?" Lu Yusheng asked. "Which one?" "Kobe." Vujasic shook his head. "No, Lu, He is different from us. He is a superstar in the league. Afforded special protection. No one dares to knock on his door, especially after that incident in 03. Oh, Lu Yusheng nodded. The group reveled joyfully at the nightclub for a while. Walton and Vujasic had consumed considerable amounts of alcohol and were preparing to take the women with them, so Lu Yusheng bid them farewell, reminding them not to overindulge and jeopardize the training scheduled for the following day. Upon returning, Lu Yusheng discovered the rental apartment was desolate and empty. With Avril yet to arrive, Lu Yusheng opened his computer and began to watch the game footage of the Golden State Warriors. In 2 days, they would be flying to California to face their next opponent, the Golden State Warriors. Although the Warriors were not considered a strong team in the Western Conference, the absence of key players Kobe Bryant and Kwame Brown left the Lakers with a relatively similar strength to their rivals. Moreover, as the Zen Master had mentioned, the Lakers' performance in the regular season this year was crucial for the team's next broadcasting contract, making this game a must-win. For Lu Yusheng, the opposing point guard posed a significant challenge. While the Warriors lacked talent in other positions, they were formidable at the point guard spot. The robust and swift Baron Davis epitomized the American native point guard, with his game brimming with passion. Additionally, their undersized player, Monta Ellis, who was selected 40th in the second round last year, had displayed an extraordinary performance last season that belied his draft position, making him a coveted asset among teams in the league. Both Davis and Ellis were quintessentially gifted players, contrasting with a more cerebral player like Nash. Facing such athletically gifted guards indeed represented a considerable challenge for Lu Yusheng. Chapter 65. Different voices. Avril cautiously opened the door and stepped inside, only to find Lu Yusheng fast asleep beside his computer, which was still playing the Warriors game footage. She thought to gently lay him down and cover him with a blanket for a more comfortable sleep. However, upon touching him, Lu Yusheng stirred awake. "Oh, I'm sorry, darling," Avril apologized. "I wanted to make you more comfortable while you sleep. Otherwise, it might affect your training tomorrow. I didn't mean to wake you. It's all right." Lu Yusheng replied with a smile. "Did you finish your audition? How did it go?" Avril beamed with joy. "You should congratulate me, darling. I won. Out of a dozen people, I was the only one chosen." With that, she embraced Lu Yusheng passionately. "Congratulations, my dear. You have no idea how perfect my performance was today," Avril exclaimed excitedly. "Lu, I didn't even realize I had such potential in acting." The crew was astonished. They even asked if I had prior experience in theater because I didn't perform like a novice at all. "I always knew you would succeed." Lu Yusheng indeed held this belief when he first laid eyes on Avril. Her beauty seemed destined for the silver screen. "Darling, look, I've signed a contract with them. The filming will take place in Hawaii for 25 days, and I am also required to participate in the film's promotional activities afterwards. I will receive $50,000 as my fee." $50,000? Goodness, I've never seen so much money before, Avril exclaimed gleefully, presenting the contract to Lu Yusheng. While $50,000 may not be substantial for Hollywood actors, for a fresh graduate like Avril, it represented a fortune, especially considering that just a few months prior, she had been working part-time as a hotel cleaner. "My filming starts the day after tomorrow, so I must fly to Hawaii tomorrow. It's such a pity you can't accompany me. Alas, you have your competition to attend." At this point, she suddenly recalled, "Oh, I was so overwhelmed with work today that I almost forgot. Did you win or lose the game against the Suns today?" "We won." "Wow, that's wonderful," Avril exclaimed, embracing Lu Yusheng once more. "I never anticipated that both of us would achieve such splendid results today. In your Chinese culture, what do you call this?" "Ah yes, a double happiness. Am I right?" Lu Yusheng nodded. If it weren't so late, he would truly like to share a few drinks in celebration. Avril remarked how marvelous life is. Just a couple of days ago, she was troubled by the inability to find a suitable job. And now she had miraculously amassed $50,000. The executive director assured her that this film would undoubtedly be a tremendous success, and with her looks, there would surely be even more opportunities awaiting her. Lu Yusheng extended his congratulations, yet his heart was tinged with complexity. In the future, he would embark on journeys to various locales for competitions, while Avril would likely traverse the globe for film shoots. This inevitable separation left him uncertain if their bond could endure as it had. As he lay in bed, sleep eluded him, and in his restlessness, he turned to his phone to peruse the news. To his astonishment, he discovered that the discourse surrounding him had erupted dramatically following the match. The most fervent reactions came from the Los Angeles Lakers fans, whose remarks were predominantly filled with astonishment at Lu Yusheng's performance against the Suns. I never anticipated that this young Chinese player could hold his own against Nash. It is truly remarkable. I must confess, when the Lakers management selected him with a first-round pick, I, along with many others, vehemently criticized their decision as foolish. Yet now, I find myself unceremoniously slapped in the face by reality. I must admit, I relish this slap and hope he will deliver another resounding one in the forthcoming game against the Warriors. Upon reading this comment from a netizen, Lu Yusheng could not help but chuckle. I too had not anticipated that this young man of Chinese descent would emerge as the solution for the Lakers' point guard position. It appears that the Lakers management possesses a deeper understanding of the game than we do. They must have recognized this young talent's potential long ago. It is not merely that the management comprehends the game, but rather that Kobe Bryant did. Have you forgotten the rumors that circulated earlier? This matter was orchestrated under Kobe's guidance. Lu Yusheng also took note of a piece of news, wherein a reporter, after a game involving the Rockets, interviewed Yuming regarding his thoughts on Lu Yusheng. Yuming responded that he had been keeping a close eye on him since his selection, as there are not many players with yellow skin in the league. However, he mentioned that they had been focused on training and refining new tactics, and thus he had not yet had the opportunity to watch Lu's game. Nevertheless, considering the significant buzz surrounding it, it must be that his NBA debut was indeed remarkable. Certainly better than my own debut, where I found myself merely a background character in the top 10 plays for an entire month without even being able to evade being outmaneuvered. Lu Yusheng smiled. Evidently, De Yao still harbored some concern over being outmaneuvered by Marbury during his inaugural NBA debut. Lu Yusheng discovered that several reputable media outlets had interviewed numerous NBA stars and legends regarding his debut performance. When he saw that his idol from a past life, Allen Iverson, was among those interviewed, he eagerly opened the news article. Iverson remarked, "I watched that game, and his performance truly surprised me. The kid has a great sense of rhythm, his passing is imaginative, and during his drives, you can faintly see the shadow of Tim Hardaway. I believe he will undoubtedly deliver more impressive performances in the future. True experts can discern." And Iverson immediately recognized that Lu Yusheng's driving style bore the hallmark of Tim Hardaway. How could he not feel elated upon receiving such encouragement and praise from his idol? Naturally, most players responded politely and amicably. However, two responses stood out as particularly harsh. One came from the former Suns legend, Charles Barkley. Barkley opined that Lu Yusheng's performance was solely a result of Barbosa's foolishness, stating, "Barbosa's foolish play handed the team as first victory to the Lakers. Lu Yusheng's performance was quite average. He merely happened to face the most inept point guard in the league today." He even asserted that Lu Yusheng would not replicate such performance throughout the season or even his entire career. Whether for the sake of entertainment or due to a genuine disdain for Asian players, having previously underestimated Yao Ming and infamously kissed the donkeys behind on live television, Barkley remained unrepentant in his views on Lu Yusheng. The other critique came from current star Deron Williams, the leading point guard for the Jazz. Drafted third overall in 2005, Williams had quickly ascended to the ranks of elite point guards under the tutelage of Coach Sloan within just a year. When asked about Lu Yusheng, Williams dismissively replied, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of this person. Are the standards for point guards in the league really that low now? Anyone can play point guard?" The reporter, sensing the rudeness, interjected, "Darren, he actually defeated the Suns led by Steve Nash head-to-head." Williams remained unconvinced, stating, "I truly believe that Nash's talent has been overrated by the media. That MVP should have gone to Kobe. You might think my words are exaggerated, but the reality is that most players in the league feel the same way. Trust me, if I were to face him, I would show him what a genuine NBA-level point guard is like." Ironically, Deron Williams was also a player Lu Yusheng admired in his previous life. However, he did not expect Williams to be so arrogant, dismissing even Nash's prowess. It was no wonder he ultimately drove away the very coach who nurtured him, Sloan. Lu Yusheng checked the schedule for the game between the Lakers and the Jazz, which is set to take place on November 25th, a date that approaches swiftly. Lu Yusheng clenched his teeth in silence. "DeLong, we shall meet on the court." Chapter 66, The Furious Baron Davis after the routine training match the following day. The Zen Master began a meticulous analysis of the Golden State Warriors' overall roster and playing style. He first emphasized that, although this year's Warriors have yet to play an official game, their style is entirely predictable. Their head coach, Don Nelson, is historically recognized as one of the first to integrate the run-and-gun strategy into his team, preceding Mike D'Antoni of the Suns in this regard. Indeed, many of the intricacies of D'Antoni's run-and-gun approach are derived from Nelson's principles. However, Why was D'Antoni able to effectively implement this strategy and lead the Suns to the pinnacle of the Western Conference, while Nelson did not achieve similar success? The answer lies in a significant vulnerability of the run-and-gun tactic, its excessive emphasis on offense at the expense of defense. It is well known that for a team to attain commendable results, a balance between offense and defense is imperative. Thus, a team employing the run-and-gun style must possess numerous players with strong defensive capabilities to compensate for this flaw. Unfortunately for Coach Nelson, his luck did not favor him as much as it did D'Antoni. The teams he coached, such as the Bucks, Knicks, and Mavericks, never boasted a roster of players as well-rounded as the Suns' Marion, Stoudemire, and Bell. Consequently, despite his extensive tenure in the NBA, Nelson has not achieved significant accolades, while his run-and-gun strategy has been magnified by D'Antoni. However, this year is different, the Zen Master stated. Brian Shaw and I have analyzed this year's roster, and I believe they perfectly meet the conditions for Nelson's run-and-gun. Their individual defensive capabilities are commendable, and their physical attributes are exceptional. Therefore, under particular circumstances, the strength of this Golden State Warriors team should not be underestimated. As a descendant of the future, Lu Yusheng naturally understood that the Zen Master's analysis was remarkably accurate. Indeed, this year's Golden State Warriors entered the playoffs as the 8th seed, yet remarkably defeated the first-seeded Mavericks, orchestrating an extraordinary Black 8 miracle. Of course, there is no need for undue concern, for this Warriors team also possesses considerable shortcomings, which may prove pivotal to their success this season. The Zen Master noted. What is it? Their weak help defense. Brian Shaw added. As Coach Phil mentioned earlier, players like Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, Andris Biedry, O'Donnell Foyle, and Barnes have solid individual defensive skills, but their awareness of help defense has always been lacking. Thus, when facing them, we must employ deeper strategies to stimulate their defensive coordination. Lu Yusheng nodded slightly. There is one more point, the Zen Master added. The reason the Golden State Warriors cannot reach the level of the Phoenix Suns lies in the disparity between their primary point guard, Baron Davis, and Steve Nash. Baron Davis, an exceptionally skilled player with remarkable physical prowess, often exhibits inconsistency in his performance. When he is at his best, he can lead the entire team to execute a fluid and dynamic offense. However, when he falters, the team's attack becomes exceedingly sluggish, and he tends to become invisible. At this juncture, the Zen Master turned his gaze towards Lu Yusheng. This inconsistency is detrimental for a point guard, as it signifies the instability of the entire team. Lu Yusheng nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the Zen Master outlined specific strategies aimed at the Warriors, prompting the team to engage in targeted practice. The following morning, Lu Yusheng boarded a plane with the team bound for Golden State. At 3 in the afternoon, the Lakers bus arrived at the Warriors' home ground, the Oracle Arena. Although the Golden State Warriors had not historically performed well, the basketball culture here was undeniably rich. Many fans had arrived early at the arena to witness the players' pre-game warm-up drills. During the Lakers' practice, Lu Yusheng observed the Warriors players, who had already entered the dunking mode during their warm-up, soaring through the air and executing impressive dunks, much to the delight and cheers of the home crowd. Truly deserving of the title Golden State track and field team, these players demonstrated remarkable athleticism. As the Lakers concluded their warm-up, a swarm of media approached Lu Yusheng for interviews, all of which he politely declined. He wished to avoid the limelight and did not want to become the focal point of attention in such a manner. Additionally, he sought to evade the potentially intrusive and peculiar questions from journalists that could disrupt his mental state and affect his game rhythm. On the other hand, Baron Davis reveled in the adoration of the crowd, as he was the unequivocal core and leader of the Golden State Warriors. However, he found today's interviews somewhat unexpected. The reporters showed little interest in the Warriors' tactical preparations or other relevant matters, instead focusing almost entirely on the Lakers rookie, Lu Yusheng. Moreover, the questions posed were somewhat disrespectful towards him as a seasoned veteran of the league. Davis, have you seen the last game between the Lakers and the Suns? Their rookie Lu made quite an impression, even holding his own against Steve Nash. Do you think you can contain him today? Davis. We know the Warriors also employ a fast-paced style, but the Suns struggled to gain an advantage against the Lakers last time. Do you believe you have a strategy to deal with the Lakers? Davis. The Lakers rookie Lu displays exceptional skills in orchestrating the team's offense. Do you think you can effectively limit his performance in this game? At this point, Baron Davis felt a surge of irritation. Come on, I've been in this league for 7 years. Is it disrespectful to compare me with a rookie who has only played one game? If you must ask me this question, let me clarify. I have faced off against top-tier point guards like Steve Nash, Chris Paul, and Jason Kidd, and in some games, I have managed to contain them effectively. If you think I cannot handle a rookie, then open your eyes and watch how I teach him to play tonight. With that, Byron Davis' temper flared. Next question. I do not wish to hear any more inquiries regarding this rookie. Understood? The next journalist, sensing the mood, inquired, All right, Davis. Rest assured this question isn't about Lu. Byron Davis, seeing that his intimidation tactics had borne fruit, nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, ask your question. The journalist continued. With Kobe absent from this match, do you perceive this as a splendid opportunity for your team? Chapter 67, Explosive Opening. On November 2nd, 2006 at 5:30 p.m. Pacific Time, the matchup between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors commenced. The Warriors' starting lineup featured center, O'Donnell Foyle, power forward, Andris Biedrins, small forward, Jason Richardson, shooting guard, Monta Ellis, and at the helm, their signature player, Byron Davis. Meanwhile, the Lakers maintained their starting five unchanged, comprising center Andrew Bynum, power forward Lamar Odom, small forward Luke Walton, shooting guard Sasha Vujacic, and the formidable point guard, Smush Parker. Although everyone recognized that Lu Yusheng had delivered the finest performance in the Lakers' first position, the Zen Master opted not to start him. Lu Yusheng fully comprehended this decision, after all. It is a tradition in the NBA that starting players typically remain in their positions unless significant errors or injuries occur. Even if changes were to be made, they would generally take place after the season had progressed to a certain point. There has never been a precedent for a starter being benched after just one game. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement, the match officially began. The centers leaped for the tip-off. Bynum towered over his counterpart, O'Donnell Foyle, by half a head, suggesting that he should secure the tip with ease. However, to Lu Yusheng's surprise, O'Donnell Foyle, with his remarkable leaping ability, managed to touch the ball first, redirecting it to their shooting guard, Monta Ellis. The Warriors launched their offense. Monta Ellis, upon crossing the half-court line, passed the ball to Byron Davis. Facing the defense of Smush Parker, Byron Davis, with unwavering resolve, executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Parker and driving towards the basket. Lamar Odom quickly emerged to provide support. Byron Davis halted and leaped, changing pace, and once again deftly maneuvered past Bynum. Only Bynum remained under the basket. Byron Davis rose up. In response to Bynum's elevated block attempt, he executed a stunning reverse layup off the backboard. This seamless display of skillful dribbling and the final reverse layup garnered an enthusiastic ovation from the crowd. The Oracle Arena erupted with fervent cheers from its home fans. Seated on the sidelines, Lu Yusheng was taken aback. In this opening round of offense, Byron Davis astonishingly opted not to pass the ball, but rather took the initiative to score himself. Compared to Barbosa of the Suns, Davis is similarly renowned for his speed. However, Lu Yusheng sensed that their styles of maneuvering were entirely distinct. Barbosa relied heavily on his initial burst of speed and explosiveness. If he failed to surpass his opponent with that first step, subsequent moves became considerably more arduous. In contrast, Byron Davis exhibited a different approach altogether. His initial step was equally explosive, yet he possessed an array of follow-up techniques, showcasing a remarkable variety of rhythm changes, perfectly blending eye movements and feints. Lu Yusheng believed that had he been the one to defend, his performance would have scarcely surpassed that of Smush Parker. At present, he felt a sense of relief that the Zen Master had not included him in the starting lineup. To effectively guard Byron Davis, he needed to carefully observe his characteristics and dribbling nuances from the sidelines. Now it was the Lakers' turn to mount an offensive. After dribbling past half-court, Smush Parker passed the ball to Luke Walton, positioned at the free throw line, as they continued to execute their triangle offense. The player defending Walton was Jason Richardson, a name familiar to many, the former slam dunk champion known for his explosive athleticism. However, in comparison to Marion of the Suns, his defensive prowess and ability to disrupt Walton's playmaking were evidently not as formidable. Having faced Marion's overwhelming defense in the previous game, Walton appeared considerably more composed when confronted by Richardson. The other Lakers adhered strictly to the strategy devised by the Zen Master, employing constant movement and screens to unsettle the Warriors' defense. Eventually, an opportunity arose for Sasha Vujacic, to whom Walton promptly passed the ball. Vujacic took a mid-range shot. It clanged off the rim. As Bynum prepared to seize the offensive rebound, a shadow suddenly darted past him, soaring above. It was none other than Byron Davis, who snatched the rebound right over Bynum's head. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A point guard capturing a rebound above the head of the opposing center, such athleticism was nothing short of terrifying. The Warriors launched a fast break. Lu Yusheng observed that their fast break strategy mirrored that of the Suns. Point guard Baron Davis held the ball, with wings Richardson and Monta Ellis racing down the flanks in a swift offensive surge. The other players also made a concerted effort to join the fast break. The Lakers, naturally, had their countermeasures. As the Warriors launched their fast break, Vujacic, Smush Parker, and Walton immediately positioned themselves to obstruct passing lanes on the wings. However, unexpectedly, Baron Davis executed a feigned pass, effortlessly deceiving the Lakers' defense. Rising into the air, he delivered a thunderous dunk that reverberated through the arena. The home crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a tidal wave. Following the opening, the Golden State Warriors converted both of their offensive plays, each culminating in a spectacular finish by their star, Baron Davis. Most significantly, each score was more dazzling than the last. This moment ignited the fervor within the Oracle Arena. Amidst the resounding cheers of the fans, Baron Davis, while retreating on defense, provocatively flexed his muscles towards the Lakers bench. The Lakers bench, taken aback by this display of bravado so early in the match, expressed their displeasure. It was a rare sight to witness such provocation at the onset of the game. Farmar retaliated with a dismissive gesture, signaling his contempt. Lu Yusheng remained oblivious to the fact that Baron Davis was putting on a display solely for his benefit. After crossing the halfway line, the Lakers continued to execute their triangle offense, although they managed to create an open shot once more. Smush Parker's three-pointer failed to find its mark. In response, Baron Davis effortlessly breezed past Smush Parker, scoring with a mid-range jumper and accounting for all of the Warriors' points thus far. 6-0. Much like their previous encounter against the Suns, the Warriors seized the initiative from the outset, establishing their dominance on the court. Brian Shaw inquired of the Zen Master, Phil, whether a timeout should be called. The Zen Master shook his head, asserting that there were no issues with the execution of their strategy, rendering a timeout unnecessary. He remained ever composed. Yet, after uttering those words, he turned to Lu Yusheng beside him. Lu, do you believe you possess the capability to defend against Baron Davis? The Zen Master queried. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Although he had been meticulously observing Baron Davis since the beginning, he had yet to devise a strategy to thwart this individual. The sheer intensity of his offensive prowess was simply overwhelming. Lu Yusheng shook his head, indicating that he was not yet prepared. The Zen Master remarked, when it comes to defending against guards of Davis's caliber, one must bear in mind that it is nearly impossible to completely restrain them. However, their ability to penetrate the defense is invariably far more lethal than their shooting. Do you comprehend this? Lu Yusheng appeared contemplative. Pondering the Zen Master's intent, one may release the shot, but not the breakthrough. Yet, Baron Davis's shooting percentage was commendably high. He had yet to grasp the Zen Master's strategy, reflecting that perhaps once on the court, amidst the fray of competition, he would come to understand. However, it was evident that today, the pivotal task of defending against Baron Davis was entrusted to Lu Yusheng. Chapter 68, A Retort to Provocation. Today, the media broadcasting the Lakers vs. Warriors game was ABC. The commentator for this match was Christopher, while they had invited the renowned former NBA star, Allen Houston, famed for his mid-range shooting, as the analyst. The entire first quarter unfolded as a personal showcase for Baron Davis, who, with a combination of drives and jump shots, amassed 14 points, firmly establishing the Warriors' dominance on the court. The Lakers, executing their triangle offense, struggled with player shooting accuracy, ending the first quarter trailing by 8 points at 15-23, despite their tactics remaining unhampered. Those eager to witness the clash between Lu Yusheng and Baron Davis were left somewhat disappointed, as the Zen Master had not yet allowed Lu to step onto the court during the entire first quarter. Commentator Christopher remarked that despite Lu's commendable performance in the previous game against the Suns, the Zen Master had yet to deploy him, leaving viewers, including himself, feeling a modicum of disappointment. Nevertheless, he added, though Lu remained on the bench, the match was still rife with intrigue. Baron Davis commenced with an aggressive approach, igniting the Lakers' competitive spirit, and one could almost sense the tension in the air. Indeed, Baron Davis's performance throughout the game was remarkable, yet following several successful shots, he frequently directed provocative gestures towards the Lakers bench. Many, including Christopher, found Davis's provocations perplexing, yet his demeanor undeniably escalated the game's intensity. The first quarter was marked by noticeably fierce confrontations and numerous fouls. Particularly notable was an instance when Davis was ruthlessly brought down by Vujasic during a drive, nearly inciting a conflict. Analyst Alan Houston commented, while the reason behind Davis's reaction remained uncertain, he speculated that it stemmed from witnessing the media's adulation for the Lakers rookie, leading him to harbor a desire to teach the newcomer a lesson. It is well known that many established NBA players possess such a mindset, seasoned veterans imparting wisdom to rookies. A rite of passage in the NBA. Christopher chuckled, asking Houston if he recalled his own painful experiences of being schooled by a veteran. Alan Houston chuckled, acknowledging that many are likely familiar with this story, yet he relished the opportunity to share it once more. After all, the individual who educated him was none other than Michael Jordan. At the time, Alan was still in college, preparing for the draft, leading his collegiate all-star team against the newly formed Dream Team in a practice match. In their initial encounter, the seasoned stars of the Dream Team approached the game with a casual mindset, inadvertently leading to their defeat against the collegiate stars, during which Alan Houston shone remarkably. Subsequently, the footage of this practice game was leaked for reasons unknown, prompting the media to sensationalize the event, disparaging the Dream Team while extolling Alan Houston's performance. In the second match, the competitive Michael took it upon himself to defend Alan Houston. It is not an exaggeration to assert that throughout that day's game, I scarcely touched the ball, let alone scored. Alan Houston recounted how, after the game concluded, that individual advised him to practice diligently, for he would find it challenging to compete in the NBA. Christopher laughed heartily upon hearing this, remarking that it illuminated Byron Davis's mindset. Evidently, he was intent on imparting a lesson in NBA fundamentals to this rookie from the Lakers. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their second units. At this juncture, the Zen Master sent Lu Yusheng onto the court. He was matched against the Golden State Warriors backup point guard, Kelenna Azubuike, who, like Byron Davis, epitomized the American-style point guard, athletic and exuberant in play. The Warriors initiated their offense. Kelenna Azubuike dribbled past half-court, prompting Lu Yusheng to advance and defend. From the sidelines, Byron Davis stood up and shouted to Azubuike, "Hey, Kelenna, show him what a true point guard looks like." Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the bearded man on the sidelines. He found himself perplexed as to why this individual harbored such animosity towards him. After all, they had yet to face each other directly and had no prior grievances. Azubuike, without uttering a word, dribbled the ball while signaling an okay gesture to the bearded Byron Davis on the sidelines. Lu Yusheng observed the scene before him, feeling a surge of displeasure within. Gritting his teeth, he silently adjusted his center of gravity. Although the playing styles of both teams bore resemblance, the Golden State Warriors' offensive strategies diverged from those of the Phoenix Suns. The Suns primarily relied on pick-and-roll plays initiated by Nash, whereas the Warriors' tactics were fundamentally anchored in the individual prowess of their point guards. This was evident in both the starting Byron Davis and the substitute Azubuike, who possessed remarkable abilities to penetrate defenses and score, thereby creating opportunities for their teammates. After several fruitless ball rotations, the sphere found its way back into Azubuike's hands. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, attempting to unsettle Lu Yusheng's equilibrium with rapid dribbling. However, Lu Yusheng maintained a low center of gravity, remaining unfazed by Azubuike's feints. Following a series of moves, Azubuike failed to bypass Lu Yusheng, instead igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Observing this, his teammates stepped forward to set screens, yet Azubuike waved them off, signaling for them to retreat. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yusheng felt a surge of intensity. It was evident that he was being utterly disregarded, with his opponent dismissively opting not to utilize a screen, convinced of his ability to effortlessly dominate him one-on-one. Thus, he stepped closer, seizing the moment while his adversary was preoccupied with his extravagant dribbling. With keen precision, he made his move. The steal was successful. Positioned at the apex of the three-point arc, Lu Yusheng accelerated in a magnificent fast break, culminating in a thunderous dunk before the open basket. This spectacular display silenced the previously exuberant crowd at the Oracle Arena. As the Warriors prepared to inbound, Azubuike dribbled past the half-court line, only to be met with the profound disappointment of the bearded Byron Davis, who could not restrain himself from shouting, "WTF? Calendar, what on earth are you doing? Your dribbling resembles that of a feeble shrimp. How could you possibly allow yourself to be stripped of the ball?" Lu Yusheng stood resolutely beside Azubuike, defending him. And upon hearing Byron Davis's remark, he could not contain his anger. "Hey, Big Beard. There's no need for you to sit on the sidelines and instruct him on how to play. If you have the skill, come up and face me yourself." Lu Yusheng provocatively retorted. What? Byron Davis was instantly incensed, rising abruptly from his seat. Chapter 69. A Bold Challenge. Davis's animated reaction was swiftly captured by the broadcast cameras, and the massive screen above the arena simultaneously displayed the scene. Though the audience remained uncertain about the cause of Davis's agitation, the mere act was sufficient to stir the crowd's fervor. The fans at the Oracle Arena erupted into a cacophony of noise. Commentator Christopher remarked, "Davis appears to be upset. I suspect it stems from his dissatisfaction with Azabuk's recent turnover." However, Alan Houston astutely observed, "Yet, I sense that Davis's furious glare was directed towards the Lakers rookie, Lu Yusheng. Did Lu say something to provoke him?" The diligent broadcast team promptly replayed the earlier moment in greater detail. It soon became evident that Lu Yusheng had initiated the exchange with Byron Davis, inciting such a passionate reaction. Consequently, the media finally captured the footage they sought, prompting the fans to unleash an even greater chorus of boos. Commentator Christopher stated, "Oh no, Lu, this is inappropriate. You ought not to provoke a veteran in such a manner. It is quite disrespectful." Alan Houston countered, "Chris, I believe we should refrain from making hasty judgments before fully understanding their conversation. Lu does not strike me as the type to instigate trouble. I noticed that Davis had been making remarks from the bench prior, and it was indeed he who first directed an impolite gesture towards the Lakers bench." Christopher acknowledged, "Perhaps. But by responding as he did, Lu has undoubtedly amplified the pressure upon himself. The Oracle fans are vociferously booing him. Most players would struggle to withstand such scrutiny, especially a rookie." Alan Houston chuckled, "It is indeed amusing. A rookie in only his second game faces the kind of hostility typically reserved for stars. If Kobe were here, I believe Lu could certainly seek his advice on how to overcome such mental pressure, as that fellow excels in it." The game resumed as the Warriors initiated their offensive play. Lu Yusheng simultaneously defended Azabuk while directing his teammates' defensive efforts. The Warriors' half-court offensive strategies proved to be significantly more defensively manageable than those of the Suns. As previously mentioned, their offensive plays rely entirely on the ability of their point guard to create opportunities for his teammates. Therefore, as long as Lu Yusheng effectively limits their point guard, his teammates can focus on man-to-man defense, ensuring that no other Warriors players are left unguarded. Indeed, after several passes, they still failed to find a more advantageous scoring opportunity. The basketball returned once more to Azabuk's hands. Ultimately, it would be Azabuk who would need to break the deadlock. However, Lu Yusheng's defense against Azabuk was exceptionally precise. Maintaining an appropriate defensive distance is crucial when guarding explosive players. This concept of defensive distance is somewhat nebulous. Specifically, it involves keeping a suitable distance from the ball handler, preventing him from easily driving past you while remaining close enough to disrupt any sudden shooting attempts. Yet, this distance must be carefully managed by oneself. Lu Yusheng considers himself to possess a commendable talent in this regard. At the very least, he has effectively limited players like Barbosa in the past and now Azubuike, both of whom are explosive athletes. Brian Shaw, observing from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Phil, "If we had allowed Lu to defend against Davis from the outset, I believe our situation would be significantly better." Phil responded, "That is not necessarily the case. While Azubuike and Davis belong to the same category of player, their individual capabilities differ vastly. As it stands, Lu may indeed be our finest defender against this type of player. Are you planning to have him guard Davis later?" Shaw inquired. "Certainly," Phil replied, "but not too soon. After all, the course of the game remains well within our control, and our tactics are not set in stone." Meanwhile, on the court, Azubuike was unable to penetrate Lu Yusheng's defense, ultimately resorting to a hurried jump shot as the shot clock dwindled. Clang! The Lakers secured the defensive rebound, and Lu Yusheng swiftly initiated a fast break. Azubuike rushed in to closely challenge him, clearly feeling the pressure. However, Lu Yusheng deftly sidestepped him and delivered a precise bounce pass to the streaking Pinnock, who scored with a layup. In successive offensive possessions, the Warriors' own strategy faltered, inadvertently allowing the Lakers to capitalize on two counterattacks, which only intensified Byron Davis's frustration. He turned to Coach Nelson and said, "Coach, let me in." Nelson chuckled and gestured for him to remain seated. "Davis, why are you so impatient? We are still in the lead. As a seasoned player, why engage in a contest with a rookie? This kid is far too arrogant, daring to provoke me. I must teach him a lesson. I'm sitting right next to you." "Davis, it seems you were the one who instigated first," Nelson quipped, then earnestly added, "Buddy, after all this time working together, do you recall the key term I have repeatedly emphasized? Calmness. Davis replied with a hint of impatience. You even reiterate it when I go to the restroom. Indeed, I have consistently stressed this because it is what you lack the most. Nielsen spoke with a paternal tenderness. You possess a flawless physique in the position of point guard. Few in the league are as robust as you. What is even more commendable is that alongside your strength, you also exhibit remarkable speed and explosive power. If you could cultivate a touch more composure, your accomplishments would undoubtedly extend far beyond what you have achieved thus far. Nielsen paused mid-sentence, halting his discourse as he observed that Byron Davis was not heeding his words. His attention had been entirely captivated by Lu Yusheng on the court. Moments ago, Lu Yusheng had passed the ball to Walton and then deftly evaded his defender, Azabuk, cutting towards the basket, where Walton delivered a pass over his shoulder directly to Lu Yusheng, who was making his move to the hoop. Lu Yusheng executed a flawless shot. Byron Davis emphatically slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Damn it." Azabuk was utterly incompetent today, being toyed with like a headless fly by a rookie, truly pathetic. He glanced at the scoreboard, 22-23. Under Lu Yusheng's leadership, the Lakers bench had completely leveled the score. He stood up once more, pleading, "Coach, let me in." Nelson, somewhat exasperated, replied, "It's not your turn yet." "I must play," Byron Davis insisted. "Just 1 second. All right," Nelson relented. "Go ahead." A look of joy spread across Byron Davis's face as he gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Lu Yusheng on the court. Behind him, Nelson's expression shifted from helplessness to a subtle disappointment. He shook his head in resignation, with a pause for a foul. Byron Davis finally got his wish to re-enter the game, replacing Azabuk. As Azabuk exited, he extended a fist for a high five, only to be coldly ignored by Davis. Embarrassment washed over Azabuk, yet he understood that his recent performance had dissatisfied the team's leader, leaving him without the face to voice any complaints. Upon entering the game, Byron Davis fixated intently on Lu Yusheng. "Kid, don't say anything unnecessary. Let your basketball do the talking," he remarked icily. "How did you know I want to talk to you?" Lu Yusheng inquired. "What? How can your beard be so long?" Liu gazed curiously at Davis's long, flowing beard and inquired, "When you dine, does your beard not dip into the soup?" Byron Davis, Chapter 70, The technical shortcomings have been revealed. The Lakers' offense. Lu Yusheng advanced with the ball past the halfway line, passing it to Luke Walton while maneuvering for position, attempting to execute a cross screen with his teammate. However, Byron Davis closely shadowed him, adhering to Lu Yusheng like a persistent adhesive, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. Commentator Christopher remarked with a chuckle that it seemed the bearded one was genuinely focused this time. It had been many years since he had exhibited such defensive intensity. Allen Houston also chimed in with a smile, noting that Lu Yusheng was truly paying for his education this game, as the bearded mentor was earnestly imparting lessons to him. Lu Yusheng found himself breathless as he was pursued relentlessly by Byron Davis, pondering to himself how this fellow, much like another bearded giant, Harden, had often been critiqued for his defensive inadequacies. How could the Lakers exhibit such formidable defense? Davis's fervent pursuit invigorated the defensive intensity of the Golden State Warriors. With their leader exerting such effort, how could the others dare to slacken their efforts? The Lakers' offensive strategy was thoroughly dismantled. The ball could not be passed out, leaving Luke Walton with no choice but to drive in himself. Although Jason Richardson could not restrict Walton's passing like Marion could, he was more than capable of handling Walton one-on-one, given his height and strength. Walton's attempts to post up were rendered exceedingly difficult. Richardson's defense was impeccable, leaving no opportunity to shoot. If this continued, he would be forced to take a desperate shot. Just as despair began to set in, he suddenly spotted Lu Yusheng, who had deftly slipped into an extreme open position while Davis was momentarily distracted. Walton hurriedly made the pass, as Lu Yusheng had just received the ball. Still struggling to gain control, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side. It was Davis. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. The speed of this individual was nothing short of terrifying, although he had clearly managed to distance himself, breaking free by a considerable margin. This person was able to close the gap with astonishing swiftness. Lu Yusheng hurriedly attempted to regain control of the ball, but Davis forcefully swatted it away. Simultaneously, Davis, unable to halt his momentum, collided directly with Lu Yusheng, knocking him to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Davis. Although the official ruled it a defensive foul on Davis, the Warriors' defense had already triumphed, leaving the Lakers with merely 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Lu Yusheng had never anticipated that Davis, despite his usual aversion to defense, could exert such formidable pressure when he committed himself. Utilizing his exceptional physical attributes, he proved to be a force to be reckoned with. Ultimately, during this offensive possession, there was hardly any time to orchestrate a strategy following the serve, and Lu Yusheng was left with no choice but to hastily conclude with a clanging three-point attempt. The Warriors initiated their offense. Baron Davis dribbled past half-court, facing Lu Yusheng's defense, and boldly commenced his dribble. Lu Yusheng continued to defend Baron Davis using the same strategy he employed against Azabuk, maintaining a manageable distance. As Baron Davis dribbled and maneuvered, he perceived a slight shift in Lu Yusheng's center of gravity. With a feint, he suddenly accelerated into action. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Such speed! In the blink of an eye, Baron Davis had already surpassed him by half a body length. Lu Yusheng hastily pursued inside. However, Davis had already drawn the attention of other Lakers players for support, delivering a no-look pass directly to Barnes beneath the basket. The Warriors scored. As Davis transitioned to defense, he made a show of flexing his muscles towards Lu Yusheng. Fortunately, Lu Yusheng, who was sprinting to receive the ball, did not witness it. In his brief stint on the court, Davis dominated both offensively and defensively, completely suppressing Lu Yusheng and the Lakers. The home team's momentum surged immediately. Commentator Christopher chuckled, remarking that it seems the bearded one is imparting a lesson to Lu on both ends of the court. That recent drive was truly spectacular. Allen Houston concurred, noting that during my playing days, I often found players like Davis to be quite a headache. Their speed and explosiveness are simply astonishing. One careless moment can lead to being effortlessly outmaneuvered, which is undeniably embarrassing. It remains to be seen how this Lakers rookie will respond. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, he cast a glance at the bearded opponent, still grappling with the recent play. The speed and explosiveness of this individual were nothing short of terrifying. Although he and Azabuk were similar types of players, relying on speed and agility, the disparity between them was stark. In truth, Lu Yusheng's defense had not revealed any significant flaws. A mere slight shift in his center of gravity had been swiftly capitalized upon by his adversary. Furthermore, the bearded player's speed and explosiveness were leagues beyond what Azabuk could muster. In the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed Lu Yusheng by half a body length. Such formidable explosiveness was an experience Lu Yusheng had never encountered before. He pondered, if even the bearded Davis was such a daunting presence, how fearsome must the peak Allen Iverson have been? The Lakers were on the offensive. Baron Davis persistently shadowed Lu Yusheng like an unyielding adhesive, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball in space. Walton made a desperate pass to the interior player, Bynum, but by the time Bynum received the ball, he had already been pushed to the edge of the 3-second area by the Warriors center, Foyle, completely out of his attacking zone and unable to make a direct play. Reluctantly, he passed the ball back to Walton. When Walton received the ball, the shot clock was rapidly dwindling. Once again, the Warriors' relentless defense had stifled their strategy, compelling him to focus on Richardson, attempting to drive in while searching for teammates who might break free. It was Lu Yusheng again. Seizing the moment when Baron Davis was distracted, he suddenly emerged from behind a teammate's screen. Without hesitation, Walton swiftly passed the ball. When Lu Yusheng received the ball, Baron Davis only then became aware, as he believed that the Lakers' offensive time was about to expire and that Walton was highly unlikely to pass the ball again. Consequently, his focus shifted to securing the rebound. Little did he expect that Lu Yusheng would slip past him, prompting him to hurriedly lunge towards Lu Yusheng with all his might. Lu Yusheng received the ball in an unoccupied position, with the countdown for the offense already underway. Without hesitation, he swiftly released a mid-range shot. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Davis charging towards him with fierce intent, which inevitably stirred a flicker of anxiety within him. Nevertheless, at that distance, there was no way Davis could interfere with his shot. The trajectory of the attempt was indeed accurate, yet unfortunately, it fell short, far more than a mere fraction, resulting in a complete air ball that sailed out of bounds. The Warriors' home crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Lu Yu, panting with anger, was met with a cold sneer from Baron Davis, who remarked, as a guard, even O'Neal could not produce such an absurd shot as yours. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of frustration, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. After all, as a defender, missing an open shot was undeniably embarrassing. Since the match against the Suns commenced, Lu had showcased his prowess in orchestrating the offense and executing defensive maneuvers, revealing little in the way of technical shortcomings. However, his most pressing concern had now come to light. Under the strain of intense competition, his lack of stamina had manifested in erratic shooting. He had been desperately maneuvering to elude the relentless pursuit of the burly Davis, expending an excessive amount of energy in the process. Moreover, The ferocity of Davis's defensive onslaught had distracted him, resulting in an utterly absurd shot attempt. Lu, get back on defense. Lu Yusheng shouted urgently as he noticed Lu Yusheng lost in thought. Lu Yusheng regained his composure and desperately fell back into defense. He understood that the true challenge had arrived. Chapter 71. The tension mounts. Commentator Christopher promptly shared his thoughts on Lu Yusheng's previous airball. I believe Lu may have been a tad too anxious. After all, since Byron Davis entered the game, he has been subjected to relentless, targeted defense. As a rookie, it is evident that he has yet to encounter this level of defensive prowess, which has understandably left him somewhat flustered. Christopher continued, please do not misconstrue my words. I am not suggesting that Byron Davis surpasses Steve Nash. We all know that Nash is not particularly renowned for his defensive skills. His strengths are, in fact, not qualities that Davis possesses. However, in the context of these two games, the defensive pressure Byron Davis has applied to Lu Yusheng is palpably more intense than what Nash could offer. Allen Houston concurred with Christopher's assessment. Indeed, we often discuss a player's shooting consistency, particularly in the face of high-intensity competition or formidable defensive pressure. This is the truest measure. Lu's recent air ball was undeniably influenced by the defensive pressure from Beard, yet there is another aspect to consider. Oh, what aspect is that? Christopher inquired. His shooting form. Allen Houston replied. I observed that Lu's shooting motion lacks fluidity, and his hand positioning is rather unstable, which is detrimental for mid-range shooting. Christopher chuckled, of course. When it comes to mid-range shots, I doubt anyone could rival you. No, Chris, I am not boasting. In fact, if Lu wishes to address his shooting issues, he is welcome to enroll in my training camp. Of course, others are welcome as well. All right, Lu, if you happen to hear Houston's advertisement while reviewing the footage, remember to sign up for his training camp, Christopher joked. And Houston, be sure to settle the advertising fee with us once the broadcast concludes. The two shared a hearty laugh. On the court, the Warriors launched an offensive, with Davis dribbling past half-court. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Byron Davis previously, Lu Yusheng was determined to redeem himself. This time, he adjusted his defensive strategy, abandoning the safety of a cautious distance and instead closing the gap. He attempted to disrupt Davis with feints aimed at stealing the ball, pressuring him into a more difficult breakthrough. Byron Davis chuckled, kid. You are quite naive if you think this will limit me. Being a seasoned player, he dismissed such feints with ease. No sooner had he spoken than Byron Davis executed a deceptive move to the right, only to swiftly dart to the left. This time, due to Lu Yusheng's overly aggressive positioning more exaggerated than before, he was completely bypassed, leaving a significant gap. Once again, Byron Davis exploited his breakthrough to create opportunities for his teammates. The Warriors have once again scored. The whistle blows. The Lakers have called a timeout. Surprisingly, the Zen Master has shown restraint, opting for a pause as the Warriors build momentum. Commentator Christopher remarked that it appears even the Zen Master is feeling the pressure. During this recent stretch, Byron Davis has demonstrated why he is the leader of the Golden State Warriors, dominating the game on both ends of the court. Houston, what adjustments do you believe the Zen Master should implement to curb the Warriors' current momentum? Allen Houston responded that, from a tactical standpoint, limiting the Warriors is not particularly challenging, as it is evident that their advantage is primarily driven by Byron Davis's exceptional individual prowess. Therefore, if the Lakers can devise a strategy to contain Davis, it would effectively restrain the Warriors as a whole. However, the pressing issue is that the Lakers do not seem to have a suitable candidate at the point guard position. Had there been one, I believe the Zen Master would have deployed him during this timeout. Lu Yusheng sat on the chair, breathless and wiping away sweat. Although he had not played for long today, an inexplicable fatigue enveloped him, a weariness that stemmed from the depths of his being. From the moment the game against the Suns commenced, he sensed that he was encountering an insurmountable challenge for the first time. While Nash and the Suns displayed a masterful tactical performance, it remained a cerebral contest that Lu Yusheng could manage. However, in the face of Byron Davis, whose physical prowess was unparalleled, he found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. His once proud defense, bolstered by Gary Payton's signature sidestep steal, seemed sufficient against players like Azubike and Barbosa. Yet now, confronted with a top-tier penetrator like Davis, it was evidently inadequate. Gary Payton's sidestep steal was designed for situations when the opponent turned their back, but Davis had no need to employ such tactics against Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anxiety, as he struggled to devise a satisfactory strategy. The Zen Master did not impart tactical advice. Instead, he continued to utter vague statements that hovered between motivational platitudes and philosophical musings. Lu Yusheng believed that the Zen master would replace him, considering he had been clearly overpowered by Baron Davis on the court. However, to his surprise, after the timeout, the Zen master did not substitute him, but instead remarked, "Lu Davis's individual defense is indeed formidable, yet it is limited to one-on-one situations." Lu Yusheng was taken aback. What does this mean? This old man always speaks so indirectly. Can he be a bit more straightforward? Even at this moment, he is still being cryptic. The game continues. The Lakers are on the offensive. After Lu Yusheng advanced the ball past half-court, he chose not to pass it to Luke Walton this time, as the Warriors intensified their defensive pressure. The triangle offense was entirely constrained, rendering it unnecessary to persist with this strategy for the moment. However, this does not imply a complete abandonment of the triangle offense. After all, this is the moment when the Warriors are gaining momentum, and their defense is so vigorous that they certainly cannot sustain such intensity throughout the entire game. Lu Yusheng gestured for Walton to come up and set a screen for him. After the previous game as practice, the two had developed a considerable synergy regarding this tactic. Following the screen, Walton swiftly moved down. Although the Warriors' defense was spirited, it was evidently less disciplined than that of the Suns. In the fleeting moment when Richardson hesitated to double-team Lu Yusheng, Lu executed a brilliant bounce pass that threaded through him, delivering the ball accurately to Luke Walton. With a deceptive feint, Walton misled the Warriors' help defense and passed it to Bynum beneath the basket. A powerful dunk ensued, rekindling some morale for the Lakers. "What a splendid pass!" exclaimed commentator Christopher, expressing hope that it would elevate spirits and halt the Lakers' current decline. However, before he could finish his thought, as the Warriors launched their offense, Davis once again broke through Lu Yusheng, creating yet another scoring opportunity for his teammates. Lu Yusheng exerted every effort to defend, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Davis seemed to possess an uncanny ability to deceive Lu Yusheng's balance with his feints, thus eluding him. When the Lakers launched their offensive, Lu Yusheng continued to seek his teammates for pick-and-roll opportunities. After the screen, the Warriors opted for a double team, but Lu Yusheng unexpectedly delivered an astonishing bounce pass, successfully finding his teammate who was cutting to the basket. The Lakers continued to score despite being outnumbered. "Damn it, Richardson, you shouldn't have come to double team. We could have simply switched," Baron Davis exclaimed in frustration towards Richardson. In the subsequent play, when Lu Yusheng executed the pick-and-roll once more, Richardson chose to switch. Yet Lu Yusheng still managed to seize the opportunity to pass in an instant. Davis, growing increasingly disheartened, recognized that although his individual defensive prowess was formidable, it was exceedingly difficult to prevent Lu Yusheng from receiving the ball during the Lakers' triangle offense. However, after Lu Yusheng adjusted his tactics, Davis found himself utterly unable to contain the synergy between Lu Yusheng and his teammates in executing the pick-and-roll, whether through switching or double-teaming. Lu Yusheng effortlessly utilized his extraordinary passing skills to find his teammates. Lu Yusheng gradually regained some confidence. He comprehended the words of the Zen master. Indeed, Davis's individual defense was formidable, yet his awareness during pick-and-roll situations fell short when compared to Nash. "You have your own strategies, and I possess my unique methods." Subsequently, both teams exchanged blows over several possessions, with the score oscillating in a fiercely competitive manner. Chapter 72. Nelson's ferocity. The Lakers and the Warriors, under the leadership of their respective point guards, engaged in a back-and-forth offensive battle. Commentator Christopher remarked that it appeared Lu had discovered a means to counter Richardson by simply focusing on his own performance. "Your offensive prowess is undeniable, and while I may struggle to contain you, it matters not. I shall utilize my exceptional organizational and passing skills to lead my teammates in scoring, thus preventing you from widening the gap." The exchanges during these possessions were indeed thrilling. Allen Houston added that it could be said that Davis and Lu epitomized two distinct styles of point guards currently in the NBA. One, a highly offensive player who drives his teammates through his scoring, creating opportunities. The other, the cerebral leader, who employs court vision and exquisite passing to elevate his teammates. A truly splendid display. Houston, given the tight scoreline, who do you believe will gain the upper hand first? Allen Houston pondered for a moment before replying, "I think it will be the Lakers." "Why?" Christopher inquired. "Quite simply, it's a matter of endurance," Houston explained. Currently, the Warriors' strategy, relying heavily on Davis, places immense physical demands on him, as he must continuously initiate attacks to create opportunities for his teammates. However, we are still not yet at halftime. He did not rest at all in the first quarter and has only had a brief respite in the second. Whether he can sustain this level of intensity in the second half remains uncertain. On the other hand, Lu is facilitating scoring for his teammates through pick and rolls with much greater ease. Thus, I believe Davis's stamina could indeed be the decisive factor in the Warriors' offensive struggles. However, Allen Houston's prediction did not come to fruition by halftime. Despite Byron Davis having nearly played the entirety of both quarters, he appeared surprisingly unfatigued, his offensive sharpness unabated. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the score stood at 56-50, with the Warriors leading by 6 points. Yet, Davis was evidently dissatisfied with this score. He had fully committed to the game, determined to teach that rookie and the Navi media a lesson. Even his typically lackluster defense was elevated to playoff-level intensity. To find himself leading by only 6 points after such a strenuous effort was simply unacceptable. In the locker room, he erupted in fury. "Richardson, how many times have I told you not to double-team that rookie after the pick and roll? Is your hearing blocked by a sanitary napkin?" Richardson felt quite aggrieved, as he had been adhering strictly to Davis's directives on defense. He could not help but mutter softly, "After you instructed me, I ceased double-teaming him and switched assignments. Yet in the penultimate possession, you still chastised me for not doubling him. And you, Pietrus, wiping sweat from his brow, nearly dropped his towel. What about my role? Why do you stand there like a statue, never proactively assisting on defense or setting screens?" Pietrus replied, "Excuse me, did I not attempt to set screens for you? When I came to screen, you insisted I clear out for your isolation play. Now you criticize me for not screening?" Of course, he kept this to himself, as he was keenly aware of his standing within the team. "And you," Davis shouted, pointing at Andris Biedrins. After the pick, all of Walton's drives into the paint are mere decoys, designed to trick you into helping, only to pass to Bynum inside. Each time he fakes, you fly at him without hesitation, as if programmed. After being fooled so many times, do you not retain any memory of this? Andris Biedrins, the towering Latvian center, slightly furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Generally, Russians are known for their temper, and Biedrins was no exception. In the next moment, he abruptly stood up. "Hey, buddy. I'm merely discussing tactics with you. There's no need to stand to listen." Davis realized he had inadvertently provoked the wrong person. Biedrins then sat back down. Head coach Nelson, who had been observing from the sidelines as Davis reprimanded the players, finally rose and approached the center of the gathering. "Hey, everyone, listen up. You've performed admirably in today's game, especially on defense. I dare say, during last season's playoffs, I could hardly get this level of intensity from you." Nelson paused before continuing, "I can see that you all desire to win this match, particularly you, Davis." Davis turned to regard Nelson. "However, to achieve victory, we must address 2 issues from the first half and the second half." Nelson stated emphatically, "First, we must execute our fast breaks. That is our greatest advantage, which necessitates greater emphasis on help defense in the latter half. Secondly, we must effectively counter the opponent's pick-and-roll strategy. I must admit, the Lakers rookie is quite adept at the pick-and-roll, demonstrating excellent passing vision and skill. Though Byron Davis was reluctant to acknowledge it, he had to concede this point. Now, let us review the tactics." Nielsen began to sketch on the tactical board, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The essence of defending against the Lakers' pick-and-roll lies in exploiting the weaknesses of the ball handler, specifically targeting the vulnerabilities of the Lakers' new rookie. Inside the Lakers' locker room, the Zen Master did not elaborate extensively on tactics. Rather, it was primarily the Lakers' defensive coach, Santos, who addressed various issues concerning the help defense against the Golden State Warriors. Lu Yusheng discovered that the Zen Master seldom devised tactics during halftime, unless the strategies employed in the first half had utterly failed. Just before the start of the second half, the Zen Master suddenly turned to Lu Yusheng and asked, "Lu, do you know where the key to winning this match lies?" "It's in defending against Davis," Lu Yusheng replied. "That is but one aspect," the Zen Master responded. "The true key lies within your mindset." Mindset? Lu Yusheng felt somewhat perplexed. Clearly, the issue lay in his inability to contain Davis's individual prowess, so how is this related to his mindset? If my conjecture is correct, in the second half, Nelson will implement certain adjustments aimed at you, and at that point, you will undoubtedly find it quite challenging. Therefore, cultivating a resilient mindset is crucial for securing victory in this match. Lu Yusheng nodded slightly, removed his training attire, and stepped onto the court. He pondered to himself, "Is this strategy aimed at me? It's merely a double team, nothing to fear." In the previous match, hadn't the Suns initially employed the same tactic against him? Yet he had deftly countered it with his remarkable passing ability. Could it be that the Warriors' double team was more formidable than that of the Suns? At this moment, Lu Yusheng remains utterly unaware of the formidable prowess of coach Don Nelson. The whistle blows. The third quarter of the match commences. The Lakers take possession. Chapter 73. A strategy crafted specifically for Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng observed that after the second half commenced, Byron Davis did not return to the court, having been replaced by Azabuk. Lu Yusheng felt no trepidation towards Azabuk, for he had already gained the upper hand against him in the first half. Azabuk, having suffered a setback at the hands of Lu Yusheng previously, was now determined to reclaim his pride. Consequently, in the initial exchanges, Azabuk intentionally sought out Lu Yusheng for confrontation. However, Lu Yusheng had already discerned his tactics. Having failed to gain an advantage earlier, Azabuk remained outmatched. After several attempts to breach Lu Yusheng's defenses and failing to execute successful shots, he managed to draw a foul, earning 2 free throws. Meanwhile, the Lakers began to implement their triangle offense. With Davis absent, the Warriors' defense grew somewhat lax. Their defensive intensity had already been tested in the first half, exceeding their usual thresholds. Now, without their leader on the floor, they instinctively reverted to their customary level of play. As the Lakers engaged in their triangle offense, their offensive flow became seamless, leaving the Warriors unable to withstand the onslaught. In a matter of plays, the Lakers not only closed the gap but also took a 1-point lead. Faced with this predicament, the Warriors had no choice but to call a timeout. During the timeout, the Zen Master substituted Lu Yusheng with Smush Parker. Commentator Christopher remarked, "Houston, I've noticed a concern. Although Smush Parker remains the Lakers' starting point guard and his playing time seems comparable to Lu Yusheng's, it is evident that the Zen Master's regard for him has diminished in comparison to Lu Yusheng. I believe he is conserving Lu Yusheng's energy for critical moments in the game. Do you think this will affect Parker's mentality?" Allen Houston chuckled, "Certainly. It will have an impact. After all, players are human, and it is often difficult to accept being supplanted by a rookie. However, the NBA is the pinnacle of basketball competition. In the realm of competition, survival of the fittest prevails. Those who perform well will naturally earn more playing time. There is nothing amiss about that. Furthermore, I've heard that the Lakers' broadcasting contract is nearing its expiration, and Warner is dissatisfied with their performance over the past 2 years. The new broadcasting agreement may impose higher expectations for their regular season record, which places immense pressure on the management and coaching staff. Under such circumstances, they may prioritize results over player sentiments, leading to a straightforward selection process based on performance." Christopher replied with a smile, "I concur with your perspective. If Smush Parker wishes to reclaim his former standing, he must prove his worth. Now, facing Azabuk presents him with the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities." Regrettably, in the face of Azabuk, Smush Parker failed to demonstrate his prowess by widening the score gap. During the ensuing moments of the match, he and Azabuk exchanged errors in a tit-for-tat manner, each misstep promptly reciprocated without any sense of obligation. Consequently, the score remained tightly contested through an alternate means. This was a scenario the Warriors welcomed, for as long as the score remained close, Byron Davis could enjoy ample rest. The response from Zen Master and the coaching staff regarding Smush Parker's performance was singular, a collective shaking of heads, an array of disapproval. Naturally, this segment of the game was devoid of any notable excitement. Both teams' second units played a conventional game, and the atmosphere within the Oracle Arena gradually became subdued. Halfway through the third quarter, an official timeout was called, bringing the score to a deadlock at 73. Following the timeout, the Warriors were the first to reintroduce their starting lineup. Upon Byron Davis's entrance onto the court, Zen Master immediately substituted in Lu Yusheng. The moment these two players took the floor, the previously subdued crowd erupted into an enthusiastic cheer. Commentator Christopher couldn't help but chuckle, finding it quite extraordinary that a rookie could garner such an atmosphere in an away game. The last rookie to experience such treatment surely had to be LeBron, he mused. Allen Houston laughed, countering, "No, I'd wager LeBron's first away game didn't afford him the same reception as Lu Yusheng's. Of course, this is largely thanks to the bearded Davis, who has been competing fiercely with Lu since the outset, single-handedly elevating Lu Yusheng's stature in the Oracle Arena." Christopher chimed in, "Regardless of the reason, I genuinely relish such a contest, with both key players exchanging blows and countering each other's moves. It's simply captivating." "Oh no, Chris. If Kobe were to hear you, he wouldn't take kindly to that." "He is, after all, the Lakers' main figure," Allen interjected. "Hey, don't misconstrue my words. I'm merely referring to this match," Christopher clarified with a grin. "The Lakers' marquee player is undoubtedly that fellow, but in the context of this game, Lu is unquestionably the core figure for the Lakers. Indeed, Houston, the score remains closely contested. Can you predict who, between Lu and Davis, will ultimately lead their team to victory? Christopher inquired. That's hard to say, Alan Houston replied. As I mentioned earlier, neither team's starting lineup has yet to unravel the other's primary strategies. The Lakers pick and roll with Lu Yusheng versus the Warriors' individual prowess with Davis. Now it all hinges on who can first decipher the opponent's tactics to gain the upper hand. And now, back to the game. The Lakers are on the attack. As Lu Yusheng advanced past the half-court line, Davis approached to defend him, without needing Lu to voice it. Walton had already taken the initiative to set a screen for him. Based on the Warriors' previous defensive habits, Lu anticipated that they would not double-team him. Thus, he adjusted his dribbling, scrutinized the defense, and readied himself to pass at any moment. However, he suddenly realized that the Warriors had altered their defensive strategy regarding screens this time. They either switched defenders or double-teamed, but on this occasion, after Walton set the screen, they neither switched nor double-teamed. Instead, they employed a strategy where Baron Davis squeezed through in pursuit of Lu from in front of Walton. This defensive tactic had its advantages. Walton could not immediately roll to the basket because Richardson, who was defending him, stayed glued to his position. Yet, the downside was that before Davis could maneuver past Walton, Lu Yusheng could seize a fleeting moment of space. This gap, though brief, provided Lu with two options: to drive towards the basket or to take a jump shot. However, if he chose to drive, he would face a looming challenge, as a towering Warriors interior player was positioned ahead, while Davis was rapidly closing in from behind, risking being caught in a vice-like trap. In this ephemeral window of opportunity, taking a jump shot emerged as the most judicious course of action. Lu Yusheng hesitated momentarily before resorting to a jump shot. Baron Davis, sprinting from the side, leapt to disrupt Lu Yusheng's attempt. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Nelson observed Lu Yusheng's hesitation before the shot, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was the defensive strategy meticulously crafted for Lu Yusheng. Such a tactic, when faced with a player like Kobe, would almost guarantee points. However, he astutely recognized the rookie's technical shortcomings. His shooting was inconsistent. Thus, granting him a fleeting window of opportunity was inconsequential. If he lacked confidence in his shot, hesitation would ensue. The more one hesitates, the less assured one becomes, leading to a diminishing success rate. Indeed, Lu Yusheng's moment of doubt, compounded by Davis's interference, resulted in a noticeably short shot. Rebound, he shouted, charging towards the paint. As anticipated, the shot fell short, merely grazing the front edge of the rim, resulting in a clang. Andris Biedrins seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Baron Davis. The Warriors launched a fast break. Chapter 74. Thank you for the reminder. The Warriors' strategic adjustment to counter the Lakers' pick-and-roll tactics yielded immediate results. Not only did they successfully thwart the Lakers' current offensive play, but they also executed their own fast break. The Lakers prepared for the inbound. Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line, with Walton advancing to set a screen for him. The Warriors maintained their previous defensive strategy, with Baron Davis pushing through to disrupt Lu Yusheng. He was granted a fleeting moment of space. However, having recently missed a shot, Lu Yusheng opted against taking another and instead attempted to drive towards the basket. The interior defenders of the Warriors rigorously adhered to the defensive plan devised by Nelson, ensuring their positions remained intact while several long arms reached out to obstruct Lu Yusheng, rendering him unable to maneuver the ball. Just as Lu Yusheng had anticipated, he found himself ensnared within the Warriors' encirclement. Lu Yusheng hurriedly scanned the surroundings for his teammates, yet the other members of the Warriors remained steadfast in their positions, leaving no ally unguarded. Seizing the moment of hesitation from Lu Yusheng, Baron Davis swiftly intercepted the ball. The Warriors' fast break commenced anew. Lu Yusheng relentlessly pursued the defense, yet he remained unable to thwart the Warriors' ferocious fast break. Leading the charge was the slam dunk champion Richardson, who concluded this swift assault with a breathtaking aerial fold dunk. The fans at the Oracle Arena were instantly ignited with fervor. The roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, once more engulfing the venue. Baron Davis spread his arms wide, fervently stirring the emotions of the home crowd. As the ball was being served, Lu Yusheng noticed Luke Walton speaking to him, but the cacophony from the audience rendered his words inaudible. He leaned in closer and finally caught Walton's instruction. Lu, if you have the space, shoot decisively. Why dribble inside? Annihilate them with your shooting. You must have confidence in your shot, understand? With Lu Yusheng's basketball acumen, he certainly grasped this principle. Yet, principles are merely principles, after all. The next play unfolds. Lu Yusheng refrained from dribbling further this time. Instead, he made a decisive shot. Yet, the outcome was still a miss. The Oracle Arena erupted in jeers directed at Lu Yusheng. Commentator Christopher remarked that it appeared Warriors head coach Don Nelson had devised a specific defensive strategy to counter the Lakers' pick-and-roll tactics during halftime. And this strategy seemed remarkably effective, as the Lakers had failed in their recent offensive attempts. Allen Houston concurred, stating, "Indeed. I have always maintained that Nelson is an exceptional coach. His insight into the dynamics of the game is astute, and this defensive strategy is nothing short of ingenious. Seemingly tailored for Lu's shooting inconsistencies. Nelson has astutely identified Lu's vulnerability in shooting." Christopher chuckled. "It seems that after this game, Lu will need to attend your training camp." Allen Houston replied with a laugh, "Of course, that's merely in jest. There are no shortcuts to improving one's shooting. It requires diligent effort. However, I am concerned that if this situation continues, Lu may become increasingly disheartened and hesitant to take shots. Should he lose his confidence in shooting, it could leave a lasting impact." On the court, Lu Yusheng's face clearly reflected his frustration. Brian Shaw inquired of the Zen Master, "Should we consider substituting Lu? He appears to be struggling." The Zen Master hesitated before responding, "No, let him find his own rhythm." Lu Yusheng felt a surge of impatience. His inability to score would lead to the downfall of the Lakers' strategy. The Zen Master refrained from calling a timeout, intending for him to adjust on the court. However, mastering the art of shooting requires dedication off the court, and one cannot instantly hone their skills in the midst of a game. In truth, while Lu Yusheng's shooting had never been exceptional, it could be deemed adequate. The crux of the issue lay in the fleeting window of opportunity provided by the Warriors, which demanded a swift release, far too brief for Lu Yusheng's accustomed shooting rhythm. Yet, the most significant barrier remained the inner demons. Indeed, when one struggles to perform a task, these demons begin to ensnare the mind, instilling a subconscious fear of confrontation that ultimately leads to an even greater decline in performance. Lu Yusheng vaguely recalls that it was Kobe who once proclaimed that even if he missed his first 20 shots, he would resolutely attempt the 21st. This statement resonates with inspiration and embodies the essence of Kobe, yet the reality is that adhering to such a philosophy would undoubtedly lead to defeat in a game. Moreover, it is highly improbable that Kobe would consecutively miss 20 shots. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, gazing into the arrogant eyes of Baron Davis. Amidst the thunderous boos from the Warriors' home crowd, he momentarily felt disoriented, as if time had come to a standstill. Ding! At that instant, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the system had also recognized his current predicament and promptly bestowed upon him the skill of shooting. Ideally, it would be the signature moves of those legendary sharpshooters. The sound of this announcement, arriving at such a moment, was exceedingly comforting. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a brand new signature skill of a basketball star. Would you like to open it now? Yes. Immediately. At once. Open it. Lu Yusheng eagerly opened the brand new skill package bestowed by the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the signature skill of Tony Parker, the floater shot. Lu Yusheng, please. My friend, what I urgently require now is shooting, not a layup. The pick and roll occurs near the arc of the three-point line. In that position, you expect me to execute a small layup? A layup for a three-pointer? Acquiring such a skill now would hardly quench my thirst. He began to doubt whether his system, based on previous performances, was merely a repackaged version of something others had already utilized, perhaps even a second-rate adaptation. Am I losing my edge? Lu, pass the ball. Luke Walton shouted at Lu Yusheng, pulling him back into the fray of the game. After several failed attempts at the pick-and-roll strategy, Walton resolved to abandon it entirely, opting instead for a triangular offense. Thus, upon crossing half-court, he immediately positioned himself to receive the ball. Lu Yusheng had no choice but to pass the ball. At that moment, the Warriors were surging with momentum, their defensive intensity reaching its zenith, making it exceedingly difficult for the triangle offense to operate effectively. After several attempts to circulate the ball, the Lakers' strategy ultimately faltered, culminating in Walton's ill-fated turnaround jumper that clanged off the rim. The Warriors launched yet another rapid counterattack, culminating in a slam dunk that seemed poised to shatter the rim, igniting the fervor of the crowd to an unprecedented level. In stark contrast, the Lakers' morale plummeted to its nadir, with expressions of despair etched across the faces of his teammates. Hey, rookie, after this game, make sure to inform the media that your skills are utterly insufficient to be compared to mine. Do you understand? Byron Davis approached, tauntingly addressing Lu Yusheng, adding, And let me tell you, Not only do you lack shooting ability, but your drives are also devoid of any lethal impact. As Lu Yusheng was about to retort, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He devised a method to unravel the Warriors' tactics. Excited, he grasped Byron Davis's hand, exclaiming his gratitude for the reminder. Byron Davis, taken aback, exclaimed, "Get your hand off me." Chapter 75. Military Orders. The Lakers had gone several possessions without scoring, while the Warriors capitalized on this opportunity to unleash their fast-paced offense. The score appeared to widen. A whistle blew. Timeout. Originally intending to allow Lu Yusheng to adjust on the court, the coach, Zen Master, could no longer restrain himself and called a timeout. He noticed the players' morale was exceedingly low. Without an adjustment, the game could slip away. In the past, the Zen Master would have remained composed, unfazed by a mere regular season game. However, the circumstances had changed. With performance expectations now in place, he could not afford to be so lenient. During the timeout, the Zen Master offered words of encouragement, urging the team to enhance their defensive intensity. Smush Parker approached, requesting, "Coach, might I be allowed to restrict Byron Davis?" All eyes turned to the Zen Master. He calmly responded, "No substitutions for now." Parker, flustered, questioned, "Why?" "He has been dominating me on the court. Why not let me give it a try? At least I can shoot." A heavy silence fell over the room. It was evident that the other teammates were beginning to doubt Lu Yusheng's recent performance. The Zen Master replied, "Smash, hear me out. Their tactics vary by player. If I put you in, they will alter their defensive approach. No matter their strategy, my performance will surely surpass his. At least others would hesitate to leave me open for a shot." Parker countered, "Phil, I truly fail to understand the nature of your relationship with him. Has he saved your life? Why are you so lenient with him?" Before the Zen Master could respond, Lu Yusheng stood up. "Come on, Smash. Do you not recall how you were overwhelmed by the beard in the first quarter? Have you forgotten so quickly? Regardless of my performance, we were only down by 8 points at the end of the first quarter, and now, with the third quarter yet to conclude, we find ourselves trailing by 11. Smush Parker turned to the Zen Master. "Phil, I remember the last time I questioned your decision to keep me off the court. You told everyone that the team's goal was victory, and our playing time should serve that purpose. Yet now, with the team trailing significantly while he is on the court, and given the current trajectory, we may fall even further behind. Why do you not substitute him? I implore you for a satisfactory explanation." Lu Yusheng remarked, "Very well. Do not put the coach in a difficult position. If you solely focus on the current score, I can provide you with an answer right now." From this moment onward, Lu Yusheng glanced at the timer, noting that only 4 minutes remained in the third quarter. "If we fail to close the gap by the end of this period, the decision regarding my playing time will rest in your hands. All right? It's a deal?" "Certainly." "Nonsense." Assistant coach Brian Shaw exclaimed angrily, "What are you two talking about? Your playing time is determined by the coach, not by your whims." "Smash, sit back down." Smush Parker shrugged, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. He certainly did not believe that Lu Yusheng could bridge the score in just 4 minutes, even with his limited basketball acumen. Smash could clearly see that as long as the Warriors exploited Lu Yusheng's glaring shooting weakness, the Lakers' strategy would falter. Moreover, the momentum was entirely with the Golden State Warriors. At such a moment, with his teammates lacking confidence, closing the gap would be exceedingly challenging. The timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Commentator Christopher noted that Lu Yusheng remained on the floor, stating, "I assumed the Zen Master called this timeout to substitute Lu out, at least to recalibrate his mindset. But to my surprise, that was not the case." Indeed, Allen Houston added, "I also thought this timeout was for a substitution. Sometimes, when athletes struggle, they can become entrenched in their difficulties, which only exacerbates their performance. Thus, a moment of respite is often necessary." During the timeout, I noticed on the broadcast that there seemed to be a disagreement between Smush Parker and the Zen Master on the Lakers bench, though the cause is unclear, Christopher remarked. Allen Houston chuckled. "While I did not catch their conversation, I believe we can surmise that Smush felt the Zen Master should have substituted Lu Yusheng at this juncture. Although he himself cannot contain Baron Davis, at least he could have had another chance to try." Christopher laughed. "If that is indeed the case, then Lu faces even greater pressure. The Zen Master's trust in him means that if he cannot guide the team out of this predicament, he would be somewhat betraying that faith. Indeed, I hope he does not succumb to excessive pressure and is able to adjust his mindset." "Houston, do you have any advice for him in the upcoming moments? How can he extricate himself from this shooting dilemma?" Christopher inquired. "I fear there may not be a satisfactory solution. If the Lakers persist with the pick-and-roll strategy, Lu's shooting issues will remain unresolved, rendering that tactic futile. I observed that they attempted to shift to a triangle offense, but that too was unsuccessful, Allen Houston replied with a chuckle. Frankly, Chris, I have no solid advice to offer Lu at this moment. I can only hope he can conjure a miracle on his own. Back to the game. The Lakers are on the offense. Lu Yusheng dribbled past the half-court, his emotions in turmoil. This time, he had come bearing the weight of a solemn oath. Although Brian Shaw had stated that the player's playing time was determined by the coach, if he failed to lead his team back into contention, the credibility he had just established among his teammates would evaporate into thin air. This would pose a significant challenge for him in commanding his teammates to execute strategies in the future. Therefore, in these crucial 4 minutes, he must guide his team to equalize the score. As he crossed the half-court line, Luke Walton had already positioned himself, arms outstretched, signaling for the ball. Lu Yusheng beckoned him to come over and set a screen for him. Walton was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "No, no, no, Lu. It's not feasible. Trust me, Luke." Lu Yusheng shouted back. With no other option, Walton reluctantly stepped up to set the screen for Lu Yusheng. The Warriors maintained their previous strategy, squeezing past the players setting the screen. Before Lu Yusheng stood yet another opportunity to shoot. Byron Davis believed that Lu Yusheng would certainly attempt a shot. For as he dribbled inward, he would find himself ensnared within their defensive perimeter. Davis was poised to leap and disrupt the attempt. However, to his astonishment, Lu Yusheng did not take the shot this time. Instead, he ventured deeper into the paint. "Damn," Brian Shaw exclaimed from the sidelines, frustrated that after a previous error, Lu Yusheng would choose to drive inside again. At that moment, the Warriors' interior players maintained their earlier strategy, ensuring their assignments remained intact while extending their long arms to challenge Lu Yusheng. Had he chosen to shoot, they would have unhesitatingly leaped to block him. Yet, what they did not anticipate was Lu Yusheng's sudden elevation. He was preparing to shoot. Warriors center Andris Bidry swiftly moved to contest Lu Yusheng's shot. But unexpectedly, Lu Yusheng did not gather the ball. Rather, he utilized the momentum of his ascent for a one-handed floater. Onlookers, including the Zen master, could not help but exhibit a change in expression. The basketball traced a lofty arc through the air, surpassing the fingertips of Andris Bidry, soaring toward the hoop. Chapter 76, Closing the Gap. In the preceding exchange, Lu Yusheng had lost confidence in his shooting, leading him to attempt a drive that resulted in a turnover at Davis's hands. No one had anticipated that he would dare to charge in again this time. Was he not merely advancing into the Warriors' encirclement? To their utter surprise, he suddenly executed a high floater, a maneuver he had never attempted before. All eyes were riveted on Lu Yusheng's shot. The basketball soared over the leaping block of Andris Bidry and descended toward the rim. Alas, the ball struck the front of the rim, bounced several times, and ultimately fell away. So close. After all, this technique had only just been bestowed upon Lu Yusheng by the system, requiring further practice to master and enhance. However, Lu Yusheng did not feel disheartened, for he had uncovered the Achilles heel of the Warriors' defensive strategy. Commentator Christopher lamented, "Lu's floater was quite commendable, though regrettably, it fell just short." Allen Houston remarked, "It is evident that Lu is devising ways to counter the Warriors' targeted defense, yet this one-handed floater is no simple feat. I believe he should reconsider." "Why? Is this move particularly difficult?" "It doesn't seem overly complicated," Christopher inquired. "Do not underestimate this maneuver. Although it appears similar to a standard shot, the execution is exceedingly challenging," Houston replied. "Really? Why is that?" Christopher asked, perplexed. "Firstly, the context in which it is employed significantly determines its level of difficulty. This technique is employed only in a specific context, penetrating the paint while confronting an opponent's interior defense that remains steadfast." Allen Houston patiently elucidated that when facing towering defenders, evading their blocks necessitates two essential factors: a sufficiently swift release and a high arc. Moreover, the shot must be taken abruptly during the dribble, executing a sudden strike, which mandates a one-handed shooting technique. When these complexities converge, one comprehends that this delicate floater transcends the difficulty of a conventional shot entirely. Christopher nodded in realization, understanding that indeed, it is not as simple as it may seem. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that only a select few point guards in the league possess this skill. It demands not only mastery of rhythm and timing, but also an extraordinarily high level of proficiency. To my recollection, only Tony Parker, Steve Nash, and Chris Paul regularly utilize this maneuver as a fundamental aspect of their game. In this context, Lu can effectively counter the Warriors' current defensive strategy against him. However, Given his inconsistency in shooting, he is compelled to drive inside. Once he penetrates, the Warriors' strategy is to maintain their defensive assignments while striving to disrupt Lu Yusheng's ability to either break through or pass. Thus, the floater emerges as the most exquisite countermeasure aside from shooting. Regrettably, as I mentioned, this technique demands a level of finesse that I do not believe Lu can master in a short span, leaving the Lakers in a precarious situation. Rebounding. Richardson of the Warriors seizes the ball. The ball is passed to Baron Davis, and the entire Warriors team breaks into a fast break. "Get back," Lu Yusheng shouted to his teammates while closely trailing Davis. The bearded player dribbled swiftly, keenly observing his teammates on the fast break, ever ready to deliver a pass. Upon observing that the Warriors' fast break players significantly outnumbered those returning from the Lakers, Lu Yusheng realized that the only viable strategy to thwart the Warriors' swift offensive maneuver was to anticipate to whom the bearded player would pass the ball and intercept that pass. Lu Yusheng followed closely behind Baron Davis while keenly observing the movements of the other Warriors players. In this moment, he imagined himself as the bearded player, contemplating to whom he would pass the ball under such circumstances. Two Warriors players surged ahead, Richardson and Barnes. Richardson sprinted down the center, heading straight for the basket with remarkable speed. Passing to him would undoubtedly be the most advantageous choice. However, it was evident that the Lakers' defense was also fixated on Richardson. If the pass could be executed, it would likely result in an immediate score, yet the risk was considerable. A misstep could lead to a turnover, leaving them at a numerical disadvantage. Thus, Lu Yusheng was convinced that the bearded player would not opt to pass to Richardson. The second option was Barnes, positioned on the left flank, who was also advancing forward. The only concern was that Vujasic was closely trailing behind him. In order to pass to Barnes, consideration of Vujasic's presence was essential. Were Lu Yusheng in the bearded player's shoes, he would feign a pass to Richardson, prompting Vujasic to instinctively react towards that direction, thereby creating an opening for the pass. Indeed, the bearded player, while dribbling, executed a motion as though he were about to pass to Richardson. Vujasic and Walton instinctively accelerated towards Richardson's direction. Lu Yusheng was indeed correct. The bearded man promptly gathered the ball, intending to pass it to Barnes. As Lu Yusheng seized the opportune moment, he acted swiftly. The instant the ball was passed by the bearded player, he abruptly reached out, intercepting it mid-air. To his dismay, Davis had not anticipated that his seemingly concealed pass would be so easily discerned by Lu Yusheng, prompting an exclamation of frustration. The Lakers launched a counterattack. The Golden State Warriors responded quickly, and Lu Yusheng, unable to find an immediate scoring opportunity, was compelled to engage in a half-court battle. Once again, he called upon Walton to set a screen for him. Walton, somewhat reluctant, was aware that following the Warriors' tactical adjustments, he had already missed several shots, including the recent layup. However, the voice of the Zen master suddenly echoed from the sidelines. "Luke, go up and set the screen for him." Bewildered, Walton complied and approached to set another screen for Lu Yusheng. This time, as the Warriors afforded Lu Yusheng another opportunity to shoot, he continued to dribble inward. Once more, he executed a sudden, deceptive floater. This time, the defender attempting to block was a Donal Foyle, who boasted a quicker leap and a greater wingspan. Yet, Lu Yusheng's floater skillfully eluded his attempt to block. Nevertheless, it appeared that this shot fell a tad short. Lu Yusheng hurried towards the basket, eager to seize the rebound. Unexpectedly, the basketball danced on the rim for a few moments before finally sinking in. After enduring a prolonged drought in scoring, the Lakers had finally managed to score. Although these 2 points were but a drop in the bucket given the Lakers' current predicament, for Lu Yusheng, this basket was of paramount importance. It signified the failure of the Warriors' coach's defensive strategy specifically designed to counter him, allowing the Lakers to once again employ their pick-and-roll tactics. Turning back to the Warriors' offense, Lu Yusheng found himself in a one-on-one matchup against the formidable Davis. With an array of intricate dribbles, Davis shifted Lu Yusheng's center of gravity, poised to make his move at any moment. Yet, this time, Lu Yusheng managed to keep pace with Davis's rhythm, refusing to be shaken off. Lu Yusheng observed that the bearded player appeared to be somewhat fatigued. Indeed, throughout this match, he had scarcely taken a moment to rest, exhibiting an exuberance akin to that induced by a stimulant since the very beginning, exerting himself tirelessly on both offense and defense. Such a relentless style of play inevitably led to exhaustion at this juncture. Davis also sensed that his stamina was waning, hindering his ability to execute rapid breakthroughs. Faced with an impenetrable defense from Lu Yusheng, he was compelled to opt for a pass. However, The proactive offensive capabilities of his teammates were limited. When Barnes received the ball, time was running out. Attempting to drive, he found himself closely guarded by Walton, resulting in a stalled dribble that necessitated a return pass to Davis. With barely any time left upon receiving the ball, Davis was forced to take a hasty shot, only to miss entirely. Lu Yusheng retorted to Davis's earlier mockery, asserting that even a defender like O'Neal could not produce such outrageous shots. "Shut your beak," he exclaimed, instantly inciting Davis's ire. As the Lakers commenced their offensive play, Lu Yusheng, following a pick-and-roll, continued to drive toward the basket. The Warriors' interior defense, rattled by his previous two floaters, reacted instinctively as Lu Yusheng initiated another shooting motion. In unison, two Warriors players leaped to block his shot. However, this time, Lu Yusheng refrained from shooting. Instead, with a somewhat awkward prayer-like gesture, he pulled the ball back and swiftly maneuvered inside for a bank shot. He scored once more. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Formation Change. Lu Yusheng executed a feint with a jump shot that deceived two Warriors' interior defenders, effortlessly scoring. Commentator Christopher exclaimed, "Splendid. That was truly magnificent." Observing the Lakers closing in, the Warriors promptly called for a timeout. Allen Houston remarked, "Indeed, while Lu's recent feint was somewhat rigid, it successfully outwitted the Warriors' big men. I believe the two interior players were a tad reckless. After all, Lu has only made one jump shot, a highly challenging one at that. I do not think he possesses the maturity to consistently master such a shot at this moment." So, do you think the Warriors' interior players should continue with their previous defensive strategy, focusing on disruption rather than attempting to block Lu's jump shot? "Precisely," Houston replied. "Their long arms are already sufficient to interfere with Lu. Even if they do not succeed in disrupting him, Lu's jump shot cannot be flawless every time. He struggles with basic shooting as well. They have been overly ambitious." The bearded Davis shared a similar sentiment, shouting at Adonald Foyle, who had just been faked out by Lu, that kid just made one jump shot. Why would you recklessly attempt to block him? You're even more foolish than a piece of wood. Stick to the defensive strategy Nelson devised for us. Do not attempt to block his jump shot. He won't make a second one. Nelson added, "Yes, just interference is sufficient. Adhere to our initial strategy. That shot was merely a stroke of luck, understood?" He then turned to Baron Davis, saying, "Davis, take a breather. No, this is a critical moment in the game. I cannot sit out." Davis firmly refused. Nelson sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. The Warriors launched their offense, but Lu Yusheng tenaciously defended against Davis's fierce drive, remaining steadfastly in front of him. "Houston, have you noticed that Lu's defense seems to have suddenly improved?" exclaimed commentator Christopher, pleasantly surprised. "Oh no, Christopher. You must understand that it is not Lu's defense that has strengthened. Rather, Davis is fatigued. Look at his footwork. It is clearly sluggish. His dribbling rhythm has also noticeably slowed, lacking the sharp directional changes he previously exhibited. All of this indicates that he is tired. I believe Nelson should substitute him for a rest, considering the fourth quarter is still ahead." Indeed, as you mentioned, the Warriors' offense is entirely initiated by Davis. Without his stamina, their offense will inevitably stagnate, Christopher concurred. As they had observed, the Warriors' subsequent offensive play failed to execute their tactics, culminating in a forced shot that clanged off the rim. Returning to the Lakers' offensive possession, as Lu Yusheng crossed half-court, Walton approached to set a screen. However, Lu signaled for him to return to his position. Walton was taken aback. Was this a setup for a triangle offense? In this round, Lu Yusheng opted for a triangle offense precisely because he discerned a decline in the Warriors' stamina. Their defense was evidently not as tenacious as before. Moreover, even if a tactic proves effective, it is unwise to rely on it incessantly. Adjustments must be made to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. Indeed, this time, the triangle offense bore fruit. Walton, with the ball, feigned an attack, while his teammates executed a flurry of screens and movements, swiftly creating an open shot for Vujacic. A mid-range shot. It went in. The once resounding atmosphere of the Oracle Arena gradually fell into silence. Lu Yusheng glanced at the scoreboard. The gap had narrowed to just 5 points. "Let us go, brothers. Let us hold them off for one more," he shouted, rallying his teammates with fervor. As the score began to close in, the rest of the Lakers finally exhaled. Their spirits were gradually rekindled. In the subsequent play, although they failed to defend against the Warriors, allowing them to score 2 points, the Warriors' strategy remained unfulfilled. In the final second, it was only through a fortunate buzzer beater by Davis that they managed to add to their tally. As the Lakers prepared for their offensive turn, Lu Yusheng, also known as Wharton, initiated a pick-and-roll strategy. As Lu advanced into the paint, the Warriors' interior defense adhered strictly to the coach's directives, focusing solely on disruption without recklessly attempting to contest the shot. Lu Yusheng faced a remarkable layup. The rebound, Davis shouted. Indeed, the ball struck the back rim. The Warriors and Lakers battled fiercely in the paint for this rebound, the sounds of muscle clashing echoing throughout the arena. Yet, after bouncing a few times, the ball finally found its way in. The interior players of the Warriors appeared somewhat disheartened. Davis encouraged them, asserting that it was merely a stroke of luck and that they should maintain their defensive stance. However, shortly after Davis's words, during the next offensive possession for the Lakers, Lu Yusheng once again, from nearly the same position, executed another flawless layup. The Warriors were compelled to call a timeout once more. Commentator Christopher remarked, "Houston, while I trust your expertise and your authority in the realm of shooting, Lu has indeed succeeded once again with this highly challenging layup. What is your perspective on this?" Allen Houston chuckled. "Oh dear, Chris, I truly do not know how to respond to your inquiry, as even I find myself questioning my own expertise at this moment." Christopher joined in laughter. "I certainly did not anticipate that Lu, this rookie, would seamlessly convert several of these after my lengthy analysis on the difficulty of the skill. I am at a loss for words. Perhaps he has secretly practiced this move before, or maybe he possesses an innate talent for it. That is the only explanation I can offer. Now it is your turn to provide suggestions for the Warriors, for the situation has completely reversed." With the Warriors evidently ensnared in an offensive quagmire, Christopher stated, "Coach Nelson must allow Davis to rest," Allen Houston pointedly remarked. "Otherwise, if this continues, sending a fatigued Davis into the fourth quarter will spell disaster for their chances in this game." Regrettably, upon returning from the timeout, Byron Davis stubbornly remained on the court, opting not to take a break. "This is troubling," Allen Houston commented, "though I am unsure if this is Nelson's decision or Davis's own choice. It is undoubtedly an ill-advised one, and the Warriors may pay dearly for it." Unfortunately, Allen Houston's words proved prophetic, as in the remaining minutes of the third quarter, Davis grew increasingly weary, resulting in a complete stagnation of the Warriors' offense and a significant decline in their defense. As their defensive prowess waned, the Lakers' pick-and-roll and triangle offense flourished with unbridled freedom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yusheng led the Lakers to a remarkable turnaround in the score at the conclusion of the third quarter. During the intermission, he felt confident that the game was secure. For tactically, the Warriors were utterly incapable of restraining the Lakers, while their own offense had become ensnared in a quagmire. However, he did not anticipate that Nelson would prove to be so formidable. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lu Yusheng was astonished to discover that the Warriors had suddenly altered their lineup. This shift was exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 78. On equal footing. The Golden State Warriors roster changes left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Don Nelson deployed a lineup featuring center Adonal Foyle, power forward Al Harrington, and small forward Matt Barnes. While there were no significant adjustments in the frontcourt, the backcourt underwent a startling transformation. In the shooting guard position, Monta Ellis was unexpectedly introduced. Having played only the first half, he had not re-entered the game for reasons unknown, leading everyone to speculate about his condition. Yet, he was suddenly called back to the court. Meanwhile, the point guard position was inexplicably filled by Stephen Jackson. This revelation left Lu Yusheng and the Lakers astounded, as Jackson, standing at 6 feet 8 inches, typically played the small forward position and had never been seen in the role of point guard. Lu Yusheng pondered the thought. Could it be that Nelson intended for Jackson to utilize his height and wingspan to restrict him? Yet, this seemed improbable. While Jackson possessed sufficient height and reach, the speed and lateral movement required for a small forward to keep pace with a point guard were challenging to achieve. Even LeBron, during offensive plays, could assume the role of a guard, but defensively, he would not be tasked with guarding the opposing point guard. Moreover, the notion of Stephen Jackson, a small forward, penetrating Lu Yusheng's defense to create opportunities for his teammates or orchestrate the offense seemed unrealistic. He had never been seen playing as a point guard. This tactical adjustment aimed at curtailing Lu Yusheng and the Lakers' offensive prowess was perplexing not only to Lu but also to the commentators. Christopher, bewildered, consulted Allen Houston, inquiring if Houston believed Nelson's decision to position Jackson as a point guard was intended to limit Lu Yusheng's adeptness in pick-and-roll scenarios. However, after much contemplation, he could not fathom how Jackson could effectively restrict Lu, who, although not as swift as Davis, was undeniably a point guard. Allen Houston contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, asserting, "No, I don't think that's the case. It is unrealistic to employ a small forward to contain an opposing point guard. Perhaps the intention was for Monta Ellis to assume the point guard role. Indeed, Nelson's strategy was confirmed by Allan Houston's insight. As the game commenced, it became evident that Monta Ellis was playing as the point guard, while Stephen Jackson took on the role of shooting guard. Lu Yusheng finally seemed to comprehend Nelson's intentions. Although Monta Ellis has predominantly played as a shooting guard, his remarkable agility and explosive speed, coupled with his exceptional ball handling skills, make him perfectly suited to assume the point guard position. Most importantly, Monta Ellis possesses formidable offensive capabilities, and utilizing him in the point guard role to create opportunities for his teammates aligns seamlessly with the Warriors' tactical approach. At this moment, Lu Yusheng finally comprehended that Nelson had kept Monta Ellis off the court for the second half not due to injury or discomfort, but purely as a strategic maneuver. Tasking Lu Yusheng with defending against Monta Ellis proved to be a formidable challenge. Much like Davis, Ellis was an exceptionally swift guard with remarkable driving ability. Given Lu Yusheng's current skill level, defending against such players was quite taxing. Moreover, Ellis had rested for an entire quarter, thus his stamina was fully replenished. As anticipated, when the fourth quarter commenced, the Warriors' first defensive play saw Monta Ellis exploit his speed to break through Lu Yusheng's defense, and in the face of the Lakers' help defense, he executed a precise mid-range jumper. This tactical adjustment was indeed brilliant, remarked Christopher. It appeared that Coach Nelson had foreseen the Warriors' offensive struggles in the third quarter due to Davis's fatigue, prompting him to allow Ellis a full quarter of rest. Indeed, Coach Nelson must have contemplated this strategy. While I too had predicted the Warriors' difficulties in the third quarter, I did not envision such a countermeasure. This adjustment was exquisitely clever, not only alleviating Byron Davis's fatigue, allowing him to rest until the critical moments, but also sustaining the Warriors' offensive momentum. Truly impressive. Thus, I have always believed that Coach Don Nelson is a remarkably talented coach. His lack of success thus far is merely due to misfortune, stated Allan Houston. From this perspective, it seems the Warriors have rekindled their hopes, suggesting that both teams would soon find themselves back on equal footing. Once Byron Davis has secured ample rest and re-enters the game, the time for their true showdown would commence. Returning to the court, during the Warriors' next offensive possession, Monta Ellis advanced the ball past half-court. This time, Lu Yusheng defended with utmost effort. Although Monta Ellis did not break through Lu Yusheng, he was not fixated on penetration. Instead, he passed the ball and swiftly moved toward the three-point line. With a mere glance, Monta Ellis signaled to Stephen Jackson, who immediately understood and vacated the low post, indicating an intent to isolate for a low post play. Lu Yusheng swiftly responded. The Warrior lofted the ball to Monta Ellis from the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Ellis executed a triple threat stance, yet Lu Yusheng was unfazed by his feint. With little time remaining on the shot clock, Ellis began to dribble while simultaneously pivoting, positioning himself to back down Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng attempted to push him away, yet he refrained from exerting too much force, for if he did, Ellis might effortlessly evade him with a swift pivot. Monta Ellis, employing a series of feints, ultimately deceived Lu Yusheng with a deceptive front pivot, causing his center of gravity to shift slightly to the left. Sensing this, Ellis promptly executed a rear pivot and launched a backward jump shot. Lu Yusheng slightly lost his position and quickly leapt to attempt to block. However, Ellis still managed to release the ball, scoring effortlessly. In the third quarter, the Warriors were overtaken by the Lakers, and the atmosphere in the Oracle Arena plummeted. As the fourth quarter commenced, Monta Ellis scored consecutively, including two impressive plays against Lu Yusheng, which gradually rekindled the enthusiasm of the Warriors fans. Cheers once again reverberated throughout the Oracle Arena. This is yet another advantage of Monta Ellis playing the point guard position. He can utilize shooting guard techniques to challenge Lu, the point guard, making it exceedingly difficult for Lu to defend, especially since he has consistently been tasked with guarding the opposing team's point guard. Allan Houston remarked. Observing Lu Yusheng struggling to defend against Monta Ellis, Vujasic approached and inquired, Lu, would you like to switch defenders? Lu Yusheng shook his head. Come on. Asking him to defend against a heavy small forward like Stephen Jackson would only make things more arduous. It's all right, we shall retaliate. As Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line, he initiated his familiar pick-and-roll strategy. The Warriors chose to squeeze through, and Lu Yusheng advanced with the ball, preparing to conclude with a jump shot. However, he was taken aback by Monta Ellis, whose agility surpassed even the nimble maneuvering of Davis. Swiftly positioning himself to Lu Yusheng's left side, This sudden movement made it difficult for Lu Yusheng to execute his shot, as Ellis could easily disrupt his attempt. Observing this, Allen Houston exclaimed in dismay. Monta Ellis was tightly guarding Lu, leaving him with limited options. He urgently needed to pass the ball or risk a turnover. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Yusheng did not pass. Instead, he executed a surprising technical maneuver. In Chapter 79, The Decisive Moment, Allen Houston was taken aback as Lu Yusheng, with no space for a jump shot, suddenly pivoted, turning his back to Monta Ellis. Christopher exclaimed in surprise, "Is Lu planning to post up against Ellis?" Indeed. Given the circumstances, Lu Yusheng had only one option, to back down in the low post. Although Odom was somewhat surprised as well. He yielded the low post to Lu Yusheng. Despite having practiced this move recently, Lu had yet to master it fully. After all, low post play requires diligent practice. Even the great man sought guidance from the dream, Hakeem Olajuwon, let alone this rookie. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng felt confident to take on Monta Ellis, as their height and weight were comparable, but he believed he held a slight advantage in strength. As Lu Yusheng dribbled backward, he endeavored to perceive Ellis's center of gravity, employing the techniques expounded by Kobe. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly unable to sense his opponent's balance. After all, Monta Ellis had mastered this maneuver. Fully aware of its nuances, he refrained from exerting his full strength, knowing that such an approach would leave him vulnerable to a swift pivot from his adversary. Yet, without applying maximum force, Lu Yusheng, possessing greater strength, pressed forward against Ellis, edging into the lane. Observing this, the other players of the Warriors commenced their attempts to disrupt and provide assistance on defense. "No need. I've got him covered," Monta Ellis declared with confidence. His assurance stemmed from the widely recognized fact that Lu Yusheng's most significant weakness lay in his erratic shooting. This individual struggled with even standard shots, let alone the more challenging fadeaway jumpers. Therefore, Ellis was convinced he could hold his ground alone, believing that even if he failed to contest, Lu Yusheng would likely miss. As Lu Yusheng sensed he had penetrated into his scoring territory, he executed a sudden pivot. Monta Ellis, convinced it was a feint, did not leap. To his surprise, Lu Yusheng, having completed his turn, launched a right-handed floater. The ball swished through the net. Monta Ellis was left dumbfounded, wondering what had just transpired. Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that, under the present circumstances, even a standard jump shot was difficult to execute, let alone a fadeaway jumper, which was even more precarious. Thus, upon entering the area suitable for a shot, he executed a swift turn followed by a delicate toss. This maneuver elicited laughter from Allen Houston, who remarked that while others performed a turning jump shot, Lu's approach was a turning toss, a truly unexpected display of skill. Christopher chimed in with a smile. Noting how clever Lu was in his gameplay, even in such subtle details, he adeptly found ways to capitalize on his strengths while minimizing his weaknesses, a delightful surprise indeed. This, perhaps, epitomizes the basketball intelligence of Asian players, Houston remarked. He recalled that Yao Ming initially employed a similar style, displaying remarkable intellect. When confronted with a heavyweight center like Shaquille O'Neal, he would opt to shoot from the perimeter, avoiding direct confrontation, yet when matched against smaller centers, he would assertively use his physique to dominate them. Indeed, Christopher laughed, but I believe Lu still lacks certain qualities that Yao possessed. Oh, what might those be? One seldom observes Yao engaging in a tit-for-tat with his opponents. If an adversary scores against him, he does not feel compelled to retaliate immediately. His focus seems consistently on how to secure victory, which I greatly admire. That is certainly a commendable trait of Yao's, Houston conceded. But Christopher, you must acknowledge that if a player is too composed, the game may lose much of its allure. For instance, the most captivating aspect of our current match revolves around the clash of the stars. If they engage in rivalry, the spectacle becomes even more thrilling. I eagerly anticipate the encounters between Kobe and Tracy McGrady each year, and their games garner high viewership precisely because they cannot help but compete against each other, adding tension to the match. Not at all, Christopher countered. I disagree, for Kobe does not merely compete with McGrady. He competes with everyone, even with himself. Houston laughed heartily. Indeed, that is precisely why we adore that guy. However, we seem to have digressed. Houston continued. Let us return to the matter at hand. The score remains tightly contested. And with the fourth quarter now halfway through, who do you predict will emerge victorious? It is quite difficult to predict, Houston replied. I initially thought the Warriors might falter, but Nelson's strategic adjustments at the beginning of the fourth quarter have revitalized their offense. Thus, with Byron Davis set to return to the court after a sufficient rest, it is truly uncertain who will prevail. No, we must support a single team, Christopher jested. In that case, I shall place my faith in the Warriors, Houston declared. And what is your reasoning? The reasoning is quite simple, Allen Houston remarked. The bearded Davis has enjoyed ample rest, and once rejuvenated, his ability to penetrate is insurmountable for both the Lakers and Lu. Thus, I believe the Warriors possess a slight edge. In the subsequent match, the scores between the Lakers and the Warriors remained tightly contested. Seizing a moment of foul play, the Zen Master substituted Lu Yusheng, granting him a brief respite. Following Lu's exit, Smush Parker struggled to adequately defend against Monta Ellis. Ellis excelled in fulfilling his role and during his time on the court. The Warriors maintained a close score, allowing Baron Davis some invaluable recovery time. Midway through the fourth quarter, during an official timeout, the Warriors brought Baron Davis back onto the court, while Nelson chose not to rest Monta Ellis, keeping him in the game. The significance of this moment was not lost on Lu Yusheng. Without hesitation, the Zen Master summoned him back into the game. The decisive moment had arrived. Commentator Christopher excitedly proclaimed, "Thus far, the intensity of this match has far exceeded our pre-game expectations, both in terms of player performances and tactical maneuvers. Now, both teams have once again fielded their starting lineups, and it appears the crucial 4 minutes that will determine the outcome of the game are upon us. Let us await the unfolding drama." The game resumed. The Warriors initiated their offense. Baron Davis took on the role of point guard, while Monta Ellis returned to his familiar shooting guard position. Faced with Lu Yusheng's defense, Baron Davis began to dribble. After enjoying a substantial half-quarter of rest, Davis returned to the court noticeably revitalized, his dribbling rhythm and change of direction significantly more pronounced. However, to his surprise, he found himself unable to breach Lu Yusheng's defenses as effortlessly as before. This was not due to an enhancement in Lu's defensive skills, but rather because, during the timeout, the Zen Master had devised a defensive strategy specifically for Davis. As Lu Yusheng defended against Davis, his teammates Luke Walton and Vujasic were poised to execute fake assists to disrupt Davis, causing the bearded one to hesitate in his attempts to penetrate. Observing this, Allen Houston immediately exclaimed, "Brilliant, brilliant. Who would have thought the Zen Master would alter his strategy?" Just as Nelson had tailored a defensive tactic against Lu Yusheng, the Zen Master has crafted a defensive plan to counter Baron Davis's unyielding incursions. It seems this approach is effective, as Davis appears somewhat at a loss, uncertain of where to break through. Christopher inquired, but why did the Zen Master not implement such a formidable defensive strategy sooner, only now revealing it? It is quite simple. This tactic is rather unfriendly to the players defending on both sides. They must not only maintain control over their respective opponents, but also continuously disrupt Davis, which demands considerable physical exertion as they sprint back and forth. Had it been deployed earlier, Walton and Vujasic would have lacked the stamina to sustain this effort. Moreover, using it prematurely would grant the opposing team time to adapt. Clearly, the Zen Master, with his seasoned acumen, had already devised a defensive strategy tailored for Davis, opting to withhold it until the game reached a critical juncture. Indeed, confronted with the sudden, targeted defense from the Lakers, Davis struggled to find a path for breakthrough and was left with no choice but to pass the ball to Monta Ellis. Upon receiving the pass, Ellis found himself closely guarded by Vujasic and could only execute a pick-and-roll with Steven Jackson. However, time was running short, and he was compelled to take the shot himself. Alas, it clanged off the rim. Now it was the Lakers' turn to mount an offense. Chapter 80. Internal Conflicts. When the decisive moment arrived, the Zen Master swiftly activated the specialized defensive strategy aimed at Davis. This tactic proved immediately effective, successfully thwarting the Warriors' initial wave of offense. Subsequently, it was time for the Lakers to embark on their offensive possession. As Lu Yusheng advanced past the halfway line, preparing to execute a pick-and-roll, he immediately sensed a shift in the Warriors' defense. The player tasked with guarding him was no longer the formidable Davis, but rather Monta Ellis. It appeared that not only had the Zen Master prepared for this critical moment, but Nelson had also devised a targeted defensive strategy during this interval. Allen Houston exclaimed in surprise that when the Lakers aimed for the pick-and-roll, the defender against Lu Yusheng was indeed Monta Ellis. In previous defensive plays, Ellis had demonstrated a significantly quicker maneuver than Davis, enabling him to disrupt Lu Yusheng's rhythm post-pick, thwarting his attempts to shoot smoothly. Christopher remarked that this match showcased not only the remarkable performances of the players on both sides, but also the captivating tactical duel between the coaches. Indeed, after Lu Yusheng and Luke Walton executed their pick-and-roll, Monta Ellis swiftly maneuvered past Walton, closely tailing Lu Yusheng and preventing him from taking an immediate shot. Lu Yusheng adhered to his previous strategy, opting to face Monta Ellis in this challenging situation. However, this time, the Warriors were prepared, as Lu attempted to take on Ellis. Davis and Steven Jackson managed to maintain their defensive assignments while persistently disturbing Lu, preventing him from focusing on his offensive play. "Oh no," Allan Houston remarked. This defensive strategy mirrors the Zen Master's philosophy almost perfectly. Exquisite. This tactic proved effective. Under the relentless pressure from two defenders, Lu struggled to advance as he had before, ultimately forced to pass the ball to Walton. With time running short on the shot clock, Walton could only set a screen for Vujasic, allowing him to take a shot. Once again, it clanged off the rim. Both teams faced each other's tactical defenses in their initial encounters, striking at each other's vulnerabilities, resulting in failed strategies. It is inconceivable that two offensively potent teams would find themselves relying on defense in the decisive moments. Christopher chuckled. "Chris, I presume you are familiar with the saying, 'Defense wins championships,'" Allan Houston stated. "Regardless of how dazzling or formidable a team's offense may be. When both sides have thoroughly analyzed each other's strategies, tactical plays will inevitably falter, making defense the critical factor in determining the outcome." Clearly, both the Zen Master and Nelson, these two great coaches, grasped this principle. However, there is an exceptional circumstance, Allan Houston added. "What circumstance?" "It hinges on who possesses the superstar," Allan remarked. "When both teams have deciphered each other's tactics and implemented targeted defenses, the value of a superstar becomes evident, as they possess the indiscriminate ability to score. When strategies collapse, they become the best tactic themselves. Indeed, this is why the playoffs serve as the stage for superstars, as both teams engage in extensive targeted defenses, ultimately relying on superstars to resolve the competition." Christopher noted, "At this moment, I imagine the Lakers are yearning for that man, who specialized in this role." Exactly. In such circumstances, if Kobe were present, the Lakers would have a greater chance of victory. Therefore, it comes down to who can first break the offensive deadlock. On the court, the battle between the Lakers and the Warriors remained intense, with neither side seemingly able to unravel the other's strategy and break the stalemate. Odom took a shot. Biedrins leaped to interfere. It clanked off the rim. Lu Yusheng anticipated the trajectory of the ball, seizing this invaluable offensive rebound. Lu Yusheng once again orchestrates the offense with his dribbling skills. As Lu Yusheng dribbled, he contemplated ways to breach the Warriors' formidable defense. Luke Walton approached to set a screen for Lu, yet Lu was acutely aware that this tactic had been entirely neutralized by the Warriors, rendering its continuation futile. Observing the Lakers preparing to initiate the pick and roll, Monta Ellis and Davis swiftly switched their defensive assignments, with Monta deftly maneuvering to closely trail Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng found himself with no room to maneuver, halting near the free throw line. The tactical plan had faltered. At this moment, he was left to face Monta Ellis with sheer determination, yet the harassment from Davis and Richardson's support defense rendered him unable to play with confidence. As he hesitated with the ball in hand, he suddenly noticed Odom making a cut towards the paint. A swift bounce pass. The ball landed precisely in Odom's grasp. Facing the Warriors' center's defensive pressure, Odom executed a clever up-and-under move, scoring with finesse. This unexpected basket, born from a failed tactic, ignited a bold idea in Lu Yusheng's mind. Though audacious, he believed there might be a glimmer of breakthrough amidst this adversity. However, he knew that Walton would likely disapprove. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yusheng's sole focus was on victory. He yearned to win this game and momentarily cast aside all concerns. Meanwhile, the Warriors, relying on Monta Ellis's drive, finally created an open shooting opportunity for Richardson, breaking their scoring drought. The action returned to the Lakers' offense. Lu Yusheng suddenly called for a timeout on the court. After returning to the sidelines, Brian Shaw inquired, "Lu, are you feeling unwell? What prompted you to call this timeout?" Lu Yusheng expressed his desire to reassess their tactics. Brian Shaw looked perplexed and asked, "Reassess the tactics?" "Yes," Lu Yusheng replied. "Phil, during our next offensive play, could we attempt to implement a triangle offense? The triangle offense is currently unfeasible. They have completely neutralized us. How can we execute it?" Brian Shaw responded, "No, I have a new perspective that will undoubtedly yield results," Lu Yusheng asserted confidently. The Zen Master looked at Lu Yusheng and inquired, "What is your plan?" "My idea is as follows. Initially, we will feign a pick-and-roll strategy. After the pick, when Monta Ellis comes to switch on to me, I will receive the ball in the low post, taking on the role of the tactical pivot in place of Luke Walton, and then we will commence the triangle offense," Lu Yusheng explained. Upon hearing this, Luke Walton was evidently displeased. Do you simply think my facilitation is inadequate? Why complicate matters? Historically, Walton had always served as the tactical pivot for the triangle offense, and Lu Yusheng's sudden suggestion inevitably left Walton feeling exposed. Lu Yu was eager to explain, but Luke Walton would not allow him to speak. It matters not. You are now the focal point of our tactics. Whatever you say shall prevail. If you instruct Phil to substitute me, what right do I have to protest? With that, Luke Walton furiously threw down his towel and took a seat on the bench. Chapter 81. The Master's Plan. Lu Yusheng had anticipated that Luke Walton might react in such a manner. In truth, he possessed a profound understanding of Walton's sentiments. However, at this moment, there existed but a singular opportunity to potentially lead the team to victory in this match. He was unwilling to let it slip away. Lu Yusheng approached Luke Walton, endeavoring to elucidate his intentions. Luke, I must convey to you that this tactic of mine is merely a temporary strategy aimed at countering the Warriors, intended for just a few minutes of play and not for long-term application. Hey, Luke, Lu, come over here. Before Lu Yusheng could finish his words, the Zen master summoned them directly. Although Luke Walton was somewhat reluctant, he rose and approached. This was not the time for stubbornness. The Zen master spoke plainly. Luke, we find ourselves in a predicament on the court, struggling offensively. I believe we should heed Lu's suggestions, as they may offer us valuable assistance. Luke Walton remained silent. Lu, please continue with the tactical insights you were sharing previously. Lu Yusheng continued. I must clarify that this tactic is solely aimed at countering the Warriors' current defense and will only be employed for a few minutes. However, Zen Master abruptly interrupted him, insisting, just convey your strategy. Very well, he replied. Lu Yusheng remarked that while Luke's support was commendable, the Warriors possessed an effective counter-defense. Richardson, being notably tall and robust, would hinder Luke's passing vision, effectively stifling the triangle offense. However, in the current scenario, were I to position myself at the center and offer support against Monta Ellis, he would be utterly incapable of restraining or disrupting my play. Thus, I could deliver the ball at will, yielding favorable results, akin to the pass I just executed to Odom. Due to Walton's influence, silence fell upon the group. Lu Yusheng was eager to elaborate on the advantages of this strategy. But alas, the time for discussion had elapsed. Without convincing his teammates and coach, it seemed that execution was beyond reach. To his surprise, Zen Master decisively declared, yes, let us proceed as suggested. Luke Walton, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat irate, yet he said nothing and took to the court. The game continued. Brian Shaw observed Walton on the court and remarked to Zen Master, Phil, do you not think your recent decision was a tad inappropriate? After all, Luke is an experienced player. Asking him to yield his tactical position to a rookie is quite unfair. Zen Master replied, Shaw, I fully comprehend your concerns. Yet you heard Lu's thought process just now, did you not? We must secure this victory. However, Shaw questioned, do you truly believe Lu's strategy is viable? Zen Master smiled slightly. Shaw, allow me to clarify. During our last match against the Suns, when Marion completely neutralized Walton, I had already considered letting Lu take a shot at it. It is not that Walton's playmaking ability is inferior to Lu's. Rather, it is merely a matter of the defensive intensity they face. A player like Marion is a nightmare for the triangle offense, while Lu's defender, Nash, cannot contain him, allowing Lu to seamlessly assume Walton's tactical role. Yet, I did not anticipate Lu would suddenly implement a pick-and-roll strategy on the court. After a brief pause, Zen Master continued. As for Lu, while I cannot predict the trajectory of his playing career, I am certain he would excel as a coach. His tactical insight is remarkable. In situations like the one we just witnessed, his instinct to adopt a tactical pivot for the triangle offense is truly rare. Brian Shaw, taken aback, inquired. So you had this plan all along? It seems that Lu's tactical position will gradually supplant that of Luke Walton, correct? Zen Master confirmed, indeed. Walton's role in the triangle offense will eventually be replaced, but that individual will not be Lu. He elaborated, though Walton possesses commendable passing skills, his physicality at the small forward position is a liability. Many can limit him, which hampers our tactical execution. Lu faces similar challenges. He can compete against players like Monta Ellis, yet he too lacks the physical edge at the point guard position. Stronger, taller guards can similarly restrict him. Shaw then asked, who do you ultimately plan to designate as this tactical pivot? Zen Master adjusted his glasses and replied, currently, we lack such a player on our team. The individual I initially envisioned was Yao Ming. He would be the ideal choice. Yet who could have foreseen that he would forsake the larger contract we offered in favor of re-signing with the Rockets? I find this decision perplexing, good heavens. He holds no tactical position there, and with their current style of play, Yao cannot truly showcase his capabilities. However, since he has made his choice, there is little we can do. Nevertheless, Kubitschek and I have recently been deliberating on a feasible trade. Perhaps we shall soon acquire the tactical pivot we desire. Brian Shaw inquired, "Who is it?" The Zen master replied with a mysterious smile, "Guess." Brian Shaw responded. Back on the court, Luke Walton wore a scowl so foul that even the referee dared not approach him. Lu Yusheng observed the situation keenly, yet he had no intention of voicing his thoughts at that moment. His sole focus was on securing victory in the match. Any lingering grievances with Walton could be addressed after the competition concluded. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled the ball, initiating the offensive strategy. Although Walton was reluctant, he adhered strictly to the tactical plan as they took to the court, promptly positioning himself to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. Observing this, Monty Ellis hurriedly switched defensive assignments with Davis, moving to closely guard Lu Yusheng. This time, Walton's screen failed to impede Monty Ellis at all, allowing him to seamlessly follow Lu Yusheng to the low post near the free throw line. Commentator Christopher exclaimed that it seemed the Lakers players were experiencing a significant decline in stamina. Walton's screen was virtually ineffective, failing to obstruct anyone, rendering the play unworkable. Allen Houston remarked on the peculiar nature of the timeout, expressing his expectation that the Zen master would devise a different tactic. However, it appeared that the Lakers' offense had not evolved. Furthermore, the quality of the screen was indeed rather lacking, raising concerns about the difficulty of executing the play. Yet, hold on. That's not right. This screen might not be of poor quality. Rather, it could very well be a feigned screen. Lu Yusheng, with his back to the basket, orchestrates the play while his teammates engage in a series of alternating screens, creating opportunities for movement around him. It is a classic triangular offense. Davis and Richardson persist in their strategy, relentlessly attempting to disrupt Lu Yusheng. Should Lu Yusheng choose to post up against Ellis, their interference would undoubtedly pose challenges for him. However, if Lu Yusheng merely serves as a facilitator, their attempts to disrupt him would be futile, as their frequent departures from their assigned defenders could inadvertently create openings. Indeed, an opportunity arises for Luke Walton. As Richardson endeavors to harass Lu Yusheng, Walton suddenly darts in the opposite direction, swiftly creating space between himself and Richardson. Upon witnessing this, Richardson hastens to pursue, but Odom provides a timely screen, granting Walton an unencumbered position beyond the three-point arc snap. Lu Yusheng's ball was delivered in an instant. Without hesitation, Walton raised his hands and shot. The three-pointer found its mark. "I understand now," exclaimed Allen Houston. It became clear that the Zen master's strategy was that the pick and roll was merely a superficial guise. The true intention remained the triangle offense, albeit with a shift in the facilitator from Walton to Lu Yusheng. Given that Lu Yusheng faced considerably less defensive pressure, the triangle offense could once again flourish. Such a maneuver was indeed brilliant. It is no wonder he is known as the Zen master. Chapter 82, The Inner Demon. Following this basket, the Los Angeles Lakers completely shattered the stalemate on the court. They dismantled the Warriors' meticulously crafted defensive scheme. Next, when Lu Yusheng initiated the pick and roll, Monta Ellis found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to switch with the bearded player. If he did not switch, Lu Yusheng would execute the pick and roll strategy. If he did switch, it would seamlessly lead into the triangle offense. The Warriors were caught in a dilemma, unable to defend effectively. On the tactical front, the Lakers had established an undeniable advantage, while the Warriors struggled to decipher the targeted defense designed by the Zen master. In a matter of moments, the game tilted dramatically in favor of the Lakers, who swiftly built a 7-point lead. Davis, frustrated, vocally reprimanded his teammates, prompting the Warriors to call for yet another timeout. Commentator Christopher remarked, "With less than 3 minutes remaining and the Lakers leading by 7, it appears that this game is firmly in the Lakers' grasp." "Houston, what do you think?" Allen Houston responded, "I share your sentiment." In the decisive moments of the fourth quarter, as both teams employ targeted defenses, I previously stated that the team capable of breaking through the opponent's defensive scheme would seize the initiative. The Lakers have accomplished this first, while the Warriors have yet to find a way to escape the Lakers' defense. Walton and Vujacic continuously disrupt Davis, preventing him from penetrating Lu Yusheng, thus hindering his ability to create space for his teammates. If Nelson cannot devise a solution during this timeout, the Warriors may find themselves in dire straits. During the timeout, Lu Yusheng pondered what countermeasures the Warriors might employ next. Vujacic approached and remarked, "Hey, Lu, those passes you made earlier were excellent. Keep it up. We need more of those. Lu Yusheng gestured for him to refrain from further speech, concerned that Wharton, standing nearby, might overhear and be troubled by the conversation. Vijayasai, fully cognizant of this, responded with a smile, reassuringly, "It's all right, Lu, do not fret. I completely understand your sentiments. Your genuine desire is to assist us in securing victory in this match. As for that fellow Luke, there is no need for concern. He is not one to lack understanding. He is simply momentarily lost in thought." Lu Yusheng nodded. "Your primary task now is to deliver several more splendid passes like the ones earlier, allowing me to enhance my statistics. You are aware that it is only because that fellow Kobe is absent for these 2 games that I have the opportunity to play for such an extended time. Therefore, I need you to provide me with more excellent passes. Rest assured about Luke. After the game concludes, I will approach him for a discussion." "Thank you." Lu Yusheng patted Vujasic. In the previous match against the Suns, Lu Yusheng could not tolerate Rondo's unsportsmanlike conduct and stood up for Vujasic, although a brawl did not ensue. Among so many teammates, Vujasic is the one he trusts the most, sharing a deep bond with him. Sometimes, the camaraderie between men is remarkably uncomplicated. The timeout has concluded. The game resumes. The Warriors launch an offensive. After Byron Davis dribbles past half-court, Monta Ellis steps up to set a screen for him. Clearly, this signifies a strategic shift for the Warriors. Both the bearded Davis and Monta Ellis can play the point guard position, possessing formidable offensive and passing capabilities. Consequently, after their pick and roll, the Lakers are hesitant to double-team either player, thus granting them greater space to maneuver the ball. Lu Yusheng was able to promptly grasp the significance of this tactic because he had employed a similar approach during the Summer League. When the strategy faltered, he and Famar executed a pick and roll. The thought process was remarkably similar. Indeed, following the pick and roll, the Lakers were reluctant to launch a hasty double team and were compelled to switch their defensive assignments. Lu Yusheng took on the task of guarding Monta Ellis, while Vujasic was assigned to defend against Baron Davis. With the ball in Davis's possession, Ellis and Richardson spread out towards the corners, forcing Lu Yusheng and Walton to follow suit. Consequently, the defenders on both sides found themselves unable to disrupt the beard, thereby creating an opportunity for Davis to engage Vujasic in a one-on-one confrontation. Lu Yusheng secretly admired Nelson. The old man was indeed filled with wisdom. While Vujasic had no disadvantage in defending the shorter Monta Ellis, placing him against the formidable Byron Davis would likely yield similar results as those achieved by Lu Yusheng. Given that Vujasic's physical attributes closely resembled those of Lu Yusheng at present, as anticipated, once the disruption ceased, Davis effortlessly maneuvered past Vujasic with merely 2 swift changes of direction. Odom in the paint had no choice but to step in for support, and without hesitation, Davis delivered a precise pass. The Warriors scored. "It seems your prediction was spot on, Houston." This timeout was orchestrated by Coach Nelson to resolve offensive strategy issues, and he executed it remarkably well. When Davis is able to isolate and score, the Warriors' offense is revitalized, Christopher remarked. "Indeed. I have always asserted that Nelson is no mediocre coach. He possesses genuine skill. However, it must be noted that he is still 2 moves slower than Zen Master Jackson. Had he implemented this strategy during the previous timeout, the Lakers might not have maintained their lead. This illustrates the gap between him and Jackson. As the game progressed, both teams reignited their offensive prowess. Davis, wielding his unparalleled ability to dominate one-on-one, continuously created opportunities for his teammates. Meanwhile, Lu Yusheng employed pick-and-roll tactics and transitioned to triangle offense, tirelessly seeking chances for his allies. The targeted defenses that once limited offensive flow became ineffective, resulting in a fluctuating scoreline. Given this scenario, the Lakers retained a scoring advantage, which should ensure their stability as the game approached its climax. However, a turning point emerged with Lu Yusheng. During one offensive sequence, as the ball found its way into Lu Yusheng's hands, a promising open shot suddenly presented itself before him. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that he had no choice but to shoot. His teammates were ensnared by defenders, leaving no opportunity for a pass, and time was insufficient to orchestrate another offensive strategy. He had to take the shot. Yet, as he leapt to release the mid-range jumper, he felt the insidious grip of self-doubt. The shot itself was marred by a stiffness in his movements. Rebound. Immediately after the release, Lu Yusheng shouted and sprinted towards the basket. Unfortunately, the rebound fell into the hands of Barnes from the Warriors. With a swift motion, Barnes launched the ball to the already sprinting Davis. A thunderous dunk. With that, they swiftly closed the gap, scoring 4 points in the blink of an eye. Lu Yusheng glanced at the time. Only 42 seconds remained in the match, and the score stood at a precarious tie of 96. Both teams had but a single offensive opportunity left. A wave of frustration washed over him, had it not been for his missed shot. Resulting in a counterattack from the opponent, the Lakers would have undoubtedly secured victory. Now, with both sides back at square one, the outcome had become shrouded in uncertainty. Should they falter tonight, the blame would undoubtedly rest upon his shoulders. As the Lakers initiated their offensive once more, Lu Yusheng's emotions were evidently unsettled by his previous shot, and a sense of urgency gripped him. He dribbled the ball, his mind incessantly replaying that vexing moment of failure during the pick-and-roll. In his eagerness to shake off Monta Ellis's relentless defense, he subconsciously pushed him away. The whistle blew. The referee signaled a foul against Lu Yusheng. It was over. Despair engulfed him. The Warriors were now awarded free throws. Chapter 83, The Decisive Moment. Monta Ellis approached the free throw line. The first shot found its mark. 97-96. The Golden State Warriors surged ahead in the score. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the Oracle Arena, akin to a roaring tsunami. Lu Yusheng stood near the center court, overwhelmed by the tumultuous cheers that surged like ocean waves. He lowered his head in despair, feeling an immense guilt that left him momentarily lost. Oh no. This foul could prove to be the pivotal turning point in this match. Monta Ellis, as a shooting guard, boasted a free throw percentage of 71 from the previous season, which, though not particularly high, harbored a more alarming statistic. In the fourth quarter, his free throw accuracy soared to 94. This indicated that as the game reached its critical moments, his proficiency at the line became increasingly formidable. Commentator Christopher lamented, "Lu's foul was truly unwarranted. Monta has consistently pursued him defensively, and the strategy wasn't yet compromised. He should not have been so hasty. It's such a pity, truly a pity. I suspect that Lu must have been influenced by that earlier missed open shot, which altered his mindset. He has yet to conquer his inner demons. As an athlete, I can deeply empathize with this feeling," Allen Houston added regretfully. Lu played an exceptional game, employing his unique basketball acumen to guide the Lakers to this juncture, yet, unexpectedly, he fell short of overcoming his mental barriers. It is indeed unfortunate. However, the game was not over. Although the Lakers found themselves at a disadvantage, the NBA has always been a realm where miracles can unfold, especially in such a tightly contested match. The outcome remained uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remain vigilant for what may transpire next. In the midst of this discourse, Monta Ellis successfully converted his second free throw, 98-96, with only 34 seconds remaining. Even if the Lakers managed to equalize, the Warriors would still retain the opportunity for one final offensive play. This posed a significant challenge for the Lakers. Zen Master called for a timeout to strategize for the Lakers. Lu Yusheng wandered in confusion, although he stood beside the Zen Master. His attention was utterly detached from the tactical arrangements being laid out. The Zen Master's strategy revolved around utilizing a pick-and-roll play, with his teammates providing screens for Vujacic to secure an open mid-range shot. The aim was to stabilize the situation by first securing a two-point basket to equalize the score. Upon returning to the court, the match resumed. Odom initiated the play, seeking to pass to Lu Yusheng, but the Warriors' defense was impenetrable, forcing him to pass to Walton instead. As the teammates began to set screens for Vujacic, the Zen Master's design for the picks was unparalleled in the league. During his time with the Bulls, he had orchestrated countless pivotal moments, guiding his teammates to create open opportunities for Michael Jordan. This time, the tactic was similarly flawless. However, Lu Yusheng failed to grasp the nuances of the Zen Master's screening strategy. When it was his turn to step forward for the screen, he stood bewildered, motionless. "What is this fool doing?" Brian Shaw could not restrain himself from shouting at Lu Yusheng, "WTF? What are you doing?" This tactic was intricately interconnected, and without Lu Yusheng's contribution, the opportunity for Vujacic to receive a screen evaporated. Although Vujacic ultimately received the ball, he was met with defensive pressure. And as the shot clock dwindled, he had no choice but to hurriedly attempt a shot. It clanked off the rim. The Warriors seized the critical rebound. Allen Houston remarked, "It appears the Lakers' strategy encountered a significant flaw. Based on the Zen Master's layout, it was intended to create an open shot for Vujacic. But something went awry in the execution, and that opportunity was regrettably lost. Indeed, with merely 10 seconds left on the clock, the Warriors held possession, leading by 2 points. Securing this victory seemed inevitable. The Lakers had fought valiantly against the Warriors until the very end, yet they found themselves on the losing side, a reality that would be difficult for them to accept. Moving forward, they would likely resort to a strategy of fouling, Christopher's voice resonated with sympathy for the Lakers. Seeing that the Warriors had firmly grasped victory, the fans in the Oracle Arena rose to their feet, their cheers surging like waves, threatening to lift the very roof off the arena. Lu, I genuinely cannot fathom what you were thinking. A perfectly designed strategy. And you managed to commit such a basic error. Why didn't you set the screen? Tell me why. Brian Shaw erupted in fury at Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng kept his head down, saying nothing. Beside him, Smush Parker sarcastically remarked, "Oh no, Coach Brian Shaw. I believe you ought not to unleash such wrath upon our primary point guard." Silence. Smush Parker let out a bitter chuckle. The Zen master, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to devise strategies for the team. At that moment, Lu Yusheng wished fervently that he could receive a scolding akin to what Brian Shaw had delivered. But the Zen master maintained his inscrutable demeanor. The strategy at hand was singular and predictable: to commit a foul early, sending the Warriors to the free throw line, gambling on their free throw proficiency. Should they succeed in making one, they would utilize the remaining time to attempt a three-pointer, striving to equalize the score and push the game into overtime. Conversely, if they converted both free throws, it would likely spell the end of the contest. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. The game resumed. The Warriors initiated the ball. Immediately upon the inbound, the Lakers swiftly committed a foul. This foul was against the Warriors center. Foil. Given the circumstances, it was a prudent choice, as larger players typically exhibit lower free throw percentages. Foil had recorded a mere 38 from the line last season, making him an ideal target for the foul. The infraction occurred in a mere second of play, as Foil approached the free throw line, yet to take his shots. The bearded Davis stepped forward to encourage him. "Brother, maintain your composure. If you make just one, victory will be ours." Foil nodded, though he appeared somewhat anxious. Free throws in such critical moments are a true test of an athlete's psychological fortitude, particularly for a player of his stature, who is not renowned for his free throw prowess. Lu Yusheng stood hunched near the center line, acutely aware of the nearby Warriors fans who were vociferously booing him, their derisive and scornful remarks piercing the air. This onslaught of hostility ignited a profound sense of anger within him, an anger that was predominantly directed towards himself. The culmination of this fury was an overwhelming wave of despondency that surged within him. "Hey, rookie, lift your spirits. The game is not over yet." A voice chimed in beside him. Lu Yusheng raised his head, somewhat taken aback. "Luke Walton? Listen, you have asked me to cooperate with unfamiliar screens, and I complied. You have also compelled me to relinquish my position in the low post and the tactical core, and I acquiesced. I have already sacrificed enough. I do not wish to lose this game in such a manner. You must be accountable for my sacrifices, do you understand? So, put away that innocent facade and secure this damned victory for us, or I will not let this matter rest." Having delivered his vehement words, Walton returned to the free throw line, preparing to pursue the rebound. Though his words were fierce, they served only as a form of consolation. Lu Yusheng gazed at Walton. His eyes slightly reddened. He clenched his teeth. Indeed, the game was far from over. Foyer's first free throw fell short, eliciting a chorus of disappointment from the home crowd. The pivotal second shot heightened Foyer's anxiety. He dribbled the ball several times before finally lifting it to shoot. This time, it soared over. The basketball struck the rear rim of the hoop and ricocheted into the air. A rebound. Lu Yusheng hurriedly dashed inside. Walton, who had already surged beneath the basket, exerted every ounce of strength to firmly impede the Warriors' Peter Linus, allowing Bainham to effortlessly seize the rebound. He passed the ball to Walton. The Lakers, lacking any timeouts, saw Walton swiftly deliver the ball to Lu Yusheng, who had sprinted to the vicinity of the midcourt. All the Warriors players rapidly retreated to defend. The bearded Davis immediately positioned himself right in front of Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng swiftly maneuvered past Davis, accelerating towards the basket with fervor. A mere layup could equalize the score and propel them into overtime. The tension was palpable. However, the Warriors Barnes and Richardson had already arrived at the basket, ready to mount a formidable defense. Lu Yusheng hastily ceased his drive towards the basket, halting just beyond the three-point line, his eyes scanning the court for teammates in transition. Yet, in such a critical moment, the Warriors were resolutely determined not to afford the Lakers any open opportunities. Their defense effectively rendered Lu's teammates incapable of receiving the ball. Davis, elated, recognized that without a clear shot, Lu had no choice but to penetrate further. However, venturing inward led only to a dead end, and Davis certainly would not allow an easy breakthrough. Indeed, Lu executed a sudden rightward acceleration, prompting Davis to instinctively shift to block his path. unwilling to grant him an opportunity to advance. Yet, in a surprising turn, Lu abruptly halted his movement. He executed a quick stop and rise, adopting a shooting posture beyond the three-point line. This unexpected maneuver completely caught Davis off guard, leaving him unable to react in time. Lu released the shot. For Lu, this moment had become a choice of last resort. Entering the paint amidst the Warriors' formidable defense left no room for a clear attempt, and the clock was rapidly dwindling. Ultimately, he had no option but to launch this three-pointer. As for whether it would succeed or fail, that consideration became irrelevant the instant he resolved to shoot. After all, failing to take the shot would inevitably lead to defeat, a burden he would have to bear alone. The crowd at the Warriors' home court fell silent, collectively holding their breath as Lu's three-point attempt arced gracefully through the air. Thud! The force was excessive, striking the back rim and bouncing straight up. It was over, Allen Houston exclaimed, signaling the end of the game. The Warriors players rejoiced, rushing to contest the rebound. However, unexpectedly, the ball, after its vertical bounce, descended directly back into the net. It went in. Simultaneously, the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. A buzzer beater. Lu had delivered a miraculous three-pointer, sealing the fate of the game against the Warriors. Christopher exclaimed in a volume that nearly shattered the eardrums of those in attendance. Chapter 84. May I speak with you privately? With Lu Yusheng's final, decisive shot, the Lakers secured a narrow victory against the Golden State Warriors, finishing the game at 99-98. This remarkable play not only salvaged Lu Yusheng from a significant blunder in the final moments of the match, but also aided the Lakers in triumphing in this challenging encounter. Most of the Warriors players approached the Lakers to exchange pleasantries, while the irate Davis retreated to the locker room alone, rejecting all media interviews, including a pre-scheduled team interview. It was evident that the defeat had wounded his pride deeply. Conversely, Lu Yusheng was swiftly encircled by a throng of media personnel. Even Christopher could not suppress his admiration, noting that while Lu's performance today was indeed commendable, his current media influence had transcended that of a mere rookie, akin to the treatment reserved for Kobe. Allen Houston chuckled, remarking that there was no alternative. His identity as a Chinese-American point guard had destined him for scrutiny since his entrance into the league. Furthermore, his dazzling performances in the past two games had naturally endeared him to the media. Indeed, with this victory, the Lakers had achieved a two-game winning streak, a resounding start to the season, especially in the absence of Kobe. It seemed that the Lakers' prospects this year were boundless. Houston, what do you think the Lakers can achieve this season? Christopher inquired. Allen Houston pondered for a moment before responding. How should I put it? I have always believed that since Shaquille's departure, the Lakers roster has been rather imbalanced over the past 2 years. Aside from Kobe, they have been severely lacking in talent across all positions. For instance, last season, aside from Kobe, the configurations in other positions might not even reach the league's median. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Given their roster, I would support the notion that they were intentionally trying to tank for draft picks. They might think that their championships are plentiful enough to spare, wanting other teams to experience the same. Oh, if they truly wish to tank, I believe they should trade Kobe. For heaven's sake, having the best basketball player in the world accompany them in their decline would be a loss for basketball itself, as well as for the NBA. Absolutely. The Lakers' ability to reach the playoffs in the West last year was entirely due to Kobe's otherworldly performance, which elevated them to heights that did not rightfully belong to them. Yes, even when the Lakers were leading the Suns 3-1, I still believe they would not advance far in the playoffs. The team composition was too flawed. Relying solely on Kobe was utterly insufficient. And what do you think about this year? It's hard to say. Allen Houston remarked that although they secured victories in those 2 games without Kobe, I believe it was entirely due to the fact that the Suns and Warriors did not anticipate the prowess of Lu Yusheng during their preparations. This is quite understandable. Considering he is merely a rookie, it is hardly predictable that a newcomer could exhibit such maturity. However, Chris, one must recognize that the season is long, and I am confident that other teams will begin to closely scrutinize Lu Yusheng in the forthcoming matches. Once they start to focus extensively on him, the situation may become quite challenging. Indeed, in the latter stages of today's game, the Golden State Warriors had already begun to target Lu, and there were moments when he appeared to struggle significantly. Therefore, if you were to inquire about the potential achievements of the Lakers this season, I would highlight 2 critical factors. First, whether the Lakers management can make new acquisitions during the midseason to find a suitable ally for Kobe, and second, how much Lu Yusheng can develop and grow.